Every day I bury the spirit stone in the soil, not to grow new spirit stones, but to get the system's bankruptcy subsidy. In order to quickly reduce my assets to zero, I also plan to take in a few disciples. However, contrary to expectations, after a few hours, those who came were either suspicious-looking or skilled fighters. But just as I was thinking about considering the situation carefully, a few-year-old child suddenly fell into my arms with a plop. I instinctively checked her breathing and was shocked to find it weak. I hurriedly carried her to the only clinic in Luoyang town. The only pharmacist here, Jiang Baihe, frowned when she saw me. Are you crazy about wanting to take on an apprentice? So you kidnapped a child? I blinked my eyes, suddenly realized, that kind of orphan without parents is indeed a good choice. Let's talk about this later. You first see the situation. Jiang Baihe grabbed the beggar's wrist, and in just 3 breaths, her expression turned serious. Where did you pick up this girl? I couldn't help but feel a little nervous when I saw the situation. Did she hit me? Is her illness serious? Cold wind, malnutrition, eat well, drink enough, sleep for a few days and it will be fine. But her constitution has a major problem. If I'm not mistaken, she has the Tsanyao sword body, one of the supreme holy bodies of the Great Wilderness era. At the mention of this, my eyes twitched uncontrollably. Is this sword very strong? Jiang Baihe whispered. Why do you think this sword body is called the supreme holy body of the Great Wilderness period? The cultivation speed is 100 times that of ordinary people, and it can shield the heavenly secrets. Even face to face, you can't detect her cultivation. I took a deep breath, then calmly responded. Okay, I'll send her to the Taoist Sect right away. To be honest, I am self-aware. A divine body like hers, which is clearly exclusive to the protagonist, is not something I can control. Moreover, if this girl relies on my resources to grow rapidly, she will be seen as an outstanding disciple, and my bankruptcy plan will be ruined. Who knows? At this moment, Jiang Baihe lightly waved her hand and said with a smile, I advise you to save your efforts. It is said that the holy body of the Great Wilderness period has defects in itself, and only with the special techniques can the cultivation speed be 100 times that of ordinary people. As for blocking the heavenly secrets, it requires a special mindset. And those techniques and mindsets have been lost for tens of thousands of years. Without the techniques and mindsets, no matter how many resources you invest in it, it's useless. I frowned and asked, are you sure? Is it possible to find the heart technique and that special technique? Jiang Baihe smiled faintly, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. The possibility of me being the great Emperor Shin is higher than you finding the techniques and mental methods of the Tsanyao sword. Moreover, she has contracted the white disease, which is an incurable illness. I don't even know how many spirit stones it will take just to nurture her body. Upon hearing this, I looked down at the sleeping little beggar, and suddenly a light lit up in my heart. I've hit the jackpot. When I saw my expression of picking up leaks, Jiang Baihe shook her head. If left unattended, she will soon become weak and die. How much longer can she live? My heart tightened, and I couldn't help but ask. Jiang Baihe calmly extended 5 fingers. 5 months? 4. This is not funny. Li Yanma, who is familiar with Jiang Baihe's character, complained and rubbed his face before asking with a flushed face, can I give an IOU? Sure, 200 taels. After signing the IOU, Li Yanma only felt a toothache. The original text is in Chinese. Here is the translation into English. The previous emperor had only just begun his enterprise when he died prematurely, leaving a debt of 200 taels for his successor to deal with. However, Jiang Baihe is also considered reliable, so she turned around to get the medicine after receiving the IOU. Shortly after returning to my residence, I first settled the little beggar on the bed, then turned to rummage through the medicine bag, while thinking about how to persuade her to come under my wing. Little did I know, the beggar in the bed had already opened her eyes, with a cold light flashing in them. The kitchen knife hanging on the wall also pointed towards me as the cold light flickered. However, when she saw the rain marks on my shoulder, the cold light gradually lost its sharpness, eventually turning into a light cough to remind me that she had already woken up. Little girl, you're awake. I quickly sat down by the bed, trying to create an image of a transcendent being, and spoke, completely unaware of the hint of amusement in the eyes of the little beggar. Who are you? My name is Li Yanma. I am a cultivator. Little girl, we have a connection. Would you like to become my disciple? Master? The little beggar murmured, his face full of confusion. Seeing her reaction, I felt much relieved. I took out a card from my bosom and said, yes, monk, look at this card. As I flicked my finger, the face of the card instantly changed to another card. The little beggar was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the cards in my hand. I then proudly shook my head. How about it? Do you want to learn? The little beggar, upon hearing this, slightly and imperceptibly raised the corners of his mouth. Yes, okay. From today you are my disciple Li Yanma. What is your name? Jian Xin. Ding. Number of apprentices, 1. The sect management system is officially open. Headmaster Li Yanma. Cultivation level, mortal. Clan name, TBD. Prestige LV 0, 0 out of 100. Sect area 50 square meters. Recruited disciples, 1 disciples recruited, 1. This month's distribution of resources, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 marrow nourishing pills, and the yellow rank chi refining technique. Main sect salary, 50 low-grade spirit stones. Yellow stage chi cultivation technique. Upon hearing the system prompt, I smiled faintly. Unable to use the sect's resources myself, but I can always have the final say on the sect master's salary. Later, Jian Xin had a very long dream. Because he had leprosy, he was considered unlucky and had never left the narrow wooden house since birth. When I was 11 years old, I finally managed to escape. Alone, I wanted to seek immortality and enlightenment. I finally joined a sect, only to be told that I had the Tsangyao sword body and had no hope of cultivating immortality. From now on, there is no more attachment to this world. No longer feeling warmth or cold in the heart, only focusing on proving the way with the sword, relying solely on the secretly learned yellow stage chi cultivation technique. He became a ruthless sword immortal of his generation. Finally, in the 36th year, she had the opportunity to come into contact with the great wilderness treasure, and obtained the special technique of the lost Sanyao sword body, the Song sword decision, as well as the Heaven's secret great divination heart method. However, although she became a generation of sword fairy, but because of the natural white disease, the body has long been to the limit, only had time to experience the Tsung sword decision as well as the mystery of the great diffusion of the heart method for a moment, and then the body fell in the avenue before, but she has no complaints. Also regret. Since the age of 11 years old, she has cut off all. Do not expect anything in the world, not to mention attachment. The only thing left in her heart is that merciless sword. A scent stirred the dreams of only blood and rain. Jian Xin opened her eyes blankly. The warm, soft comforter dragging her body like a swamp, preventing her from getting up. Just as Jian Xin was fighting against her eyelids, Li Yan walked in with a bowl of lean meat congee. Seeing Jian Xin's little head little by little, Li Yan Duan lost a laugh. You can sleep more if you want. There's no rush. Jian Xin's shoulders shook. His scarlet pupils contracted violently, but then slowly relaxed, grinding for a moment before Jian Xin slowly spoke out. Master, are we going to start cultivating? Cultivate? Ah. Cultivation. Ah. This matter is not in a hurry. Your body is too weak now. Wait until your body is well toned. Li Yanmao laughed and put a pillow behind Jian Xin's back, serving the porridge and stirring it with a spoon. Jian Xin blinked, reacting only when Li Yanmu began to blow the lean meat porridge in the middle of the spoon, and immediately stammered and stretched out her hands. Master, I can do it myself. That's fine. Just be careful with the heat. Li Yanmu thought about it and thought that it might be because Jian Xin was used to wandering alone and wasn't used to this overly affectionate behavior. Soothing a small feral cat must be done gradually. Receiving the steaming hot porridge, Jian Xin bit her lip and was about to open her mouth to thank her when she realized that Li Yanmu had already gotten up and pushed the door open. The corners of Jian Xin's mouth turned downward slightly, holding the spoon and stirring gently, staring at the lean meat porridge with a suspicious face for a while before taking a tentative taste. Delicious. In the cabin, Li Yanmu sat down on the ground and took out the sovereign salary issued by the operating system, the yellow rank chi practicing skill. When he turned the pages of the book, a voice rang in Li Yanmu's ears, guiding Li Yanmu to transport his energy. Sovereign salary belongs to the unexpected joy, but looking at the 5,000 operating resources, Li Yanmu always felt that the 50 spirit stones in his hand were like sending beggars. Salary I'll take. Bankruptcy benefits. I'll eat. Li Yanmu muttered and then made up his mind. Holding a spirit stone, he began to run his gong according to the sound in the chi practicing skill, but in a few breaths, Li Yanmu felt a stream of chi overflowing from the spirit stone, spreading along the meridians in his body, circle after circle. Li Yanmu was initially a little excited, but gradually Li Yanmu felt a hint of bad news. According to the description of the chi practicing resolution, those spiritual chi should have converged into a chi vortex in his dantian at this time. Just as Li Yanmu was trying hard to guide those air currents, a shattering sound rang in Li Yanmu's ears, and the air currents that were circulating in his body disappeared without a trace. Li Yanmu looked down and saw that the spirit stone in his hand had shattered. Thinking that Jian Xin was still resting in the house, Li Yanmu strongly suppressed the urge to ask after Humam. Copied out the second spirit stone to repeat the previous operation. Not a quarter of an hour. The second spirit stone ushered in the same end. At the time of shattering to the eighth spirit stone, that stream of chi finally condensed into a vortex in Li Yanmu's dantian, and even without conscious control, it was able to rotate on its own, deeply and unapologetically. Li Yanmu, who had lost almost 1/5 of his salary in one go, only felt a burst of ache pain. But the updated data of the operating system finally made Li Yanmu feel a little more at ease. Patriarch, Li Yanmu, cultivation, first level of Qi cultivation. Everything is difficult at the beginning. If you have a hard time at the beginning, will it not be easy afterward? Li Yan, end of the confidence again, glanced at the sky of the sun, estimated only about 9 o'clock, then turned to the front of the house, first knocked on the door, before pushing open. At this moment Jian Xin is leaning on the bed, a head of white hair, snow-white skin, coupled with 2 coughs from time to time, like a novel described in the life of a young lady. The bowl on the bedside is empty, clean as if it had just been washed. Jian Xin, are you feeling better? Master, I feel much better. Shall I start practicing? Jian Xin's voice was very soft, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Li Yanmao frowned slightly, not in anger, but Jian Xin's body was much weaker than he had expected. There's no rush on the matter of cultivation. Come, Jian Xin, this is the marrow cleansing pill. Li Yanmu touched the trigger finger of his thumb and took out a jade bottle from it. This action drew a tremor in Jian Xin's eyes, and a hint of suspicion and wariness appeared in his scarlet eyes. Li Yanmu didn't notice the change in Jian Xin's eyes and took out another 20 spirit stones as well as the Qi practicing skills that were handed out. This Qi practicing skill you look at first, and these spirit stones, you can use them as much as you want. There's still more here in Master's place if you run out. Li Yan and heart put very wide. He himself used 8 pieces of spirit stones to condense into a Qi vortex, became a Qi cultivation layer. Jian Xin was born with a wasted body, and was also born with a white disease, and the negative buffs were almost stacked. So I'm afraid it's not that easy to cultivate. It's good though, just in time to break up the spirit stones. Jian Xin's face looked odd, but he still nodded. Then the master first went to busy. You, rest more, no need to rush, even if you cannot condense the Qi vortex. Li Yanmu instructed and got up to leave. Just as the door was brought up, Jian Xin got out of bed on his side, landing on his bare feet and snapping a few times to the window. Looking up, 8¼ hours ago, she tiptoed around like this to watch Li Yanmu cultivate. The feat of breaking 8 spirit stones in a row before barely entering the first level of Qi cultivation left Jian Xin feeling incredibly confused. She was born with a wasted body, and cultivating without the aid of special techniques was already 100 times more difficult than normal people. But she hadn't consumed this many spirit stones either. Jian Xin thought for a moment, picked up a spirit stone and ran the Tsong sword technique, just borrowing a strand of it. A strong vortex coalesced from within her petite body. This vortex was so loud and powerful that there was a faint sound of a sword ringing out, and the knives hanging on the wall hummed. In just a breath, the first level of Qi cultivation was complete, and the vortex was still growing. The natural aura of heaven and earth condensing towards Jian Xin's dantian as if it had found a place to belong. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The third level of Qi cultivation became a success. The 3 layers of vortexes coalesced in Jian Xin's dantian, but then they were hidden under the cover of Jian Xin's great diffusion heart technique. Jian Xin glanced at the 10 spirit stones placed on the bed in confusion. Now that the Qi practicing vortex had become a reality, and with the Tsong sword technique, she could already directly absorb the heaven and earth's aura to cultivate, and there was not much difference between using spirit stones to cultivate and burning money to keep warm. Jian Xin remembered Li Yan's bold words despite his use at the end of the day. After hesitating for a moment, Jian Xin crawled back to the bed with small broken steps, ate the marrow cleansing pill, and activated the Tsong sword technique, refining the spiritual Qi in the spirit stone. In her last life, it wasn't as if she hadn't encountered self-proclaimed generous well-wishers, and when they saw the flaws of her naturally wasted body, the well-wishers would reveal their nature. Chapter 4, Reclaiming Spiritual Fields. After becoming a strong person of the first level of Qi cultivation, Li Yanmu was in such a good mood that he was flying when he walked. Actually practicing Qi at the first level. Just after arriving at the medical center, Li Yanmu's cultivation was seen through by Jiang Lily, but Li Yanmu didn't feel surprised. Ginger Lily has a nickname, Dr. Barefoot, for no other reason than the fact that it was as if they had been struck by the curse that if she wore shoes, she would explode herself, and she was barefoot all day long. The doctor's bare feet were tantamount to telling others that this medical center was unsanitary, but even when Jiang Lily walked around outside, she didn't see a single callus or speck of dust on her feet. Li Yanmu also judged from this that this female pharmacist who loitered all day long was feared to be a cultivator. I've come to collect my medicine. Apothecary Jiang. Yan Lian rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. What? Are you afraid I won't keep my word? Jiang Lily saw that little bit of Li Yanmu's mind, and hummed without a good mood. And with a pick of the smoking gun, a medicine bag fell into Li Yanmu's hands. How could that be? Apothecary Jiang has a compassionate heart for the world. Stop, what do you want to ask? Ginger Lily was so uncomfortable by Li Yanmu's praise that she hurriedly knocked on the bong to call Li Yanmu off. Is there any work? Said Amazing and Li, truthfully stating his needs, leaving aside the 200 tales of Silver Ode for the moment. Now that there was a physically weak Jian Xin in the house, it was definitely not possible to be as casual as before. Ginger Lily looked Li Yanmu up and down for a moment, and with a twinkle in her eye, she seemed to have thought of some good idea. You're asking the right person. You are now at the first level of chi cultivation. Although you can't be of much use in terms of cultivators, you have an unrivaled advantage among mortals. What advantage? Amazing and Li's eyes lit up. Thick skin and no rivals. Jian Lily pinched up her smoking gun and gulped down the smoke after taking a beautiful drag, chopping wood and moving stones. No mortal can compare to you. A cultivator of the first level of chi practice. And no cultivator is willing to do odd jobs. Li Yanmu cupped his chin and nodded his head as he replied. That's true. Then I'll go chop wood. Seeing that Li Yanmu actually accepted the result of doing odd jobs so simply, Jian Lily couldn't help but give Li Yanmu a high look. But not wanting Li Yanmu to be pleased, she casually asked, how is that little girl? Did she scream in fear when she saw a stranger in front of you? No, but she looks very guarded. Li Yanand is not too good to describe. Being born with leukosis is almost always seen as a bad omen. She shouldn't have had an easy life. After lamenting for a while, Jian Lily drove Li Yanmu out. Just as a vision came from the direction of the Green Mountain Sect, 7 colored rays of light surged out, dispersing the clouds in the sky and descending as aurora borealis. Countless immortal birds and beasts sound echoed, and the auspiciousness attracted the gaze of the residents of Sunset Town, who cast longing gazes in the direction of Castle Peak Sect. Li Yanmu is also watching, but also only looked at a moment, then silently carrying the rope and agricultural tools turned his head out of the town of Luoyang, picked a distance in the hut in the opposite position. Li Yanmu swung the axe 80-80-10, chopped up the wood. Now Li Yanmu had already practiced Qi one layer, although he had not mastered any Gongfu, but his strength was far above that of mortals. A tree as thick as one person can hold is able to be chopped up with one axe, and a tree that can be held by 2 people only needs 2 axes. Not a moment. Li Yanand will cut more than 50 trees down. With a rope to tie the tree, did not rush to transport the wood back to the town of Luoyang, but with a shovel to take out the roots of the tree. With a nail harrow plowing. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Li Yanmu stopped. Looking at the almost 100 square feet or so of square field in front of him, Li Yanmu nodded with satisfaction. After looking around and confirming that no one was around, he took out a piece of spirit stone from his trigger finger and buried it into the reclaimed soil, wrapped his hands around his chest and stared at the operating system for a few seconds, but the operating system did not respond. Li Yanmu could not help but gently eked out, like planting vegetables to the soil generally stuffed spirit stone. This plug is hundreds of pieces. At the time of reaching the 200th spirit stone, the operating system finally reacted. 980 spirit stones. 780 spirit stones. Radar under construction. Seeing that the resources were successfully deducted, Li Yanmu couldn't help but shout out in his heart. You know that spirit fields are a standard part of a clan, and since this thing is a clan operation system, it definitely has a spirit field part. Spirit fields were a bottomless project that could easily toss a clan into bankruptcy. Of course, the most important thing was the mutual rivalry among the clans. The town of Falling Sun was just below the Green Mountain Sect, and although the cultivators of the Green Mountain Sect basically left in flying boats, occasionally people would pass by. If you let the cultivators see the spiritual field will be how? Of course, his Jijia strange smile, muttered this thing with me have a destiny. On the spot plucked away. Invested in the spirit of the stone instantly wasted. Hall bankruptcy. Anyway, he, Li Yanmu, didn't have any big brother behind him, and he didn't have to worry about other cultivators not daring to take it. After the excitement, Li Yanmu suddenly crouched down on the ground again, holding his head and falling into a disheveled state. Other people's clan management systems were all a keystroke skyfall. His management system was purely manual. Forget it, cultivation is not supposed to be easy. Li Yanmo cleaned up and carried a horse of wood back to the hut. After placing the wood in the middle of the yard, Li Yanmo knocked on the door before pushing it open. Jian Xin was still lying on the bed just as he left, but there was an extra pile of rubble on the ground. Li Yanmu, who had reached the first level of chi cultivation only by breaking 8 spirit stones, naturally saw the proper form of those broken stones at a glance. Li Yanmu looked at Jian Xin with an odd expression on his face. The 20 spirit stones he had prepared had all been shattered by Jian Xin, but Jian Xin was still an ordinary person now. Seeing that Li Yanmu's face was oddly silent, Jian Xin's fingers on the bedding tightened slightly, her scarlet eyes veering to the side as she waited for Li Yanmu to speak out. You used up all your spirit stones? Is there a chi practicing layer yet? No. as if he had already thought of his end. Jian Xin smiled to himself. The next second Li Yanmu poured out 100 or so spirit stones. Gee, you should have said so, I have more here. Feel free to use it. Jian Xin stared blankly at the spirit stones in front of her. And it was only when Li Yanmu turned around and started cleaning up the rubble that Jian Xin came back to her senses. Li Yan shattered 8 pieces of spirit stone heartache is absolutely not fake. Now but also generous out of 100 pieces of spirit stone. Is really puzzling. Seeing that Li Yanmu was planning to go out, Jian Xin didn't hold back and opened his mouth to call out to Li Yanmu in a twisted manner. Master. Master. What's going on? No. Nothing. Jian Xin suppressed the emotions in his heart and stopped speaking. Li Yanmu was a bit puzzled, but when he thought that Zhang Lily had said that those who were born with white diseases would be treated as bad omens, Li Yanmu was relieved. Li Yanmao also did not intend to care about Jian Xin excessively. Excessive concern would only make Jian Xin realize more and more that she was an alien. The best mode of getting along was to ignore the parts of Jian Xin that were different from normal people. Back in the courtyard, Li Yanmu set to work on the wood, and inside the hut, Jian Xin stood at the window again, probing and watching Li Yanmu's every move. Confusion rippled through his scarlet eyes. Why? Chapter 5, The Fairy Cannot Read. The truth is that processed wood is really worth quite a bit more than unprocessed wood. When he saw the already processed wood that Li Yanmu moved, the corners of the mouth of the boss who collected the wood were almost grinning behind his ears. And when he heard that there were several more batches of this kind of wood, the boss even waved his hand, and gave Li Yanmu a considerable amount of deposit. Of course, it was most fortunate that the management system didn't beastly count the patriarch's own part-time job money as part of the clan's operating expenses. After returning some of it to Ginger Lily, Li Yanmu took the rest of the money and bought some ingredients as well as other gadgets, adding some pots and pans along the way. After enjoying a hearty and healthy dinner, Jian Xin took the spirit stone and was about to show Li Yanmu what it meant to cultivate ineffectively when Li Yanmu suddenly reached out and took the spirit stone away, placing a book in Jian Xin's small hand. Next is literacy time. Jian Xin's snow-white brows frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction escaping from the small clip's voice. I can read. So what do you think this book of credentials says on the cover? Amazing Li lifted his finger and tapped the 4 large letters on the written text. Jian Xin glanced at Li Yanmu in surprise, only to find Li Yanmu's foolishness somewhat adorable. His lips pursed slightly, and he replied in a slightly cool manner. Ziji Tongjian. The book is actually called Continental History. Jian Xin's expression instantly froze, while Li Yanmu laughed and reached out to pat Jian Xin's head. Little one, you can't read, can you? I can read. Jian Xin clenched her small fists, her tone aggravated by a few points, and a hint of shyness flared up in her scarlet eyes. Okay, from now on I'll report what's in the book. You write it, and if you write it correctly, it will be assumed that you know how to read. But if you can't, you'll have to admit that you don't know how to read. How's that? Li Yanmu took out his own afternoon assembly, often used in the college years of lazy man's artifacts of the bed computer desk, and went to look for the pen, ink, paper and inkstone bought. Jian Xin glanced at Li Yanmu and quickly picked up the history of the continent and flipped through it at an extremely fast speed, his scarlet eyes rapidly shaking back and forth as he memorized all the glyphs, and this process took only a few breaths. Jian Xin closed the book and exhaled softly, while Li Yanmu just happened to turn back and set the pen, ink, paper and inkstone in front of Jian Xin. Could be. Okay, then I'm going to start reporting. Amazing Li smiled slightly and turned his hand to take out the book with a very different cover. There are only people in this world. Because of greed, he caused trouble for a party and fell into a demon. Hundreds of beasts practiced it, resulting in the proliferation of demons. Disturbed by anger, he disorganized his mind and became a demon. Trapped by dementia, unable to free himself, he became a ghost. Those who cut down greed, anger and infatuation have gained immortal charm. Those who practiced it with all beasts and cultivated it with all their hearts became elves and monsters. Li Yanmu held the book in his left hand, his right hand behind his back, his eyes half open and half closed, pacing back and forth in the not-so-large space, shaking his head, seemingly immersed in the world of books, but his afterglow always remained on Jian Xin. At this moment, Jian Xin was tensing his face, clutching a pen in his left hand and writing smoothly on the white paper, seemingly very confident. But Li Yanmu saw in Jian Xin the self who took the English for listening test. It's obvious that you can't understand it, but you're forcing yourself to scribble it down. As a matter of fact, the book Jian Xin was reading was not a history of the continent either, but a scripture that could be found everywhere. And at the moment Jian Xin was constantly writing Namo Amitba Buddha on the paper. Demons, devils, and ghosts are a scourge to one side, and the elves and monsters know how to protect themselves, but they don't see the immortals coming to their rescue. And this is the Great Wasteland. The great Shin dynasty struggled hard, but could barely keep a side of peace. Jian Xin looked up and continued. Shin perishes, but Yu rises. The great Yu dynasty ended the great wasteland. An emperor Yu descended the 4 pillars to subdue demons, drive out devils, and cure ghosts, as well as to kill the immortals. With these 4 pillars, the great Yu dynasty has ruled for tens of thousands of years now. Demons don't dare to go on the rampage. Devils are nowhere to be found. Ghosts have hidden their tracks, and millions of sects have submitted to the dynasty's rule. Li Yanmu closed the book in his hand and asked with interest, "You've read it? Seen it? I can read. Then why did you write on the paper that I like Amazing in Li so much? I don't know." Jian Xin stuttered and reached out to snatch the paper back from Li Yanmu's hands, but at the moment she was still just an 11 or 12-year-old malnourished child sitting on the bed, and even with her arms straightened she could only grab onto the clothes on Li Yanmu's chest. Li Yanmu also very bad-heartedly fell backward and sat on the chair, and added, "Actually, the book you just read wasn't a history of the continent either, but an autobiography written by me." Jian Xin's lips trembled slightly as he nervously flipped up the book on the table. "My good disciple, do you want to know what you wrote?" Li Yanmu reached out and pulled the book out of Jian Xin's hand, putting it into his arms along with the exam paper. Jian Xin did not stop, sitting frozen on the bed, his scarlet eyes lightly trembling, nodding his head up and down in very small increments only after a while. "Good, then let's start learning to read and write today. My good apprentice, shouldn't you say something before we begin?" Li Yanmu squeezed his eyes towards Jian Xin. A blush spread across Jian Xin's snow-white face, and it took a while before she spoke with difficulty. I don't know how to read." After speaking, Jian Xin hung his head as if he had used up all his strength. Rather a high-minded child. Yan Maoli shook his head and took out the practice note he had bought this afternoon. Under Li Yanmu's urging, Jian Xin gritted his teeth and began his childish literacy. The eyes that were originally like stagnant water were currently disturbed by countless ripples. Li Yanmu was no devil, and after an hour or so of literacy, Li Yanmu clapped his hands and announced the end of his studies. Only then did the dazed Jian Xin breathe a sigh of relief, her scarlet eyes glancing slightly menacingly at Li Yanmu, who was packing up her practice stickers. "The whole hour, all our daily will use such as help. Eat, I'm hungry and so on vocabulary." As for the words in the autobiography in the mouth of Li Yanmu, that is not one. "Master, could it be that I have to recognize all the words before I can know what I just wrote?" Jian Xin suppressed the ripples in his heart and asked calmly, "Are you going to leave the decision up to me?" Jian Xin inclined his head woefully. "Master, should I cultivate? Cultivation? What practice? It's evening entertainment time." Li Yanmu pulled out some things one after another that little girls might like to play with. Flower rope, handkerchiefs, hydrangeas. Jian Xin picked up the handkerchief and after a few seconds of bewilderment looked at Li Yanmu. The other party's overly serious plus expectant eyes made Jian Xin's pupils tremble wildly. Chapter 6, Late Chi Practicing Level 1. Shin, who had been forced to play with his handkerchief for 20 minutes, fell back to sleep. Li Yanmu shouted twice in a low voice and found that Jian Xin didn't react at all, so he couldn't help but sigh with emotion that the quality of sleep of young people was just fine. After helping Jian Xin arrange the bedding, Li Yanmu blew out the candlelight and carefully brought the door closed. There was still untreated wood in the yard. Li Yanmu found a piece of wood and sat on it cross-legged, and took out 2 pieces of spirit stones, borrowing the aura in the stones to induce the heaven and earth aura. According to the description of the Qi practicing skill and Li Yanmu's own understanding, the so-called cultivation of immortality is equivalent to building an engine in one's dantian, with heaven and earth's spiritual Qi as the fuel. Through the engine, the heaven and earth aura is converted into usable aura to supply energy to the whole body. Different gong methods had different pulls as well as utilization rates of heaven and earth auras. Spirit stones, on the other hand, are like a portable fuel. What Li Yanmu was using right now was the most trashy Qi practicing skill, needing to rely on the aura in the spirit stone as attraction to be able to draw the heaven and earth's aura into the body, and usually only able to scrape so little. It wasn't a problem to operate on its own, but if you wanted to increase your cultivation level, you had to receive more heaven and earth aura into your body and add more vortexes. Dash. Just as Li Yanmu was pondering, the 2 mines of spirit stones in his hand shattered on the spot. The Qi vortex in the original dantian became even thicker and bigger. Li Yanmu stared at the vortex in his dantian for a few seconds, mood gradually subtle. Can't it be that this is the legendary middle stage of the first level of Qi cultivation? There shouldn't be a later stage. A peak, a great circle, right? Li Yanmu touched the trigger finger of his thumb, tapping the remaining 40 spirit stones back and forth, and glanced at the time of the next salary payment. 5 days. Amazing, and Li gritted his teeth. Spell it out. The day dawned and a ray of morning light fell through the swaying leaves on slightly fluttering eyelashes. Li Yanmu gently exhaled a cloudy breath. His eyes slowly opened, and a brilliant light flashed through. The late stage of the first level of Qi practice has arrived. Salary balance. 5 spirit stones. That's just it. Full of cultivation, less than 2 days will be able to have the strength of the late Qi practice layer. People cannot be too greedy in E-. Inside the house, Shin, who was lying at the window, cocked his head in confusion. What is the late stage of the first level of Qi training? Jian Xin tried to make sense of the realm, but seeing that Li Yanmu had already gotten up, he immediately turned around and flung himself onto the bed to roll the bedding up. Snow-white strands of hair fluttered in the golden morning light, eventually coming to rest. Li Yanmu pushed open a crack in the door to see that Jian Xin was still asleep, so he gently brought the door closed again. By the time breakfast was ready, Jian Xin was already sitting up. After drinking the porridge for a while, Jian Xin asked softly, "Master, can I follow you around?" Could be. Seeing Li Yanmu agree so casually, Jian Xin couldn't help but pause in his movements for a moment, but he didn't say anything else, only nodding his head slowly. After packing up the dishes, Li Yanmu picked up the tools for plowing the field and led Jian Xin to the field that he had cultivated yesterday. "Master, this is..." Jian Xin was puzzled after staring at the field for a while. "This is our clan's spirit field." Li Yanmu patted his chest and introduced the industries of his clan to his eldest disciple. "Spirit fields?" Jian Xin was even more puzzled. The aura here was indeed a bit more dense than other places, but it was far from the standard of a spiritual field. As a matter of fact, there was no spiritual vein underneath the Sunset Town, so it was impossible for there to be a spiritual field at all. But that couldn't explain the rich spiritual qi. Just as Jian Xin was puzzled, Li Yanmu took out the spirit stone from the trigger finger and planted it into the ground. "Master, what are you doing again? Making spiritual fields?" Jian Xin was even more bewildered. She had indeed heard of some super sects infusing massive amounts of spirit stones with artificial spirit veins. It was the first time Jian Xin had seen such a small piece of spirit field made with inferior spirit stones. "Master, are you sure this will work?" Jian Xin sat on the stump, her feet swaying gently, her scarlet eyes a little hollow, as if she was looking at Li Yanmu, but as if she was looking even farther away. "The avenue is relentless. You reap what you sow, and I've always thought the most important thing is the process of plowing." Li Yanmu leaned on the nail rake and looked up at the sky, feeling the oncoming breeze. "Let go of your attachment to the harvest and feel the moment. Don't be led by the nose later." After saying that, Li Yanmu wielded the nail harrow and leisurely plowed the ground. "Master, you do not seek to gain? I just don't want to get caught up in the harvest." Jian Xin sat on the tree stump, the light in his scarlet eyes shifting, all sorts of emotions scattering and mixing under the breeze. "Speaking of masters, what exactly is the name of our clan?" Jian Xin asked this question, and it really caught Li Yanmu off guard. Even now, the name of the clan on the operating system is still the word tentative. Names, indeed, are a part of the process that needs to be well thought out. Li Yanmu hadn't understood the management system's prestige experience algorithm for the time being, but Li Yanmu could be sure of one thing. The experience system that had always emphasized that clan owners were prohibited from diverting resources for clan development would definitely not allow Li Yanmu to dilly-dally with prestige experience. Li Yanmu smiled bashfully and slowly spat out 3 words. The Taoist Sect. In the world of immortal cultivation, the word Taishu was far too common, so there would definitely be renaming. At that time, even if any incidents of rising prestige occurred, it would definitely be attributed by others to other sects with Taishu. Just this and a patriarch's salary, our stingy business system is bound to not recognize the account. Li Yanmu, who was immersed in his own astounding wisdom, completely failed to notice the oddness that flooded Jian Xin's eyes when he heard the words Taishu sect. "Master, what's going on?" The youth leaned on the nail rake, grinning broadly, with a little splash of mud on his face, and clear eyes as if they were streams. The corners of Jian Xin's mouth rose upwards imperceptibly, and he held his hair in his right hand, but failed to stop those snow-white strands from swinging out from between his fingers as he followed the wind. "Pretty good. Amazing." And Li blinked. "Spot check last night's study progress then." Jian Xin's ethereal little face instantly crumpled into a ball. "I can read, just not all." There were no more waves for a few days after that. Li Yanmu continued to live a quiet routine of plowing the land during the day and teaching Jian Xin to read and write at night. The only change was probably that Kenshin wasn't as weak as he was at first. During the day, he was able to follow Li Yanmu around the fields, and sometimes he would take a bamboo pole and poke it back and forth at the place where Li Yanmu planted the spirit stones. Yanmu Li didn't take it to heart and even thought it was quite good. Jian Xin was just an 11 or 12-year-old child, just the time to be playful and active, and the fact that he would poke around with a bamboo pole in his face was a symbol of their relationship becoming cordial. It wouldn't have gotten anything out of it anyway. so Li Yanmu went along with Jian Xin. Soon it was the end of the month. The last day of the Green Mountain Sect selection was also the last day of Li Yan's final operating system settlement. The spirit stones had long been emptied, so Li Yanmu didn't plow the fields to grow spirit stones anymore, but carried the wood to Luoyang town for delivery. Seemingly do not like to see too many people. When a few days of small-tailed Jian Xin unprecedented choice to sleep, Li Yanmu thought it was good that children should be happy. Just after arriving in the town, all sorts of visions erupted from the direction of the Green Mountain Sect again, and along with them came the sound of a heavy bell. Li Yanmu looked for a while, then carried 2 bundles of wood and continued on. But just then, a slightly frivolous voice sounded from one side. Oops, one step too late. Chapter 7, The Ominous Sun. A young man with a folding fan, gorgeous clothes, and various kinds of jade pendants around his waist stood beside Li Yanmu at an unknown time, complaining late towards the direction of the Castle Peak sect, but his eyes fell on Li Yanmu. The other party looked like they were dignitaries of the Dayu dynasty. Li Yanmu tangled for a moment and was about to open his mouth, but the youth took the lead and clasped his fists. This Taoist friend. I wonder if you are the legendary red dust cultivator. Gorgeous attire, flirty tone, and the two layered on top of each other. No matter how politely said, it seems like a shade. Where's the red dust cultivator? Just mixing up my life. Seeing Li Yanmu's uncomfortable expression, the youth blinked, glanced down at his own clothes, and then glanced at the expressions of the other residents of Sunset Town, and suddenly came to a sudden realization, and chagrinedly slapped his own forehead. This brother, you've misunderstood me. I grew up with this tone of voice, and categorically didn't have any intention of ridiculing you. My father, Pro often told me that a cultivator who works for the people is a good cultivator. As he spoke, the youth put away his folding fan and reached out to help Li Yanmu receive a bundle of wood. The bundle of still dirt-stained wood just pressed right up against the flashy dress. My last name is Woman, and I am called Woman Hen Hair. Pseudonym? Now it's true. Li Yanmu remeasured the youth in front of him who called himself Female Minister Hair. His face was odd, but seeing that Female Minister Hair had a laid-back look, he didn't pursue the matter. My name is Li Yanmu, and I can't be considered to be for the people, and what I should be charging is not a penny less. Brother Li, what are you talking about? As the saying goes, a penny of goods. You have contributed. You should take the due return. This is the heavenly program. If anyone uses your cultivation to say something, that is disobedient to the heavenly principles, and should be punished. The courtesan's hair swung her head, and every now and then she would wave towards the other residents of Sunset Town. Seeing that the female minister Hair not only had no intention of leaving, but also greeted everywhere like a social terrorist, Li Yanmu lost his temper and hurriedly led the female minister Hair to the location to hand over the timber. In the past, the boss who saw the timber with a smile on his face, this time rubbed his hands, shivering, and every now and then had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. When the female minister wanted to know the previous offer, the boss even weakened his knees and almost fell to the ground. But the owner was conscientious and didn't screw around with the offer, so the female minister Hair didn't say anything more. Li Yanmu noticed that the boss had been looking at the jade pendant around the female minister's hair waist. However, there were too many jade pendants around the female minister's hair waist, and Li Yanmu didn't know which one the boss was looking at. Li Yanmu originally thought that his fate with the female courtier's hair ended here, but he didn't know that the female courtier's hair actually followed behind him as a matter of course. Is there anything else for you, female brother? Harm I didn't miss the Green Mountain Sect selection. If my family knew about it, a beating would surely be inevitable. I'm not able to delay for a while as a while. The courtesan's hair tapped her forehead in agony, but Li Yanmu always felt that the courtesan's hair was sloppy in some details. Okay. Li Yanmu simply squatted towards the roadside, grabbed a blade of grass and bit it in his mouth. Looking in the direction of the Green Mountain Sect, the female courtier's hair tilted her head and smiled heatedly. Bending down, she then pulled her pants legs to her knees and tied her robe around her waist, and squatted down following Li Yanmu's example. Brother Li, haven't you thought about going over to participate in the selection of the Castle Peak sect? I'm overage. Li Yanmu gave a long yawn. But you, female brother, this is the first time I've heard that being late can be 7 days late. Seeing that the lie was demolished, the female minister Hair also laughed dryly. Ha, I won't hide it from you. Brother Li, I did do it on purpose. This Green Mountain Sect does have some fame in Shenzhou, but it's just that their great ancestor is stuck at the peak of the spirit transformation stage at the Great Circle, and closed for death 200 years ago, and most of the remaining elders are Yuaning, and only the Great Elder is at the spirit transformation stage. Everyone is in danger and anxious. Li Yanmu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is the Green Mountain Sect really that bad? The female courtier gave a mysterious smile and raised her hand to point at the vision in the sky. If you look at that vision, do Do you think that the Castle Peak sect is filled with immortal fate everywhere? It looks that way. That's all fake, the female courtier said as she shook her head and took a jade pendant out of her arms and threw it to the ground. The jade pendant shattered, and all sorts of miniature versions of the visions emerged from it, almost identical to the visions on the Green Mountain sect. Every year, the Castle Peak sect purchases visions from the Great Yu dynasty that are maintained for 7 days to create an atmosphere. 100 years ago, the Castle Peak sect was still able to customize visions from the Great Yu dynasty, and in the past 100 years, they've already only been able to purchase assembly line visions. Caught off guard by the truth, Li Yanmu was momentarily speechless, favoring the female courtier's hair to add at that moment. Quite a few people have seen it, so the ones who came to the Green Mountain sect this time are all ordinary people without a cultivator's background. It's still true. That was all Amazing Yen Li could spit out. The millions of clans of the Great Yu dynasty are no joke. The female minister hair shook her head again. It just so happened that an airship with the word meow written on it was passing by, and on the airship, a few young handsome men were proudly raising their chins, and one of the young girls was the most conspicuous, as if she was a moon held up by the stars. The female minister lifted her finger. That's the Miao family of Exodus Sun City, whose head of the family is friends with the fifth elder. So every year they provide excellent seeds to the Green Mountain sect, but their relationship seems to have ended there. Seemingly feeling something, the young girl who was being courted by the stars looked down, coincidentally meeting Li Yanmu's line of sight. The young girl gave a light grunt, her eyes full of contempt. Now Qianqian. Her talent is quite good. It's a pity to be born in Qianzhou. If she performs well, she might have a chance to get out of Qianzhou. The female courtier hair noticed the young girl's line of sight, and faintly commented, "So why did you seek me out?" Amazing Yen Li moved to the side. Li Yanmu was quite thankful to the female courtier hair for popularizing this information for him, but it was going to make Li Yanmu more and more suspicious of the female courtier hair's impure purpose. "Actually, I'm here to see someone." The courtesan's hair raised a finger and whispered. There was a woman who was born into a famous family, but was reviled by her clan for some strange faults, and was even regarded as taboo and ominous. The familiar words made the corners of Li Yanmuo's eyes jump. Thinking of Jian Xin, who would show numb eyes from time to time while sitting on a stake. On that day, she sneaked out of the door while her clan was off guard and hid her tracks, so that no matter how hard her clan tried, they were unable to find her. But as the saying goes, there are unpredictable winds in the sky. Ah no, there is no impermeable wall in the world. The female courtier's hair finger turned, pointing to her own ear. I have not heard some wind, and purposely found an excuse to seek over. I've heard some rumors, and purposely found an excuse to seek over here. I've heard that Brother Li is quite close to that one. I wonder if Brother Li can do me a small favor. I'm sorry, I don't know anything. This woman's surname is Zhang. Her first name is Lily. Ginger Lily lowered her bung, her eyes slowly dangling upward. Is that why you betrayed me? Standing beside the female courtier's hair, Li Yanmu rolled his eyes. Big sister, can you not use your real name the next time you're afraid of crime? The entire Lokyang town knows you as a stingy doctor. I made up half a day's worth of fake addresses and idiots. You can't attribute the cause to external factors. Zhang Lily waved her hand slowly, her leisurely attitude not seeming like a prisoner who was afraid to flee. And the female courtier's hair also still had a smiling expression, not at all like a door-to-door arrest. Li Yanmu couldn't help but be curious as well. So, weird ailment means? While Ginger Lily didn't say anything, the female minister, hair, smiled. Brother Li, don't you already know the answer to this? Chapter 8 Ling Tian Sword Formation. The Zhang family is not only a medical family, but also conservative in nature. Go out to practice medicine from top to bottom or wrapped tightly, face to mask a piece of veil. The courtesan's hair bobbed her head as she recounted the past of Ginger Lily. Instead, it turned out to be Zhang Lily, an oddball who doesn't like to wear shoes, prefers to walk barefoot, and will even ostentatiously pick at her feet when practicing medicine. The Zhang family is naturally ashamed of themselves. Not only did they visit those victims overnight, but they also used the ruler and beat Zhang Baihe severely, hoping that Zhang Baihe would learn a lesson. Then this big sister broke the gate and escaped. The courtesan's hair raised her hand and gently tapped the folding fan on top of the palm of her right hand. Lord Jiang knows that I'm coming to Lokyang town and specially asked me to ask you. Big sister Jian, have you reflected? Zhang Lily's fingers that were pinching the smoking gun tightened slightly, and her eyes took on a bit of bitterness as well as pain, as if she really regretted it. I haven't done that since I left home. Li Yanmu wore the first time to see Ginger Lily a heavy mood look. Feel new, but also did not fall into the well. Hands crossed, seemed to understand the left and right shook his head. However, Li Yanmu's head shook and met Zhang Lily's eyes, and Li Yanmu immediately felt a hint of bad luck, only to see Zhang Lily as if she had remembered something. Her eyes, which had just been a bit heavy, immediately slouched again. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's been almost a month since I picked my feet in my last medical practice. The corner of Li Yanmu's mouth twitched slightly. A month ago, it was Jiang Lily who saved him, and apparently he was the victim of that stingy practicing doctor. Amazing An Li was disgusted with himself for not being disgusted by this. Brother Li, even though it may seem a bit unhygienic. In fact, the bodies of cultivators hardly ever get any stains on them. It was also very appropriate for the female minister, hair, to open her mouth to comfort on the side. Li Yanmu waved his hand breathlessly, and if the female courtier hair comforted him 2 more times, he might be about to awaken some strange hobbies. Now that the word is brought to you, you may go. Jiang Baili impatiently waved her hand. The female courtier's hair was still in a courteous manner. Big sister Jian, I still have some other things I want to inquire from you. The old ancestor of the Castle Peak sect, is he well? Li Yanmu felt that the next female courtesan hair to say is not such as he practicing chi layer of shrimp can know things, then very consciously turn around and walk away. From the clan bankruptcy is only a little bit left. He does not want to be female courtesan hair high regard to come to a wave of pressure line upgrades. Still, as he walked away, Amazing An Li heard 4 words, driving west. Greetings to the messenger of the Taoist Sect. The huge ship with the huge word Tao written on it raised its voice with a roar. Gusts of wind pressed down and many trees were blown and uprooted. But the old man remained stolidly motionless in his clasped and bent posture. It wasn't until the huge ship completely disappeared that the old man let out a long sigh of relief. He was the 6th elder of the Castle Peak sect, an early-stage Jindan Great Circle, a Jindan old man in Qianzhou, but in front of the Tao sect, he was a Jindan child. Emperor Yu descended 4 pillars to suppress demons, drive out devils and ghosts, as well as to kill the immortals. And these 4 pillars are divided into 4 doors. The Taoist sect beheads the demons, the Buddhist sect degrees the ghosts, the Confucian sect exorcises the demons, and the military sect kills the immortals. These 4 sects were in charge of the great Tao that represented past lives and present lives, and even those super sects that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years were unable to match them. The Confucian and military sect assisted the Dayu dynasty, while the Taoist and Buddhist sect defended each side. One of them, the Taoist sect, has evolved over tens of thousands of years into an alliance of millions of sects in the Dayu dynasty. The Tao sect wouldn't have cared about a small shrimp like the Castle Peak sect, but the Castle Peak sect was getting worse and worse, and the Great Yu dynasty seemed to have a problem with the alliance of millions of sects and wanted to intervene. It was not likely that the Castle Peak sect would be the beginning of some sort of reform for the Great Yu dynasty, and so there was this present-day visit of the Taoist sect to observe the opening of the mountain gate of the Green Mountain sect and the selection of disciples. Fortunately, the Castle Peak sect did not appear in the selection of the court. The Taoist emissaries do not want to take care of the Castle Peak sect, patting their asses and left. However, the 6th elder knew that just because the Tao sect's emissary had left, it didn't mean it was over. It wasn't likely that the Tao sect side had already begun to discuss whether or not to have the name of the number 1 sect in the Great Qian state changed. For the Tao sect, this wasn't a difficult task, nor was it a big deal. It was just a matter of words. After the reluctance, there was a strong sense of powerlessness. The 6th elder turned around with his head hanging down and performed the art of harnessing the air. With his strength as a Jindan elder, it would only take a few breaths to return to Castle Peak sect, but when he thought of the tired eyes of his senior siblings, the speed of his flight involuntarily slowed down. Flying around, the 6th elder arrived at the sunset town, and was having a headache when a rich aura caught the 6th elder's attention. The 6th elder was shocked when he gazed at it. At some point in the forest, there was an additional field of no more than 100 square feet, and the rich spiritual chi was coming from there. A spiritual field in the making? Opportunity. Spirit field is made in heaven. Unattainable divine object. Only those with great chance can know. Even if smashing down millions of spirit stones may not be able to get an inch of spirit field, now the 100 products of the spirit field is in front of the eyes. Although I don't know who reclaimed the land, but when I think of the senior siblings for the sect of the blood and sweat, the 6th elder will be in the heart of the silence of an apology. Reach out his hand in a move. As the large golden palm fell and was about to fish the spirit field away, a sword mark slashed through the 6th elder's neck. The 6th elder only felt a coldness come over him. His body lifted backward, and a flash of swordlight fell along the 6th elder's throat up to his lower chest. The 6th elder didn't even think about it and immediately drove the air harnessing technique with all his might, turning into a golden light and falling within the Green Mountain sect. Shin, who was hugging the bamboo pole and leaning sideways against the bed, lifted his eyes for a moment and grunted softly. The 6th elder dove headfirst into the ground, looking in the direction of Lokyang town with a steady shock. The other Green Mountain sect elders were startled when they saw the 6th elder's chest covered in bloodstains. Old 6, what's going on here? The expressions of the Grand Elder and the Patriarch were particularly grave. Now that the position of the Green Mountain Sect in the Great Shin State was in jeopardy, it was hard to survive the difficult situation of the Taoist Sect's emissary's visit, and it would be bad if it was rumored that the Elder had been attacked again. The sixth Elder covered his chest and slowed down for a while before coming back to his senses and stuttering about what happened. Upon hearing that the sixth Elder had discovered the spirit field and that it was still right in Sunset Sun Town, the other Elder's eyes lit up. But upon hearing that the sixth Elder had been injured by an invisible sword chi, their expressions froze again. The sixth Elder was a Jindan old monster no matter what. Just a sword chi couldn't possibly scare the sixth Elder like this. The Patriarch frowned and pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "Call old 3 to look at the sword wound." The third Elder of the Castle Peak sect was a sword cultivator, having reached the point of half-step human sword unity, and was known as the Little Sword Man of the Castle Peak sect. Despite being a small sword man, his attainments in the Tao of the sword far surpassed all of them. Chapter 9 Prestige soars, Spirit Field becomes A. The third Elder didn't want to come, but when he heard that the sixth Elder had a ditch opened in his chest, he immediately came. When they arrived at the scene, the third Elder had planned to make a few jokes, but seeing that the Grand Elder and the Patriarch were not looking good, he put away his frivolity, but still looked like he was watching the joke. "Old Six, quickly come open your clothes and let senior brother see the grooves on your chest." The sixth Elder's face was green, but it was a matter of the clan's life and death, so he had no choice but to open his chest and allow the third Elder to observe. If he touches up, kick him in the crotch. Just as the sixth Elder silently made up his mind, the expression of the third Elder, who had originally looked like he was watching the joke, instantly froze, and he flung himself down on his knees in front of the sixth Elder, his hands trembling. This is Sword Tao Immortal Rhythm. The other Elders didn't understand the way of the sword, but they knew what Immortal Rhythm was. Orthodox immortal cultivation and chi practicing, casting a large realm just to be able to approach the great Tao, but that doesn't mean that's the only way to become enlightened and immortal. There was once a man, never cultivated immortality, a lifetime of intoxication in the stone carving, in the twilight of the year, the realization of the great Tao, a chisel into an immortal, due to no longer have any regrets and sit down in the same place. Rumor has it that before that person perceived the great Tao he had already shown the immortal charm of the way of carving, and the carved statues all possessed life and even had notable strength, and the last statue carved by that person had even become a stone immortal. Now the Sword Tao Immortal Rhythm actually appeared in front of them? Lao San, are you sure? The Patriarch and the First Elder, one on each side, pulled the sixth Elder's bodice completely open despite his resistance, and the other Elders, who also wanted to see, simply exploded the sixth Elder's blouse. The Elders stared at the sword marks on the sixth Elder's chest and sked. They didn't understand the way of the sword, but after hearing the third Elder say so, the more they looked, the more esoteric they felt. The fourth Elder, no one could hold back, reached out his hand and touched it, and the sixth Elder, who was already very messy, immediately screamed out, covering his chest and shouting out what for before being tackled by one side of the arm by both the First Elder and the Patriarch. The third Elder discovered something new after observing for a while and immediately shouted out a wonderful sound. This person, no, this great power did not directly strike at you. This great power only adjusted the flow of aura to form an overwhelming sword array with the immortal rhyme of the Sword Tao. Trespassers, die. The sixth Elder's face suddenly turned white. Then he gritted his teeth, his face full of determination. I'll go to the spirit field and cut myself to thank for my sins. Aren't you guys going to say anything? Seeing the subtle expressions of each of his fellow brothers and sisters who were like brothers and sisters, the sixth Elder's determined expression collapsed. In the end, it was the third Elder who opened his mouth to round out the scene. If this great power wants to kill you, it is unlikely that you will return alive. I'm afraid this is just a warning. Only then did the other Elders open their mouths to comfort. At this time, the third Elder continued. Patriarch, I suggest that the Castle Peak sect completely close the mountain gate and not let any disciples go out for a year. The Patriarch didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement with the third Elder. The sixth Elder was full of apologies. Senior, I'm sorry. The clan seems to be high up and away from the world, but it is still exempt from the mundane, and you have to lose a lot of things if you don't go out for a year. And that is, I would like the sixth Elder to show his nakedness to the public from this day forward. Firstly, to show our apologies to that great power, and secondly, the third Elder coughed lightly. Give the disciples a chance to comprehend the way of the sword. With this sword wound on old Six's chest, I'm certain that I can reach the realm of human sword unity within 3 months. And someone among the disciples might be able to take this opportunity to comprehend sword intent. When listening to the first half of the third Elder's words, the sixth Elder was still nodding his head, but when he heard the latter, the sixth Elder's face changed, turning from white to green, then from green to red. and finally from red to black. I know. I'll do it. So put the rope down. In a small stream outside of Sunset Town, Li Yanmu found a rock and sat down, calling up the interface of the business system. The spirit field was still under construction. The resources had been cleared, and Jian Xin, the only disciple of the Taoist Sect, was now still mortal. Amazing An Li couldn't think of a reason not to go bankrupt. At the moment the interface countdown returned to 0, Li Yanmu raised his hands high. Bankrupt. But just at the moment when the countdown was about to return to 0, the numbers on the prestige level side began to tremble at extreme speed. Sect, Taoist Sect. Prestige LV0, 150/100, LV1, 4505/100. Monthly resources, 500 lower grade spirit stones, 100 lower grade spirit stones, 3 pills of marrow cleansing pills, 3 pills of body refining pills, and yellow rank middle grade martial arts, probability of sword class increased. Patriarch's salary, 50 lower grade spirit stones, 100 lower grade spirit stones, yellow rank middle grade martial arts. This month's remaining resources, 500 lower grade spirit stones, 3 body refining pills. Looking at the remaining resources on the business system interface, Li Yanmu only felt a trance. Tossed for nothing? As if answering Li Yanmu, the interface lit up again. Li Yanmu was startled, remembering what day it was, and his face changed dramatically. Hey, don't you? This month's resources have been released. Remaining resources for this month, 1,500 lower grade spirit stones, 6 body refining pills, 3 marrow cleansing pills, and the yellow rank middle grade martial art of falling fine rain sword. Ouch! Completion of achievement hidden master. Consumption of spiritual field construction is permanently reduced by 30%, with a very low probability of completing the spiritual field directly influenced by the aura of heaven and earth. Successful construction of spirit field. Sect affiliated industries. Spirit field, 100 square meters monthly natural growth of spirit fruits for the development of the clan. Ouch! Jian Xin, who was leaning on the bed running the song sword skill to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, suddenly opened up, looking in the direction of the spiritual field with a face full of consternation, and murmured, "It woon, TB. Jian Xin copied the bamboo pole, pushed the door and leapt out, like a gust of wind in the twinkling of an eye. He passed through the dense forest and came to the place where Li Yanmu cultivated the spirit field. But 100 square feet of field has been qualitatively transformed at this moment. Soil under the spirit stone into one, constituting a slender but solid spirit vein, while the soil on top of that is affected by the spirit vein exudes a light halo. The surrounding trees seem to be celebrating this general swaying. A sparrow fell on the branch and the direction of the spirit field issued a clear call. Jian Xin covered her mouth and stared blankly at the scene before her. She had heard that there had been super sects that had infused tens of billions of spirit stones to create spirit fields. However, the spiritual field is a thing nurtured by heaven and earth. And although the man-made spiritual field can play the same role, it needs 10 billion spiritual stones to maintain. But this spiritual field in front of Jian Xin is different. Although small, but it is a veritable natural born and bred. 100 birds of the spirit of the field. There is no need to invest another spiritual stone. It is nurtured by heaven and earth. Jian Xin fiercely recalled Li Yanmu's simple smile standing in the middle of the field with a nail harrow a few days ago, as well as the words he had said. I just don't want to get caught up in the harvest. Jian Xin closed his eyes and felt the soft aura emanating from the spiritual field. The avenue is relentless. Jian Xin smiled in relief, picking up the bamboo pole and giving it a little flick. Wisps of heaven and earth aura fluttered along with the bamboo pole, bringing down the immortal rhythm of the sword Tao that she had forged with her one life, constituting a second overwhelming sword formation that used heaven and earth aura as a guide. Chapter 10 Wonderful usage of the fire palm. Amazing An Li maintained his thinker's pose sitting in front of the creek. Not only had his Taoist Sect peaked, but it had also struck a beautiful set of combinations that had knocked him, the patriarch, on his ass. Li Yanmu thought about it for half a day and thought that the problem might appear on the female minister's hair. At a glance, the female minister's hair was not a minor character, and to an exaggerated extent, it was likely to be associated with the royal family of the Great Yu dynasty. And he, Li Yanmu, is again the only victim of the stingy practice of medicine since Ginger Lily left home. It's not impossible to be remembered by a female courtier's hair and then cause the clan's prestige experience to spike all of a sudden. But when he thought that the Taoist Sect had actually avoided bankruptcy because of such a reason, Li Yanmu wanted to vomit blood. After the depression was over, Li Yanmu's mood calmed down and he began to review the business interface. Now that the Taoist Sect's prestige rank had come to rank 1, and the prestige experience was completely overflowing, by all rights it should have gone straight to rank 2, but it was stuck at rank 1. Li Yanmu raised his finger and tapped the location of the rank, and the business interface quickly responded. Upgrade conditions. Number of apprentices greater than or equal to 4. Completion of at least one prestige event. Li Yanmu nodded thoughtfully, and was about to go and look at the situation of the spiritual fields when the small red dot on the side of the prestige level caught Li Yanmu's attention, and after hesitating for a moment, Li Yanmu reached out his hand to make a point. Prestige level upgrade reward, a strand of the purest aura. Yellow order palm flame palm. Li Yanmu suddenly grunted without any humor. If he were to go bankrupt directly, he would be able to get 3 strands of supreme pure spiritual chi directly. Amazing, and Li muttered, who cared, before nodding again. A stream of supremely pure spiritual chi descended, flowing down Li Yanmu's entire body and merging into the vortex of the dantian. In an instant, the vortex began to rotate at an extremely high speed, and the aura of heaven and earth was caught up in it under its influence. 1 circle, 2 circles, the vortex rotated at an extremely fast speed, and soon the meridians of Li Yanmu's entire body became part of the vortex. Just when Li Yanmu was depressed and thought that he was going to end up with the great circle of practicing Qi first layer, there was finally a new movement in the dantian, and a small vortex that just happened to occupy the dantian rolled out. The early stage of the second level of Qi cultivation has arrived. Li Yanmu clenched his fist in surprise, feeling the vigor that filled his body. Li Yanmu felt that he could punch the person he was 5 seconds ago. Just 1 strand of heaven and earth aura had given him such a big boost. What about 3 strands? Thinking of this, Li Yanmu was torn again, and pulled down the business interface. And when he saw the bankruptcy subsidy, Li Yanmu's mood was only slightly better. Bankruptcy benefit, 5 strands of pure aura. Yellow rank middle grade boxing technique whirlwind fist. Build on it, build on the glory. Bah humbug. After finishing cheering himself up, Li Yanmu turned around and set off in the direction of the spiritual field, while pulling out the issued, what was supposed to be a bankruptcy subsidy for the fiery palm. This was the first offensive martial art that Li Yanmu had gotten, so Li Yanmu was excited and at the same time a little nervous. All martial arts ate enlightenment. He was a traveler after all. What if he couldn't understand the moves in the martial arts that could only be understood and could not be conveyed in words? Amazing, and Li soon realized that he was worrying about nothing. As a yellow order lower grade palm technique, the secret book, Blazing Palm, only had 2 pages, one with diagrams and one with contents. Channel the aura into the palm of your hand and vibrate it at high speed, prompting the temperature of the aura to rise and turn it into hot aura, further increasing the frequency to refine it into fire aura. Fire aura seeps from epidermis. Li Yanmu felt a heat in his palm, so he looked down curiously, only to see that his right hand was already smoking white smoke, and there were already flames dancing between his fingers. That's it? With an odd expression on his face, Li Yanmu increased the delivery of his aura, and the fire instantly turned into flames wrapping his right hand. Although in the world of immortal cultivation may just be a mediocre gadget, but Li Yan's still heartbeat accelerated. Ling Tian also do not look at it. All the way jogging back to the wooden house, to the broom is holding. Cleaning the courtyard leaves Jian Xin show up. Jian Xin, quickly look. This is my master's newly practiced mastery. Jian Xin blinked and stared at Li Yanmu's still flaming palm for a while before cautiously testing. Master, you set your hand on fire? Li Yanmu's breathing stagnated. His eyes flickered for a while before casually dispersing the flames. His hands behind his back with a superior stance. Of course not. Your master, I'm a cultivator. What I used just now was naturally a kung fu technique. Jian Xin suddenly realized and clapped his little hands together. Li Yanmu's face burned a little, and he raised his hand to suppress it. Low key, low key. He actually took a yellow rank lower grade palm technique to find someone to show off. Thanks to the fact that Jian Xin was just an 11 or 12-year-old kid who didn't understand anything. After the period of excitement, Li Yanmu stared at his palms again and fell into a tangle. This fiery palm doesn't seem to be much use. Attack power, that is certainly there, but this is not what real fire. Mortal fire throw cultivator body may even a hair cannot burn roll. Ordinary beasts. He used his fist is also enough. Amazing, and Li stared at his palm in deep thought. Jian Xin didn't bother Li Yanmu either, and continued sweeping the floor, looking up at Li Yanmu every now and then. Wah wah wah. Listening to the sound of the fallen leaves being swept away, Li Yanmu suddenly had a thought. How about if you take the aura from the palm of your hand and concentrate it on your fingertips? Li Yanmu's mind moved. The swirl of aura was focused on the fingertips, heating up, only to hear a poof sound. A bunch of flames straight out. As Li Yanmu added to the output at the same time compressed the aura, the flames gradually changed from orange to blue, and the form of the flames also compressed towards the column. Jian Xin came to Li Yanmu's side and probed curiously, and when she saw the flames on the tips of Li Yanmu's fingers, Jian Xin was surprised. Master, is this some kind of new martial art? The temperature of this flame was far above the previous flaming palm. It's called welding gun fingers. Looking at his fingers, Li Yanmu felt that he had found the right way to play this fiery palm. This fiery palm only said to vibrate the aura, but it didn't say that it had to be concentrated in the palm of the hand. If you focus on the eyes. Li Yanmu was instantly tickled, dispersing the flames of his fingers, resting his hands on his knees, emptying his body, and gazing at the fallen leaves that Jian Xin had piled together. The vortex of aura covering the whole body moved with his heart, separating from the second vortex and curling upwards from the dantian. The aura of heaven and earth was affected by it and followed the vortex and flowed into Li Yanmu's body together. Jian Xin, who was running the Tsong's sword skill all the time and absorbing the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth, keenly noticed the change in the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth, and looked up, and was shocked to see that the sides of Li Yanmu's eyes had sprouted white smoke, and the pupils were even flushed with a reddish light. Thinking of the way Li Yanmu had run the fiery palm earlier, Jian Xin immediately understood Li Yanmu's intentions. Division. Just as Jian Xin spoke, two hot lights shot straight out of Li Yanmu's eyes and penetrated into the pile of fallen leaves, and Li Yanmu, who was concentrating, was startled by Jian Xin shouting like that, and got up violently. Two hot lights immediately raised from amongst the piles of fallen leaves, and swept through a tree that was as thick as a man's arms. As the hot light dissipated, the master and disciple stared blankly at the pile of fallen leaves that had caught fire, as well as the large tree that had been swept away. Mighty. Looking good? As soon as Li Yanmu's words fell, the tree split in two along the scorch marks and clanked to the ground twice. Chapter 11. Where have all the faithful people gone? After half a day's effort, Li Yanmu finally put out the fire. Although he got grimy, Li Yanmu became more and more excited. Nothing else, the operating system recognized his innovation. The mastery created by the patriarch, heat at will. Grade, yellow middle grade. Can gather aura at any place on the body surface and shoot hot light. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the destructive power, and cannot be defended against. Sovereign's contribution +1. Monthly salary increased by 10%. If a disciple learns it and carries it forward, he can earn additional contributions. Current salary, 160 lower grade spirit stones. Unexpected joy. Although the loophole of the soldering gun pointing and so on to emit hot light from different parts of the body and counting it as different feats was foreseen, it was important to realize that Yanmu Li had never thought from the beginning that he would be able to increase his salary by innovating his feats. If you pass it on and carry it forward, how much contribution can you get? Li Yanmu immediately stood toward his chair, hands behind his back toward the sun, and looked down toward Jian Xin. My disciple, do you want to learn this move? Don't want to. Clutching his broom, Jian Xin turned around and cleaned up the ashes on the floor. Li Yanmu blinked and immediately jumped down from his chair, bending down next to Jian Xin to persuade him. Jian Xin, master, this move is an untold secret. Only I know it. You really don't want to learn it? Master, I'm just a mortal. I can't use it. Can't use it. Doesn't mean we can't learn it. Let's learn the theoretical knowledge first. And when we have enough cultivation in the future, we'll be able to use it right away. Thinking that Jian Xin might not understand the value of the move because he was young, Li Yanmu raised his hand to gesture. You think, you are fighting with a person bitterly. Both of you have equal strength. A moment cannot be divided into winners and losers. Suddenly, you two eyes hot light. Scare can scare each other a jump. If you hit, you will win a hand. If not hit, the opponent will have to guard your eyes. Lose you a hand. Just a matter of time. Jian Xin's white eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably. Master, we're on the right path, right? Yeah, doesn't the righteous path allow eyes to glow? Li Yanmu scratched his head, not understanding why learning a hot glowing eye would involve the righteous way, the devil's way. Poor. Neither. But master, don't you think the scene you just portrayed is not much different from a sneak attack and backstabbing? Jian Xin said with difficulty. I don't think we should do that. But don't I remember that all those sword cultivators have a move that can do a sword light shooting out of their eyes? Jian Xin was momentarily speechless. But you're right, Jian Xin. We're on the right path. Master. Jian Xin's scarlet eyes twitched slightly, thinking that he had succeeded in getting Li Yanmu to give up on teaching this move. When he heard Li Yanmu say slowly again, then it's only used to fight demonic beasts and evil paths. Wouldn't it be fine for those in the devil's path? Under the persuasion of Li Yanmu's stalking, Jian Xin finally reluctantly agreed to learn the part of welding gunfinger in the technique of heart-warming heat. Contributions high +1. Li Yanmu's monthly salary as the sovereign of the Taoist Sect came to a terrifying 120 lower-grade spirit stones. Taking the extra 20 spirit stones, Li Yanmu carried the farming tools and came to the spirit field in a beautiful manner. At first glance, Li Yanmu was also startled by the field of visions. Just in such a short while, the field was already full of grass, and there were even a few places where unknown plants grew, bearing small emerald green fruits. Even Li Yanmu was able to feel the extraordinary nature of those fruits. How many spirit fruits must be produced in a month? Imagining Jian Xin's 3 meals a day and a ton of spirit fruits, Li Yanmu felt that it was child abuse. If you eat too much of a good thing and can't digest it, it becomes harmful. Jian Xin, who was feeling melancholic because he secretly experimented with the welding gun finger, thinking that it would not be successful, but realized that he was gifted and learned it directly, came late and saw that Li Yanmu looked at the spiritual field with no joy, and even with a hint of worry. Jian Xin was very puzzled. Jian Xin had long known that Li Yanmu was a person who was not disturbed by the world and was as wise as a fool, so it was impossible for the 100 flat spiritual fields to affect Li Yanmu's Taoist heart. But Jian Xin did not understand where the worry in Li Yanmu's eyes came from. Is it because you're worried about someone taking it, master? This field is buried here. Under the gaze of Jian Xin's stunned eyes, Li Yanmu made a sign on the spot and inserted it next to him, and carved 5 big words on it. For those who are lucky enough to get it. After this period of literacy, Jian Xin could read and understand the few words that Li Yanmu had carved, but she did not understand why Li Yanmu had carved these words. So she spoke out. Master, you cultivated this field. Spiritual fields are wonders nurtured by heaven and earth. I have merely reclaimed the land. Those who are able to come here are the ones who have a destiny. So why should I try to obstruct them? Li Yanmu wielded a nail rake to chisel away the soil on one side of the spiritual field and smiled as he buried the spirit stones into it. My good apprentice. Letting go in order to be able to have dash. As if answering Li Yanmu, the aura of heaven and earth fluctuated again, and the small piece of field that had just been reclaimed turned into a spiritual field. Very low probability of directly completing the spiritual field under the influence of the heaven and earth aura. Li Yanmu turned around and silently copied the nail rake, his forehead veins bulging, reclaiming a few hundred acres of land in one breath. Is it hard to believe that they can all be turned into spiritual fields? Is it possible that not a single person would dare to come and rob it? Looking at the simple, generous back of Li Yanmu, Jian Xin sighed lightly, but the corners of his mouth lifted upwards. The bamboo pole gently lifted, and the aura of heaven and earth moved with it. It is spring again. The winter snow is melting. The temperature is a few points colder than before. The residents of the town of Luoyang are still wrapped in thick clothes, exhaling white air, walking in a hurry, as if they will die if they stay outside for one more second. Outside the town of Luoyang was less popular, so it was a few more degrees colder, but a compound was very different. Situated in the midst of snow, but already ushering in spring, swallows had built their nests under the eaves of the house, chirping. There were even a few cats rolling around in one corner of the compound. A wooden stake stood in the center of the compound, and on top of it, the youth sat cross-legged, with a lot of snow having fallen on his shoulders. At this time the door was pushed open. A head of Snow White hanging down, has gradually faded a few points of tenderness. Should be the most sweet period of the young girl, also do not know why. Snow White eyebrows seem to hide between the frost cannot be dispersed, which makes the young girl looks unusually cold. Not good to get close to, just like the top of the snowy mountains of the snow lotus. Master, down for breakfast. Li Yanmu's eyes opened slightly, a heat wave rolled out, and the snow was vaporized in the twinkling of an eye. The 6 consummate vortices were spinning methodically. 6th level of Qi practicing Grand Circle. Feeling the current realm, Li Yanmu couldn't help but let out a laugh. Since raising the prestige level of the Taoist Sect to the 2nd level, this half-yearly Yan'an does not forget the original intention, to the death to expand the spiritual field, where sparsely populated, where to reclaim. The great world is mainly concerned about a big word. Li Yanmu fully reclaimed 300 acres of fields out, but it is only like plucking a handful of hair for the tree. With these 300 acres of land, Li Yanmu also finally ate a few bankruptcy subsidies, and got a few good gongfa one after another. And Jian Xin also reached the 1st level of Qi cultivation a few days ago, born with a ruined body, terrifying as it is. If it wasn't for the natural wasted body plus the spirit field, it wouldn't have been so easy to go bankrupt, but that's as far as it goes. Li Yanmu landed lightly holding onto the stake. Sect, Taoist Sect, Prestige level LV2, 7005 over 100, Patriarch Li Yanmu, Cultivation, 6th level of Qi practicing, Subsidiary Industries, Spirit Field, 50 acres stabilized production of spirit fruits. This month's remaining resources, 10,000 lower grade spirit stones, 60,000 pounds of spirit fruits. A fall harvest became a meteorite that overwhelmed the great plan of bankruptcy of the Taoist Sect. Chapter 12, The Tiger Demon Stops the Road. After eating breakfast, Li Yanmu covered his stomach and paralyzed himself in the middle of the pile of spirit fruits looking up at the sky, his eyes lost in thought. As the Taoist Sect's patriarch, the first person to reclaim the spiritual fields, he was qualified to eat what he had planted, but even if he ate to his death, It would be impossible to finish off 60,000 pounds of spiritual fruits in a month or two. You know, these fruits contain the spirit of heaven and earth. Picked, even after 10 years will not appear a trace of corruption. Still maintain the freshest state. Of course, the most discouraging thing for Li Yanmu was that he had reclaimed such a large piece of spiritual land. But the nearby Castle Peak sect didn't show any indication at all. But as the patriarch he couldn't go around publicizing that he had spiritual fields here. He just wanted to go bankrupt, not to draw fire. Jian Xin, should I take these as ordinary fruits and sell them in Sunset Town? Li Yanmu inquired to Jian Xin who was washing the dishes. Everyone says that a woman is a big change. Just half a year Jian Xin has come to a big change. Under Li Yan's sufficient and even excessive nutritional inputs, Jian Xin, who was weak at the beginning and seemed to be at risk of dying at any time, has now grown to a height of 1 meter 4.5. The appearance of the country is also gradually show its extraordinary charm. But because of the natural white disease, as well as partial indifference to the nature, Jian Xin always exudes a kind of prickly aura, and half a year, Jian Xin almost do not go to the activities of the town of Luoyang. Cool as a fairy. But such fairies have to play with handkerchiefs and ropes of flowers every night, and they have to be literate. Recently, she has also taken up women's red wine. No, for mortals, spirit fruits will only draw fire. Jian Xin put the washed dishes aside and admonished. Only cultivators are able to digest the heaven and earth aura in the spirit fruits. Mortals who eat too much will have a large amount of heaven and earth aura left in their bodies, making them easy targets for demonic beasts as well as the devil's way. Although the spirit fruits you planted, Master, are all lower-grade spirit fruits, but a little goes a long way. Li Yanmu thought about it and felt that Jian Xin was right. He didn't want to harm anyone. Jian Xin's white eyebrows frowned slightly, as if she had remembered someone she hated, and she squirmed for a moment before faintly saying, if Master is in a hurry to get rid of these spirit fruits, you can go to that barefoot doctor, who every once in a while goes around on the spirit fields and picks away a few cucumbers and eggplants. Amazing. And Li was thoughtful. The barefoot Dr. Jian Xin was talking about naturally referred to Jian Lily. Judging from the attitude of the female minister's hair half a year ago, Jian by his origin was definitely not low, and it was indeed a good choice to resell the spirit fruits by Jian by his hand. The only problem was that Jian Lily's nature was too eccentric, and would cooperate, but the probability of some difficulties was high. That's right, then I'll go find her. Jian Xin, want to accompany my master to the falling sun town for a stroll? I want to practice. Jian Xin tossed his head, leaving only a high and cold back to Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu scratched his head and pushed open the wooden door of the compound after shouting I'll be back early, and headed towards Lokyang town. It was quite a bit colder outside, but as the 6th level of Qi cultivation great circle, and also a strong person who had created the mastery of heart-following heat, this low temperature was nothing to Yan Li's end. Just for a while, Li Yanmu arrived at the medical center. But out of Li Yanmu's expectation is that today the medical center is very busy. Outside even built a temporary shed. A smell of blood that cannot be covered by ice and snow permeates. Li Yanmu instantly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly squeezed inward. I'm the handyman here. I'm Ginger Lily's little brother. Even shouted several times. Li Yanmu hard to squeeze in. Just entered the door. Li Yanmu heard a burst of wailing. The ground set up several stretchers. Several youths on the stretcher are murmuring. Their arms, head, chest are wrapped with blood-stained gauze. At this moment, Jiang Lily put away her previous lethargy. Her expression was serious, holding a needle and thread and sewing up the wound at a very fast speed. After getting closer and seeing the wounds on the youth who was receiving stitches, Li Yanmu sucked in a breath of cool air. 3 huge wounds almost tore the youth apart, and the ghastly white ribbed chest was almost exposed, and Li Yanmu was even able to see the beating heart in it, and Jiang Lily was sewing up the youth's broken bones with the needle and thread in her hand. If not for the fact that Jiang Lily was a cultivator, I'm afraid that this youth would already be dead. What can I do? Warm up this place. And do you have any spirit fruits on you that replenish qi and blood? Ginger Lily immediately opened her mouth to command. I have dates here. Li Yanmu immediately mobilized the aura vortex in his body and used the heat from his heart to turn into a human-shaped warmer to take away the cold in the medical center, and took out the red dates from his trigger finger. In order to reduce the returns of the spiritual fields, he sprinkled whatever seeds he could on them. I didn't realize that this thoughtless act could actually come in handy at this time. Under Jiang Lily's action, Li Yanmu ran east and west, and from time to time, he also used the fiery palm to burn a few cups of hot water for the patient's family members who were waiting outside. Just after sewing up one person's wound, 2 people were moved over. This time it was even worse. One person's legs were chopped off, and the other was even chopped off at the waist, and his intestines were scattered all over the place, and he was almost out of breath even going in. Anywhere else, a funeral might have been suggested. But Ginger Lily just frowned. Before and after tossing a full 4 hours before sending away all the patients. Even Li Yanmu, a strong person of the 6th level of Qi cultivation great circle, has a sore back. But as the main force of the Jiang Lily is just frowning and fumbling for the smoking gun that doesn't know where it has gone, Li Yanmu took the first step to find the smoking gun that had been thrown in the corner, and used the torch finger to light the fire before handing it over to Jiang Lily. Ginger Lily glanced at Li Yanmu with an odd expression, took the smoking gun, and took a hard drag before her frown relaxed. What do you want with me? There's no rush for me for now. What was that all about just now? Li Yanmu glanced at the blood stains on the ground, remembering the man who had been cut off at the waist that he had just dealt with, and felt a sudden sense of discomfort. It's been almost a year since the Green Mountain Sect closed its mountain gate, and this year, not a single Green Mountain Sect cultivator has come out. Ha! Li Yanmu's eyes widened in dismay. He had been waiting for the Green Mountain Sect to come and grab the spirit fields for almost half a year. What's going on? I'm not sure, but I heard that it was their 6th elder who messed with some great power due to a moment of greed and closed the mountain gate as an apology. And that 3rd elder is even showing his naked body to the public all day long as a negative teaching material for the disciples of the Castle Peak sect to observe. Jiang Lily shrugged her shoulders. What bad luck! Li Yanmu expressed his deep regret for that 6th elder. How come he didn't come to pinch him when it was obvious that he was a soft target right in front of him? But what does that have to do with what's happening now? The Green Mountain Sect is the #1 sect in the Great Shin State, and in order to maintain this #1 status, the disciples of the Green Mountain Sect run out every day to cut down demons and carry out missions. Jiang Lily exhaled a smoke ring, but the Green Mountain Sect has closed its mountain gates for the majority of the year, and it seems that there has been quite a bit of turmoil in the Great Shin State originally. Those people just now were traders traveling between Sunrise City and Sunset Town. It is said that a tiger demon that has opened its mind has overrun the merchant road and attacked many people. Li Yanmu's brows furrowed. What is the cultivation level of that enlightened tiger demon? Jiang Ili leisurely replied. Practicing Qi at the 5th level. I know. You want to remove it? If I'm about to get my ass kicked, remember to cover my ass. And in return I'll send you the best use of cucumbers and eggplants. Amazing N. Li turned away after dropping a sentence without any good humor. Chapter 13, Aiding and Abetting the Buddha. Li Yan and out of Luoyang town. Just met a group of woeful return of traders. Their horses lost. Shoes on the mud and water has been frozen. A face white, as if just returned from the ghost gate. Li Yanmu immediately went up to inquire and warmed the frightened and stable vendors with random heat. And those vendors then narrated. It turns out that they tried to take a shortcut. Took a road with a Taoist temple. Thinking of borrowing the Taoist temple and the 3 Qing clay statue of the power may be able to avoid the tiger demon. But I did not expect that the tiger demon actually directly occupied the Taoist temple. They lost all the goods before barely ran back. But another group of people from the Sunlight City is not so lucky. Even the person as a carriage was taken away on the spot. I'm afraid that it has become the tiger demon's food. When they heard that Li Yanmu wanted to remove the tiger demon, those vendors were all shocked and hurried to persuade them. Some say that the tiger demon belly big waist round, living like a tiger general. Some say that the tiger demon teeth sharp like an axe, with a bull thick tree pick teeth. These were fine, but when a wine merchant started describing it, Li Yanmu felt that the problem was not simple. That tiger demon is evil. It wears a robe and carries a voodoo stick, with a mouthful of goodness. The wine merchant had just finished describing it when the other vendors were not happy. Nonsense! How dare a demon wear a robe? You must have been drinking too much. Look at it the wrong way. That's right. You stink of booze now. Amazing N. Li sniffed and realized that the wine merchant did indeed smell of alcohol all over his body. The wine merchant reddened. I didn't drink. That tiger demon broke a few jars of wine and I accidentally dropped them inside. Seeing a few vendors bickering non-stop, Li Yanmu then retracted the heat emitted. A cold wind poured down. A few vendors instantly calmed down, rubbing their arms to go back to their homes. Li Yanmu shot a glance at the legs and feet of the traders, then followed the footprints on the ground. After running for more than a dozen miles, Li Yanmu finally saw the Taoist temple that the traders were talking about. This Taoist temple has long been deserted and dilapidated. The two sides were buried by snow, but the main door was clean and even grew small flowers. Just near the door, Li Yanmu heard a strong voice. Guanzi Zai Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees that the 5 skandhas are all empty, and eliminates all suffering. Inside the Taoist temple, the altar that should have become a column of the 3 Qing clay elephants was occupied by a tiger demon wearing a robe with Buddha beads around its neck, and underneath the altar, a group of people were sitting on their knees on a futon with their hands clasped together as if they were devout believers, but their trembling shoulders exposed their true thoughts, and it was the tiger demon that was chanting. For every sentence the tiger demon recited, the people on the futon would follow. Seems to be chanting sutra read the mouth dry. Tiger demon side lift hand of fishing. Grab the still squealing piglet. Put to the mouth. Force a pinch. Piglet as jelly was pinched rotten. The tiger demon out of the tongue licked will be all the blood sludge rolled into the mouth. The people kneeling on the bushes chanting the scriptures shivered, chanting the scriptures louder and more reverently, fearing that if the tiger demon was not pleased, he would pinch them as piglets. Li Yanmu squinted his eyes and realized that a wisp of golden chi laced with black emanated from each person on the futon, and under those people's vigorous chanting, those strange chi converged on the tiger demon and reached some kind of connection with it. A tiger ghost? This tiger demon is refining a devourer? Li Yanmu guessed some kind of possibility, but when he thought of the tiger demon refining the devils in the Taoist temple with Buddhist teachings, Li Yanmu felt strange. This monk, if you also want to appreciate the mysteries of Buddhism, why don't you come closer and look? At this time, the tiger demon suddenly raised its head and seemed to smile. Seeing that the other party had already discovered his whereabouts, Li Yanmu didn't hide anymore, but walked out in a big way. It's the first time I've seen a monk who drinks and eats meat. Li Yanmu glanced at the side of the altar, where several jars labeled with a word for wine were piled up. Have you ever heard, scholar, that wine and meat pass through the heart of the Buddha? The tiger demon shook his head, got up, and with a grab of his right hand, a stick stained with fury was lifted up. You seem to be a member of the Taoist religion, and you have come here to disturb me in my efforts to universalize this multitude of beings. Could it be that you want to stir up a dispute between the Taoist and the Buddhist? Obviously it was a tiger demon, but it spoke in a set way. If not for the fact that the corners of its mouth were still stained with blood and flesh, it really looked like a high priest. But this set of sets seemed to really work. Li Yanmu was able to feel that there was a force pressing on his shoulders in the underworld. If he could not refute the tiger demon verbally, it seemed that he would always be affected by this force. Seeing the puzzled expression on Li Yanmu's face, the tiger demon immediately understood the situation and stroked the tiger whiskers on his face proudly. Could it be that this is the first time for the sure master to go out of the mountain? Li Yanmu did not speak. The tiger demon also took it as such. Just like a kind master teacher generally continued to say, the positive chi of heaven and earth is everywhere, and every word and action can mobilize this positive chi of heaven and earth. As the saying goes, evil can't defeat good, and once one enters the path of evil, they will naturally be suppressed by the positive chi of heaven and earth. At this time, a squinty-eyed youth kneeling on the futon violently clenched his fists and stood up as if he had made some sort of determination, shouting in the direction of Li Yanmu, "This immortal, you can't listen any longer. He's trying to bestow the right of teaching on you, so that the righteous chi of heaven and earth will suppress your cultivation." Squinty-eyed youth so shouted. The tiger demon did not get angry. On the contrary, the youth on both sides of the youth appearance and youth have a few similar couples' face changed greatly. A hold down the youth. One kowtowed in the direction of the tiger demon. Tiger Luo Han. My son just lost his head for a moment. The tiger demon raised his hand and waved it. No harm done. My Buddha is merciful dash. Li Yanmu thought for a moment. I see. If I received your favor but then struck out at you, my heart would inevitably be tainted with evil and suppressed by the righteousness from heaven and earth. And es like you are inherently bottomless and don't even think they're being evil. The tiger demon's expression changed slightly. A flash of annoyance flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. That's fine. If you think that I'm doing evil, you can greet them, and if any of them are willing to go with you, I will never stop them. Said tiger demon even graciously stepped aside. But those kneeling on the futon, how dare they move? Kneeling in the direction of the tiger demon, crying and laughing. The youth's parents are especially excited. Schizo, by the looks of it, you seem to have come to the wrong place. Li Yanmu didn't say anything. His eyes gradually flushed red. Seeing this, the tiger demon first glanced at Li Yanmu's hands. Seeing no sign of pinching the spells, he became complacent. Its favorite thing to see was those chivalrous and righteous cultivators being left speechless by its dislike, and having to be suppressed by the righteousness of heaven and earth, unable to exert their original strength. Is the monk angry and red-eyed? It looks like you're not practicing enough, or else you can sit here too and recite the sutra with me dash. Before the tiger demon's words fell, two burning red lights passed through its throat, leaving two charred holes in the wall. Li Yanmu raised his hand to wave away the white smoke from his eyes and said coldly, I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it. The righteous chi of heaven and earth that had suppressed Li Yanmu's body dissipated in an instant. Chapter 14, I'll shove it right in your mouth. The tiger demon covered his throat and fell to one knee, his huge pupils trembling slightly. Worthy of being a who has taken over a Taoist temple, of who reads and preaches Buddhist scriptures in a robe, and of who knows how to utilize the righteousness of heaven and earth. And all of this is not dead, so it looks like there's no way to leave you a whole body. Li Yanmu sneered and quickly took a few steps back so that the ensuing fight wouldn't spread to the vendors. Tiger demon was furious. Carrying the voodoo stick is a leap. Feet like a broken hammer. landing is too loud noise. With a wave of his right arm, the bucket-thick voodoo stick swung up, whipping up gusts of wind. Daring. You actually dare to sneak attack with demonic magic. The tiger demon swung his arm, and before the vorpal stick even landed there was a gust of wind pressing against the ground. As the stick fell, the soil crumbled, and irregular stones were pulled up like giant waves lifting in the direction of Li Yanmu. Demons are good at strength, even if they have the same cultivation level. In terms of pure wrestling, it is impossible for a human to be a match for a demon. However, Li Yanmu did not retreat but advanced, stepping on his right foot and rising up in the air on the spot. The tiger demon was instantly startled and lost his voice. Stepping in the air. You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Impossible. Li Yanmu was naturally not a foundation establishment cultivator. Yellow Order Fist Technique. Whirlwind Fist. The subsidy received by Li Yanmu's first successful bankruptcy is the same as the fiery palm. The principle is simple, and there is no difficulty in learning it. Therefore, Li Yanmu also made a simple innovation to the Whirlwind Fist, turning it into the second sovereign's feat after the heartwarming heat, the heartwarming blow. Simply being able to impersonate a foundation establishment cultivator, and being able to perform aerial folds and irregular dodges. It was far more versatile in combat than random heat, just as Li Yanmu predicted. As soon as the tiger demon saw him stepping into the air, he budged and there was a not-so-small break, while those on top of the bushels all let out a cry of surprise, and their eyes lit up with the light of hope. Li Yanmu didn't expect his opponent to be deterred by this, so he immediately jetted his shoulders upwards and landed vertically behind the tiger demon's back, and his fiery leg rose up and kicked towards the tiger demon's bell. Thunderclap General Pain tiger demon wailed. Legs a clip, left paw cover ting-dang, right paw swinging a stick indiscriminately. The attack although fierce, but because of the lower plate is not stable, far from the momentum before that huge. You're not at Tsukiji. I didn't say I was at Tsukiji. Li Yanmu coldly snorted. By virtue of blowing with the heart in an extremely bizarre identity in the shadow of the stick to come and go freely, in the twinkling of an eye came to the tiger demon in front of him. The right palm swung. A small hurricane in the palm convergence. The tiger demon was subconsciously startled, thinking that it was another weird tactic, and was about to dodge, but realized that Li Yanmu's palm had only condensed a whirlwind, and was fearless, opening his mouth and biting towards Li Yanmu's head. However, when it got closer, the tiger demon realized that there was no fear in Li Yanmu's eyes, and the whirlwind in Li Yanmu's palm suddenly became flattened, as if it was a piece of paper. And the speed of that whirlwind was so fast that it appeared as a sharp air-breaking sound. No good. The tiger demon was startled and raised backward, but it was still half a step too late, and the whirlwind had already slashed at its neck. Tiger demon proud. The sword and gun invulnerable fur and the sharp cracking sound was sliced. Blood and flesh splattered. Half of the neck was sliced. If not for the tiger demon tilted his head in time, I'm afraid that at this moment has been a tiger's head fell to the ground. The tiger demon retreated several steps, covered his neck and looked at Li Yanmu in shock. Before he could speak, Li Yanmu raised his hand and threw it away. The whirlwind even came out on the spot, but unfortunately the accuracy was not that good. It just took away a few whiskers of the tiger demon. Li Yanmu glanced at his palm and sked, squinting at the tiger demon. Next time, I'll shove it right in your mouth. The tiger demon only felt a great fear come over him. Looking around, it was just trying to find an escape route, but then it saw those people shivering on top of the futon, and immediately had an idea, opening its bloody mouth and violently charging towards those people. Li Yanmu was shocked and immediately jetted to accelerate, arriving at those people first. The tiger demon instantly smiled in triumph, holding both sides of the vorpal stick with both hands and pressing downward with force. If Li Yanmu dodged, then the people behind Li Yanmu would be crushed mercilessly. Having no choice but to hold the voodoo stick with both hands outstretched, Li Yanmu wrestled with the tiger demon. A huge force fell, and Li Yanmu's feet immediately plunged into the ground. Despite being one small realm higher than the tiger demon, it still couldn't erase the power difference between human and demon. Seeing Li Yan end up on the trap, the tiger demon immediately grinned and laughed hideously. Why don't you duck? Duck one more for me. Li Yanmu's forehead veins popped out, pursed his lips, and seemed to be doing his best to fight against the tiger demon. The tiger demon looks easy. In fact, it is not much better. The bell is damaged, coupled with the throat was cut most of the way. The tiger demon at this time, the power is also 10 not save 1. Seeing that he was unable to take down Li Yanmu for a while, the tiger demon had another idea and shouted towards the few people behind Li Yanmu. You guys, kill this man, and I'll spare whoever does it. Otherwise, when I kill this kid, all of you will die. When the tiger demon said this, the few people on the futon immediately changed their faces, not knowing how to react for a moment. Do you want to die? The tiger demon ran out of patience and roared out. This roar went down. there were really a few people who were scared and stood up, shivering, and went towards the end of Lian. But before they could get close they were knocked away by the squinty-eyed youth. Immortal leader, leave us alone. Definitely can't let this leave alive. This time the squinty-eyed youth's parents did not stop the youth, but just hugged him and whimpered in resignation. You guys seek death. When I kill this brat, I will eat you all alive. As soon as the tiger demon's words fell, 2 hot lights poured into its tiger's eyes, and in the twinkling of an eye, they shot out from the back of its head. Li Yanmao exhaled a breath and let go of the voodoo stick. Turning sideways, his eyes, which were still glowing red, swept towards the few people behind him. The voodoo stick clanged to the ground, and the tiger demon's sturdy body fell heavily to the ground, with only 2 black holes in his eyes rising from 2 wisps of blue smoke. Seeing Li Yanmu's eyes looking at him, the few people on the futon immediately rolled and crawled to avoid them, especially the few people who had just gotten up and tried to attack Li Yanmu, whose crotches were soaked. The squinty-eyed youth was calm. Knowing that Li Yanmu would not kill them, he immediately got up and cupped his hands. Many thanks to Immortal for saving their lives. Li Yanmu waved his hand and was thinking of correcting the youth's mouth with the title of Immortal Chief when a terrifying pressure fell, and the squinting youth as well as the several people on the futon suddenly spat out blood from their mouths. Who killed my disciple? He only saw a black tiger dressed in Luohan clothes stepping into the air, its whiskers twitching like an angry vajra. Li Yanmu's face changed drastically. Foundation building tiger demon? It's you! The black tiger saw the corpse at Li Yanmu's feet with a single glance, and his eyes burst into a frenzy. I'm going to kill you. No one can save you. Only a soft grunt was heard as a sword light flashed by, taking away all sound. A light breeze blew by, and the black tiger's head slowly slid down and landed on the ground with a thud. It all happened so fast that the few people on the futon had just hugged each other before they could cry out in pain. Looking at the tiger head that rolled to his feet and still had an angry expression on his face, Li Yanmu scratched his face and smoothly stomped on it. Chapter 15, Sister Fairy. The black tiger Rowan came and went quickly. Although the squinting-eyed youth and the others were shaken by the pressure of the Foundation establishment powerhouse and spat out blood from their mouths, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Li Yanmu pondered over it carefully, and carefully savored the soft hum, and immediately clasped his hands together. Thank you, Fairy Sister, for your help. The veiled woman in the snow had already turned around, but when she heard Li Yanmu's call of Fairy Sister she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, her ears slightly twitching under her black hair, and her right foot gently lifting up, leaving behind one panicked footprint after another on the snow. After weighing some, the woman seemed to have made some kind of determination, coughed lightly a few times, and with slightly stiff movements turned around and was just about to open her mouth when a voice suddenly rang out. This Taoist is friendly with the sword. Ginger Lily stepped out from behind the tree nonchalantly with her bong in hand, glancing at the woman in a deceptively casual manner. The woman's eyes narrowed and she turned around and dispersed as a wisp of green smoke. Ginger Lily's expression, which was still slightly casual, gradually solidified. It's actually an incarnation? Ginger Lily looked down again, her frozen expression becoming subtle again, only to see that where the woman had stood there was already a pretty little flower topping the snow, swaying in the wind. Senshin Sword Dao? Inside the cabin, Jian Xin, who was tinkering with a handkerchief with a needle and thread, raised her eyes slightly, and the corners of her mouth pressed down before she hummed softly again. Sister Fairy. Li Yanmu cupped his fists and shouted several times, but the fairy sister who drew her sword to help her never appeared, thinking that she was simply passing by and stepped in when she saw the demon harming people. Li Yanmu couldn't help but lament the other party's high moral character, but Ginger Lily stepped out at that moment with a smoking gun. Stop yelling! Stop yelling! Sister Fairy is here! Where? The squinting-eyed youth was startled and bowed. Many thanks to this fairy sister for her help. In the squinting-eyed youth's opinion, Jian Lily looked very beautiful, and there was a kind of laziness that transcended the world, coupled with the fact that she came barefooted in the snow. She really looked like a fairy in the legend. The squinty-eyed youth didn't quite understand why Li Yanmu would answer this fairy sister that way, but the squinty-eyed youth didn't want to see Li Yanmu, the savior of his life, end up in the same situation as the tiger demon. It wasn't her who just struck. Seeing that the squinty-eyed youth was actually so honest, Li Yanmu immediately raised his hand and waved it. Ginger Lily was disgruntled. If you didn't make a move, you can't be a fairy sister? The squinty-eyed youth looked at Jiang Lily and then at Li Yanmu, and seeing that both parties were relaxed and seemed to be acquaintances, the squinty-eyed youth was relieved. Ginger Lily glanced at the vendor who was still sitting paralyzed on the futon and frowned slightly. Let's go back to Falling Sun Town first. When he said it, Jiang Lily raised her hand and waved her robe. Li Yanmu and the others only felt a blackness in front of their eyes, and it was only after a period of heavenly rotation that they regained their light. They had returned to the town of Falling Sun. The corpses of those two large and small tiger demons fell to the side. Is this the legendary dry sleeve? Li Yanmu was surprised. It's called the packing technique, and it's the first time I've ever used it for a living person. Carrying a smoking gun, Zhang Lily circled around the tiger demon's corpse for a few times, as if she had found something strange. Her brows gradually furrowed. The vendors who were rescued saw that Zhang Bailey had no intention of caring for anyone at all. They bent over and bowed, saying a bunch of thankful scenes and then left in droves. There were two people who followed after finishing the scene and also wanted to leave, but just as soon as they turned around, they felt a weight on their shoulders. Li Yanmu had squeezed between the two of them and hooked their shoulders. The two of them were like lambs being stared at by a fierce tiger who froze in place and didn't dare to move. These two people were the ones who were threatened by the tiger demon and got up ready to strike. The fault for what happened in the Taoist temple is not with you two. Listening to Li Yanmu's gentle tone, without the intention of wanting to retaliate and blackmail, the two men immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. But Li Yanmu's next sentence made their foreheads break out in a cold sweat. But the two of you did it anyway. People are doing. The sky is watching. I hope you two will do more good deeds in the future. Said Li Yan. End of the eyes will rise up red light. And this scene naturally evoked the two people in their hearts. The image of the tiger demon's tragic death immediately beat his chest to swear to heaven. Li Yanmu originally only intended to scare these two people. Since the effect was excellent, there was no intention to continue to make things difficult for the two people, and raised his hand and waved it. Only then did the two people run away as if they were relieved. But there were three who stayed put and did not leave. Anything else? Three of you? Li Yanmu raised his hand in front of the squinty-eyed youth and saw the squinty-eyed youth make a slight movement of twisting his head from side to side before lowering his hand. This Immortal. My surname is Shin. My name is Zicheng. This is my father Shin Wansan. And my mother Lin Ji. The squinty-eyed youth introduced his parents one by one before bending down and bowing to Li Yanmu. Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. Xian, what a long, exaggerated exaggeration. Li Yanmu waved his hand. Zhang Lily, who had been tapping on the tiger demon's tendons and bones, however, raised her head at this time and looked at Shin Zicheng with interest. You're that Shin family from Sunrise City? Yes. Shin Zicheng was not humble, which instead aroused Li Yanmu's interest. Started out as a grocer, and was a fairly famous merchant, Ginger Lily explained. Li Yanmu thought for a moment, but before she could speak she suddenly became agitated, clutched Shin Wansan's collar and broke down, shouting, I told you that you shouldn't have done any business at that time, otherwise we wouldn't have encountered such a thing. It's all retribution. It's all retribution. We shouldn't have taken the wealth that didn't belong to us. As long as we take it for one day, our retribution will not be broken. Shin Wansan also just laughed bitterly and did not retort. As a son, Shin Zicheng wanted to open his mouth to persuade, but this did not seem to be the first time that an argument had arisen, and Shin Zicheng could only hang his head. Amazing. And Li frowned. Shouldn't I? Is this a grave robbery? Or did you make a fortune and kill someone? Or did you do something terrible? It looks like it was affected by that tiger demon's demonic scripture. Zhang Lily could see Shin Wansan and Lin Ji's condition at a glance. Those vultures like to persuade people to be good and cut away the past, and often demonic monks take advantage of the situation to covet away their possessions. All of this has been learned by the demons, and those demons who have the Buddhist teachings by their side are best at starting with the proudest part of the other person, destroying the mind, reversing karma, and establishing a connection as a way of absorbing the nutrients in the blood. Most of the people who have been struck are mentally depressed, act strangely, are mentally sensitive and fragile, cranky, and prone to losing control. Yanmu Li scratched his head. So mysterious? Ginger Lily rolled her eyes. It's just a pretense. The truth is that it's just gluttony and stealing glycogen from people. This couple is just hypoglycemic. Just give them each a bite of the watermelon you grew. Li Yanmu was full of suspicion, but still took out the watermelon from the middle of the trigger finger as Zhang Lily instructed, split it into two, and Shin father and mother stuffed half of it into one person, and also attached 2 spoons. After taking 2 bites of melon, Shin's parents' eyes instantly cleared up and stroked each other's faces. Shen Lang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. Jier, I'm glad you're okay. Shen Lang. Jier. Seeing Shin's parents in public, Li Yanmu immediately suspected that his watermelon problems, but Shin Zicheng is full of gratitude. Thank you, Immortal. Your parents are like that when they're normal. Yeah, pretty tough, I guess. It's okay. Even though Shin Zicheng had been squinting, Li Yanmu was still able to detect that Shin Zicheng had clearly avoided the line of sight just now. Chapter 16, let's talk about each other. Don't mess up the name calling. Immortal. In fact, I have an unkind request. Shin Zicheng gritted his teeth and bent his waist even lower. I want to worship you. Li Yanmu froze, took a step back, looked Shin Zicheng up and down again, and then stood toward Zhang Ili. Jian Lili naturally understands the meaning of Li Yanmu, glanced at Shin Ziqing, over 23 years old, past the most suitable time for cultivation, although there is a spiritual root, but the 5 elements are dipped a little bit, mixed with each other. To put it nicely, it is the road is more. To put it bluntly, it is the middle way, not suitable for cultivation of immortality. Your parents' talents are a bit better than yours. One is a thunder spirit root and the other is a water spirit root. If they had come to this falling sun town 30 years earlier, it's not likely that they would have been able to become outer sect disciples. Yanmu Li was startled and hurriedly shushed up towards Ginger Lily. Li Yanmu just wanted Zhang Baihe to quietly tell him about Shin Ziqing's talent. How did he know that Zhang Baihe was actually so loud? Shin Ziqing's bottom was revealed, and he only let out a bitter smile. 10 years ago, the Green Mountain sect elders said the same thing. At this time, the Shin family parents also stopped your thick and eye, one left and one right, to persuade Shin Ziqing. Li Yanmu stared at Shin Ziqing's squinting eyes for a while before asking out loud, "Why do you want to cultivate immortality?" Shin Ziqing remembered the way his parents knelt in front of the tiger demon and were forced to recite the sutra, and immediately bit his lips. If you want to change something, now is the best opportunity. When Shin Ziqing said this, even Jian Lili couldn't help but look at Shin Ziqing in a high light. But that's about it. The avenue is relentless. With Shin Ziqing's talent, even if he started to cultivate, he was destined to be mediocre in the end. No one will. Good. I'll take you as my disciple. Jian Lili rolled her eyes, but when she thought that Li Yanmu even dared to raise a wasted body like the Cao Niao sword body, it wouldn't be strange to raise one more Shin Ziqing. Shin Ziqing was overjoyed, and immediately performed the ritual of paying homage to his master. Master, please accept my disciple's bow. Good. From today onwards you're my second disciple. Turn around and I'll take you to meet my eldest disciple. She's a bit cognizant and doesn't seem to get along well, but she's a good kid. Shin's parents smiled in relief. Ahem, that said, both of you, is there any intention of following your son into monasticism? After collecting Shin Ziqing, Li Yanmu hit the Shin family's parents again, having killed the tiger demon. The conditions for the prestige event in the middle of the sect level up were considered to have been reached, but 4 disciples were needed. Now that's 60,000 pounds of spirit fruits were in his possession. Li Yanmu didn't care at all about the increased resources after the prestige level was raised. Anyway, he couldn't break the bank for a while, so he might as well boost his salary as the patriarch. Shin's parents did not expect that they would actually have such a day, and Lin Ji was nervous and excited as she grabbed her husband's arm. As the head of the family, Shin Wansan quickly calmed down, but still stuttered a bit in his speech. Is it really possible at our age? Hey, some people cultivators are still cultivating immortality after hundreds and thousands of years. How old are you too? Li Yanmu smiled and raised his hand to pat Jian Lili's shoulder, and the 3 members of the Shin family subconsciously looked over. They had heard long ago that some cultivators who looked to be only in their 20s were actually hundreds or thousands of years old. Can it be that this fairy sister? Ginger Lily dropped her face. I'm only 28. I wasn't talking about you earlier either. Go go go. Shin's parents looked at each other and also wanted to perform the ritual of paying respect to the master, but they were stopped by Li Yanmu. The relationship between master and disciple is one thing, and the elders are another. But under the strong request of Shin's parents, Li Yanmu had no choice but to accept it. Shin Ziqing was a bit messy. It was naturally a good thing that his own parents actually had the opportunity to cultivate, but it was not to mention that they worshipped under the same person's door, and it seemed that he, who was his son, was still the senior brother. As parents, Shin Wansan and Lin Ji naturally knew what Shin Ziqing was struggling with, and immediately went up to persuade him. Ziqing, from today onwards, I'll call you senior brother. You call me father. We'll talk about each other. Ziqing, just don't call me mom. Call me senior sister. I'll call you son. Don't mess up the name calling. Shin Ziqing only felt a twinge in his stomach, but seeing that his parents were excited, he could only nod his head in agreement. Come, this is the Qi practicing duel. Although it's a bit lower level, it can lay a firm foundation. These pills can refine the body and cleanse the marrow. Don't leave any left over. And these spiritual fruits, 1 basket for each person, must be eaten within 1 day, and there will be more tomorrow. This is the indicator. It was only after receiving the basket that the 3 members of the Shin family reacted, and they stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief, at the fruit in the basket that was full and exuding spiritual qi. Spirit fruit contains the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Eat 1, equivalent to refining the treasure of 100 lower grade spirit stones. For mortals is even more precious. As long as you eat a mouthful of it, you will be able to prolong your life. As a businessman, Shin Wansan had heard of a wealthy businessman who sold all his family assets in order to be able to eat a spirit fruit, and then got ripped off. Such a precious spirit fruit, and Li Yanmu actually sent it by the basket? Master, This is too precious. Shin Ziqing knew his own talent and knew that he was not worthy of such a good resource. So he wanted to return the spirit fruit to Li Yanmu on the spot. But Li Yanmu's next sentence made Shin Ziqing dumbfounded. I have 60,000 pounds here, and I can't eat it all. Shin Ziqing was still in a daze. But the Shin family's parents reacted and immediately swore to the heavens with serious faces. We will definitely not divulge the matters of our division, or else we will be struck by the heavens and never be allowed to live again. When his parents swore like this, Shin Ziqing also realized the seriousness of the problem and followed suit by initiating a poisonous oath. Exaggerated. Exaggerated, you guys just need to eat the fruit well, and there's no need to be too anxious about cultivation. Just go with the flow. The three members of the Shin family immediately swore in their hearts that they would absolutely not let down Li Yanmu's trust. At this time, Zhang Lily also finished examining the tiger demon. Her brows tightened and her expression without a word caused Li Yanmu to collect her joy. Is it a big problem? It's a bit odd. The tiger demon you killed transformed into a demon for only 2 months. 2 months shouldn't have such a Taoist skill. Zhang Bailey lifted up the smoking gun. Li Yanmo immediately stretched out his finger to light the cigarette for Zhang Bailey. But doesn't he have a great master? Amazing, and Li kicks Tiger Lohan in the head. That's where the problem lies. This black tiger has only been a demon for 3 months as well. Zhang Lily lifted her finger and hooked it, and Black Tiger's Luohan clothes were ripped off with a stabbing sound and floated in front of Shin's parents. Shin Wansan immediately went forward to receive the Luohan clothes, fumbled along the edge of the clothes for a while and then his face changed. Flipped that part over, and there was a mark of the rising sun embroidered there. This dress was made by a weaver from Sunrise City. Is there anything strange going on in Sunrise City lately? For example, are there a lot of stray traders coming to Sunrise City to sell animals? Zhang Lily then asked. Shin Ziqing nodded. There is such a thing. It has been going on since last summer. Zhang Lily sked. It looks like the Demon Immortal cult did it. Demon Immortal Sect? Li Yanmu was a bit puzzled. A group of people who worship demons. As long as they are tainted with human greed, the beasts may turn into demons. And what the Demon Immortal cult is best at is inducing some traders to dump their beasts to places that are prosperous but harbor chaos, so that those beasts can be tainted with human greed and stimulated to become demons. But it shouldn't be. Sunrise City should not match, right? Is it because the Green Mountain sect is closed? Ginger Lily, who was pacing back and forth, had a footstep, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Is it bad? Amazing, and Lee tried. Zhang Lily lifted her smoking gun and shook her head after gulping smoke for a while. It's hard to say, but you can go to Sunrise City to take a look. With your current footwork, you can get there in half a day. Li Yanmu was alert. Why are you suddenly encouraging me to go to Sunrise City? Ginger Lily glanced at Li Yanmu and replied indifferently. You want to settle those spirit fruits, right? There's still a chance to mash them up when you go to Sunrise City. Li Yanmu hesitated. He did consider going to Sunrise City to settle the batch of spirit fruits. However, Sunrise City might be in crisis right now, and I'm afraid that he, who was at the 6th level of Qi practicing, would not be enough. Sunrise City is guarded by the military gate of the Dayu dynasty. The Imperial Guard has the cultivation of the peak of the transformation spirit, and there is the power of Dayu's national fortune. The harmonization stage will have to weigh it up when it comes. And as for the Demon Immortal sect, even the Castle Peak sect is able to subdue them. Zhang Lily raised her hand and waved it around. The big deal is that I'm going to give you a backstop. It's okay. Sect, Taishu Sect. Prestige level LV2, 7005/100, LV3, 6055/100. Patriarch, Li Yanmu. Cultivation, 6th level of Qi practicing. Enrolled disciples, 4. This month's distribution of resources, 300 lower grade spirit stones, 15 pills of marrow nourishing pills, 15 pills of body refining pills. Yellow order top grade techniques. Low probability of refreshing Shin order lower grade techniques. Sovereign salary, 420 spirit stones, 3 Qi nourishing pills. Chapter 17, laughing at it all? That's very wrong thinking. Li Yanmu took the 3 members of the Shin family back to the cabin and introduced his eldest disciple Jian Xin to these 3 newly accepted disciples. I don't know if it was because he was used to being cold, but Jian Xin wasn't surprised at all. But he didn't express anything either. The 3 members of the Shin family also didn't let Jian Xin's childish appearance cause them to feel contempt, respectfully bending down and bowing, with one mouthful of elder sister. After that, Li Yanmu brought the 3 members of the Shin family to the Taishu Sect spiritual field. At the time of seeing the 50 acres of spiritual fields where the visions were practiced in succession, the Shin family's parents opened their mouths wide. Even Shin Ziqing opened his eyes, his face full of consternation. And at the time of hearing that this was reclaimed by Li Yanmu alone with the hard work of the majority of the year, the 3 members of the Shin family's admiration for Li Yanmu was almost materialized. In response, Li Yanmu only waved his hand lightly so that the three members of the Shin family would not notice the depression in his heart. It was because of these 50 acres of spiritual fields that he had to find another way. After taking the three members of the Shin family to see the source of all evil in the Taoist Sect, Li Yanmu returned to the wooden house and explained to Jian Xin his next schedule. Jian Xin, I'm going to make a trip to Sunrise City next, and I might be gone for a while. Master, my cultivation is low, so I'll only get in the way if I follow you. Jian Xin shook her head, handing Li Yanmu a handkerchief embroidered with crooked little swords, and twisting her face away. Master, this is for you, have a safe journey. Geez, there's progress. Li Yanmu reached out to touch Jian Xin's head, but Jian Xin dodged it. Li Yanmu was a bit surprised, but he knew that even if Jian Xin looked a bit awkward, he wouldn't refuse. Li Yanmu persistently stretched out his hand again, knowing that Li Yanmu would not give up. Jian Xin could only stiffen her body and accept Li Yanmu's touching her head, but her scarlet eyes were biased towards the three members of the Shin family. The three members of the Shin family, who were at a loss for words on one side, only felt a great pressure come over them and almost instinctively turned their backs. Jian Xin, you mustn't use cultivation instead of sleep in the few days that master is away. You're growing your body right now, so you have to combine work and rest. Eat what you need to eat, drink what you need to drink. I'll come back unannounced to check dash. Got it, master. After emphasizing again and again that he should not force himself to cultivate, only then did Li Yanmu greet the three members of the Shin family as they prepared to leave for Sunrise City. Li Yan and all the family belongings are inside the trigger finger. Shin family 3 because of the tiger demon attack lost all the goods. 2 sleeves. It wasn't as if Li Yanmu hadn't considered the fact that the three members of the Shin family had just been attacked by the tiger demon and needed to rest, but after eating the spirit fruit, the three members of the Shin family were all full of energy and couldn't wait to run 3 times in a row around Luoyang town. So a group of 4 people left Luoyang town in great numbers, heading in the direction of Sunrise City. The news that the tiger demon had been removed had already spread through the town of Luoyang, but no one dared to bet on whether another demon would pop up on the road. So the road was empty, and there wasn't a single hitchhiker on the way. Considering that the 3 members of the Shin family were still mortal, Li Yanmu didn't rush and gave the 3 members of the Shin family spirit fruits to eat at night, so that they could cultivate their chi practicing resolutions. Although Shin Wansan and Lin Ji had long passed the golden age of cultivation, they still had the talent to become the outer disciples of the Green Mountain sect, so they quickly entered the state, and by virtue of the spiritual fruits and stones they managed to coalesce the chi vortex in the latter half of the night and came to the realm of the first level of chi cultivation. Shen Ziqing, on the other hand, was slower, barely reaching the first level of chi cultivation by the time the sky dawned. It took 4 or 5 days, but they finally arrived at Sunrise City. Sunrise City covered an area hundreds of times larger than Sunset Town. The city wall was like the wall of the sky. Before he even got close to Li Yanmu he detected hundreds of strong auras from the top of the city wall. There was a man at the city gates who was pacing back and forth anxiously. As a disciple, Shin Wansan, who always walked behind Li Yanmu, recognized the identity of the man who was circling back and forth at a glance. Beckoning, Butler Su, the person who was spinning froze, looked at Shin Wansan, froze for a few seconds and then seemed to suspect that he was wrong, rubbed his eyes hard, until Shin Wansan was close. That person cried out with a wow. Master Shin, I knew that you would not die. Recently there have been people saying that you and the young master were eaten by a tiger demon. Shen Ziqing frowned slightly, feeling that this matter was not normal. Who all is talking? Of course it's that asshole named Li. The 3 members of the Shin family immediately looked toward Li Yanmu in embarrassment, and Li Yanmu raised her hand and waved it. Shin Wansan coughed. Go back first. Well, Butler Su was no cutie pie either. Naturally saw at a glance that Li Yanmu was important to the 3 members of the Shin family. So he immediately bowed with a smile and raised his hand to lead the way for Li Yanmu. It was only 6:30 now, and the city of Sunrise was already abuzz with people, which was accompanied by the cries of various birds and beasts. Amazing, and Li touched his nose. Compared to the lazy, Buddhist countryside of Luoyang town, the air in the prosperous Sunrise City was a bit more surly and dull. The stench of the feces of birds and beasts mixed in exacerbated the situation, but the residents of Sunrise seemed to have gotten used to this a long time ago. Arriving at the Shin family mansion, that smell finally faded a little. Shin family parents took the first step to say goodbye. Mysteriously go. Seems to go to look for something. So it was Shin Ziqing, the second disciple, led Li Yanmu to visit the Shin family mansion. The Shin family was of peasant origin, and there were no cultivators in the previous generations, so the mansion was mostly filled with the usual things. When they visited the compound, the Shin family's parents ran back and presented a stack of land deeds with both hands. This is my Shin family's entire fortune. Please accept it with a smile. Master, Shin Ziqing seemed to have expected this to be the case, so he just shook his head. Butler Su was a bit torn, but did not make a sound. Apparently Shin's parents had already spoken to Butler Su about the situation. No, this is what your Shin family fought for. It has nothing to do with my sect. No merit, no reward, this is not to be mentioned again. Li Yanmu returned the land deed and rebuked in a cold voice. If anyone mentions it again, then I can only expel him from the division. If it was accepted, the operating system would inevitably count the Shin family's industry among the operating resources of the Taoist Sect. The spiritual field is reclaimed by Li Yanmu himself. He spoiled it, but the Shin family property is the Shin family parents fought for most of their lives to get. He cannot spoil it. Besides, today, even the family property that fought for most of his life has to be offered in full. Then what will be offered tomorrow? Li Yanmu did not dare to gamble. After all, Shin's parents are still gifted and are the key preventive object. So this kind of thinking must be beaten to death at the first sign of it. Seeing Li Yanmu even expelled from the teacher, Shin family parents immediately did not dare to move. And finally Shin Zicheng opened his mouth to round off the scene. Father, mother, I think what master means is that my generation of immortal cultivators shouldn't be bound by worldly things. Amazing An Li nodded with his hands behind his back. Shin's parents came to a realization. One clasped his hands in admiration and said, Senior brother is right in his lesson. One brow furrowed slightly as she snapped, Don't call me mother, call me senior sister. Many question marks popped up in Butler Su's head in a flash. Chapter 18, A Brilliant Plan. Li Yanmu stayed and squatted in the Shin family for a day, and after familiarizing himself with the environment, he went to skulk around Sunrise City to observe the situation. The Sunset Sun Town was dependent on the Green Mountain Sect, so from time to time, some cultivators would be refreshed. However, in the vast majority of cases, only ordinary people were active in Lokyang Town. So in Lokyang Town, Li Yanmu was a veritable strong practitioner of the 6th level of Qi cultivation, but when it came to Sunrise City, it was a bit less than impressive. A cultivator's body was stronger than a mortal's, and if he didn't try to control it, a single locomotive impact could potentially smash a mortal into mush. In order to avoid accidents like that, cultivators above foundation establishment would choose to fly in the sky when rushing. Cultivators who practiced Qi would not step into the air, so they would collect their energy when walking on the road. Li Yanmu especially went to the place where all kinds of flying birds and beasts were sold to make a few rounds, and the place could only be described as stinky and dizzy. And those weak beasts locked in cages were glaring at everyone on the road. Their turbid eyes were like mirrors, reflecting every expression of the pedestrians on the road. Some of these beasts have gradually taken on a humanized, named hateful look. I'm afraid it won't be long before a demon appears here. But the people who sold the beasts were not cultivators, but ordinary mortals, and what these mortals did was not an illegal business. Li Yanmu thought about reporting to the police, but as he was leaving the bazaar Li Yanmu saw a few constables staring in the direction of the bazaar. Apparently the military sect also felt that they couldn't just let it happen. But the original purpose of the Dayu dynasty was established for preventing the activities of cultivators from affecting mortals. Without solid proof that these traitors were helpers of the demon immortal cult, the soldier gate could not take any action. And the demon immortal cult is very good at playing this kind of operation. So from last summer until now, the soldier sect hasn't found any evidence. In this kind of urgent situation, Li Yanmu could not dare to take out 60,000 pounds of spiritual fruits and shout. Spiritual fruits are stagnant and begging for help. Li Yanmu returned to the Shin family mansion with a heavy heart, found a roof and began to cultivate cross-legged. Just as Li Yanmu emptied his brain to think, a quarrel came from the gate of the Shin family, and vaguely, he could hear someone yelling, Surname Li, don't go too far. Amazing An Li thought for a moment, got up and walked along the roof to the front door and leaned down to observe, only to see a luxurious carriage parked in front of the Shin family's main gate. The man wearing gold and silver was strutting and lifting his chin, while Butler Su was red-faced and trembling. And that's when Shin's parents came to the gate. Shin Wansan groveling origin, but fought to today's industry naturally have a set of world policy. In the face of the man's naked provocation, just hands cupped fists. Brother Li, long time no see. Seeing Shin Wansan in high spirits, the man called Brother Li's face instantly looked bad, grunting in dissatisfaction before saying in a conspiratorial manner, Surname Shin, I heard that you were attacked by the tiger demon, and I have prepared a good coffin for you. Why are you so insensitive to people's face? Ha, just a moment of luck. Shin Wansan also suspected that the tiger demon attack was not accidental, and the man in front of him had a hand in it even if he was not the mastermind. But this was, after all, a matter for the Shin family, and he couldn't take the liberty of dragging Li Yanmu into this mess. Lucky, humped Surname Shin. It hasn't been too good for your fields in the past half year, has it? I heard that many farmers have been attacked by wild beasts, and even if you give compensation, they still refuse to work in your fields anymore. The man grunted, clearly not believing in the get lucky routine, but the man was also very confident. If this keeps up, your fields will only be worthless, but we're all acquaintances at least, and it's not as if I can't take over this mess so that you can have a clothed and fed old age. Shin also tightened his smile. No send off. The man staggered and turned away. Shin turned around again and clasped his fists and bowed to the onlookers. Sorry for making you all laugh. Butler Sue, go back. Butler Sue then realized that the argument between them and the men had attracted quite a few people, and immediately nodded his head to signal his subordinates to close the door. It was only then that amazing N. Lee slid off the roof. What was the deal with that man just now? Master, that person's name is Li Chou. A dyeing workshop opened in Sunrise City. Also a big family. Shin replied archly. Master, you also know that I started out as a grocer, and there are some problems with the materials used in his dyeing workshop, which often pollute the water source, leading to problems with the grains in my fields. We had a court case about it, and of course, naturally, it turned out that I won and Li Q had to spend a good portion of the money to solve the sewage problem. But wild beasts have been attacking our farmland frequently since last summer, and many farmers have been injured, and with Li Qiu secretly provoking them, a quarter of our farmland has been deserted for most of the year, and the rest is less desirable because the number of farmers is too small. Li Yanmu was thoughtful. Haven't you guys ever thought about getting help from the soldier gate? Where is this going to help? The farmland is outside of Rixing City. Not to mention the military gate. The constables of the government office can't possibly guard the field all day long for a few wild beasts. Shin said helplessly. But the military gate solves another problem. What's the problem? The problem of food. Shin gestured his hand. The small pouches on their waists can hold 10 years worth of food for Sunrise City at a time. At this time, Butler Sue added from the side. And because of this, quite a few peasants have lost their jobs and have become beggars. Master did try to succor them, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and a portion of them even relied on Master, forging their own wounds and suing the court. Fortunately, the court has a constable who knows right from wrong. Li Yanmu recalled the surliness and dreariness that could not be dispersed in the midst of the Sunrise City Bazaar, and instantly understood the source of that strange aura. That greed is enticing the birds and beasts to become demons. This is indeed a way to deplete the resources at hand, but it also leads to a flood of demons. Li Yanmu cupped his chin and paced back and forth. Shin and the others also held their breath for fear of disturbing Li Yanmu, both to consume the hands of 60,000 pounds of spiritual fruits, but also not to promote the Sunrise City within the increasingly rampant Lai Chi, so as not to be transported by the birds and beasts metamorphosed into a demon. When Li Yanmu was having a headache, one of the Shin family walked by with a birdcage. Looking at the feeder canary that was pecking, a brilliant idea gradually took shape in Li Yanmu's mind. Lao San, I am. Would you be able to sell the field to sell to me? Li Yanmuo raised his head confidently. Master is not saying anything. If you want it, my disciple can give you all the fields. Despite being a bit puzzled, Shin immediately made a statement. Amazing In Li was in a hurry. He also thought to rely on the purchase of the field to burn a wave of money first. Did not expect Shin one of his own people, stabbed a knife first. No, this is a deal between me and the Shin family, and you are first the head of the Shin family. You categorically can't forget your priorities. When Li Yanmu said this, not only Shin even Butler Sue on the side covered his mouth. I didn't expect Li Yanmu to be so young and do things so openly and honestly, not wanting to get a little cheap. Master, I understand. Shin gave Butler Sue a look. Butler Sue nodded his head knowingly. Since Li Yanmu was going to have to buy it, they naturally couldn't disappoint Li Yanmu's good intentions. That price, it has to be as low as it can go. Chapter 19. This would open a zoo to lose money. Soon Sue Butler moved to a pile of account books, as if chanting scripture, general counting this and that. I heard that Li Yanmu want to use the spirit fruit to buy. The expression changed that is called a fast, a bite of value, a bite of pressure cannot go down. From time to time, but also to wipe a couple of tears, said to eat, properly coaxing the price of the traders. Li Yanmu was very satisfied and felt that this time he was bound to hemorrhage money. 3 pounds of spirit fruit. Li Yanmu instantly revealed an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Butler Sue also immediately explained up. Immortal Master, this you do not know. The spirit fruit is something in the immortal cultivation world ordinary people cannot even see. Each one of that is worth a lot of money. Don't look at our Shin family has nearly 10,000 acres of land, but part of it is already deserted. A large part of it is no different from being deserted. It can't be considered a field at all. It can only be considered as wasteland. How much is the wasteland worth? When Butler Sue said this, Li Yanmu also sat back and pinched his temples to think, while Butler Sue wrote on Shen Wansan's eye signals. And, Because of the frequent attacks of wild beasts on people, many peasants would rather go far away than come to work in our fields, which are as rotten as a house that has died. Shin Wansan wrapped his hands around his chest and nodded his head straight up. Not bad for his most valued butler. Straight up reducing his field to. Li Yanmu was also said to be a blank. And in the end, the Shin family's nearly 10,000 acres of land was wrapped up with 3 pounds of spirit fruits. After the report, Li Yanmu always feel that something is wrong, but cannot say. But buy have already bought. It is not good to return to raise the price again. When Shin Ziqing saw Li Yanmu's hands wrapped around his chest with an expression of deep contemplation, he knew that his father-come-teacher brother's little trick might be seen through, and immediately opened his mouth to divert the topic. Master, do you have any plans? My master has observed Sunrise City for a few days. The demon Immortal Sect's explicit plot is indeed tricky, but my master has already thought of a way to crack it. Li Yanmu smiled lightly. The apprentice is foolish. I'm going to open a zoo outside of Sunrise. The Shin family's father and son and butler Su froze, not understanding what Li Yanmu meant by this. Elder 2, prepare a ledger. Go to the bazaar and buy all the flying birds and beasts that those traders have brought in, no matter how many there are and how much they cost. Pack them all up, and come back to me to get the spirit stones and spirit fruits. Li Yanmu first glanced at Shin Wansan. Able to start from groveling with nothing, Shin Wansan must have a set in procurement, so categorically can't give such an important money-burning task to Shin Wansan. The old geezer. Li Yanmu looked at Shin Ziqing again. Young, though a squint, but judging by the way he acted when he was in the Taoist temple, most likely he was not deep in the world, and he was bound to be slaughtered when he went to make the purchase. So this task of procurement is not Shin Ziqing. Shin Ziqing didn't know what Li Yanmu meant by this, but since it was a task set by Li Yanmu, Shin Ziqing was bound to go all out. Butler Su nodded in relief. Don't look at Shin Wansan a look of an old geezer. In fact, is a naive, or soft-hearted naive. Early years out to deal with often be pitched in the dog's blood, to the present is still a bird look, and also feel that they are very good. But as Shin Wansan's son, Shin Ziqing is not the same, looks polite and courteous, like a kind-hearted scholar, but when it comes to trade it is like a living smiling hungry wolf. Around 10 years old can make those traders collapse between laughter and talk. The Shin family's ability to have the connections they have today basically relies on Shin Ziqing. If Li Yanmu had asked Shin Wansan to do this procurement thing, Butler Su would have spoken out to stop it even at the risk of committing a crime below. I didn't expect Li Yanmu to be as discerning as a torch, and saw Shin Ziqing's talent at a glance. So what, master? I think I can too. Shin Wansan's hand was just raised halfway before it was pressed down by Shin Ziqing with a smile. Dad, you don't want to. Li Yanmu looked at Shin Wansan, and then looked at Shin Ziqing, and nodded with satisfaction. The old geezer who thought his son would botch the job was anxious to show his son. Steady on, Lao San. There's something else for you. Help me contact a group of people to circle the deserted fields as fast as possible. The stronger the material the better, and the height should never be low. By then, all the animals Lao Air bought will be placed inside. By the way, help me find some more craftsmen. I want to order some things. Master, you can rest assured and leave it to me. Shin Wansan immediately patted his chest in assurance. Shin Ziqing raised his hand after hesitating for a moment. Master, this I can also do. Second, you have to be focused on what you're doing. You can't be distracted. Li Yanmu also wanted to let Shin Ziqing, a youngster, take full responsibility and mess things up. However, what if Shin Ziqing was devastated and dove into cultivation? That, I understand. Shin Ziqing worriedly glanced at Shin Wansan, who was rubbing his fists, and winked towards Butler Su. Butler Su understood and nodded his head, stepping forward to hold Shin Wansan's arm. Master, let's go find someone first. Well, when Shin Wansan and Butler Su left, Shin Ziqing also bowed and left. After finding a few reliable servants, Shin Ziqing headed to the marketplace, and the first one to become Shin Ziqing's target was a bald man. The man took up the largest piece of land, and the other vendors kept their distance from him. None other than the fact that the man was selling a veritable beast of burden. The cage at his feet held an adult white tiger. The white tiger was shriveled, but its expression was fierce, and from time to time, it would roar lowly at the surroundings, and the cage behind him held 2 male lions and 5 female lions. Those are some interesting ones you're selling. I'll take them. Make me an offer. Shin Ziqing threw open his folding fan and smiled. Although the bald head was a foreign trader, he had heard about the Shin family and knew that the Shin family was one of the richest families in Sunrise City. Seeing that Shin Ziqing had a jade pendant with the word Shin written on it around his waist, he immediately jumped down from the cage and rubbed his hands together with a pleasing smile. This must be Mr. Shin. Well said. Look at this white tiger. But it's a rare treasure. I'm not asking too much. 8,000 taels. Shin Ziqing closed his folding fan, nodded his head thoughtfully, and replied with a smile, "Alright, 400 taels then. Good. Ha, Shin. Mr. Shin, you're playing with me." The bald head first nodded with a grin, but quickly reacted with an ugly look on his face. "I've lost 3 men trying to catch this white tiger, and 400 taels isn't enough to pay for it." Shin Zicheng shook his head and came to the bald man's ear, his squinted eyes opening slightly. "You're not bad at this dyeing, but do you think you can overpower the smell of the dye by the smell of feces?" The bald head swallowed heavily, his expression stiffening. 4,000 taels would be fine. If I go to the yamen to report this matter, all your goods will be taken away. The yamen people are not willing to take the time to take care of these beasts. It just so happens that I know a little bit of people in the yamen. Probably only need 500 taels to be able to take away all of your things. As for that 500 taels will not come to your hands. Shin Zicheng raised his hand and slapped it on the bald man's shoulder in a not-so-gentle manner. "That's hard to say, but the food in the Sunrise City cell is pretty good. 400 taels sold." The bald head was sweating profusely as he held Shin Zicheng's right hand. "Then let's talk about the price of your other goods." Shin Zicheng clutched the bald man's hand, again with a harmless expression. Instead, the bald man shook his legs. A person behind Shin Zicheng stared at the bald man's appearance, seemingly trying to imprint the bald man's looks completely in his mind. Chapter 20, Don't make him spend more than he should. In less than half a day, more than a dozen cages appeared on the Shin family's barren fields, most of which were ferocious beasts. Amazing An Li was very pleased. Getting so many goods so quickly shows that Shin Zicheng did not bargain with the opposite side at all, and directly took it at a single price. On the contrary, Shen Wansan's side was a bit inked, but this was also within Li Yanmu's expectations. Shin Zicheng explained a few words to Butler Su, who came forward to report the situation, then respectfully came to Li Yanmu's side. "Master, I see that each one of these beasts is wild and hard to tame. Even if we encircle the land, it won't help. No harm." Li Yanmao smiled and waved his hand, and came to the tiger that was dyed white, and just as he crouched down, the tiger roared and pounced, its claws popping out to scratch the cage with force. Li Yanmu, who had killed the enlightened tiger demon and seen the foundation establishment tiger Luohan, naturally wouldn't be intimidated by a tiger that hadn't yet opened its mind, and after taking out a spirit fruit from within his trigger finger, he put his hand into the cage under the gaze of the other's horrified eyes. "Master may not." Shin Zicheng just wanted to stop it, but the tiger had already bitten Li Yanmu's hand with a solid bite, almost taking Li Yanmu's entire right hand into his mouth. Seeing that the sharp teeth of the tiger had already bitten down, Shin Zicheng immediately greeted the other family members. Even if they killed this tiger, they still wanted to make the tiger let go of its mouth. But Li Yanmu just raised his hand and waved it. He already had the 6th level of Qi cultivation, plus this tiger was weak, so even if the tiger bit down with all its strength, it couldn't break his skin. While the tiger was biting his right hand, Li Yanmao crushed the spirit fruit and let the tiger drink the juice with heaven and earth's spiritual qi, and his left hand probed to the tiger's chin and scratched it gently. The tiger's cloudy eyes became clear a little bit, and its teeth loosened a little bit, but it quickly reacted again and bit down fiercely, and Li Yanmu didn't panic and continued to jerk the tiger. After pulling back and forth like this a few times and feeding a few spirit fruits, the ferocious tiger got down and turned into a big cat with a straight grunt. Spiritual fruits contain the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and when a cultivator absorbs the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, he can do so without hunger. The same is true for animals. Even if they are not enlightened, animals are able to understand what good things they have eaten. They can also tell the difference between a ton of satiation and a slap on the wrist. But even if it was a lower grade spirit fruit, no cultivator would feed it to ordinary beasts. "Okay, it's time to open the cage dash." Amazing An Li got up and waved. A few of the household servants were still hesitant, but Shin Zicheng had already stepped forward to unlock the locks on the cage. Just now also a fierce and vicious appearance of the tiger leisurely get up. No longer a bit of ferocious aura on the body. Meek like a kitten. Shin Zicheng keenly found that the tiger was dyed white hair off a lot. The new growth of tiger hair glossy and shiny, and exudes a trace of aura. The other beasts that were still roaring also smelled the flavor of the heaven and earth aura and saw the metamorphosis in the tiger. A hint of longing was bred into the hazy, frenzied beasts, and they were quieted. Li Yanmu fed the spirit fruits to the remaining fierce beasts one by one, with the tiger beside them. The remaining beasts, despite being grumpy and restless, did not reoccur with their previous open-mouthed bites. A couple of spirit fruit feeds, and the eyes immediately clear up. In less than an hour, the cages were all empty, replaced by a group of clear-eyed beasts around Yanmu Li. That way you don't have to worry about them turning into demons. Li Yanmu patted the tiger's head and laughed at Shin Zicheng. "I'm counting on you for the rest." Shin Zicheng instantly understood Li Yanmu's good intentions. Li Yanmu was intending to sacrifice his ego to save Sunrise City and this group of innocent lives that were caught in the middle of the demon Immortal Sect's Yang plot. Self-clearance will do its best. Just do your best. Li Yanmao took out another spirit fruit and threw it backwards. A lion jumped up and swallowed the fruit. The other beasts didn't fight for it despite their hunger and thirst, because they knew that Li Yanmu had a lot of fruit and would give it to them. Li Yanmu was satisfied with this and fed the spirit fruits one by one, but after eating a few more, the beasts couldn't eat anymore, and very harmoniously slumped to the ground. Though these expenditures paled in comparison to the huge number of 60,000 pounds, Li Yanmu felt it was a good start. As a precautionary measure, Li Yanmu meditated and cultivated between these fierce beasts that night, impacting the 7th level of Qi cultivation. There are also new changes in the operating system. Subsidiary industry, Spirit Beast Garden, under construction. Sunrise City. Li Chou kept his knees up and his forehead pressed against the ground in a slow manner as he entered an attic that was shrouded in shadows. 2 ghostly green flames lit up, as if they were devouring beasts glaring straight at Li Chou. Supreme Immortal, I have something important to report. Speak. A hoarse voice came out of the firelight. There's something wrong with the Shin family. Shin Ziqing bought the beasts we arranged for and transported them to the Shin family's barren fields. Shin Wansan has also procured quite a few materials for building the wall, and seems to be planning to encircle that barren field. As a precaution, my men didn't get too close, so I don't know what they're up to for now. After saying that, Li Chou shut up. A few moments later, the voice sounded once more. Tiger 35 was killed. It seems to have gone through a struggle, but Tiger 30 was killed instantly, and the person who struck was at least a Jindan. It's not convenient to start a conflict with someone that's strong right now. The ghostly green flame fluttered back and forth twice before continuing. Since they want to raise it, let them raise it for us, and it's just the right time to attract the attention of the soldier sect and those bald asses for us. Also, don't let them spend too much money. It would be meaningless if the Soldiers' Gate felt that the Shin family was planning to give up their own lives. Li Chou was first stunned, then reacted with immense admiration and swung in the direction of the flames. Supreme Immortal, please feel free to leave it to me, but whenever I make them spend a little more money in vain, I'll come to you with my head in my hands. The next morning, Li Yanmu just opened his eyes to see a group of beasts lying on the ground, their tails picking and biting, their eyes clear. Come on, dinner is served. Li Yanmu took out the spirit fruits from within his trigger finger and fed them one by one, probably because the spirit fruits they had eaten earlier hadn't been fully digested. Those beasts couldn't eat any more after eating 2 of them and lay on the ground rolling around. As a celestial, Li Yanmu felt that this was not a sign of being full, and broke their mouths and stuffed a few more, until those beasts started to shake their heads straight. Li Yanmu let go of his hand, but Li Yanmu didn't let go of these beasts that were full of food and crossed his arms and educated them. You guys are still growing up now, you know? Be sure to eat more. Only when you eat more can you be healthy. This training was half an hour. Rescuing these beasts is a new shipment of mastodons, a total of 30 hyenas. Li Yanmu just threw a spirit fruit over. The hyenas with a clear upper and lower social system crowded into a ball. Exaggerated ferocious food protection mode scared the sight of the family guards held tightly to the stick, afraid that those hyenas pounced up to them to share the food. Immortal Master, I think they're just too dangerous. Let's forget about this batch. Yeah, they're wild and untamed. Amazing An Li raised his hand and waved it around, wiping his right hand from the wrench. However, in half an hour, a hyena with a stomach that rose up like a leather ball was spread out on the ground and didn't move, while Li Yanmu was throwing the fruit in his hand with a face full of regret. The first of the beasts sat crouched to one side, pity glowing in their clear eyes. Chapter 21, The First Show of Pigs. 7 days later, Shin Wansan managed to build a high and thick fence around the barren field with his many years of connections in Sunrise City. This should have been a huge expense, but Shin Wansan hardened the price to an unimaginable level with his strong hand, so Shin Wansan felt the need to show off his account book to his son and senior brother. Shin Ziqing, look, senior, isn't this account beautiful? Shin Ziqing lifted his eyes for a moment and took the ledger and flipped through it before letting out a long sigh. Father, senior brother, it is now the internal affairs of the clan. We cannot mess up the relationship. Shin Wansan raised his hand to stop Shin Ziqing. Alright, senior brother, do you realize how big of a blunder you've made? Shin Ziqing threw the ledger forward. Mistake? Shin Wansan was filled with confusion. Senior brother, the demon Immortal sect is trying to use the Sunrise City's greediness to make those animals turn into demons. This is a young conspiracy. The soldier sect knows about it, but there is no way to do anything about it, so they can only keep tracking it down. Do you think that the demon Immortal sect hasn't noticed our behavior? Shin Ziqing got up and shook his head with his hands behind his back. Hearing Shin Ziqing say this, Shin Wansan hesitated. If, at this time, a person suddenly appears to buy those animals in a big way, transferring those animals from Sunrise City and circling them outside of Sunrise City. Senior brother, what do you think the soldier sect will think? Shin was a little weak. Can't it be that our Shin family wants to crack the demon Immortal Sect's Yan plot? Naturally, but what if our Shin family took over those goods without any effort? Shin Ziqing's narrowed eyes opened slightly. Things are ready. It's time to move. Even if the Shin family wasn't suspected before, they are now. And those animals weren't sent away or killed, but are circled just outside Sunrise City. We're a breakthrough for Hyaman, who's struggling with a lack of clues. And the demon Immortal Sect is worried that there is no one who can attract the attention of the Soldier Sect. The less we spend, the more reason the Soldier's Gate has to suspect us. Shin Ziqing said to such a point. Shin also reacted, his face pale. Then am I not spoiling the master's business? Senior brother, this is an open conspiracy. You can't stop it even if you know about it. Shin Ziqing smiled faintly, took out the account book from his bosom and threw it in the direction of Shin Wansan. Shin Wansan immediately took the ledger and flipped through a few pages. Looking at the large swath of zeros above, Shin Wansan was dumbfounded. Except for the first day, the rest of the days the animals were basically white trash. At this time Shin Ziqing leisurely said, since they insisted on giving for nothing, then why should we spend money? Just accept it as it is? Shin Wansan opened his mouth, scratched his ears for a while and couldn't help but ask, what should I do if that soldier door comes to my door? Of course give them clues. Seeing his old man and senior brother stammering, Shin Ziqing sighed helplessly and raised his hand to beckon. One of the household servants who had been following Shin Ziqing during this period of time walked out and handed over a stack of portraits to Shin Ziqing. If it has nothing to do with the demon immortal cult, then for those traders, those animals are their lifeblood, and it's flatly impossible to sell them cheaply. So I've had people write down the faces of those who sell them cheaply so easily, or who surrender their animals when I casually threaten them. When the Soldier's Gate comes to your door, give them these portraits. If the Soldier's Gate doesn't come, then we'll hold off a little longer so as not to frighten the snakes. Saying this, Shin Ziqing inclined his head to look at Shin Wansan. I wonder if senior brother has had anyone write down those who sold you the materials at a low price? Son, father discusses something with you. Senior brother, this is the clan's internal affairs. Shin Ziqing put the portrait into his sleeve. Senior brother, how about giving senior brother a face dash? Seeing that Shin Wansan really wanted to play tricks, Shin Ziqing had to raise his head and shout, Mother, come out and help. Senior sister, come out and help persuade senior brother. Well, only then did Lin Ji walk out slowly, and Shin Wansan immediately lost his temper. Butler Su, who had witnessed the entire process, only felt a twisting pain in his stomach. He had long heard that the relationships in the immortal cultivation world were exceptionally chaotic, but he had never thought that such a thing would actually happen in the Shin family. Shin Ziqing, who was a party to the incident, also felt a pain in his stomach, so he chose to retreat. It was only after leaving Sunrise City and arriving at his own field that Shin Ziqing felt much more comfortable. After strolling for a short while, Shin Ziqing arrived at the zoo that Li Yanmu described. Behind the high fence birds and flowers, flying birds and beasts are incomparably harmonious. Li Yanmu is sitting in the center. Shoulders, fingers, head. A few sparrows are twittering to the fierce beasts walking back and forth swinging their wings. Irrespective of cultivation, Shin Ziqing felt that Li Yanmu, who blended in perfectly, was a legendary immortal. Shin Ziqing couldn't help but straighten his clothes, clasped his fists in greeting, and lowered his head with incomparable respect. Master Dash, there you are, penis, how's it going? Li Yanmu opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and cast a satisfied gaze at Shin Ziqing. Young people are just impulsive. It's only been a few days since I bought so many animals. I'm afraid they've been viciously slaughtered. Amazing An Li is already somewhat looking forward to the bill afterward. Fortunately, but the demon Immortal Sect is definitely not likely to stop there. I think it won't be long before they ship more animals in. Shin Ziqing replied. No harm. Li Yanmu couldn't wait for the demon Immortal Sect to send more animals over. Thanks to this batch of animals, that desperate 60,000 pounds of spirit fruits finally appeared to loosen up. The only problem was that spirit fruits were, after all, wondrous things that contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and even cultivators like him didn't have the means to eat them indefinitely, let alone unusual animals. The most edible mighty tiger could only eat 5 to 6 apple-type spirit fruits a day, and if he were to switch to a watermelon, one would be enough. Seeing Li Yanmu's eyes grow serious, Shin Ziqing was startled and immediately tried in a low voice. Master, is there something wrong? Problem. Not really, just thinking that it's not a thing to keep feeding them spirit fruits like that. Shin Ziqing followed Li Yanmu's line of sight toward the animals. 7 days ago, these animals were all skinny and shriveled, and in just 7 days, under Li Yanmu's unrestrained feeding, many animals have already appeared piggy. I'm afraid that it won't be long before there will be tiger pig, leopard pig, lion pig and other peculiar species. They, perhaps, do lack Exercise? Shin Ziqing didn't want to point his finger at his master's decision. After all, he himself was one of the objects of Li Yanmu's casting. During this period of time, he had 3 meals a day of spiritual fruits, and had been hard-piled by heaven and earth's spiritual qi to the 3rd level of qi cultivation, whereas his parents had already cultivated qi at the 5th level. Exercise? Exercise. Amazing, and Li blinked, cupping his chin and chewing the word workout over and over again. Suddenly an aura flashed through Li Yanmu's mind. Wouldn't it be fine to let these animals practice? All of these animals were ordinary animals, without a trace of demonic bloodline, and to really start proper cultivation of enlightenment, the difficulty was comparable to being born with a non-body. And most importantly, these animals don't count as his disciples, and even if any of them were incredibly enlightened, they wouldn't serve as a guarantee. A group of animals can hardly be able to earn him spirit stones and subsidize the family? Chapter 22, The Soldier's Gate. Amazing, and Li thought he had found the perfect way to get stuck in the bug. Li Yanmu raised his hand. The sparrow standing on Li Yanmu's shoulder spread its wings and chirped. More chirps sounded one after another, and soon the animals gathered in front of Li Yanmu, from big to small, just in a square formation. During this period of time, they were totally filled with spiritual fruits that contained the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Although they hadn't reached the realm of enlightenment, they possessed a certain amount of wisdom and were able to understand some things. Starting today, I'm going to teach you all to cultivate. Shin Ziqing blinked and subconsciously nodded, but after tasting it, Shin Ziqing's squinting eyes widened in shock. Shin Ziqing had heard that some clan disciples would cultivate spirit beasts, but the minimum requirement for those spirit beasts with cultivation value was to contain a trace of demonic beast bloodline. Even Shin Ziqing, a newcomer to the world of immortal cultivation, knows that teaching ordinary animals to cultivate is like talking to a cow, meaningless except for wasting time and energy. So Li Yanmu's behavior at this moment is simply wasting time and energy. But, how could it be so simple? Shin Ziqing's head was running wild. Li Yanmu naturally did not know how Shin Ziqing was brainstorming at the moment, and now he was fully engaged in explaining the qi-practicing duel in his hands to the animals in front of him. This narration was an hour long, as Li Yanmu thought. Despite eating numerous spirit fruits and gaining a certain amount of wisdom, what was in front of him was still a group of ordinary animals, and the qi-practicing decree in his hand, even if it was low level, was a collection of works for mortals who had touched the road to immortality. One should know that the so-called heavenly rank technique was also because there was a yellow rank qi-practicing decree to start with. Li Yanmu did not get discouraged, and even had some little snickers. He was really afraid that there was some super talented big daddy mixed in with these animals. After finishing, Li Yanmu originally wanted to put away the qi-practicing duel, but Li Yanmu thought for a moment that if he wanted these animals to be able to cultivate, he would definitely have to let them get used to the existence of this qi-practicing duel first. Furthermore, this yellow-ranked qi-practicing duel was not a mortal object, and the sound of it could be heard when it was flipped. So Li Yanmu rubbed a sign and tied it in the center, and hummed the qi-practicing duel on it. After finishing, Li Yanmu went back to Rixing City and took a bath, explained a few words to Shin Ziqing and left the Shin family, bought some trinkets and snacks on the street and then swaggered out of Rixing City, heading towards the town of Luoyang. Some time had passed since the tiger demon had blocked the road, and there was also a small number of traders who had mustered up the courage to go back onto the business road. However, these traders were also very bad-hearted, and in order to bluff the others, they deliberately spread some false news within Sunrise City, making the others suspect that there were still demons haunting the trade route. So now this merchant road is still cold, and some weeds have grown on the road that was run out by the wagons. After walking for a while, Li Yanmu stopped. "This friend, you've also followed me for so long. Since you don't intend to knock on the monkey stick and rob me, why don't you come down to accompany me?" Branches swayed with leaves, and slender fingers plucked them away. The young girl dressed in velvet with a horizontal sword at her waist was standing in the treetops, her black hair tied into a ponytail fluttering in the wind. "Is this one hardly a constable from the military gate of Sunrise City? If only you knew." The young girl grunted coldly, jumping down from the treetop. "Do you know what crime you have committed?" "I don't know. Please enlighten me, my lord." Without arrogance or impatience, Li Yanmu took out a bun from among the trigger fingers and ate it without a bite. The young girl raised her eyebrows slightly and snorted out coldly. "Do you know what kind of hidden dangers you have planted outside of Sunrise City? I'm not fenced in. Come on, those animals of yours are already off the mortal coil, and with one jump, they'll be able to jump over that wall of yours and bang a hole out of it with their heads." Regarding Li Yanmu's slightly frivolous tone, the young girl was extremely displeased and her tone was not kind. "So didn't your soldier sect send quite a few constables to keep an eye on my zoo?" Li Yanmu licked his fingers. "It's easier to keep an eye on my zoo than to keep an eye on the bazaar, isn't it?" The corner of the young girl's eye popped again. So what exactly are you up to? Breaking the demon Immortal Sect's young plot, and saving those innocent lives in the process. That's all the soldier gate can see. Li Yanmu clasped his fists and bowed. Speaking of which, I still don't know what this lord's name is. My name is Li Yanmu. The young girl paced back and forth, her sharp eyes fixed on Li Yanmu, as if she was trying to see something. But after surveying half a day, the young girl froze and could not see anything, but also had to first suppress the chagrin in his heart. I call condensation frost. Is the soldier door of the constable? We have been staring at those traitors for half a year. Do you know your action? Before Lang Ningxuang finished speaking, Li Yanmu interjected with a smile. Helped you guys in any way? You're welcome. Lang Ningfeng was exasperated and laughed. How do you know you did us a favor? Your soldier sect is restricted by all sorts of rules and regulations. If you deal with those traitors by the means of a cultivator, even if you find traces of the demon immortal cult, you'll inevitably be held accountable by your superiors. But now you have a reason to take measures. If I come to Sunrise City at this point in time and make a big show of gathering animals that are tainted with greed, I have the suspicion of being a demon immortal cultist, so those vendors who sell animals to me have the suspicion of being complicit in this. After listening to Li Yanmu's explanation, Lang Ningfeng replied in a muffled voice after a half-second of silence. The demon immortal sect needs someone to draw attention for them, and those vendors who pushed the suspicion onto you are suspicious. Li Yanmu raised his head somewhat unexpectedly, and Condensing Frost immediately said in a bad mood, "What kind of expression is this? It's hard not to think that you think that our soldier sect will wrongly accuse a good person for the sake of a haphazard job? I am impressed by your lordship's clarity. Don't be in a hurry to admire. There are quite a few doubts on you." Condensing Frost waved her hand. "Where did you get those spirit fruits?" Li Yanmu secretly said in his heart that he had indeed been discovered. "Of course it's grown in our own fields. Don't you believe it, my lord? You think I'm stupid?" Lang Ningfeng disdained it. "You really do have a spiritual field." Looking at the field in front of her with a series of visions, Condensing Frost slapped her face hard. Lang Ningfeng felt like she was dreaming, but her face was almost swollen from the slap, and none of the spiritual fields in front of her showed signs of disappearing. Li Yanmu squinted his eyes and surveyed Lang Ningxuang. Seeing that Lang Ningxuang's face was full of dumbfoundedness, Li Yanmu nodded his head in satisfaction. It's the surprise effect that's wanted. Since the Green Mountain sect couldn't count on them, they could only count on these officials. Although it was only a lower-grade spirit field, there was no reason for the Great Yu dynasty to leave such a large piece of spirit field unattended. Sect, Taishu Sect. Prestige level LV3, 6055/100, LV3, 8145/100. Chapter 23, I'm the eldest disciple, so master you have to call me boss. After visiting the 50 acres of spirit fields, Li Yanmu went back to the wooden house, while Lang Ningxuang followed behind Li Yanmu without saying a word. Not knowing what she was thinking, Li Yanmu could not read minds, but he was able to guess that what Condensing Frost was thinking at the moment was in all likelihood related to the spiritual field. Li Yanmu also did not intend to add to the snake to influence Condensing Frost's thinking, so as not to be counterproductive. At this moment Jian Xin is holding a broom to clean the courtyard. See, Jian Xin did not have a hard inner volume of cultivation. Li Yan is very pleased. Reach out his hand then greeted. "Boss, I'm back." Jian Xin and Lang Ningxuang simultaneously cast a surprised look at Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu also realized his slip of the tongue and immediately explained. "Her name is Jian Xin. She's my eldest disciple. The Shin family Shinsanku is also my disciple. I usually call them the second and the third. This eldest disciple of mine is naturally the eldest." Lang Ningfeng's expression was still a bit odd, but she still nodded. Lang Ningfeng was a foundation establishment cultivator, so she could naturally see through the cultivation of the two people in front of her, and coupled with the appearance of the two people in front of her, she wasn't so sure that she felt that Jian Xin was really Li Yanmu's boss just because of Li Yanmu's offhand remark about being his boss. Jian Xin thoughtfully nodded towards Lang Ningxuang before turning around to continue cleaning the courtyard. "My disciple is a bit afraid of being born." "Sorry Li Yanmu awkwardly explained up. Lang Ningfeng shook her head, not angry at Jian Xin's cold attitude. When she saw Jian Xin's somewhat unnatural white hair and skin, Lang Ningxuang knew that Jian Xin was born with albinism. Although Lang Ningxuang had never seen a person born with albinism, she knew the attitude of most people towards people born with albinism. Jian Xin, despite his cold attitude, looked very healthy and refined, indicating that he was well taken care of. Lang Ningfeng's eyes softened quite a bit as she looked at Li Yanmu, and now she was somewhat convinced that Li Yanmu didn't have any sordid plots in taking in and caring for those animals. But Condensing Frost didn't forget about business. "Brother Li, about that zoo of yours, the soldier sect doesn't have any malicious intent, just like you said. In fact, we are very happy to see someone move those animals out of Sunrise City. The only problem is that your origin is unknown. But don't worry, I will definitely convince the higher-ups to trust you when I go back. Big help. Amazing, and Lee sighed in relief. Even though it was built on top of a barren field, it didn't change the fact that the zoo was located right next to Sunrise City. The Soldier's Gate would naturally consider the possibility that the animals that ate the fruit of the spirit would go berserk and attack the residents of Sunrise City. If the Soldier's Sect did not allow it, his zoo bankruptcy plan would have failed, and he could only hold on to the tens of thousands of pounds of spirit fruit to go home and play with his life and eat it. However, since the demon Immortal cult intends to use you to attract the targets of the Soldier Gate, and has generously allowed you to buy all the animals, it means that they are certain that they can demonize the animals in your zoo. Lang Ningfeng cupped her chin and paced back and forth, her brows gradually furrowing. I'll arrange for manpower after I go back, and if the demon Immortal Sect dumps another animal in afterward, I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lee, to take it all in. Of course, the Soldier's Sect won't let you, Brother Lee, bear the burden alone, and when this matter is concluded, all of the expenses incurred during this process will all be reimbursed by the Soldier's Sect. Li Yanmu was nodding at first, but when he heard the latter, Li Yanmu was dumbfounded. I can't believe you want him to work for nothing. No, this is my personal behavior. How can I make the Soldier Gate pay for my actions? Li Yanmu immediately and righteously rejected Condensing Frost's outrageous intent. Lang Ningxuan also did not expect Li Yanmu to actually refuse, froze for a long time before returning to his senses. Looking at Li Yanmu's upright eyes, Lang Ningxuan only felt that his nose was a little sour. It had been a long time since she had seen such an honorable man. While lamenting, Condensing Frost couldn't help but feel remorse for her previous behavior of suspecting that Li Yanmu had ulterior motives. She was so close to chilling Li Yanmu's heart. Now that it was over, if she said anything more, it would be like she didn't know what to say. Brother Li, thanks for your help. Lang Ningfeng clasped her hands in a bow. Shoota. Then I'll leave you alone. Don't worry, as long as I, Condensing Frost, am around for a day, I won't let anyone touch your zoo. After patting his chest to ensure, Condensing Frost turned around in a dashing manner, but when he pushed open the door of the compound, a strong sense of incongruity silently spread on Condensing Frost's heart. Although it was a lower-grade spirit field, it was a full 50 acres of spirit field, and Li Yanmu was only at the 6th level of Qi practicing. How could a Qi practicing 6th layer possibly keep the spiritual fields under the eyes of the Green Mountain Sect? Because the spirit field belongs to the Green Mountain Sect? Impossible. If the spirit field was owned by the Castle Peak Sect, then the Castle Peak Sect would never have left the spirit field outside, nor would they have closed the mountain gate, unless the one who keeps the spiritual field is someone else, and that person scares the Green Mountain Sect, which wants to seize the spiritual field, to close its door. The dissonance faded into a stare. Lang Ningfeng subconsciously swallowed and stiffened, twisting her head. In the middle of the not-so-big courtyard, Jian Xin was looking at her expressionlessly. His scarlet eyes were like the sea, and underneath the clarity was an infinite depth. The cultivation that was originally able to be seen at a glance is now shrouded in mist, and the more one tries to explore, the stronger the oppressive force that is like a rift in the sky. Lang Ningfeng had only ever felt such pressure on her own master. Lord Lang, is there anything else you want? Li Yanmo's soft voice pulled Lang Ningxuan back from that thrill, and without realizing it Lang Ningxuan had already stood in front of the door of the compound for quite a while. No, it's nothing. Farewell. Lang Ningfeng shook her head vigorously and walked away quickly. The clothes on his back were drenched in cold sweat at some point. Li Yanmu scratched his head. What's wrong with Lord Lang? Jian Xin lowered his eyes and continued to clean the dust on the floor. Ah, that's right, apprentice. I've brought you the specialties of Sunrise City. Li Yanmu gave up after thinking for a while and took out the snacks he bought in Sunrise City from within his trigger finger, smilingly handing them towards Jian Xin, wanting to see the expression of surprise on Jian Xin's face. Who knew that Jian Xin just stared at those things for a few seconds before raising his eyes and slowly saying, "Call the boss." Ha! Amazing, and Li didn't react for a moment. Master, I'm your eldest disciple. You call the second, third, and fourth disciples. The second, the third, and the fourth. Then naturally you should call me the eldest. Jian Xin perked up, basically meaning the same thing as Li Yanmu's previous explanation. But Li Yanmu himself felt something strange. But Li Yanmu didn't know what was to blame, so he didn't think about it. What bad thoughts could a little girl like Jian Xin have? Boss, I've brought you the specialties of Sunrise City. Thanks. The corners of Jian Xin's mouth rose upwards unnoticeably as she took the snack from Li Yanmu's hand. Sect, Taishu Sect. Prestige level LV3, 8145/100, LV3, 10145/100. Chapter 24, Good People Deserve Good Things. After staying at home for 2 days and checking the progress of Jian Xin's study, Li Yanmu returned to Sunrise City. Just arrived at the zoo. Li Yanmu saw Shin Ziqing and a few houseguests were standing at the gate of the zoo, full of helplessness. Behind the iron gate, tigers and lions were stepping on the iron gate, poking their heads, with an expression of eating melon. It was only when he got closer that Yen Lord Li could see what was going on. At this moment, an old man was lying on the ground in a big shape, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the sky. No matter how much the houseguests on one side tried to persuade him, there was no intention to move his butt. Seeing Li Yanmu come, Shin Ziqing immediately stepped forward. Master, this person has been lying here since yesterday, saying that he has something important to discuss with you. Something important? Amazing. And Li glanced at the old man. With his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi practicing, he couldn't even see through it. Could it be that he was a strong foundation builder? Li Yanmu remembered Condensing Frost's assurance. May I ask what you want with me, old man? Are you the owner of this zoo? I hear you're collecting animals? The old man stood up with a carp and rubbed his hands together like a fly. Yes, old man. You have an animal to sell me? Yes. He's dying of starvation and only you can save him. Li Yanmu was a bit surprised and looked around, but he didn't see any animals. Shin Ziqing on one side, however, covered her face as if she knew what would happen. Far away nearby, the old man held up a finger and pointed it halfway around the room before pointing it at himself. What do you mean by that, old man? Li Yanmu instantly understood why Shin Ziqing and the others would have a helpless expression. People are animals too, and if you take lions and tigers, why can't you take people? Old thing, you make a good point, but why should I take you? The old man sneered. The aura on his body gradually became deep and terrible. Li Yanmu was shocked. Subconsciously he wanted to use the hot light eyes, but he was still one step too late for the old man, only to see the old man lay down with a cold snort to see the move. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Master, situation is like this. Shin Ziqing let out a long sigh. Hiss. Okay, old thing, what's your name? Can you eat? Li Yanmu glanced at the old man, and there was no way out. The old man immediately popped up and patted the dust on his clothes. Old man's surname is Mei. His name is Chai Xiao. I can't say much about anything else, but being able to eat is the one thing I'm most proud of. Okay, then you can go in. Amazing. And Li thought for a moment and added, there's a Qi practicing Dharma book hanging there, so if you're okay, read what's on it to those animals. Okay. Mei Chai Xiao instantly laughed his mouth off, and with both hands, he tumbled straight into the zoo, pulling the tiger's paw and then shaking it up and down. Brother Tiger, from now on, we're all on our own. Shin Ziqing only felt a twinge in his stomach, and only when Mei Chai Xiao followed the tiger far away did Shin Ziqing ask in a low voice, Master, is this alright? The soldier sect side should have already sent people to patrol this neighborhood, and he was able to run to us. Either the soldier sect thinks he has no problem, or his cultivation is very high. Li Yanmu scratched the back of his head. Anyway, it's not like we can send it can't leave. Just keep it as a human repeater. Shin Ziqing nodded. That's what he thinks, but it's not something he can do much about. How is Sunrise City these days? It's the same as usual, but I've heard that some more traders are making their way to Sunrise City. Shin Ziqing added after a pause. There seem to be elephant rhinoceroses in there. Well, let's see if we can contact them ahead of time. Whatever they're asking for, and just take it so we don't have to make another trip. Hearing that there was a big player like an elephant rhinoceros, Li Yanmu was overjoyed and immediately raised his hand and waved it. By the way, do you recognize Condensing Frost? Sheriff Lang? She contacted you? Shin Ziqing was thoughtful. She is a constable in Sunrise City. Based on her performance and cultivation alone, she could have been a constable or even higher long ago and gone elsewhere, but she refused the promotion from the military sect. So it is said, that she is a person of the Lang family in the capital. Shin Ziqing lowered his voice. Li Yanmu did not understand the distribution of power in the capital, but seeing Shin Ziqing's nervous look, Li Yanmu followed with a serious nod. Sunrise City Soldier Gate Branch. At this moment, Condensing Frost was pacing back and forth with her hands behind her back, her sharp eyes looking towards the black and white portrait hanging on the wall from time to time, as if she was waiting for something. After walking a dozen or so laps, the incense in front of the portrait had already been burned out, and Condensing Frost's patience was nearing its limit. However, Condensing Frost knew that even if her patience was at its limit, it would be of no use, so she patiently lit 3 more sticks of incense, paid her respects to the black and white portrait, and respectfully inserted them into the incense burner. But her mouth muttered, "Damn old man, actually ignoring me. See if I turn around and don't put, ahem, Lang, I'm still here." At some point, the black and white portrait had taken on color, and the living old man was stroking his beard full of helplessness. Lang Ningfeng let out a cold laugh. "Egu master, Didn't you enter the situation with your body to seize the stronghold of the Acacia sect? I was wondering if I should tell my master's wife how chivalrous you are if you were lost. That won't be necessary. Master does good deeds without leaving a name. Master. I have something important that I need to discuss with you. Cold Frost snorted coldly. Master. I found 50 acres of lower-grade spirit fields outside of Sunset Town. Lower-grade spirit field? It looks like the Green Mountain sect's chi has not yet run out. It's no wonder they are closed. The old man nodded thoughtfully. That spirit field is not owned by the Green Mountain sect. Lang Ningfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as she slowly spoke about Li Yanmu and Jian Xin. At first, the old man had a perfunctory face and didn't take this matter to heart, but at the back, the old man had frowned. What do you think, Master? Lang, can you tell which sect the opposite side is from? I can't tell. The 3 members of the Shin family and Li Yanmu are using the most basic chi practicing duel. As for that Jian Xin, I can't see through her cultivation. Condensing Frost shook her head helplessly. The old man grabbed his beard and shook it from side to side for a while before slowly saying, there are too many possibilities to jump to conclusions for the moment. But, at least in this matter of Sunrise City, they are harmless. It's us who have to work with them. Condensing Frost corrected. Yes, but, does have a need for further cooperation. Lang Ningfeng was startled. Master, what do you mean? The Tao sect has already deviated from the Great Yu dynasty's initial preconceived notions, and it is necessary to implement a clan registration system as a means of weakening the overall strength of the alliance of 1 million clans, the old man said indifferently. No way, Li Yanmu's clan base is still too weak to withstand this position. What's more, Li Yanmu has already consumed a large amount of resources in order to rescue Sunrise City from the demon Immortal cult's conspiracy. It's too late for us to even be grateful to him, and we're still thinking of exploiting him with the clan registration system? Lang Ningfeng immediately understood the old man's meaning, and without even thinking about it, she simply refused and added, such behavior is just S***T. She couldn't see through Jian Xin's cultivation, but the first clan to accept the clan registration system would inevitably attract the gathering fire of millions of clans, and unless it was an immortal, not anyone could stop the momentum of the world. The old man hung his head helplessly for a moment. Silly thing, do you think I don't understand this? I'm not old enough to think that a nameless and faceless clan can push for a clan registration system. Lang Ningfeng was filled with doubt, and the old man suddenly hated his iron and knocked his head. Since that Li Yanmu doesn't want the soldier sect to pay for his personal behavior, then you'll just go around in a circle. As long as he accepts the clan registration system and becomes a legal clan of the Great Yu dynasty, won't there be plenty of ways to give him resources? His 50 acres of spirit field is only lower grade. Those super sects can't look at it, but it doesn't mean that other sects can't look at it. Even though there are strong people sheltering him, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. And that Li Yanmu is only practicing chi. If he becomes a legal clan, the soldier sect will have a reason to protect his industry, and when the time comes for any clan to set their eyes on his spirit fields, we in the soldier sect can just send out our troops to raid his house. Ah no, cross-dressing and robbing. Lang Ningfeng cupped her chin and nodded thoughtfully, but didn't accept it out of hand, but cautiously pursued the question. What about taxes? The old man didn't have the good sense to say, just find some excuse to be exempted. The Dayu dynasty isn't so poor that it wants to share the harvest of the lower-grade spirit fields, not to mention the fact that he is now meritorious. When this is over, you'll go and talk to him. Turn around and I'll go and ask for a batch of supplies down for that Li Yanmu. How much did he pay this time? I'll make sure he'll be able to get 1,000 times back. Only then did Lang Ningfeng nod in satisfaction. Good people deserve good things. Sect, Taishu Sect. Prestige level LV3, 10145/100 LV3, 13160/100. Chapter 25, The Flower Boy. Lang Ningxuan. Soon it was time for the end of the month settlement. Amazing In Li was incredibly open to the fact that there was no bankruptcy. There were 30,000 more spirit stones, but his spirit fruit reserves had dropped from a desperate 60,000 pounds to 50,000 pounds, and were dropping at a very sizable rate. The zoo tactic was very effective. Of course, the biggest contributor is still Mei Chaishao. This old thing. Eat spirit fruit is like getting high on sugar beans. Eat as much as there is no sign of satiety. The most important thing is that Mei Chaishao ate, but did not forget to do the work. In addition to eating, drinking and sleeping, is to take the book of Qi practice to read to the animals, but unfortunately no effect. During this period of time, Li Yanmu also got acquainted with condensing frost quite a lot, and I don't know if it's Li Yanmu's illusion that condensing frost would show up with a tangled face from time to time, but when Li Yanmu asked, condensing frost would nervously say it's fine, thinking that although condensing frost was valiant, she was still a daughter. She was very genteel and didn't ask, brotherly, here, Amazing N. Li looked around and finally found the person who greeted him in the corner. The other party was a pink-faced scholar who was holding a folding fan in his hand, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes were squeezing hard in his direction. Li Yanmu stared at the other party for a moment before uttering in surprise, "Long dash, Brother Li, keep your voice down." Seeing that Li Yanmu was about to reveal his identity, Lang Ningxuang immediately stepped forward and pressed a folding fan against Li Yanmu's mouth. Li Yanmu also saw that Condensing Frost didn't want to reveal her identity and immediately nodded. Only then did Lang Ningxuang take a step back and open the folding fan, and a peach blossom unfolded from its surface. "Now that I'm the Flower Duke, I wonder if Brother Li is free right now. Mr. Flower has come to invite me specifically, so naturally, Mr. Li is free." Seeing that Lang Ningxuang seemed to be quite enthusiastic about playing the role of the flower boy, and also disappeared the tangled and depressed feelings of the previous days, Li Yanmu didn't want to spoil Lang Ningxuang's fun, so he clasped his fists and bowed in a serious manner. Lang Ningxuang raised her eyebrows in satisfaction, flung her folding fan, kicked her 4 square steps, and brought Li Yanmu to the highest restaurant in Sunrise City, the Yellow Crane Tower, and casually tossed a gold bar. The shopkeeper personally went out to welcome the guests. "Mr. Hua, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I thought we had upset you here." The shopkeeper were words. This is not before made a bit of trouble. By the family closed the confinement. Now it is not easy to sneak out. This has not immediately come to you this past time well. Condensing Cream haha smiled and waved his hand. Standing to the side, Li Yanmu's expression was a bit strange. He'd heard it said before that women were born to be drama queens, and now it seemed as if there was some truth to it. The Condensing Frost in constable mode was valiant and seemed to carry the flag of "I am not bound to sin" behind her back, while the Condensing Frost in flower boy mode was now a suave playboy, led by the shopkeeper. Li Yanmu and Condensing Frost arrived at the topmost floor of the Yellow Crane Tower, a private room with a flower sign. "Flower Prince, don't worry, only you can use this place. We will clean it every day and make sure there isn't a single speck of dust." The shopkeeper personally opened the door for Condensing Frost, as if there was a tail whipping back and forth behind him. Lang Ningfeng nodded in satisfaction. "Go down first, I will call you if something happens." "Okay." The shopkeeper even respectfully bent his waist to Li Yanmu as he walked away, not showing the slightest hint of contempt because of Li Yanmu's simple attire. Only when the door was closed did Lang Ningfrost regain a bit of her valiant constable's appearance. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she fanned the wind with her fan. "Brother Li, I've made you laugh. My original identity was too much of an attention grabber. It's fine. I find it quite refreshing too." Amazing N. Li laughed and shook his head as he walked over to the window. "The view from here is great and you can see a lot of places." Cough Brother Li, "This time I've come to say thank you. Thanks to your blessing, we've caught quite a few of the demon Immortal cult's horse's feet." Lang Ningfeng coughed and put her hands on her knees to earnestly thank Li Yanmu. "The Soldier's Gate will not forget your assistance. The time hasn't come yet. The ones you guys caught are just the lizard's broken off tail." Li Yanmu leaned sideways against the window, observing the pedestrians on the road. "It's not the first time the demon Immortal cult has done this kind of thing. It's not that easy to be caught. It's not likely. They're deliberately letting you catch those people to pull your attention back." Lang Ningfeng froze and did not immediately ask why in return, but instead cupped her chin. After a moment of contemplation, Condensing Frost reacted. "I'm afraid that the Demon Immortal Sect has other means to turn the animals in your hands into demons. So for them, even if you move those animals out of Sunrise City, it won't be much of a hassle. But if the Soldier Sect determines that you are under the Demon Immortal cult and slaughters all the animals in your hands as a precaution, then their plan will truly be a lost cause." Li Yanmu nodded and continued. "The situation is different now. Those animals are outside of Sunrise City, and the owners are not traders from all over the world, but the Shin family. Now that the 3 members of the Shin family have cultivation, they are cultivators rather than mortals, and there aren't that many rules restricting the Soldier Gate. The Soldier's Gate could have taken direct action on the grounds of maintaining the safety and security of the people of Sunrise City." Lang Ningfeng frowned slightly. "In order to lower the suspicion on you guys, they deliberately threw out some bait to maintain the balance and distract us. This is indeed a troublesome matter." Lang Ningfeng added after a pause. "Don't worry, we won't slaughter your animals just for the sake of a haphazard job. Many thanks, but if the Demon Immortal cult is not removed, when it really comes to that time, it's not up to you or me to decide whether those animals can live or not." Li Yanmao shook his head, and Condensing Frost was silent as well. For the sake of the people, when it really came to the last resort, the Soldier's Gate would definitely choose to kill all those animals. The constables now surrounding the zoo were both trying to avoid the approach of the demon fairy cult and preparing for it. "Lord Lang, how is the reputation of your identity as the Flower Duke in Sunrise City?" Li Yanmu suddenly asked. Lang Ningxuang froze, not understanding why Li Yanmu asked this, but still said awkwardly, "Suave playboy. Occasionally causes some things to be locked up by his family, but his deadly nature does not change. And do you go in and out of, say, casinos and such?" Lang Ningfeng's head was raised back. "I do know some. You don't want to go, do you? First things first, that place is a gray area, but that doesn't mean it's not illegal. Lord Lang, if I, the owner of the zoo, were to frequent those places of greed, and consciously or unconsciously preach the teachings of the demon Immortal sect, what would you, the soldier sect, think? Naturally, I suspect you." "Ah," Lung Ningfeng reacted. "Brotherly, what do you mean? The demon Immortal sect wants to balance the suspicion between me and them, so wouldn't it be fine for me to aggravate the suspicion on me?" Chapter 26 Raccoon learns martial arts. The more Lang Ningxian thought about it, the more she felt that Li Yanmu's idea was genius to the extreme, but I'm afraid that it would touch all the gray areas of Sunrise City. So Lang Ningxian used a little bit of her small connections to contact the Imperial Defender of Sunrise City after thinking about it and explained the proposal. The Imperial Guard of Sunrise City is called Feng Shouyun. Regarding this plan of Li Yanmu's, Feng Shouyun nodded his head in agreement after only a few seconds of silence, but he also emphasized another thing. This plan must not be known to too many people from the soldier sect. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. As for why too many people from the soldier sect couldn't be allowed to know, Feng Shouyun didn't say, but Condensing Frost wasn't some dumb white sweetie, and quickly thought of the problem of an inside man. The Demon Immortal sect had been active in Sunrise City for half a year, and they all knew that the Demon Immortal sect was on the move, but they froze and couldn't catch a single deadly clue. Either the Soldier's Gate is full of boozehounds, or the Soldier's Gate has a mole in it. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, Li Yanmu also greeted his 3 disciples. Regarding Li Yanmu's plan, Shin Wansan subtly showed a hint of envy, but hid it well under the gaze of his wife and senior sister. Shen Ziqing, on the other hand, displayed a hint of worry. "Master, you won't encounter any danger here, right?" Shen Ziqing admired Li Yanmu, but would not overly deify Li Yanmu in matters that were dangerous. Li Yanmao only had the 6th level of qi cultivation, but there were foundation cultivators everywhere in Sunrise City, and occasionally Jindan old monsters appeared, and cultivators were the regulars in those gray areas. "Don't worry, Lord Lang will follow me in disguise." Hearing that Long Ning Shuang would follow, Shin Ziqing was not worried, and after pondering for a while, he asked, "Master, should our Shin family also follow and cooperate, creating a trend that our Shin family actually intends to defect to the Demon Immortal sect?" Li Yanmu thought about it and felt that it didn't seem to be a problem, so he nodded his head and agreed, "Yes, but do it carefully and don't let the Demon Immortal sect notice the problem." "Don't worry, Master, I know what's in my heart." Shin Ziqing nodded up with a smile. After discussing the matter, Li Yanmu came down to a small alley under the guidance of Condensing Frost. As a constable, Condensing Frost was very skillful in matching the watchman's password. "You seem to be very skillful." Amazing N. Li lowered his voice. "That's natural," Long Ningfeng hummed, strutting down the stairs. Just entering the door, a choking smell of smoke with the overwhelming sound of shaking dice slammed down. The underground was crowded, with tables everywhere, and gamblers gathered around the tables with silver tickets in their hands angrily yelling towards the spinning dice, as if they thought that would pry them away from their fate. As a constable, Condensing Frost naturally disliked such a scene, but now she was in the position of a flower public official, so Condensing Frost turned her displeasure into a dislike of the noisy environment. Li Yanmu had some interest at first, but he got tired after a few turns. There are just 2 types of gambling here, shaking the dice and spinning the wheel, and they're both for mortals. But the acting definitely had to be comprehensive. If he was caught without doing anything, the Demon Immortal sect would definitely be suspicious. After observing for a while, Li Yanmu sat down at a gambling table with a big horse and threw money at it. Li Yanmu had wanted to spend the Taishu sect's operating funds, but as the sect master, he absolutely could not use the sect's operating funds for gambling. And Condensing Frost did not want Li Yanmu to spend money to tarnish his reputation and insisted on shelling out the money. Li Yanmu also had to take the money from Condensing Frost, the constable, to make a big bet. The main purpose was to carry out the act of gambling, so Li Yanmu didn't think of winning and simply bet casually. As a result, Li Yanmu bloodied the casino in one night, and the silver tickets on hand were like castles fortified. Rightfully so, Li Yanmu became the center of attention of the entire casino. In order to maintain his persona, Li Yanmu was full of greed and laughed as he took the silver ticket into his arms. "Ah, demon fairy blessing." As soon as Li Yanmu's words came out, some people's eyes changed, and Li Yanmu's expression changed as if he had accidentally spoken out of turn, and he immediately got up, copied the silver tickets and waved them. "I'm happy today, so these will be given to you." With that, Li Yanmu threw the mountain of silver tickets on the table into the air with force, and this move naturally caused a riot among the casino gamblers. Every one of them shouted and reached out to grab those falling silver tickets, while Li Yanmu took advantage of the chaos and pulled condensing frost to run out of the casino. It was now the time of the night, so there were not many people on the road. After running for a while, Li Yanmu stopped, crossed her arms and raised her head triumphantly to condensing frost. How was my acting just now? Lang Ningfang's expression was subtle. When Li Yanmu held those silver tickets, Lang Ningxuang almost really thought that Li Yanmu was someone from the Immortal sect. The look of greed for money didn't look fake. And the operation of using silver tickets to arouse others' greed looks like a professional one. Good. So you're under arrest now. The Foundation establishment stage condensing frost grabbed Li Yanmu, who was at the 6th level of Qi practicing, as if she was lifting a chicken cub and headed straight to the yamen. Outside of sunrise, inside the zoo, Mei Chai Xiao was holding a weed in his mouth, lying on his side on a tree branch, humming softly. Under the tree several beasts were sleeping with their bellies open and defenseless. Humming, Mei Chai Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sign that had the yellow rank Qi practicing duel hanging on it. At this moment, a raccoon was standing in front of the sign, its eyes staring straight at the yellow order Qi practicing duel on top of the sign, and its round ears on top of its head twitching every now and then, proving that it was not a doll. Shouldn't. A bright light flashed in Mei Chai Xiao's eyes, and he sat up with his right hand propped up, gazing in the direction of the raccoon. Under the accumulation of heaven and earth's aura, some kind of change began. The animals that had been asleep opened their eyes as if awakened by some sound, rose, and hung their heads in the direction of the raccoon, as if they were apprentices listening to instruction. The raccoon slowly reached out his hand to take off the Qi practicing duel, page after page, slowly, but earnestly turning it over. It wasn't out of curiosity, but an epiphany of understanding the meaning. The raccoon put the book down and slowly gestured. Initially the movements were still very rusty, but as time passed, the raccoon's movements became faster and more skillful, and his body changed under the nurture of the heaven and earth's aura. The man stood up on the ground, and his paws opened up with 5 fingers like a human being. Seeing this scene, the light in Mei Chai Xiao's eyes flashed violently, and he leaped, but as if it were a falling leaf gently pointing to the ground, and stood in front of the raccoon. Little one, do you want to learn martial arts? The raccoon moved his 5 fingers and clasped his fists in greeting like a human. Haha, interesting. Dang interesting, it's a shame old crane left me behind. Mei Chai Xiao raised his hand to point at the other animals after a few chuckles. When I teach you, you're going to teach them, okay? The raccoon glanced at the other animals and nodded. Chapter 27, I am not at peace with sin. Amazing N. Li was released after a day in the cell. After all, Li Yanmu hadn't committed any major crime. He had just gone to gamble and spilled his money in the process, causing a little bit of chaos. After being released, Li Yanmu in line with the iron to take advantage of people. The principle of committing crimes must be unrepentant to follow the condensing cream everywhere drilling. In addition to going to the zoo to feed the spirit fruit, is to go to the casino gambling, and then sprinkle coins to cause a riot. After the first half of the month, Li Yanmu logically became a legendary gambler in the gray area of Sunrise City, and Li Yanmu's unintentional words of blessing from the demon Immortal on the first day, unintentional, did not go unnoticed. Combine this with Li Yanmu's act of collaborating with the Shin family to purchase animals in Sunrise City in a big way and build a zoo. Many gamblers thought that the reason why Li Yanmu was so lucky was because he was blessed by the demon Immortal, and the soldier's door silent increased supervision of the zoo, as well as unabashedly on the Shin family surveillance all of the do this thing. Amazing Li's end is related to the demon Immortal cult. Waste. The green spectral fire cursed. Li Qiu's body trembled, but it was not too nervous to ask why. He wasn't the only one who got yelled at. In addition to Li Qiu, there were several people kneeling in the middle of the gloomy attic. If Shin Wansan was present, he would have pointed at these people and greeted everyone's ancestors. There were those who ran dye houses, those who drove car dealerships, and those who ran restaurants. Each of them were loud and clear figures in Sunrise City. But here, they were like a wild dog on the side of the road. Even if they were scolded, they had to smile and spit out their tongues. Li Qiu was also very aggravated. He really didn't have any extra operations at all. The Immortal did not want the Shin family to spend too much money. He went out of his own pocket to make up the difference, so as not to upset those dealers. The next time not to do business. Shin Ziqing is also really ruthless, able to whore for nothing, will never pay out a dime. That's all silver for nothing. Even Li Qiu, a dyer, felt a pain in the neck. He also simply sold a few of his men in order to balance suspicion. But who knew that Li Yanmu would actually run to the casino to go dashing? But also came a demon fairy blessing. And now the casino people are there every day shouting demon fairy blessing, not even pretending. As a result, now the soldier sect didn't even look at the bait under their hands, and all their attention was on the Shin family and Li Yanmu. Look at you bears, Seeing Li Qiu and the others cowering, the upper immortal was furious. Those at the bottom of this were people who had power and influence in Sunrise City, and it had taken half a year to straighten it out. On the contrary, Li Yan and a full count of even 2 months. Tossing half a month, those greedy gamblers began to shout demon fairy blessing. Now Jian Xin seriously doubted the loyalty of Li Qiu and these people to the demon Immortal sect. But if you have half the guts of that Li Yan Mu, do you still need to take so long? Li Qiu was alarmed. Supreme Immortal, you can't fall for this. This must be a ploy by the soldier sect and Li Yan Mu. Li Qiu's greatest fear was that the Supreme Immortal would think that Li Yan Mu was really a follower of the demon Immortal cult and would want to reach out to Li Yan Mu. Yeah? Then why haven't I received a bit of news? The Supreme Immortal sneered. Seeing through Li Qiu's small mind, Li Qiu was stumped for words. No matter what, we must preserve the zoo. And we must never let the soldier sect decide to eliminate the zoo. If we can't do that, you will be the ones to attract the soldier sect's attention. After saying that, the 2 green ghostly lights disappeared, leaving Li Qiu and the others standing in place with sweaty foreheads. They didn't doubt for a second that that Supreme Immortal would do that. Li Qiu, what should we do? The man driving the line was pale. The real situation is actually worse. There were quite a few horsemen under him among those gamblers, and those horsemen were mouthy masters. And in one day when the cart was pulled down, they might tell 4 or 5 batches of customers about the blessing of the demon Immortal. Even he, a follower of the true demon Immortal sect, felt that Li Yan Mu was one of his own, not to mention the other people of Sunrise City. No, it can't go on like this. Absolutely no more things can be caused by that amazing Li. Let me think dash. Li Qiu covered his face and paced back and forth, fueled by the desire to survive. A bold idea surfaced. Go to report all those casinos. When Li Qiu said this, the others jumped in fright. Li Qiu was talking about the gray area of Sunrise City. The interests in there were too big, and they were the biggest beneficiaries of the gray area. Li Qiu's sentence was to cut off their lifeblood. They naturally would not be happy. What if Li Yanmu goes to those places again to woo the public and say that he's from the demon Immortal cult? Li Qiu raised his voice. Those industries can be rebuilt at any time. But now the upper immortal already thinks that Li Yanmu is a follower of the hidden demon Immortal cult. The upper immortal doesn't care about the gains and losses of us mortals. As long as this casino place is taken care of, Li Yanmu won't have any place to flaunt. Will he still dare to shout in the street that he's a demon Immortal cult? The casino can be rebuilt, but it would be really bad if the trust of the immortals is gone. Of course, we also have a second option. Li Qiu took a step back. Which one of you will make a sacrifice and make a bigger commotion than Li Yanmu to attract the attention of the soldier sect? I'm not done with Sin. The others in the room tangled for a moment, raising their fists in the air and shouting slogans. That night, Li Yanmu and Condensing Frost in Flower Boy mode whistled and strutted in front of an underground casino. Mr. Flower, we're going to win hard today, too. That's of course. Brother Li, you let go of your hand to gamble. Tomorrow I'll invite you to the Yellow Crane Tower to listen to the music. After this big month of baptism, Condensing Frost had already gotten used to the mode of the Flower Boy, and his acting skills became more and more natural. When the two walked together, they were proper foxes and social loafers. Just downstairs, Condensing Frost, who was laughing and smiling, suddenly changed her expression and reached out to stop Li Yanmu. What's wrong? Li Yanmu subconsciously assumed a fighting stance. Lang Ningfeng's cultivation level was quite a bit higher than his, and was able to sense what he couldn't detect, and even Lang Ningfeng had assumed such a tense stance. So something must have gone wrong. It's too quiet. Hardly. Run. As a constable, Condensing Frost quickly thought of a certain possibility and pulled Li Yanmu to turn around and run. But in the next second, the originally silent and deserted street suddenly rushed out a dozen constables, and the door of the underground casino was kicked open, and the same dozen constables ran out. The two of them, Li Yanmu and Lang Ningxuang, were surrounded in the middle of the room in the twinkling of an eye. Li Yanmu understood what was going on now. He was actually reported, not knowing whether it was to protect the Flower Duke as a vest, or to be ashamed of exposing his behavior in front of his peers. Condensing Frost kept his head down the entire time, coyly not daring to speak. In this way Li Yanmu and Lang Ningxuang were put into the public cell, and there were quite a few other people in there, including quite a few people who looked familiar, all old gamblers. Li Yanmu thought about it and raised his finger to propose. It's idle. Why don't we bet a few hands? The constable outside the door was so angry that his nose almost went askew. Chapter 28. Send them a banner. Gambling in Sunrise wasn't a big crime. The only problem was that it was an underground gambling house. But that stuff is just like cockroaches. When you know about a certain underground gambling house, it must be that there are so many underground gambling houses in the shadows that they've squeezed that one out. If it weren't for the crazy reports, the government wouldn't bother. Even if they did arrest someone, They couldn't hold them for long. Seeing Li Yanmu open a gambling game in his cell in a dignified manner, the constable of the government office had no choice but to liaise with the people above him. The final outcome of the discussion was the release of the person. However, it was released to someone other than Amazingly, who himself was taken to a small room. Out of his trust in condensing frost, Li Yanmu didn't rush and even leisurely cultivated. After being left for an hour, someone finally came, but it wasn't condensing frost, but a middle-aged man with a country face and no anger. Li Yanmu, right. I'm Zhuo Buchuan, the head constable here. Greetings, Lord Zhuo. Li Yanmu opened his eyes and smiled towards Zhuo Buchuan. She practicing great perfection, only one step away from foundation establishment it seemed. Li Yanmu, I'm not going to waste any more words with you. The soldier sect now unanimously believes that you have colluded with the demon Immortal sect. If you confess your guilt, we'll still be able to deal with you leniently. Zhuo Buchuan did not sit down, and his hands wrapped around his chest and coldly grunted. Seeing that Zhuo Buchuan directly showed his cards, Li Yanmu also stopped pretending and slowly got up. His eyes gradually sharpened. Zhuo Buchuan guessed Li Yanmu's thoughts and was shocked. You actually want to make a move? Watch the move. Li Yanmu raised his hand and flung it. A box with the word bribe written on it flew towards Zhuo Buchuan in a hurry. As a chi practicing great circle expert, Zhuo Buchuan reached out to receive it, turned it, and opened the box, and the golden flashing light shone on Zhuo Buchuan's rigid and upright face. Harm, I can tell at a glance that you're not a bad person. Brotherly. That's. Zhuo Buchuan laughed and personally sent Li Yanmu out of the government office. See a constable surprised to cast a line of sight. Zhuo Buchuan also specifically for Li Yanmu to explain to other constables. You're all misunderstanding Brotherly. He's a great benefactor, nah. How could someone as kind as him be a member of the demon Immortal sect? Walking to the gate, a person stopped Zhuo Buchuan and Li Yanmu. And this person was exactly the Long Ningxuan who found the opportunity to change back to the constable costume. Seeing Li Yanmu and Zhuo Buchuan hooking up with each other with a look of hating each other, Lang Ningxuan frowned. Sheriff Zhuo, this person is a key criminal who means to collude with the demon Immortal cult. How can you release him? Xiao Lang, you can't say that. Brotherly looks like an honest person. How could he be related to the demon Immortal cult? It's that flower duke who's suspicious. Zhuo Buchuan waved his hand perfunctorily before hooking up with Li Yanmu and circling away from Lang Ningxuan. Afterwards, Li Yanmu and Lang Ningxuan met at the Yellow Crane Tower. There's a high probability that Zhuo Buchuan is the mole, asserted Li Yanmu. The left constable has a high reputation in the court. Lang Ningfeng held her chin inside helplessly. She is unwilling to believe that Zhuo Buchuan is an undercover agent of the demon Immortal sect buried among the soldiers. But Zhuo Buchuan not only accepts Li Yanmu's bribe, but also clarifies the suspicion on Li Yanmu to the other constables who don't know that they have received the approval of the plan of the Taisho. However, Condensing Frost is not a pretentious person. After sighing, she adjusted her mind. I investigated. The person who reported that casino was a street hooligan, but they acted hastily this time. So they found. Through some clues. Lang Ningfeng skimmed her mouth for a moment and said without any goodwill, behind the Li Chu. Lord Lang, you seem upset? That's for sure. Lang Ningfeng raised her hand and slapped it on the table. That Li Chiu is not a good thing. He runs a dying house on the surface, but he doesn't do a lot of assholery behind his back. Those gambling houses have his share, and at this point in time his conscience comes to him to report the gambling houses? Who would believe him? After yelling, Condensing Frost calmed down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. It's okay, in a sense. Our plan is going very well. Amazing An Li said soothingly, but there's no evidence. Li Chiu is just a mortal and not an ordinary person. We can't arrest him for reporting the casino. Condensing Frost scratched the back of her head, distressed. That's what Condensation Frost struggled with the most. They originally thought that the Demon Immortal Church would throw out some bait to equalize the suspicion like before so that the Bing Gate could effectively eliminate the Demon Immortal cult's hand in Sunrise City. But they didn't know that the Demon Immortal cult would actually do the opposite and directly explode the casino, cutting off the channel that Yanmu Li used to raise his suspicion. Then, I yell out in the street that I am a follower of the Demon Immortal cult? Li Yanmu proposed. Lang Ningfeng shook her head against it after thinking about it. No, that would be putting the cart before the horse, and it could also potentially push the Demon Immortal sect over the top. They still have their undercard, and they can't do that before figuring out what their undercard is. Li Yanmu also felt that his idea was too simple after thinking about it for a while. The fact that the Demon Immortal sect let it go, and even took the initiative to send those animals to him, and lowered the suspicion of the zoo even at the expense of throwing out their own pawns, showed that the Demon Immortal sect had the means to demonize all of those animals. Li Yanmu suddenly remembered the tiger demon that preached and recited Buddhist scriptures in the middle of the Taoist temple and also knew how to press people with heaven and earth's righteousness. Speaking, Of which, Lord Lang, can heaven and earth's righteous energy hurt demons? Lang Ningfeng replied after pondering for a moment. This would have to be explained starting from the heaven and earth's righteous qi itself. Li Yanmu resisted the urge to yell skip and sat down across from Condensing Frost, listening to Condensing Frost's narration. There is no distinction between good and evil in this world. And naturally there is no such thing as righteousness. But man is innately enlightened. And it is not too much to say that he is the original demon. Man is a demon. And with his 3 thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia, he has caused chaos in the world, to the point that all things can be demons. From this came the great wilderness. Emperor Shan wanted to cure the scourge of these 3 thoughts, but was reversed. But as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. The way of equilibrium is everywhere. When the evil gas flourishes, there will be the opposite gas that breeds. And when the great Shun dynasty was broken, the saints revealed themselves. With Kong Sheng as the leader, he descended the holy words to write the name of that opposite gas. That is the righteousness of heaven and earth. Later Emperor Yu took the righteousness of heaven and earth and combined it with holy words to refine a pillar to suppress evil. That is the holy pillar. Lang Ningfeng shook his head like a storyteller. And then there was the Confucian sect. The great Confucianists were all mortals, but they were righteous and righteous. And with a loud heave, even the demons at the stage of merging would go up in smoke. The heaven and earth's righteous qi is originally for the purpose of destroying the suffering 3 thoughts, so it is naturally capable of injuring demons. However, the vast majority of demons are beasts that open their minds with 3 thoughts, and even if the qi of 3 thoughts is washed away from their bodies, their cultivation is only damaged, and the power of that body's qi and blood is still there. Only those demons that are rooted in San Yan will be seriously injured or destroyed by the righteous qi of heaven and earth. Li Yanmu pondered for a while before telling Condensing Frost about what happened at the Taoist temple. After hearing this, Condensing Frost nodded. That's normal. The Dayu dynasty has regulated the righteousness of heaven and earth with the Dayu laws combined with the might of the sacred pillar as a means of suppressing the channels through which evils can thrive. But as the saying goes, what goes up, comes down. In order to ferry those ghosts and monsters trapped by their obsessive thoughts, Emperor Yu refined the Buddha pillar with Buddhist teachings. Transmigration is good. And not only will they not be harmed by the righteousness of heaven and earth, but they can even sometimes be empowered by the righteousness of heaven and earth, coupled with the fact that most of those demons are transformed from beasts and do not have the moral grounding of a human being, nor do they need to abide by the law. So those demons use Buddhist teachings to exploit the loopholes of the righteousness of heaven and earth and reverse the cause and effect. Li Yanmu curiously pursued, can't that be an amendment to the law? Lang Ningfeng shook her head. The positive and evil qi is always in a state of equilibrium. If one side is too strong, the other side will follow and become stronger. If the holy pillars are used to forcefully suppress all the beasts, the positive qi of heaven and earth will lose its original meaning, and the 3 thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia will surely use the positive qi of heaven and earth as a seedbed, which is why Emperor Yu had sent down an imperial order to the 4 pillars. We are only borrowing the righteousness of heaven and earth, not mastering it. Li Yanmu nodded thoughtfully. Is that demon Immortal sect considered evil in the view of the righteousness of heaven and earth, corrupting all beasts with greed, anger, and dementia, no matter how one disguises it? This is an evil act and will naturally be struck down by the righteousness of heaven and earth. But that's where the problem lies. Lang Ningfeng slapped her forehead in distress. The demon Immortal sect never does this sort of thing itself, but instead lets mortals such as Li Chou do it. These mortals have no cultivation, so the positive qi of heaven and earth will only repel these mortals, which will cause these mortals to become seedbeds of greed, anger, and dementia, while those demons use Buddhism to absorb the greed, anger, and dementia in these people as a way of avoiding the influence of the positive qi of heaven and earth. Speaking of this, Condensing Frost said helplessly, one of the saints, in order to allow the great Confucian to be able to use the positive qi of heaven and earth freely and to deter the demons, wrote down the holy words. A gentleman discusses the heart regardless of the traces, and discusses the traces regardless of the heart. And there is no filial son in a cold family. It extinguished the demons rooted in the 3 thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia, but it also allowed the heartless demons to utilize the righteousness of heaven and earth. A Yu emperor, in order to borrow more positive qi from heaven and earth to eliminate demons and make the world peaceful, amended the sacred pillars and laws with the saints' theory of science regardless of the heart. And there were no saints in the world in the theory of the heart, lowering the harsh limitations of positive qi from heaven and earth. So that the soldier sects that could not be empowered by positive qi from heaven and earth because of their killings and their contamination with worldly power were able to use positive qi from heaven and earth. But the result is that those demons are also able to exploit the loopholes and become even more difficult to eradicate. This is the balance between good and evil. Li Yanmu stroked his chin and suddenly said, Li Chuo is now considered to be doing good deeds. so he will be favored by the righteousness of heaven and earth, right? Lang Ningfang froze and nodded despite her irritation. Right. Those who are favored by the righteousness of heaven and earth are good people. And those who make good people do bad things are bad people and will be struck down by the righteousness of heaven and earth, right? Lang Ningfeng didn't understand what Li Yanmu wanted to do, but still answered honestly, yes, this is also the reason why the Confucian sect will not be destroyed. Any evil demon that wants to harm a great Confucian, even if it is just to move, may be counterattacked by the righteousness of heaven and earth. Li Yanmu grinned. Lord Lang, if your soldier sect were to give Li Qiu and the others a brocade banner, so that the entire Sunrise City would know how upright and good people they are, would they be blessed with the righteousness of heaven and earth? Lang Ningxuang blinked her eyes, realizing what Li Yanmu meant, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If, on the other hand, the demon Immortal sect encourages, or coerces, these good people, who are ennobled by the righteousness of heaven and earth, to do the evil deed of corrupting all beasts, Amazing An Li smiled badly. Will he be struck by the righteousness of heaven and earth? Lang Ningfang imagined the picture and couldn't help but get excited. I'll contact the Imperial Guard. Saying that, Lang Ningxuang found out the talisman paper for contact from within her storage bag. Feng Shouyun, the Imperial Guard of Sunrise City, was also silent for a few seconds after hearing Li Yanmu's plan before he slowly said, I'll send the banner myself. Chapter 29, Prison is like home. The moment the magistrate's constable came to his door, Li Qiu had to admit that he panicked. As a mortal he was not under the jurisdiction of the soldier's gate, but the Yamen was another matter, and on hearing the magistrate's constable say that the Tai Shou wanted to see him, Li Qiu's legs went limp and had the first suspicion that someone had thrown him out as a backstabber. You know, colluding with the demon Immortal cult is a major offense. With the help of the constable, Li Qiu arrived at the Tai Shou's residence and met the legendary Tai Shou. It was a middle-aged man who looked plain and ordinary, but those eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars. Under those eyes, Li Qiu only felt like an ant. Your name is Li Qiu, right? Feng Shouyun opened his mouth. Gentle, but latent oppressive voice made Li Qiu instantly back to focus. Almost subconsciously Li Qiu wanted to kneel down, but the two sides of the constable seems to have had a premonition of the general left and right frame Li Qiu's arm. Li Qiu can only kneel down in the void. Lord Tai Shou. I'm not the only one. There's Dash. Li Qiu anxiously wanted to pull a few more people to the back as a way to make up for his mistakes. But Feng Shouyun continued as if he couldn't hear. Thank you very much for your contribution to the fight against the dark forces in Sunrise City. As a token of appreciation, I present this banner to you on behalf of Sunrise City Dash. With that said, with a throw from the Feng Shouyun Taisho, a brocade banner flew in front of Li Qiu, and a line was written right on top of the brocade banner. Combating gambling is everyone's responsibility. These 4 words are absolutely extraordinary. Each stroke is permeated with golden light, as if a royal decree to drive away demons and retreat from evil. Li Qiu received the banner with a bewildered look on his face, and under Feng Shouyun's leadership, those present applauded. Li Qiu, who was in a state of bewilderment, nodded and hailed along with the atmosphere and left the Taisho's residence under the smiling faces of the constables and was escorted all the way back to the Li residence. It wasn't until the butler whispered a test that Li Qiu came back to his senses. After looking back at the experience of less than half an hour, Li Qiu only felt a dizzy spell, as if everything was a dream. But the banner in his arms did not look like a fake. Li Qiu's first suspicion was that this was a ploy by the soldier sect, but after recalling Feng Shouyun's eyes that seemed to be hiding the Sinshu, Li Qiu felt ashamed and inferior for thinking so. He was just a mere mortal. Was he worthy of letting a cultivator like that play tricks on him? So, the Taisho really just sends out banners to him. Looking at the banner in his hand, Li Qiu still felt that it was a bit unreal, but just then the butler slightly raised his voice. Master, what's the matter? Can't you see I'm thinking about something? Li Qiu glared at the other party in displeasure. Ah, no master. That Li Yanmu seems to have gone fooling around with that flower gentleman again. This time they went to a greenhouse. The butler speeded up his speech in fear. It's just going to a song. Wait, which one did he go to? Li Qiu first waved his hand without caring, but soon changed his face as if he remembered something. 15th floor. Asterisk. What the hell is the origin of that flower duke? He actually even knows about that place. Li Qiu cursed out loud. The Dayu dynasty permitted the existence of greenhouses, but only for formal operations, and forced buying and selling of flesh and blood was strictly forbidden. But there are formal. Naturally there are informal grey greenhouses, and the 15th floor is one of them. If this were to allow Yanmuli to go inside and flaunt something, then the soldier gate could really find a reason to hammer Yanmuli to death along with the zoo. Quickly, go contact Lu Chang. Tell him to hurry and report the 15th floor off. Li Qiu anxiously all but kicked the butler in the face. Lu Chang is the owner of the car dealership in Sunrise City, and the owner behind the curtain of the 15th floor, relying on the convenience of the car dealership to pull in a lot of guests and roll in a lot of money for the 15th floor. If the 15th floor must be brought to an end, it would be best for Lu Chang himself. The butler rushed to the Lu family at a fast pace. Lu Chang was originally because Li Chiu was taken away by the Yamen constables and the matter is difficult to sit still. I heard Li Yan toward the 15th floor is more scared to almost directly rolled his eyes fainted. On the spot grabbed the housekeeper's horse straight to the Yamen. I want to report it. Brotherly. Lord Zhua. Despite being seated in a chair with iron shackles on his hands, Amazing Yin Li's eyes were frighteningly clear. Zhua Buchuan held his forehead and let out a long sigh. Brotherly. You were only released this morning. Ahem, I think it's all a misunderstanding. I just want to go listen to a tune. Amazing Yin Li said, spreading his hands out. The light in Zhua Buchuan's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, really just listening to a song? Ahem, I heard that the flower girl of the 15th floor loves people with bravado. Li Yanmu coughed lightly, his eyes flickering. I think I quite fit the bill. Zhua Buchuan grunted twice, but Condensing Frost, who was sitting on the other side, cursed out. Less nonsense. Quickly say, did the people from the Demon Immortal Sect tell you to do that? Li Yanmu immediately shrunk his neck a bit. Lord Lang, you're being wronged. Where can you see that I'm from the Demon Immortal cult? Humph, there is no impermeable wall in the world. Do you think that no one has heard that Demon Immortal blessing that you lost your tongue? Long Ningfeng laughed coldly. You have cultivation. The soldier sect is perfectly capable of punishing you. Seeing that Long Ningfeng was so aggressive, Zhua Buchuan immediately spoke out to stop it. Xiao Lang ah. How many times have I said that you can't act out of anger? Look at you. Your old habits are back. You go out first. Wait until you calm down. Left Sheriff. Get out. Under Zhua Buchuan's stern gaze, Condensing Frost bit her lip and rushed out with a huff. Only when Long Ningfeng's footsteps were far away did Zhua Buchuan wipe the sweat from his forehead and joked. Brotherly, this Lang Sheriff's head is not a small one. I've taken quite a risk in order to protect you. Lord Zhua, see what you're saying. I'm not guilty of anything. Lord Lang just simply misunderstood me. Li Yanmu smiled and shook his head. Zhua Buchuan froze, then suddenly came to a realization and laughed. It's me who spoke too much. Brotherly indeed has nothing to do with the Demon Immortal Sect. That's for sure. Then, why did you come to that? Demon Immortal blessing. Brotherly? Zhua Buchuan's eyes narrowed up slightly. Li Yanmu knew that Zhua Buchuan was testing, so he frankly said, of course, I heard some rumors that doing so could bring good luck. I didn't expect it to be true. Zhua Buchuan rubbed his forehead and chided in a cold voice. Aren't you worried that the soldier sect will punish you for allegedly colluding with the Demon Immortal Sect? Li Yanmu froze and swung his head up without caring. It's not like I colluded with the Demon Immortal Sect. If even this matter is considered colluding with the Demon Immortal Sect, then isn't everyone in Sunrise City colluding with the Demon Immortal Sect? Even if it's the Soldier's Gate that breaks the crime, we have to talk about evidence, right? Or else I wouldn't be sitting here. Brotherly, you're making it a bit difficult for me, but what you said is indeed very right. We can't conclude that you're colluding with the Demon Immortal cult just because of your phrase Demon Immortal blessing. Zhua Buchuan got up, unshackled Li Yanmu, and personally escorted Li Yanmu out of the courthouse. Outside the Yamen the flowery prince dressed as Lang Ningxuan was there and made fun of the constables who were watching the door with an arrogant attitude, infuriating those constables who glared at each other but were afraid to make a move due to the other party's identity. Seeing Li Yanmu come out, Condensing Frost immediately laughed and waved at Li Yanmu. Brotherly, it's really hard on you. I know a good place that can help you wash off the bad luck that's stained here. Fine, then I'd appreciate it if Mr. Flower would lead the way. Looking at the arrogant back of Li Yanmu and Lang Ningfeng, Zhua Buchuan was pondering. Within 2 hours, Yanmu Li was reported arrested again. Chapter 30, A Righteous Spirit, like a great scholar. I want to report it. I want to report it. I am not equal to sin. Thanks to the efforts of Li Chiu and the others, the gray industry in Sunrise City was dealt a fatal blow. But since they were the ones who benefited from the gray industry, a world where no one was hurt was born. Take a look at Li Chiu and the others who were all covered in righteousness and looked like great scholars. Shang Xian suspected he was in the wrong place. Supreme Immortal, after our tireless efforts, now the soldier sect not only can't do anything about that brat Li Yanmu, but they've also excluded us from the list of suspects. Li Chiu, who had been empowered by the righteousness of heaven and earth, only felt refreshed, and a wave of self-confidence burst out from the inside out, and he clasped his hands on the spot to report his joy in the direction of the ghostly light. Other people who didn't even dare to breathe a single breath in the past also clasped their fists and smiled playfully. The majestic heaven and earth positive chi entangled together. Like the sun nearly extinguished Shang Xian, the Supreme Immortal wanted to yell at Li Chiu and the others for being stupid. but just as his voice reached his throat, those surging heaven and earth's righteous chi gathered together, revealing a hint of solemnity. Gee, you guys are doing pretty good. Under the intimidation of the righteousness of heaven and earth, the Shangxian had to praise the behavior of Li Qiu and the others. Seeing that the usual harsh superior immortal actually spoke out in praise, Li Qiu and the others had their spirits lifted. Thank you, Supreme Immortal. We will definitely continue our efforts. Again your head. Forced by the intimidation of the righteousness of heaven and earth, the Shangxian could only curse in his heart. Corrupted by greed and vile qi, beasts would be reduced to demons, and as long as the greed and vile qi was thick enough, any cat or dog could turn into a demon. That's why he chose Li Qiu. These assholes alienated by the righteousness of heaven and earth and entangled in the three thoughts of greed and anger. It can increase the greed and vile qi of Sunrise City, turning Sunrise City into a seedbed for hatching demons, and it can also borrow the three thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia to cultivate. And the Green Mountain sect is closed, and the Soldier's Gate is limited by the rules, and this would have been an advantageous game to win twice in a row. As a result, these people from Li Qiu actually exploded the gray industry of Sunrise City. Now you have the righteousness of heaven and earth added to your body, and you can't hit or scold? And they must be praised. If he didn't still have a backhand, he really wanted to slap Li Qiu to death against the counterattack of heaven and earth's righteous energy. Well, go down. In order to avoid another situation where he was forced to praise people by the righteousness of heaven and earth, Shang Xian waved his hand wearily, and thanks to Li Qiu and the others, they were quite obedient and didn't insist on staying to nag them. Only when Li Qiu and the others left did the attic become slightly darker. Zoo, with Li Qiu and others persistently fighting crime, amazingly ends up with nothing to do but jerk off tigers at the zoo. It just so happens that another shipment of animals came in today. All big ones. 3 rhinos, 5 bears, 7 giraffes, 8 crocodiles, and 2 elephants. Even though the area was still enough, because of the extra crocodiles, Yen Muli had to consider if he should dig a pond or something. Penis, do you think there's a need to expand our zoo a bit? Shen Ziqing, who was sitting under the tree and cultivating, nodded his head after thinking for a while. Master, I think that whether there is a need to expand or not is not the point. The point is that it can grip the wool of the demon Immortal sect. After Shin Ziqing reminded him of this, Li Yanmu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Shin Ziqing did have a point. The demon Immortal sect had an undercard in their hands, so the demon Immortal sect wouldn't let him, the zoo, go bankrupt no matter what. Li Yanmu's intention to establish the zoo is to consume the spiritual fruits in his hands. But if he can incidentally bankrupt the demon Immortal sect, then of course it is a double blessing. What do you want to do about the arrangement? 2. Li Yanmu tried hard to meet Shin Ziqing's line of sight, but after half a day of matching, not only did Li Yanmu fail to find Shin Ziqing's line of sight, he even began to suspect that Shin Ziqing had fallen asleep. If we do it too directly, it will arouse the suspicion of the demon Immortal sect. So I suggest that we have Constable Lang step in and conduct a thorough investigation of the zoo on the basis of suspected construction of unauthorized buildings, and put forward a request for rectification. If alterations cannot be made within a short period of time, the zoo will be demolished and all the animals will be taken over. Mei Chai Xiao, who was nibbling on an apple, didn't hold back a glance at Shin Ziqing. Those squinty eyes that looked like good old boys were radiating an unspoken sinister look from top to bottom at the moment. Elder, what you said makes sense. Let's leave it to you, and leave Lord Lang's side to me to communicate. Li Yanmu thought about it, and felt that Shin Ziqing's method was very good. The demon Immortal sect suffered heavy losses under Li Qiu and the others' self-explosive attacks, but it did manage to avoid the suspicion of the soldier sect. If the water is warmed up for a split second, a frog in warm water will jump out. You can only warm up the water a little bit at this point. Speaking of which, Lao Air, have you been practicing here all this time? That's when another problem came to amazing Yen Li's mind. Yes, thanks to Master's blessing, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is very rich here. It's just a pity that my disciple is stupid. Shin Ziqing was grateful and at the same time secretly blamed himself. He had been given such good conditions, but he had made no progress in terms of cultivation, and was still only at the 3rd level of chi cultivation. On the contrary, his parents who ran around in Sunrise City had already reached the 5th level of chi cultivation, although he had long known that his talent was mediocre. As a young man, Shin Ziqing still inevitably developed emotions of loss and unwillingness. The matter of immortal cultivation, just go with the flow. Li Yanmu waved his hand. Master, but cultivating immortals is supposed to go against the heavens. Shin Ziqing asked rhetorically in confusion, and Mei Chai Xiao, who was sitting on the treetop, nodded his head. Eldest, this is your fault. It is this heaven and earth that gave birth to you and raised you. Why do you want you to go against him? At a glance, Li Yanmu could tell that Shin Ziqing was caught up in the internal consumption of cultivation. This is very bad. What the Taoist sect is most opposed to is the cultivation of internal depletion, and it is necessary to break over Shin Ziqing's erroneous thinking. Being asked such a rhetorical question by Li Yanmu, Shin Ziqing froze, scratching his head for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Li Yanmu then took advantage of the situation and said, "Now that you are using my techniques and eating my spirit fruits, do you want to go against me?" Shin Ziqing was shocked and immediately shook his head in panic. Master is kind to Ziqing. Ziqing will not have that kind of thoughts no matter what. Then why are you going against the grain? You are going against this heaven and earth. Why does he still want to raise you and protect you? And why did he let you attain immortality? Shin Ziqing froze in place, even his eyes were completely open. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Since this heaven and earth are willing to give birth to you and raise you, they will naturally accommodate you. Li Yanmu turned around and raised his head. You feel that you are fighting against the heavens, and cannot imagine yourself as victorious over the heavens, so naturally you cannot travel to a more penetrating and profound realm. As for the so-called calamity sent down from heaven and earth, how much of it is self-seeking? Take a deep breath. Shin Ziqing took a deep breath and leaned against the trunk of the tree. With that breath of stuffiness exhaled, Shin Ziqing suddenly felt that the thoughts were clear, and those troubles that could not be said gradually dashed off. Li Yanmu, who was pretending to be a tall man, sneaked a glance at Shin Ziqing and nodded his head with instant satisfaction, not noticing that Mei Chai Xiao, who was standing on the treetop, was at the moment looking as if he had realized everything. Chapter 31, I'm actually more scared than you are. After rescuing Shin Ziqing from the internal depletion of his cultivation, for the first time, Li Yanmu had a real sense of being a master as well as a sense of accomplishment. And then Li Yanmu carefully recalled that his eldest disciple Jian Xin never seemed to show admiration for him, but instead revealed a subtle look when he displayed the godly creative feat of the hot light eye. Come to think of it, it must be that he, the master, did not say something like a master. The more Li Yanmu thought about it, the more it was the case, and he immediately moved to rush back to Luoyang town. It was still mid-afternoon when he arrived home, and Kenshin was playing with a black stick he had found somewhere. Li Yanmu had just pushed open the door of the compound when Jian Xin's scarlet eyes deviated towards Li Yanmu. Master, welcome back. Ahem, boss, have you been struggling with anything lately? Amazing. And Li coughed and crossed his arms in an effort to look high and mighty. It was with this appearance that he shocked Shin Ziqing to even open his eyes, and Jian Xin was only a 13-year-old girl. No. Li Yanmu's upturned chest collapsed downward. Master, hearing you say that, the apprentice has indeed been troubled by a few things lately. Jian Xin's scarlet eyes shifted upwards for a moment, as if she had remembered something, and nodded to Li Yanmu. Recently, people in the town of Lokyang have been saying that master, you've been arrested in jail every other day for visiting a greenhouse and casino, and going to jail is just as skillful as going home. Cough, boss. There are a lot of secrets that can't be told in this matter. Li Yanmu coughed awkwardly, avoiding Jian Xin's bland, but somehow oppressive eyes. Jian Xin gently exhaled and turned his face away. I believe that master is not the nasty person they say he is. But master, the righteousness of heaven and earth is based on deeds and not on the heart, and you are tainted with a lot of filth, so you can easily cause misunderstandings in others. Yes? Amazing. And Li picked up the collar and sniffed it, but didn't smell anything strange. Lang Ningfeng also mentioned this matter. Lang Ningfeng was a constable himself, belonging to the Soldier Sect, and with the righteousness of heaven and earth added to his body and the power of the Soldier Sect's national fortune protecting him, he didn't have to worry about being tainted by greed, anger, and dementia. He did not have the power of national fortune added to his body, and even though his initial intention was to crack the conspiracy of the demon Immortal sect, the righteousness of heaven and earth was amended by Emperor Yu to become only about behavior, regardless of what was in his heart. Therefore, if the tiger demon captures people and preaches sutras and recites Buddha's name, it can be blessed by the righteousness of heaven and earth, and Li Qiao and others can be blessed by the righteousness of heaven and earth when they report casinos. It's fine. When the matter of Sunrise City is over, this filthy aura of master will dissipate. Seeing Li Yanmu's heartless look, Jian Xin was a bit irritated, but when he thought that Li Yanmu was only acting in this way to crack the demon Immortal sect's conspiracy, he was helpless again. After staying in the cabin for half a day, late at night, after confirming that Jian Xin was asleep, Li Yanmu carefully closed the door and quietly left the cabin. The road back to Sunrise City was quiet, accompanied only by the sound of insects, and it was cloudy today, so the road was extraordinarily dim. The inexplicable chill caused Li Yanmu to speed up his steps, but he did not notice the swaying shadows quivering like flames, and the giant centipede silently raised itself from the shadows. 3 thoughts of filth. The centipede opened its hideous mouthparts and curled its terrifying body to fall in the direction of Li Yanmu. At that moment a ray of bright moonlight spilled down, and centipede froze. It's obviously cloudy today. So where's the moonlight coming from? The centipede subconsciously looked up, and a sword light was reflected in its eyes. Li Yanmu sneezed and looked back, but his back was empty and silent. A look of age. An illusion? Li Yanmu muttered before speeding up his pace, passing by the Taoist temple. Li Yanmu did not intend to stay, but he heard a call as he passed by. Sure, master. I wonder if you could have a word with me. Li Yanmu did not reply, but silently accelerated his pace. Not long after, Li Yanmu heard a cracking sound coming from behind him. Giver. Guru. Li Yanmu switched from walking to running, and even used blow with heart to jet forward, but a shadow still chased after him. And just as he got close to Li Yanmu, his opponent's bald head flashed into his eyes. It was a young man wrapped in a robe, holding a string of Buddha beads in his left hand and a mantle in his right hand, chasing after Li Yanmu's side with incomparable ease. At this level, it's a Tsukiji to say the least. Sure, master. Sure, master. I see that you're as fit as a fiddle. You don't look like you're in the chi practicing realm at all. Li Yanmu was afraid that this monk would suddenly come and say I'm not human at first glance, and then a set of Dawei Tianlong would hit him. So he immediately emphasized, I'm not a demon. I'm a human. Why are you chasing me? You've misunderstood. Young monk, I just want to ask you a few questions. The young monk smiled and put the mantle into his sleeve. You're leaving after the question? A monk does not lie. Monk, what favors did the Immortal sect promise you? The monk's smile remained the same, but the light in his eyes made Li Yanmu's back hairy. If he was not careful, the other party might really hit down with a set of Dawei Tianlong. Li Yanmu recalled Jian Xin's admonition that he was stained with filth and would easily cause misunderstandings. That's a long story. No harm done. We can talk while we eat. The monk smiled and took a rice ball out of his sleeve. Seeing that he couldn't shake off the monk, Li Yanmu also slowed down his pace and took the rice ball but didn't eat it right away. Instead, he pulled away vigilantly. When I was going to Sunrise City, I met a tiger demon who could chant and preach Buddhism. He captured people and wanted to refine them into devouring ghosts using Buddhist teachings. He also had a master who was a tiger Luohan. The monk froze and touched his head in embarrassment. Egashurho wouldn't have thought that I was sent by the demon immortal cult to test you, right? You have to keep an eye out for everything. If you're not, we can go to the soldier's gate. Li Yanmu deadpanned, staring into the monk's eyes. In his plan with condensing frost, there was the part where the demon immortal cult ran to reach him personally. But the demon immortal sect does things cautiously. It is not possible to come into contact foolishly. There is bound to be a link of trial and error. Good. Monks, my Dharma name is Dao Hai. I don't know how to call you. Monks dash. Dao Hai smiled and nodded a bit, took out another rice ball from his sleeve and shook his head and ate it. I won't say anything until we get to the soldier's gate. This is good too. The monk scratched his head helplessly, his slightly raised eyes reflecting a sword light hidden in the shade above the treetops. Schizo, I'm actually more scared than you are. Ha! Amazing. And Li smiled in disbelief. The two arrived at Sunrise City at dawn one after the other. When he was about to enter the door, Li Yanmu suddenly remembered something. Would he be found out by the people of the Demon Immortal sect if he was walking with a monk? Leading to the bankruptcy of his plan with Lang Ningxuang. In fact, having come this far, Li Yanmu was already convinced that Dao Hai was not from the Demon Immortal sect. Just as Li Yanmu was thinking about how to speak to Dao Hai, he saw Dao Hai shaking the robe on his body and flipping it over. And underneath the simple robe was a noble robe. Dao Hai raised his hand and wiped it again, and his shining bald head was replaced by long, black, beautiful hair. In the blink of an eye, Dao Hai changed from a monk to a noble gentleman, while Li Yanmu was like a dog's leg in this noble gentleman's entourage. Seeing Li Yanmu's face full of surprise, Dao Hai laughed. There's always something troublesome when you go out. So the masters and uncles created this trick of one-click return to the world, so that it's convenient to be able to bamboozle at any time. Chapter 32, just tell me if it's fast or not. Brother Li, I wonder how you plan to enter the soldier gate. Entering Sunrise City, Dao Hai had his hands behind his back, without any humility and courtesy when he was in monk mode, and his every move showed arrogance, and his overly realistic acting skills reminded Li Yanmu of Lang Ningxuang. Don't worry, I have a dedicated channel and it's extremely secretive. No one knows that I'm going to meet someone at the soldier's gate. Oh, Dokai came to life. Li Yanmu raised his hand and fired a basketball-sized fireball towards the sky with a fiery palm plus whirlwind fist. Bang! The fireball exploded, drawing quite a bit of attention. Dao Hai's expression instantly became subtle. Is this hidden? Within moments, several constables ran out. Amazing. And Li, what do you want this time? This Mr. Hai is new here. I'm not giving him a show. Li Yanmu immediately put his arm around Dao Hai's shoulder. Dao Hai didn't know what kind of medicine Li Yanmu was selling in his gourd, but he nodded anyway. Sunrise City prohibits the unprovoked use of spells in the street. You are under arrest. That's how Amazing An Li and Du Hai were put in a cell. Li Yanmu entered the cell as if he was going back to his own room with ease and leisure, and Dao Hai couldn't help but feel a bit torn. Sure, Li brother, this is the special channel you said? Of course, no one will care. Just wait. Seeing that Li Yanmu had said so, Dao Hai could only accept it with egg on his face. A few moments later, Condensing Frost and Zhuobuchuan came. At the time of seeing Dao Hai, Condensing Frost frowned a little bit, and started to criticize and educate. And the frightened Dao Hai thought that Li Yanmu had killed someone on the street, and Zhuobuchuan is daily blocking the condensing cream. Finally this interrogation to condensing cream kicked the door away. Just when Dao Hai thought that Zhuobuchuan was the person that Li Yanmu wanted to meet in the middle of the soldier's gate, Lang Ningxuan, who was dressed back as the Flower Duke, appeared in front of them again. Dao Hai suddenly felt that Zhuobuchuan was a bit miserable. Yellow Crane Tower, Flower Character Elegant Room. Dao Hai resumed his monk's dress, and Lang Ningxuan also showed herself for the first time at the Yellow Crane Tower in the form of a constable. Dao Hai was all smiles, but Condensing Frost was tightly frowning, her mood bad to the naked eye. Is this something I did wrong? Li Yanmu scratched his face, a little embarrassed. Lang Ningfang glanced at Li Yanmu and shook her head. Brother Li, it's not much to do with you. It's this bald donkey who crossed the line. After saying that, Condensing Frost glared at Dao Hai. The Buddhist sect and the soldier sect have had an agreement that you may not enter the area governed by the soldier sect without permission, especially a monk of your rank. I'm sorry about this matter, but I was forced to do so. Dao Hai shook his head and stopped laughing and haggling. The people of the Immortal sect stole an evil treasure that our Golden Mountain Temple had suppressed, and it had to be reclaimed before it caused more trouble. It's been half a year before your Golden Mountain Temple noticed that the evil treasure was stolen? Li Yanmu couldn't help but interject. We found out when it was stolen, but the Bingmen just wouldn't let us come over, and we've been tugging at the Bingmen for the better part of a year. Li Yanmu subconsciously looked at Condensing Frost. Lang Ningxuang wrapped her hands around her chest and held on imposingly for a moment before averting her eyes. There are very complicated issues here that can't be told in a few words. I thought it was because the Great Yu dynasty didn't want the Buddhist sect to meddle in the operation of the dynasty for various reasons, so they tried to find ways to fend off the Buddhist sect. Li Yanmu scratched his head. Pretty much the same thing. Lang Ningfeng somewhat strained her expression and immediately emphasized. These vultures have previous convictions. One of the vultures has asked the Great Yu dynasty to pay for the support of monks to replace the law of the land with the law of the Buddha. Upon hearing this, Li Yanmu also immediately looked at Dao Hai. Dao Hai scratched his bald head, showing a rare expression of embarrassment. There is indeed this matter. Ahem, so this time, the abbot specially cautioned me to listen to the Hyrule sect's arrangements in all matters. Lang Ningfeng snorted coldly as a sign of skepticism and distrust. Dao Hai also had no choice but to continue stroking his bald head there, as if that would alleviate the embarrassment. In truth, though, it couldn't, so Dao Hai cast a pleading look at Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu didn't want to make the atmosphere too stiff. After all, their side didn't even know what the Demon Immortal sect's undercard was, not to mention the way to counteract it. Ahem, then is it convenient for you to reveal what the evil treasure stolen by the Demon Immortal sect is? After dwelling on it for a moment, Dao Hai slowly said, it's a string of sherds. Sherry, can be used to turn animals into demons? Li Yan ended puzzled. In his impression only those high monks will conceive relics after death. That is not an ordinary relic, but a demonic relic condensed by a white snake after its death. Dao Hai explained. It could have attained the way, but it was trapped by its obsession, and because of its dementia it gave birth to greed, and became angry with the world, and in the end, it lost all its efforts. And then the relics were also tainted by the three thoughts and became a demonic relic. The ordinary 100 beasts will be corrupted by the three thoughts of greed, anger, and dementia in it as long as they touch that demon sherry, and will be transformed into demons. Even more problematic place is also here. We, in order to ferry this relic, pressed it under the tower, chanting sutras for it. The result is that by that demon relic metamorphosed from the demonic creatures each know Buddhism. Brotherly, what you saw of the tiger demon. The tiger Luohan was influenced by that demon sherry. Hearing this, Condensing Frost also put away her resistance to the Buddhist sect. What method is there to counteract that relic? Unfortunately, that relic is the result of White Snake's lifelong cultivation and obsession, and if it is forcibly destroyed it will only release the three thoughts of defilement within it. Dao Hai replied with a shake of his head. This matter was caused by the Golden Mountain Temple's unfavorable care, but since it is in your soldier sect's territory, naturally, it has to be followed according to your soldier sect's laws. So I would suggest that we give those animals a pain in the ass so that they don't have to suffer the torment of the three thoughts. Lang Ningfeng hesitated, but Li Yanmu shook his head dryly. No. Dao Hai seemed to have known that Li Yanmu would refuse as he shook his head helplessly. Scholar, I know you pity those animals, but this is one time, and this is another time. These are two different things. Even though they are holding the demonic relics, the demon Immortal sect still prioritizes evoking the greed and greediness within Sunrise City. In the final analysis, this matter started because of people. Killing those animals will certainly solve the immediate problem, but it will only push out the scourge of people, who will only hide even deeper and lead to even greater trouble. Li Yanmu emphasized after a pause, good and evil will always be in balance. If you think of taking shortcuts, you will only invite greater trouble. Dao Hai was stunned. His left hand couldn't help but clasp the Buddha beads, and after plucking several in a row his hands joined together and bent down to Yanmu Li. I've been taught. I wonder if the Shifu would allow me to go to the garden and chant and preach Buddha's teachings for those animals. Li Yanmu was also quite worried about the demonic relic in Dao Hai's mouth, so he nodded in agreement. Anyway, his zoo was full of ordinary animals, and he didn't have to worry about Dao Hai reciting a few verses to enlighten anyone. Lang Ningxuan was also relieved and began to discuss with Li Yanmu about the plan to gather the wool of the demon Immortal sect. Chapter 33, I thank you for him. After explaining things, Zhuo Buchuan planned to go home. 9 to 5. That's the unchanging rule. But when he left the yamen, Zhuo Buchuan heard two people whispering. I heard that Constable Lang decided to tear down that what's his name zoo for private construction of illegal buildings. Constable Lang is as cynical as he is vindictive. Regardless of whether the Li Yanmu is a member of the demon Immortal cult or not, Constable Lang doesn't intend to let it go. Zhuo Buchuan coughed out. The shoulders of the two men who were whispering shook and looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing Zhuo Buchuan standing there, they immediately arched their hands and bent over. Left Sheriff. Well, I was just about to go home when I happened to hear you guys chatting. I heard that you're going to demolish that zoo? Zhuo Buchuan put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. What's going on here? This. Specifics. We are not clear, but Lang Constable led the head. Intends to conduct a raid on that zoo. A breath to end that zoo. It is said that Lang Constable is now discussing with the Imperial Guard. One replied respectfully. Zhuo Buchuan's brows wrinkled slightly. Nonsense. How can you trespass due to prejudice? What is she planning to examine? The two of them looked at each other, and it was the one who opened his mouth to explain that continued to reply. We don't know either, but it should all be recorded in the clan scrolls. Okay, I get it. You guys do what you need to do. Zhuo Buchuan waved his hand, drove the two away and then walked around the corner a few times, and finally went straight to the place where the dossier was stored. Found the dossier with the word cold written on it as fast as he could, and flipped through a few pages to find the item of the raid that the two constables were talking about. Just by reading the two lines, Zhuo Buchuan sucked in a breath of cool air. This is not a surprise inspection. This is clearly aimed at drying up Li Yanmu. Zhuo Buchuan looked around and immediately found a clean piece of paper and topically wrote down the items of the raid. After restoring everything, Zhuo Buchuan put the paper into his arms and left the court. After circling around the bazaar several times, he finally met Li Yanmu, who was talking and laughing with the second person at the tea house. Zhuo Buchuan did not approach hastily, but first observed. In addition to the standardized flower gentleman, there was one more person, also dressed in expensive clothes. At first glance it was the idle rich man's son. During the daytime it was to greet this gentleman that Li Yanmu set fireballs on the street. Only after confirming that there was no one else, Zhuo Buchuan walked into the tea house with a smile on his face. Li Yanmu froze and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lord Zhuo, I'm just drinking tea. It's not a violation of the law, right? Brother Li, what are you talking about? Zhuo Buchuan shook his head. Zhuo Buchuan glanced at Long Ningxuang and Dao Hai again, his face full of difficulty. In fact, there are some things that I want to discuss with you. I don't know if I can. What are you saying? Lord Zhuo. Li Yanmu smiled and waved his hand, and immediately got up and followed Zhuo Buchuan to a quiet place. Brother Li, Constable Lang is a bit impatient and intends to raid your zoo in one breath, and this is what she intends to inspect. Zhuo Buchuan's face was full of seriousness as he handed the topography down to Li Yanmu. As a participant, Li Yanmu naturally knew what was written on it, but still pretended to be puzzled and took the paper, then cooperated and stared wide-eyed. This is to build White Emperor City? Zhuo Buchuan hurriedly spoke out to console him. Brother Li, you still have time, but even the Shin family doesn't have that much money. Seeing Li Yan and six gods, Zhuo Buchuan also understands very well. He also reacted the same way when he saw the dossier. Brother Li, just go ahead and do it. Zhuo Buchuan slowly said in a voice that only Li Yanmu could hear after a pause. The demon fairy will bless you. After saying that, Zhuo Buchuan gave Li Yanmu a you-know-what look and turned to leave. Li Yanmu nodded his head in a touched manner and turned around to tell Condensing Frost and Dao Hai about this matter. I didn't realize that there was actually an undercover agent of the demon Immortal sect amongst the soldier sect. Dao Hai sighed as he pinched his teacup. Lang Ningfeng thought that Dao Hai was squeezing the Bing sect, and immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, "We also didn't expect those demons to be able to preach and recite Buddhist scriptures." In the face of Lung Ningxuan's lingering hostility, Dao Hai only got up helplessly and arched his hand toward Li Yanmu to say goodbye. Only when Dao Hai left did Li Yanmu look at Condensing Frost, not saying a single word, but looking at Condensing Frost uncomfortably. Lang Ningfeng also knew that she shouldn't be infighting with her own people in the face of a great enemy, and reluctantly grunted, "I'm sorry, but I always feel that these bald asses don't have good intentions." Li Yanmu shook his head helplessly, advanced his teacup to take a sip of tea, pondered for a moment and suddenly frowned. "I've always thought that monks are compassionate. I didn't expect that he would actually offer to kill all the animals. What's so strange about that? Buddha is Buddha. The Buddhist sect is the Buddhist sect. The Golden Mountain Temple is the Golden Mountain Temple. And the monks are the monks." Condensing Frost didn't think it was strange, casually copying the beef on his plate and tossing it into his mouth. "But you don't have to worry that he's going to sneak in and kill all the animals in your zoo tonight. Rather, out of the tea house." Dao Hai turned into an alley. A few flashes from the suave gentleman changed back to a kind monk. Another light leap. Dao Hai has come to the city outside. Arriving in front of the zoo, Dao Hai was subdued by the aura of heaven and earth in it before he even entered the door. This aura, just as Dao Hai was surprised, Mei Chai Xiao had silently arrived by Dao Hai's side. "Young master, we are not open to the public here." Dao Hai was startled and was about to withdraw, but Mei Chai Xiao's right hand had already slapped on Dao Hai's shoulder. The force was not considered heavy, but no matter how much Dao Hai exerted himself he was unable to disengage from it. Fortunately, Mei Shiba Xiao did not show any malicious intent, and Dao Hai calmed down with great speed. "Naturally, I've received permission from Master Li, and in order to prevent the demon Immortal cult from casting evil spells to turn these innocent animals into demons, I've come here to chant and preach the Buddha's sutra to do my small part." "Chanting and preaching?" Mei Chai Xiao shook his head a bit and smiled meaningfully. "Little Master you haven't traveled much in the Jianghu, have you?" Dao Hai's soft brow frowned slightly and unnoticeably. "What do you mean by that?" "Sure, Master. Little Master, do you think they need your help?" Mei Chai Xiao stepped forward and pushed open the door. Dao Hai was puzzled and followed Mei Chai Xiao inside, and was about to ask Mei Chai Xiao what exactly he meant, but upon seeing the scene in front of him, Dao Hai's eyes widened. Under the moonlight, the animals were lined up in a quadrangle, led by a raccoon who was gesticulating like a human being. "Old man, this is I'm not thick-skinned enough to do that." Mei Chai Xiao scratched his beard. It was that little brotherly who stepped in to take them in and fed them spirit fruits to wash away the voraciousness of their bodies. The old man just taught them when they wanted to learn and went with the flow. Mei Chai Xiao pulled the tomato from his sleeve and took a bite. "Do you think that they need your small share?" Dao Hai remembered the words spoken by Li Yan-nei when he was at the Yellow Crane Tower. At the end of the day, it comes down to people. The demon Immortal sect corrupts the beasts with human greed, while Li Yanmu enlightens the beasts with the spirit of great devotion. Instead, it was he, the monk, who thought to kill by killing. After a long silence, Dao Hai smiled bitterly. It was the poor monk who was too hasty. "No harm, no foul. Just let nature take its course." Mei Chai Xiao took out another apple from and handed it to Dao Hai. "This is the spirit fruit that little brother Li grew himself." Dao Hai took the apple with both hands and stared at the animals for a while before suddenly having a marvelous thought. "Old sir, I wonder if I can teach them some martial arts. If the demon Immortal sect uses some underhanded tactics, they can also defend themselves." Mei Chai Xiao thought for a moment. Li Yanmu had asked him to read the Qi practicing duel to these animals all day long, so he was definitely happy to see someone teaching martial arts to these animals. "I'll thank you for little brother Li." Sect, Taishu Sect. Prestige level LV3, 20160 out of 100. Chapter 34, Spending needs to be made higher. Li Yanmu got up early in the morning and leisurely made his way to the morning market. Just after sitting down, Xiao Er warmly greeted Li Yanmu. "This gentleman, as usual?" "Yeah, come on dash." Li Yanmu was a celebrity in Sunrise City, but of course, it wasn't a good reputation. How could someone who could go to jail 2 to 3 times a day have a good reputation? But Li Yanmu was very popular, because Li Yanmu was really generous, and he hadn't done anything to bully men or women. After eating and drinking, Li Yanmu went back to Shin's house, and at this time, Shin Ziqing was waiting for him at the door. "Master, the stuff is ready dash." "Okay, go." The two of them, Li Yanmu and Shin Ziqing, swaggered to the place where the timber was procured. Seeing Shin Ziqing appear, the man who was directing the workers and had a fat belly shivered and rubbed his hands together. Isn't this Mr. Shin, boss? My master wants to procure some wood." Shin Ziqing nodded with a smile. "Fine. I wonder what kind of wood you want, Master Li?" The The man rubbed his hands together and looked at Li Yanmu with a pleasing face. This is the most expensive? I'll take them all. Li Yanmu thought about it. Anyway, the main purpose was to drag down the demon Immortal sect, so he definitely had to spend a whole lot more. The man's face went white. That's right, he's also Li Chou's accomplice. The Supreme Immortal has already explained that the Shin family is facing difficulties from the Bing Gate, so we mustn't overspend the Shin family. Normally, he could certainly withstand it. The problem was that the grey industries of Sunrise City were almost killed off by them, and there was almost no oil and water to be gained. And if he were to receive 2 more stabs, he would really have to vomit blood. But before the man could say anything, Shin Ziqing reached out and pulled Li Yanmu first. Master, that's not very nice. Can I let my apprentice do the talking? The penis. That's fine. Thinking that Shin Ziqing had a bad conscience, Li Yanmu nodded his head. But he didn't know that Shin Ziqing turned around and then smiled and raised his finger to the man. Boss, I'll take all the wood you have here, no matter if it's expensive or cheap. But boss, as you know, the Shin family has encountered some difficulties recently, so I wonder if boss can give a friendly price. The man froze in place instantly, so Shin Ziqing took all the man's things at a friendly price, including the table and chairs. Afterwards, Li Yanmu and Shin Ziqing visited other suspected Li Chou associates. Because of the previous lesson, Li Yanmu delegated authority to Shin Ziqing. No matter who it is, Shin Ziqing came up and said, I want them all. Li Yanmu felt that Shin Ziqing was a talented spendthrift, but unfortunately, this time he spent the money of the demon Immortal cult. A circle around down. Condensing frost friendly rental storage bag will be stuffed with all kinds of strange things, whether it is used or not on. Anyway, burned all the money of the demon Immortal church. It's a pity that Sunrise City doesn't have a cultivator bazaar. Shin Ziqing regretted. At those words, Li Yanmu also suddenly realized a problem. It seemed like he hadn't really seen any cultivators setting up stalls to sell secret books of magic treasures after hanging around in Sunrise City for so long. It was at this time that Ling Ning Frost, who was dressed as a flower boy, looked for him. After hearing Li Yanmu's doubts, Condensing Frost's face was full of eccentricity, and that expression made Li Yanmu wonder if he had just asked why the sun rose from the east. Of course it's because those cultivators don't have a license to do business. Seeing that Li Yanmu seemed to be really unaware, Lang Ningfeng patiently explained, trade is the easiest way to breed greed. That's why the Dayu dynasty is very strict in terms of trade. Of course, it's still the cultivators who are mainly caught. And as you also know, cultivators sell things, it's very easy to get into conflict. Not long ago there was a cultivator who didn't know what he was talking about and sold a jade pendant that could open the mansion of a harmonization stage powerhouse at a cheap price, only to find out that something had gone wrong after selling it. Then the two parties fought and flattened the mountain range in just a few rounds. Can you imagine something like this happening in Sunrise City? Li Yanmu glanced at the bazaar where people were coming and going and only felt a vicious chill. There are countless things like that. And in order to put an end to things like that, the Great Yu dynasty put an imperial order on the Taoist Sect. So nowadays, the cultivators' bazaars are either in the secret realm or on their respective mountains. The farther away from mortals, the better. By the way, how far have you gotten in your plans? Lang Ningfeng snapped open her folding fan. I saw a few suspects gawking at the empty stores when I arrived. The suspects in Lang Ningfeng's mouth naturally referred to Li Chou's group. It went very well. Li Yanmu took off the storage pouch at his waist and shook it. I hope that Lord Lang will let me live on account of me working so hard on my reconstruction. That's hard to say. Condensing Frost raised her chin a little, looking slightly amused. Shin Ziqing stared at the storage bag in Li Yanmu's hand and pondered for a while before speaking. Master, my disciple has an immature idea. I wonder if Master can leave these things to me to deal with. Of course, Li Yanmu didn't even think about it and directly handed the storage bag to Shin Ziqing. As for what Shin Ziqing was going to do, Li Yanmu didn't ask, but Li Yanmu was very relieved. Shin Ziqing took the storage bag after the smile back to the Shin family, called a few family members, and deliberately found a place closer to the government office. Set up a stall on the spot. Will be the cheapest things in the storage bag hanging out, and let the family members pull up the banner. The banner had 4 big words written on it, the family way. When they heard about this, Li Q and the others put on their pain masks. They now seriously suspected that their identities as followers of the demon Immortal cult had been exposed, and Shin Ziqing was blackmailing them in a dignified manner. But they have no proof. Even if there is evidence, it's useless. After a few leisurely days, under Li Yanmu's reminder, Condensing Frost finally remembered about the raid and led the men to the zoo on the spot. Of course, the constables who went along were credible and knew the plan. Under the hospitality of amazing In Li, the trappers had a pleasant afternoon playing with their animal buddies. On their way out, in order to be able to act more realistically, the constables signed a voluntary overtime commitment under the supervision of Condensing Frost, and then led by Condensing Frost, One by one, they left the zoo with gloomy and depressed faces. Their hair and clothes were in disarray from all the fighting with their animal buddies, as if they had suffered some kind of great loss. Zhuo Buchuan, who had been anxiously circling at the gate of Sunrise City, could not control the corner of his mouth as he saw this situation. Despite wanting to laugh, Zhuo Buchuan still coughed and counted out Condensing Frost's faults. Constable Lang, I've long said that as a constable you must be calm and never be influenced by your own prejudices. However, counting down, Zhuo Buchuan also did not be too unrestrained. After all, Lang Ningfeng is a veritable foundation establishment cultivator, while he is only a chi practitioner. The meeting of the demon fairy cult was held as promised. Looking at Li Qiu and the others at the bottom, who were all righteous but had a look of having their bodies emptied, the upper immortal was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Everyone, hard work. The Demon Immortal Sect will not forget the contributions you have made. After it's done." The Shang-Xian had wanted to draw a pie, but he didn't expect that when the words came out of his mouth, the righteous chi of heaven and earth on Li Qiu and the others became entangled. The immortal was silenced by the, "There was once a devil who tried to seduce a great scholar, only to be killed by the righteousness of heaven and earth as soon as he exited his mouth. The fireworks festival in 17 days' time will be when your wishes come true, so I hope you'll step up your game." Chapter 35, Quickly Prove You're Undercover. Zhuo Buchuan put his hands behind his back. The other side of the street is a bustling night market, and he is in the inevitable dirt under the prosperity, the alleys of crime. At least until a few months ago, it was able to be called a crime alley. Zhuo Buchuan reached out his hand and a filthy gas coalesced between Zhuo Buchuan's fingers. But just for a moment that filthy gas was blown away by the wind. Zhuo Buchuan was a bit angry, but it was not helpful. Li Qiu and the others were also following orders. The gray industry was blown up. The black industry, everyone was at risk, shrinking their heads and not moving. So much so that the defilement caused by the three thoughts became weaker and weaker, which was an unavoidable result. Just that Zhuo Buchuan also did not expect that the three thoughts of defilement in Sunrise City would be weak to such a point. Zhuo Buchuan could not help but be a little worried that the plan would be able to proceed as expected. Zhuo Buchuan wanted to go to Li Qiu and the others. It was through the operation of Li Qiu and the others that they were able to let the wind of greed in Sunrise City grow to the present level, but he couldn't do that right now. Now that Li Qiu and the others were one and all possessed by the righteousness of heaven and earth, if Li Qiu and the others were allowed to do evil, he would definitely be countered by the righteousness of heaven and earth. Someone more reliable had to figure it out. Just after this thought arose, Zhuo Buchuan thought of Li Yanmu. Early in the morning of the next day, Zhuo Buchuan found Li Yanmu, who was eating morning tea, and said with a smile, "Brother Li, I wonder if you're free right now." Li Yanmu's heart stirred and he immediately nodded his head with a smile. "Since it's Zhuo Sheriff looking for me, then naturally I'm free. Ahem, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere else." Zhuo Buchuan meaningfully raised his finger, dipped it in water, and wrote a demon character on the table. Li Yanmu immediately understood what Zhuo Buchuan meant. The demon immortal cult was finally unable to hold back. Li Yanmu immediately got up and followed Zhuo Buchuan to the dark place, and was about to open his mouth to ask, but Zhuo Buchuan suddenly shot out and pinched Li Yanmu's neck to hold Li Yanmu down on the wall, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Say, what conspiracy do you have with the demon immortal cult?" Li Yanmu knew that Zhuo Buchuan was testing, and he also knew that he should act along with the other party at this time. But Zhuo Buchuan's action was too sudden. Li Yanmu's reasoning just came online. His instincts had already struck. His eyes sprouted red light on the spot, and two red rays swept down from Zhuo Buchuan's elbow. The arm around Li Yanmu's neck fell to the ground with a thud on the spot. Zhuo Buchuan froze for a few seconds before reacting, covering his elbow and staggering back several steps, looking with a face full of dismay at Li Yanmu whose eyes were still red. Li Yanmu thought about it and decided to just go along with the act, and immediately increased the aura in his eyes. And for a while the already frightening red light became even more blinding. "Left Sheriff, I thought you were a smart man. It looks like you can't stay." Zhuo Buchuan sat down on the ground with a thud and hastily reached out to block his body. "Brother Li, I was joking with you just now. I'm actually an undercover agent of the Demon Immortal Sect buried in the Bing Sect. I don't believe." At this moment, Zhuo Buchuan has no time to think about why he, who originally came to test Li Yanmu, was tested in turn. And now Zhuo Buchuan only knows that if he does not prove that he is an undercover agent of the Demon Immortal Sect, he will surely be killed by Li Yanmu on the spot here. Someone so ruthless could never be any kind of righteousness. So what's he doing testing people for nothing? I am really a follower of the Demon Immortal cult. Then how do you explain the righteousness of heaven and earth in you? Emperor Yu has modified the laws to be able to wipe out the demons. As long as I am still a soldier door constable, I will have the power of the national fortune of the great Yu dynasty with me. I will not be tainted by the three thoughts of filth, and it's only normal that I have the righteousness of heaven and earth. Zhuobuchuan covered his broken arm and stomped his legs to try to pull away from Li Yanmu, but he soon crashed into the wall, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat from the intense pain. Then how are you going to prove that you are a follower of the demon immortal cult? Li Yanmu was unforgiving. He has long been through the mouth of the condensing frost, know the heaven and earth positive chi this loophole, and now tossed Zhuobuchuan is only to avoid Zhuobuchuan this old man to produce what suspicion? Li Chou, Huang Sanmu, Zhao Feng, all of them are followers of the demon immortal sect. Your previous behavior was too attractive to the ears. Coupled with the fact that you have a cultivation level, the soldier sect will most likely end your zoo directly. That's why Li Qiu and the others cracked down on the gray industry to lower the suspicion on you. In order to convince Li Yanmu, Zhuobuchuan also hastened to tell the recent events. But this information was of no value to the mastermind, Yanmu Li. However, if he asked too much he would inevitably cause Zhuobuchuan to be suspicious. So Li Yanmu could only frown and stop his eyes from glowing red. I am not a follower of the demon immortal cult. When Li Yanmu said this, Zhuobuchuan was relieved instead. It doesn't matter if you're a follower of the demon immortal cult or not. We're all just benefiting each other. And the same goes for Li Chou and the others. Haven't you already experienced it? The good fortune that the demon immortals bring you. Li Yanmu struggled to resist the urge to roll his eyes. So what? I'm just a tiny chi practicing realm. I can't even beat that condensation frost. Brother Li, this is not true. If you are willing to help the demon immortal cult, the demon immortal will definitely bestow blessings upon you. Of course, you don't have to worry about the soldier sect tracking you down. Brother Li. Although Li Yanmu refused, Zhuobuchuan could hear that Li Yanmu was not unmoved. Just that the cost was too great. Oh, have you ever heard of beheading a demon to become an immortal? Zhuobuchuan stood up holding his broken arm, his smile gradually taking on confidence. Amazing, and Li got interested. Tell me about it? Upon hearing this, Zhuobuchuan smiled mysteriously. The great Tao is relentless. Not everyone is qualified to realize the Tao and become an immortal, but the righteousness of heaven and earth itself is also one of the 3,000 great Tao. Unlike other great paths, due to the existence of the sacred pillar and the great Yu law, the conditions for comprehending the way of righteousness are far lower than other great paths, and several lords of the soldier sect have borrowed this way of righteousness to achieve immortality. Li Yanmu instantly understood Zhuobuchuan's meaning. As long as we cut down the demons and remove the devils, we can borrow the righteousness of heaven and earth to refine our cultivation? That's right. Otherwise, Brother Li, why do you think those millions of clan people went out of their way to help mortals? Nowadays, the righteousness of heaven and earth only looks at the deeds, regardless of what is in the heart. Zhuobuchuan lowered his voice. Brother Li is just cutting down the demons and eliminating the devils. Li Yanmu's gaze flickered. There is no free lunch in the world. This is natural. Zhuobuchuan bent down and picked up the broken arm on the ground. The section that looked like a fried steak made Zhuobuchuan inhale a breath of cold air. In the soldier's door, broken arms and legs are not a rare thing. Naturally equipped with the desired elixir, take a few with his status as a constable, and it is not difficult to connect the broken arm, but the process is not good. But again, he brought this on himself. Brother Li doesn't need to do anything risky, as long as he evokes greed like Li Chou's group. Li Yanmu cupped his chin and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. You don't say. I do have a good idea. What idea? Zhuobuchuan frowned slightly. The fireworks festival was not far away, and trying to pull back the greed in one breath was not an easy thing to do. And listening to Li Yanmu's tone, it seemed that Li Yanmu was only going to come up with ideas and was not going to help. Let Li Qiu and the others spread their wealth to the people of Sunrise City on the day of the fireworks festival, and then send people to coax and loot. When he heard the first half, Zhuobuchuan thought that Li Yanmu was playing with him, but when he heard that he sent people to coax and loot, even Zhuobuchuan sucked in a breath of cool air. This scheme can only be described as mischievous, reversing cause and effect and forcibly stimulating greed. And there is no solution. Brother Li, the demon immortal will definitely not forget your contribution. Chapter 36, I promise that we will not use the law until the other side has reversed the cause and effect first. After seeing Zhuobuchuan back to pick up his arm, Li Yanmu immediately notified Lang Ningxuan to meet with Dao Hai at the Yellow Crane Tower. After listening to the plan that Li Yanmu provided for Zhuobuchuan, Dao Hai was frightened and started to recite Amitabha Buddha, and condensing frost was even twitching the corners of her mouth. Congratulations on gaining the trust of the demon immortal cult. Haha, to Langsama's help. Li Yanmao arched his hand in response, but condensing frost was depressed to the extreme. Have you considered that this ploy is so terrible that it could very well subvert what we've been working on for months? Will? Dao Hai also spoke up at this time. Brother Li, you're underestimating the human heart. Li Yanmu naturally knew what Dao Hai and condensing frost were worried about, but as the proposer of the plan, how could Li Yanmu not have thought of ways to deal with it? Lord Lang, If the people of Sunrise City are looting in the street, is this a violation of the law? Despite still having a headache, Condensing Frost replied, "This is natural. A gift is a gift. If they coax it, they can be completely punished for the crime of forceful robbery." Li Yanmu nodded and looked at Dao Hai again. "If you commit the crime of cajoling, which layer of hell will you go to after death?" Dao Hai's brows furrowed slightly as he thought for a moment before replying. "Thieves rob, when they go to the frying pan hell." After saying that, Condensing Frost and Dao Hai froze at the same time as they seemed to have touched something. At this time, Li Yanmu put up his finger and said leisurely, "When Li Qiu and the others scatter their wealth, you too will be beside them." A Pufa, telling them that if they coax and loot, what kind of punishment they will encounter in the present world, and after death, what kind of place they will go to. Lang Ningfeng and Dao Hai simultaneously opened their mouths wide. "Indeed you can do that." Has always done things dry and sharp. Condensing Frost immediately stood up, pinched his chin and paced back and forth. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a perfect plan, but Dao Hai is still a little entangled. Is this also a reversal of karma? The Demon Immortal Sect first inverted the cause and effect to play tricks. What's more, you are just telling them the facts, and you are not forcing them to do anything by force. Li Yan end up the teacup, and take a sip indifferently. How to stop others from committing evils and going to hell? You have to consider the cause and effect relationship as well. What's more, if you plant a cause that prevents them from doing evil, it may not bear evil fruit, but if you ignore it, what will come out will inevitably be evil fruit. Hearing Li Yanmu say this, Dao Hai came to a realization. Brother Li's words have opened my eyes. Long Ningfeng, on the other hand, was full of oddities. If it wasn't for Li Yanmu's idea, how could the Demon Immortal Sect play tricks first? But the Demon Immortal Sect wasn't a good thing, and Condensing Frost didn't think that this level of fishing law enforcement was unacceptable. At the call of the Supreme Immortal, Li Qiu and the others gathered at the attic. On the day of the fireworks festival, you open your barns and spread your wealth. Sh. Li Qiu and the others, who had already been viciously stabbed twice by Shin couldn't tense up at once. The goods were all hoarded away at a friendly price, which they could accept, and then again, they took some money, being blackmailed by Shin had to pay to buy away their own goods from Shin or the cheapest goods. They can barely accept. After all, it is Shin want the price is not outrageous, but it would be too much to ask them to just disperse their wealth. When Li Qiu and the others were excited, the righteous chi of heaven and earth in their bodies also erupted like a fighting spirit. Fortunately, Jian Xin had left an eye on the fact that dispersing wealth was not a bad thing, not to mention that most of the wealth in the hands of Li Qiu and the others was ill-gotten wealth scraped from the people of Sunrise City, and asking Li Qiu and the others to disperse their ill-gotten wealth would not be countered by the righteousness of heaven and earth. Naturally, I won't let you work for nothing. Once the fireworks festival is over, you will surely be rewarded with more than you can imagine in return. What's more, the upper immortal's ghostly green flames instantly skyrocketed, stretching and distorting the shadows of Li Qiu and the others. You've all put so much into this, do you really want to give up here? Once sunk costs were mentioned, Li Qiu and the others could only nod their heads no matter how reluctant they were. Only after Li Qiu and the others left did the upper immortal feel a little more comfortable. It couldn't be helped. He was ultimately a demonic evil, and the righteousness of heaven and earth in Li Qiu and the others was deadly to him. But it was Li Qiu and the others themselves that really chagrined the Shangxian. Cowardly and fearful. He can be relied on for small things, but he can't take on big responsibilities. Shangxian couldn't help but think of Li Yanmu, doing things ruthlessly, breaking people's arms when he said he would, and pointing straight to the evil among human nature as soon as he struck. Li Yan End is also a talent. If the great immortal can get the help of such a talent, the ghostly green flames faded. There were no more waves in the following days, but as the fireworks festival approached, there were more people in Sunrise City, and even quite a few other cultivators appeared, only that each of them wore civilian clothes, and it was impossible to tell what sect they were from. Jian Xin also agreed to go to Sunrise City to stroll around this annual fireworks festival under the repeated persuasion of Li Yanmu. The three members of the Shin family had already surpassed Jian Xin, who was only at the first level of chi cultivation, in terms of cultivation, but upon seeing Jian Xin, all three of them respectfully arched their hands and called out to senior sister. Kenshin nodded his head to give a reaction, though he was still cold. Boss, want to check out the zoo? Li Yanmu also knew that Jianxin didn't like crowded places, and Jianxin, who was born with a white disease, was really conspicuous in the daytime, but when the fireworks started at night, he didn't have to worry about everyone looking at Jianxin with strange eyes. Hear Li Yan and shout Jian Xin boss. Shin family three-mouth expression suddenly settle up. They always feel we're strange, but cannot say. After all, Li Yan and usually is also the oldest two. The oldest three, the oldest four shouting them. shouting Jian Xin, this big disciple is the boss. Nothing seems to be wrong? The zoo still looked like it had been there for years, and the animals in it remembered amazing Yin Li. As soon as he saw Li Yanmu appear, he eagerly squeezed into Li Yanmu's side and rubbed up against the back of Li Yanmu's hand. Li Yanmu thought they were hungry and wanted to feed them, but Li Yanmu just pulled out the spirit fruit and the animals dispersed. So Li Yanmu had no choice but to go after them one by one and feed them. Jian Xin was sitting on a tree branch, resting his chin and watching Li Yanmu chase the animals. At this time, Mei Chai Xiao also woke up from his sleep, and just happened to see Jian Xin, and couldn't help but let out a light eep. Girl, you've got a remarkable physique. Jian Xin did not look askance, as if she did not hear Mei Chai Xiao's voice, but Mei Chai Xiao also looked as if she did not notice Jian Xin's indifference. Nodding to herself, I didn't think that there would actually be a saint body from the Great Desolate Period now. Girl, you wouldn't be little brother Li's disciple, would you? Jian Xin's scarlet eyes then favored Mei Chai Xiao, faintly spitting out the word yes. Mei Chai Xiao couldn't help but stroke his chin. Little brother Li knows? Nature knows. Jian Xin still had a cool demeanor, but his tone rose upward a bit. Chapter 37, They're all good people. Towards evening, the people of Sunrise City left their homes in droves, some setting up stalls on the street, some joining their families to pick and choose from the ornaments on the stalls, and the small children pulling their parents' hands and anxiously pointing at the candy figures on the stalls, which looked incomparably lively. A lot of people gathered in front of the Yellow Crane Tower. Every year, the Yellow Crane Tower organizes a riddle-guessing contest at the fireworks festival, and the heavily prepared prizes attract a lot of people. Li Yanmu and Jian Xin were among them. In order to avoid being scattered by the crowd, Li Yanmu kept holding Jian Xin's right hand, and used his afterglow to observe Jian Xin's expression, trying to judge Jian Xin's interest in the stalls through his micro-expression and line of sight. The good news was that Li Yanmu was certain that Jian Xin was in a good mood and enjoying herself at the moment. But the bad news was that Li Yanmu couldn't tell at all which stall Jian Xin was in a good mood because of. When Li Yanmu was worried, a loud noise rang out, and the originally slow flow of people suddenly surged sharply in one direction. Even the people in front of the Yellow Crane Tower who were preparing to guess the lantern riddles were attracted to it. In order to avoid getting separated, Li Yanmu hurriedly bent down and picked up Jian Xin. Although he had already started to develop, Jian Xin was still small and delicate to the tall Li Yanmu, so it was quite easy for him to pick up Jian Xin in his arms. White hair fell from the side of Li Yanmu's face, and although it was only for a split second, Li Yanmu seemed to see Jian Xin smile, which made Li Yanmu even more puzzled. It was hard to believe that this disciple of his actually liked to have a good time. Confused as he was, Li Yanmu didn't forget the current situation. To be able to make such a big commotion, it was most likely Li Chou and the others who had made their move. After following the crowd for a while, Li Yanmu did hear Li Chou's greeting. Come one, take a look. I'm going to be charitable for once today, opening my barn and spreading my wealth to win the lottery for all of you. Before he could see the person, as a cultivator, Li Yanmu first saw the heaven and earth righteousness that passed through the sky. Nowadays, the righteousness of heaven and earth only looks at deeds, regardless of what is in the heart, and it is naturally a good thing to open a barn and spread money. Not to mention that Li Chou was not considered a good person before. As the saying goes, if you put down the butcher's knife, you become a Buddha. The heaven and earth's righteous chi that came back was terrifying, and even though Li Chou's voice was trembling and sounded extremely broken, heaven and earth's righteous chi didn't care if Li Chou was reluctant or not. Li Chou did that anyway, and the same thing happened to Li Chou's accomplices. The fireworks had not yet been released, but flowers of righteousness of heaven and earth had already bloomed on the ground. At this time Jian Xin suddenly hung his head and whispered in Li Yanmu's ear, Master, some people are not right. It's okay, don't worry about it. Li Yanmu knew that those people were mostly the lay arranged by the Demon Immortal sect, but the Demon Immortal cult won't act now. If you want to completely ignite the greed of the people of Sunrise City, you have to make the people realize what kind of benefits they can bring by no longer abiding by the rules and indulging their desires. And the best way to do that is to make a comparison, to keep everything in order, and to build up the anxiety in the hearts of the rest of the people before coaxing them to loot. Unfortunately, those mines didn't have a chance to go off. Seeing that there were more and more people, Li Chou almost fainted straight away. The more people who came meant that the more money was being scraped away from him, but it was quite a sunk cost, and Li Chou could only grit his teeth and endure it. Just as Li Chou lifted his arm and wanted to spread his wealth to start, several constables suddenly stepped into the air and landed next to Li Chou. Li Chou panicked, but quickly calmed down, not to mention the fact that he had so many banners hanging in his house that were personally issued by the governor. He wasn't committing a crime right now, so what could the military court say? Zhuo Buchuan, who was hiding in the shadows, was also startled, but he was also the same as Li Chou. Amazing, and Li's idea was perfect. and even if the soldiers' gate knew what they were going to do, it wouldn't help. Just when Zhuo Buchuan was complacent, the base building constable who stepped on the ground shook open a piece of paper, opened his mouth and began to read, and what he read was exactly the law of Daiyu, and the cultivation of the base building was enough for everyone to hear what he said. The followers of the Demon Immortal sect who were hiding in the crowd were a bit puzzled, but as they listened, they suddenly realized that these laws seemed to be heading towards them, and they immediately felt amused. Would they, the followers of the Demon Immortal cult, be afraid of the confiscation of property by the military sect? Will they be afraid that they won't be allowed to take the scholarship examination for 3 generations? Are they afraid of imprisonment? At that moment another monk stepped forward. Zhuo Buchuan was shocked, but it was just a shock. It was thought that the soldier sect would make a move, mostly because this monk had seen through Li Yanmu's scheme. However, once the matter of good and evil greed, human nature, the Buddhist people will be caught in the spirit of internal conflict, entangled in the cause and effect, and finally chose to observe, even if they know that some people from the reversal of right and wrong, but also will only let the development. Now on the scene is also the most dry to come to the sentence master. Do not do bad things. Thinking of this, Zhuo Buchuan then wrapped his hands around his chest and cast a contemptuous glance at the good-looking monk with full concern. Only the monk spoke slowly. Gentlemen, have you ever heard of frying pan hell? The fireworks festival was supposed to be a festive and lively day, but the moment the monk spoke it was as if he had rewound everything back to the coldest time of early spring, and as if the monk could not see the expressions of the people on the stage. He described in colorful detail what kind of scenery the frying pan hell was. Li Yanmu didn't know what cultivation level Dao Hai was at, but Condensing Frost described Dao Hai in terms of a monk of this level. Li Yanmu initially thought it was referring to cultivation, but when Dao Hai opened his mouth properly, Li Yanmu realized how terrifying Dao Hai was, and every word of Dao Hai's carried a strange magic power that made one's heart tranquil. Forgetting about trivialities, and only Dao Hai's voice alone was left in one's ears. Whether it's a Buddha or a devil is only one step away. It's no wonder those demons were able to learn Buddhism. The people under the stage have a change of expression. They are not little cute. Naturally saw that the constable and the monk were singing together to avoid them looting. At this time, Dao Hai spoke out again to emphasize. This Li Qiu Li Shi master. Not only did he win the Imperial Guard's brocade banner, but he was also blessed with heaven and earth's righteousness, and now he has opened a barn to spread his wealth and improve the lives of the people of Risen City. He is a person of great mercy and great compassion that is hard to come by in 100 years. If you do evil to him, add 5, 6, 7 or 8 to your sin. But, Dao Hai's eyes rolled and he smiled gently again. I see that Sunrise City is auspicious and full of righteousness, and I think that everyone present is not that evil, so it is the poor monk who was being superfluous. The people of Sunrise City under the stage also complained. Yeah, how are we like that? The followers of the Demon Immortal sect who mingled among the people had cold sweat on their foreheads. The atmosphere is here. If they suddenly rush out to loot, I'm afraid that they will not be treated as cuties by the people of Sunrise City. If they were to rush out and loot, I'm afraid they would be treated as cuties by the people of Sunrise City. Li Yanmu, who was holding Jian Xin, smiled leisurely. The demon fairy cult's plan is over. The demon sherry was indeed a very strong card, but even stronger, it needed the greedy vermin within Sunrise City. If it can be launched directly, there is no need for the Demon Immortal sect to cultivate greed in Sunrise City at the risk of being uncovered by the soldiers sect. It is not easy to find animals in the world. If not, just let the traders gather the animals to a deserted wilderness. Wouldn't it be fine? That's why talent is the most crucial part of the Demon Immortal cult's plan. But the loop has been blocked. Amidst Li Qiu's greeting with a sobbing voice, one after another of the people of Sunrise City went up to the stage and took away the silver tickets. Li Yanmu did not lack that little money, so he did not go on stage to join in the fun. Just as Li Yanmu was thinking of finding a place to watch the fireworks, a person suddenly called out to Li Yanmu from behind. Brother Li, it's rare for you to advise us. I didn't expect the soldier sect and the Buddhist sect to actually join forces. Li Yanmu's expression froze slightly, inclining his head to look. The one who called out to him was none other than Zhuo Buchuan. At this moment, Zhuo Buchuan was chagrined, regretful, but not desperate at all, and even took the initiative to comfort Li Yanmu. But don't worry, the Demon Immortal won't forget the contribution you made as well as your sincerity, and will definitely give you a gift after the deed is done. Li Yanmu's pupils shrunk slightly. It's a done deal? Nowadays, the positive chi of heaven and earth only looked at deeds, and as long as the people didn't commit any evil deeds, it wouldn't be dispersed from Sunrise City. With the positive chi of heaven and earth pressing down on them, greed will not grow at all. But why is Zhuo Buchuan still able to come up with a sentence about things coming to fruition? A bunch of fireworks shot up into the sky, and the remaining fire fell down. illuminating the cultivators who were treading in the air. And even though the fireworks fell down, the fire of greed in their eyes grew more and more exuberant, and the originally abundant heaven and earth's positive chi began to become unstable. Friar Li Yanmu finally reacted to what he had missed counting. He wasn't the only one who was tempted by the demon beheading and refining cultivation. Chapter 38, Demonization. Unbridled. A loud heckle rang out from the direction of the great guardian's mansion, and the golden light representing the fortunes of the great Yu kingdom rose along the side of the city wall. But before it could reach mid-air, someone else made a leisurely sound. Please also ask the great Immortal for help. As the tone fell, the clouds in the sky were swept away. The stars twinkled. A line connecting the stars to form a huge rune. The golden wall of light was pressed down raw by the rune. At the same time the Taisho mansion exploded with a roar, and a man rose up in the air. Brother Wind, why are you in such a hurry? A large hand stretched out from under the starlight rune and fell straight towards Feng Shouyun. Feng Shouyun snorted coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, the golden light that had been suppressed rolled up, wrapped in emerald green streams of light and transformed into a finger. Not caring in the slightest about the large hand that was falling, pointing towards the runic grand formation in the sky. Seeing that Feng Shouyun would rather fight hard than break the formation, the person who made the move wasn't surprised. He just let out a light laugh, and the palm that fell turned his head and slammed down towards the people underneath Sunrise City. Feng Shouyun instantly stared at him and immediately redirected his attack. Fingers collided with the big hand. The resulting wind pressure rolled down relentlessly. The fire was blown out in the blink of an eye. The buildings in Sunrise City collapsed layer by layer. Countless powerless people of Sunrise City were blown up in the air, and looked to fall into the mud. A constable rushed out and caught the falling residents. In order to avoid the people of Sunrise City from dying in the exchange of blows between spirit transformation stage cultivators, Feng Shouyun had to ascend into the air to shift the battlefield. The unknown cultivator only gave a light smile and followed Feng Shouyun's wishes. Smoke and dust surged and converged in a whirlpool towards the center of Sunrise City. A little bit of ghostly green firelight exploded from it and rolled up with the wind. A flag with the word demon written on it spun out from it, and black steaming mist surged out from that demon word, forming a hideous and horrible beast head. Dao Hai, who was using his robe to roll up the falling people, exclaimed, 10,000 demon streamers. As soon as Dao Hai's words fell, those beast heads extruded as if they were evil spirits eager to escape from the middle of the territory, wrapped in black smoke constituting their bodies that landed, bounced up, and charged across the room toward those stunned mortals. As he was about to engulf one person, a sword came out from the side and cut off the ghostly spirit. Retreat! Retreat to the outskirts of the city. Leng Ningfeng held her sword and shouted as she chopped down the ghostly spirits. Dao Hai removed the robe and flung it upwards, wanting to collect the people of Sunrise City by the method of drying up in the sleeves. But the flung robe didn't get bigger as Dao Hai thought, but instead slapped on the face of a constable. The constable pulled his robe down and looked at Dao Hai with an expressionless face. Dao Hai froze for a few seconds before looking up at the rune formation in the sky, his expression stiffening. The means of drying up the sleeve was banned. Only then did the frozen mortals come back to their senses from their stagnation. Ear-piercing screams mixed with disorganized footsteps, and the ghosts in the 10,000 demon streamers were like sharks that had smelled blood and became more and more frenzied. Looking at the crowded people of Sunrise City, Li Yanmu only felt a burst of scalp numbness, and immediately flashed out sideways and jumped to one side of the roof. At this time, Zhuobuchuan also jumped up, with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth slightly upward, as if appreciating the chaos of the moment in general. Li Yanmu put Jian Xin down and whispered in Jian Xin's ear to go quickly. Jian Xin raised his eyes. His gaze flickered for a moment before gently nodding and turning around to jump out. Only when Jian Xin walked away did Li Yanmu get up and look at Zhuobuchuan. Sheriff Zhuo, what does the demon Immortal mean by this? Brother Li, don't be in a hurry. The demon, it's coming soon. Zhuobuchuan raised his finger and smiled mysteriously, but Li Yanmu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Things have come to this point. Who still has time to listen to Zhuobuchuan telling riddles here? Just when Li Yanmu was thinking about simply chopping up Zhuobuchuan first, a sudden change occurred. Li Chou, who had the righteousness of heaven and earth, pushed a man to the ground in order to escape, but the ghost spirit that swooped down skipped the man who fell to the ground and went straight to Li Chou, and with one hand, it clasped Li Chou's shoulder and plucked Li Chou out of the crowd. The abundant heaven and earth righteousness on Li Chou's body dispersed like a candle flame, and the ghost spirit also opened its mouth wide at this moment, and although it was a bite-down action, it turned into smoke and drilled into Li Chou's eyes. Li Chou screamed and raised her hands to cover her eyes, but to no avail. As more and more smoke poured into Li Chou's body, the aura of Li Chou, who was originally just a mortal, suddenly changed, and his cultivation increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, practicing Qi first layer, second layer, third layer, and in the blink of an eye, He had the cultivation of practicing Qi 7th layer. Li Chou also lowered his hands at this moment. The whites of his eyes had been dyed black, and his pupils were glowing with a ghostly green, strange luster. Li Yanmu was shocked. Demon? Brother Li, people are born enlightened. Are born as demons? The Immortal's goal from the very beginning is the mortals in this sunrise city. Those animals, too, are just blindfolds? Zhuobuchuan laughed out triumphantly. Thanks to you, brotherly help. Only then did the soldier sect feel like they had the initiative. As payment, brotherly, you may kill 300 demons, which is enough to help you build your foundation. Yeah, then I'm welcome. Amazing. And Li nodded and did not move, but his eyes lit up red. Brotherly, there's no hurry yet. Wait for someone to re-you. Zhuobuchuan wanted to remind Li Yanmu that he could wait until there were more demons to kill, but only halfway through his words, 2 deadly red hot lights had already swept in. As soon as he thought of the image of his elbow being chopped off, Zhuobuchuan hastily mobilized the aura in his body to hastily respond. As the red light swept through, Zhuobuchuan flew backwards. The debris of countless tiles lifted up and fell dozens of meters before Zhuobuchuan stopped his body. Li Yanmu, what are you doing? Can't it be that you want to take my share all by yourself? Li Yanmu wanted to shout that he was right, but his entire body froze when he saw the situation of Zhuobuchuan. Zhuobuchuan, do you know what you are now? Zhuobuchuan froze and followed Li Yanmu's line of sight down, and when he saw the chest, Zhuobuchuan's pupils also shrunk. He didn't block Li Yanmu's attack. 2 red burning wounds almost sliced his chest, and looking down, he could even see the scenery behind him, and his heart and lungs had been burned out long ago. Although he was at the peak of Qi cultivation, as long as he had not built his foundation, he was still immortal. With an injury like this, normally he would have died a long time ago, but he was still alive, even just feeling some pain. Just as Zhuobuchuan froze, a ghostly spirit fell, but swept past Zhuobuchuan's side and went straight to Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu was not immortal. His hands generated a whirlwind, and with a single grab and swing he easily tore the attacking ghost spirits to pieces. And at this time Li Yanmu also saw something wrong on Zhuobuchuan. An extremely thin, laced with golden light, line made of black mist was connecting the twin eyes in the center of Sunrise City with Zhuobuchuan. This familiar scene immediately evoked the memory of Li Yanmu's time in the Taoist temple, and Li Yanmu immediately said in a deep voice, Zhuobuchuan, you've been refined into a devourer by the demon immortal cult. Ghost? You're lying to me. You think I'm a little cutie. I'm a soldier gate constable. How could I have been refined into a ghost of a devourer? Zhuobuchuan forehead cold sweat straight up. After a stern rebuke stormed up, 5 fingers bent into a hook, straight to Li Yanmu's face. I'm gonna rip you apart. Li Yanmu stepped on both feet and did not fight with Zhuobuchuan, but rose up in the air by blowing with his heart, took a deep breath, and let out a loud shout. The goal of the demon immortal cult is to demonize people. Those cultivators want to kill demons to refine their cultivation. Feng Shouyun, who was fighting the unknown cultivator in the sky above, gritted his teeth. How dare you guys do this? This time the unknown cultivator didn't make another sound, silently speeding up his movements while using his divine sense to alert the superior immortal who was driving the 10,000 demon streamer in the center of Sunrise City. Hearing that someone had actually seen through their ploy, the Shangxian was instantly anxious and let out a loud cry of break. A 10,000 demon streamer blew up on the spot, and the densely packed ghostly spirits were released from it, smashing down like waves, while the upper immortal did not stop there. Break, break! All of the 10,000 demon streamers burst in the twinkling of an eye, and the ghostly spirits condensed into one, invading towards the entire Sunrise City like a torrential downpour. Chapter 39, Raccoon Attack. Seeing that the upper immortal was actually so crazy, Feng Shouyun immediately turned around and landed a palm, and the unknown cultivator hastily made a move to block it. Don't look at this 10,000 demon streamer self-detonation momentum is amazing, but Feng Shouyun is the peak of the transformation. Only one step away from the stage of merging, a slap fall is enough to destroy all these millions of ghosts and spirits. The two moves clashed, and the unknown cultivator was shocked backwards instead. The remaining force fell, hardening the torrential rain condensed by millions of ghost spirits. The unknown cultivator looked at Feng Shouyun, shocked and angry. If he didn't block just now, and Feng Shouyun's slap fell, the millions of ghosts were gone, and this Sunrise City had to perish along with it. Feng Shouyun looked at it coldly, no longer suppressing the cultivation on his body. The unknown cultivator knew that Feng Shouyun was trying to fight each other, worthy of being a Taisho, doing things as ruthless and decisive. But brother Feng, you still underestimate the lure of becoming an immortal. The unknown cultivator shook his head and let out a loud heckle in the direction of the Green Mountain sect. Old ancestor Green Mountain, I know you're watching. You're at the end of your days, and there's absolutely no way you can break through to the harmonization realm. Come quickly and I will help you break through the realm with 1,000,000 demonic objects. Not to mention Feng Shouyun, even Condensing Frost, Dao Hai, and the others had their faces changed drastically. Old ancestor Qing Shan had been stuck at the peak of transformation spirit for a long time, and there had long been rumors that he had reached the end of his days and was in death seclusion. Beheading 1,000,000 demons might not necessarily help old ancestor Castle Peak break through to the peak of transformation spirit, but to a person who was at the end of his rope, any possibility was extremely tempting. If a veteran peak transformation god was killed at this time, the battle would be completely one-sided. Feng Shouyun wanted to speak out as a deterrent, but the unknown cultivator saw through his thoughts, and just as he opened his mouth, the unknown cultivator condensed heaven and earth aura and threw a punch in the direction of Sunrise City. Feng Shouyun was forced to shut up and could only deal with the unknown cultivator's attack first. Shang Xian was a little disgruntled, but it was not good to refuse at this juncture. Just then a sword-like shot from the direction of the Green Mountain Sect, heading straight for the upper immortal in the center of Sunrise City, with a power that was directly comparable to the full force of an early stage of transformation spirit. The Supreme Immortal was shocked and hastily mobilized millions of ghost spirits to block it. At this moment, he was in a special state, but he didn't have the certainty to resist such an attack. Several more streams of light came rushing in, mostly yuaning, but all of the two at the head were solidly at the transformation of God stage. The visitor was none other than the elder of the Green Mountain Sect, one of the transformation spirits. The patriarch of the Green Mountain Sect raised his hand and waved it, and hundreds of thousands of flying swords swept out towards the starry sky rune formation. Taisho Sunrise, I'll help you. The unknown cultivator was shocked. Old ancestor Green Mountain, is it hard for you to want to give up your chance to become an immortal? Feng Shouyun was also very surprised. He had been prepared to burn his lifespan to fight 1 against 2, but he didn't expect that the Green Mountain Sect would actually reach out for help at this time, even though the ones who came were only elders. It was already very amazing. Damn! So what? The Shang Xian's eyes gradually glowed red, and ghostly green firelight exploded up to form a human form, pinching down one spell after another. The ghostly spirits that had been split apart by the sword regrouped and poured into the ground in the form of a column. In an instant, the entire Sunrise City shook, a house collapsing inward amidst the shaking, and earth demons with plant roots and multiple heads rose from it. Dao Hai saw the other party's tactics at a glance and shouted, "All of you, be careful, he's refining Sunrise City itself into a demon. So what if I know?" The Supreme Immortal sneered and flexed his fingers, sending the attacking third elder of the Green Mountain Sect flying. The third elder frowned slightly. What exactly is your cultivation level? Although the third elder hadn't yet reached the transformation god, he was already at the late stage of yuaning. As for sword cultivators who were mainly killers, they were straight up to the early stage of transformation spirit in terms of aggressiveness. And the third elder had been participating in that Dao of Sword Dao Immortal rhythm for most of the past half year, confident that the sword just now was enough to seriously injure an ordinary early stage of transformation spirit. However, the other party blocked his sword with just one finger, but the force of the recoil only bounced him off. The third elder didn't believe that the other party was merciful. His cultivation is unstable. Surround him. The other Green Mountain Sect elders immediately folded back, and all sorts of spells smashed towards the upper immortal's head without mercy. Even the upper immortal was smashed and held his head. But the upper immortal soon realized that the elders of the Castle Peak sect were all yuaning and were not enough to seriously injure him, so the upper immortal simply didn't counterattack, and pushed the million ghost spirits with all his might. Under the urging of the immortal, more earth demons crawled out and charged towards the people of Sunrise City. Although there were soldier gate constables in the city, there were a large number of earth demons, and it wasn't just the earth demons they had to guard against. There were also those cultivators who were waiting to cut down the demons and raise their cultivation level with unknown identities. The yellow crane tower collapsed in the midst of the onslaught, and dozens of ghostly spirits intertwined and surged into it, transforming it into a giant earthworm that slammed into the fleeing crowd. Seeing this, Dao Hai put his hands together and softly chanted Amatba Buddha. Then golden light surged out from his body and condensed into a golden body of 7 feet in the air. The golden body raised its hand and slapped it towards the earthworm's head, and the body made up of yellow cranes collapsed in an instant. But the ghostly spirit escaped from it, rolled up the debris, reconstructed its body, and continued to chase after the people. Li Yanmu immediately jumped down. His aura gathered in his right arm. Whirlwind fist plus fiery palm, and fire dragon roll swept out, incinerating those falling debris. Those ghostly spirits, without their host bodies, tried to flee, only to have their forms blown apart by the whirlwind and finally burned out by the flames. Not waiting for Li Yanmu to breathe a sigh of relief, the roar of Zuobuchuan came from above his head. Li Yanmu, you go to hell. Li Yanmu was helpless and looked up as 2 red lights instantly shot out. Zuobuchuan, who was having a seizure, immediately calmed down, the limit of the waist down, narrowly dodged the attack. But the empty door of the crotch was wide open. Li Yanmu's line of sight shifted down, and the two red lights also followed. Zhuo Buchuan flopped on his knees, his legs clamped in death, and the whole person was bowed like a shrimp, and a wisp of blue smoke came out. This doesn't even die? Left Sheriff. Why are you so bitter? Li Yanmu frowned slightly, his 5 fingers curled slightly, coalescing a whirlwind and compressing it until this whirlwind was as sharp as a chainsaw. But don't worry, this time I'll cut off your head so you can be relieved sooner. Dao Hai, who was fending off the earth demon ghost spirit with his golden body, didn't hold back a glance at Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu, don't think you've won dash. Zhuo Buchuan took a deep breath, hard pressed down the sharp pain coming from his crotch, and smiled grimly towards Li Yanmu. The ground instantly collapsed in a round shape, the sides raised up, and rows of sharp, irregular stones drilled out, like teeth biting towards Li Yanmu in the very center. Li Yanmu was shocked and wanted to escape and retreat with Sui Xian blow, but Zhuo Buchuan had already come forward with a tiger pounce and deadlocked Li Yanmu's thighs with a fierce face. Damn! Just then, a figure suddenly flashed out, dodging from side to side, avoiding the falling ghostly spirit, and a spinning kick on top of the stone mouth that was closing, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. Huge, irregular cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern, and countless pieces of debris splashed out. Li Yanmu, who was swinging his fist at Zhuo Buchuan's face, and Zhuo Buchuan, who had already been punched into a pig's head, slowly opened their eyes. Because of the comers. It's a raccoon. Chapter 40, Demonization in Sunrise City. The raccoon landed incomparably lightly after shattering the stone mouth with a kick, arching his hand towards Li Yan and Master. Amazing Yan Li looked around and finally raised his hand to point at himself, testing the waters. Is this what you called me? Master is joking. Who else but you is worthy of the word master? It is with your teachings that we are able to have the creation we have today, the raccoon replied respectfully. At that moment a ghostly spirit suddenly burrowed out of the ground and bit at the raccoon. Li Yanmu was startled and was about to voice a reminder. But before the little word of caution could emerge, the raccoon drew out a bamboo pole and propped it up in place, immensely nimble, dodging the ghostly spirit's attack and backhanding the ghostly spirit with a stick to knock it apart and re-arch it, one way or another. Amazing Yan Li thought this raccoon might be better than him. No guessed. Wait, Amazing Yan Li realized something was wrong. There's more than raccoons in his zoo. While Li Yanmu was thinking about it, a fierce tiger had already run out along the wall and dispersed the ghostly spirit with a punch, and another snow leopard jumped out and smashed the earth demon that was merged by 3 ghostly spirits with 2 palms together. At the same time a figure stood up on the roof where the wind had extinguished the fire. The people of Sunrise City who were in a hurry to escape from the city gradually slowed down and stared blankly. All the ones on there were animals, but the stance was so much like that of a jungle warrior from a storyteller's mouth. Lang Ningfeng as well as a group of constables had their mouths wide open, but Dao Hai himself wasn't surprised at all, folding his hands and smiling slightly. Goodness, the cause Li Sure has taken the trouble to plant is now finally bearing fruit as well. No, it's just a bunch of can't beat the ghosts and the 10,000 demon streamers. Despite sensing the abnormality, Zhuo Buchuan shouted with a stiff upper lip. The animal warriors standing on the roof leapt forward and collided with the biting ghostly spirits. Only a few flashes of light were seen, and the ghostly spirit was dispersed in an instant. At this time, Condensing Frost also reacted and looked at Dao Hai with an odd face. The Dayu dynasty hated the Buddhist sect, so they had been studying it. As a soldier sect constable, Lung Ningxuan instantly recognized the martial arts used by those animals. All of them were Buddhist martial arts, and although they weren't any untold secrets, they weren't something that could be learned just by talking about it. Dao Hai's head shook lightly. The poor monk is just demonstrating for them. When the upper immortal who was tangling with the elder of the Green Mountain sect saw the scene, his eyeballs were about to explode. He had lived through countless years and thought that he had seen all kinds of scenes, but this kind of scene was really the first time he had seen it. Even the cultivators who were hiding in the shadows waiting to kill the demons were silent. Feng Shouyun, who was fighting the unknown cultivator in the sky, was also stunned when he saw this, and then he laughed out loud. The addition of the animal sidekick doesn't upend the battle in one breath, but it does wash away the atmosphere of urgency and despair. Shin Zicheng keenly noticed the subtle change in atmosphere among the people of Sunrise City and immediately waved his hand. Set off fireworks! Set off fireworks! Shin Zicheng also knew that this kind of occasion was not useful if he shouted a few words, so he pushed out the cart filled with fireworks on the spot and lit one of them. A stream of light passed through the midst of the dimly lit street and exploded among the ghostly spirits, harmless but illuminating their forms. Lang Ningfeng realized Shin Zicheng's thoughts and hurriedly greeted the other constables to also go and find out the fireworks that were not released. Soon colorful fireworks shot out from the edges of Sunrise City and converged towards the center. a single colorful firework blooming. The originally hideous and ferocious ghosts and monsters were spinning around as if they were headless. And then they were kicked by the animal warriors. Foam Shoyun laughed out loud. It looks like the plans of all of you are going to fail off. The unknown cultivator's iron face slowly retreated. But how could Jian Xin be willing to fail in this regard? Seeing that the demonic spirits were no longer able to track down the people of Sunrise City along with the 3 thoughts of defilement that fear breeds, Jian Xin clenched his teeth after a slight hesitation and took out the demon sherry. Damn it, it was so close. On the immortalized red mouth will swallow the demon relics. The Green Mountain clan elders want to block. But the cultivation is limited. Just swallow the relics of the airwaves will be the Green Mountain clan elders and others will be blown away. At the same time an extremely powerful suction on the immortal itself as the center of the open. The ghostly spirits that were fighting the animal warriors rose up into the air and were caught in the middle of it. Li Yanmu subconsciously resisted but found that the suction did not affect him. But Zhuo Buchuan, who was holding Li Yanmu's leg, floated up. This is what's going on. Zhuo Buchuan pulled Li Yanmu to death and tried to resist. But as the suction force continued to increase, Zhuo Buchuan's body began to disintegrate. At that moment, another commotion came from among the crowd, and dozens of people flew up screaming and were swept up into the body of the upper immortal. Among them were Li Qiu's accomplices. At this point, Dao Hai finally saw where the supreme immortal was aiming for and exclaimed in shock, transforming 10,000 bodies and merging to cross the tribulation. He is in the merging realm. He wants to refine all the people of Sunrise City into devils with the 3 thoughts of defilement, and then use the demonic relics to merge his body to cross the tribulation. Although Zhuo Buchuan is only practicing qi, but at least he is also a constable. Naturally he knows that once he is sucked in, he will be finished. Immediately he pulled Li Yanmu to ask for help. Brotherly, Sir Li, save me, where do you hide your money? Amazing N. Li was puzzled. 5th row on the ground floor of the chambers. 7th compartment from left to right. Li Yanmu raised his eyebrows, and Zhuo Buchuan thought that Li Yanmu was heartbroken. What's the point of saving you when I know where you hide your stuff? Ah! Zhuo Buchuan dislodged his hand and screamed miserably as he was swept into the body of the Shangxian. Li Yanmu felt very cool, but after the cool Li Yanmu suddenly blushed again and looked at Dao Hai with stiff movements. Am I not supposed to do that? Dao Hai nodded and shook his head again. This demon's method of breaking through the transition stage is extremely insidious, and he himself needs to pay an extremely painful price. He must first give up his own physical body, and then use Buddhist techniques to refine more than hundreds of thousands of people into devouring ghosts, reaching some sort of general connection between past lives and present lives. Finally that absorbed all those hundreds of thousands of people. The Buddha had reincarnated as a human to cross the threshold, and this demon wants to break through the bottleneck of the harmonization stage through this tricky way of reincarnating as a human hundreds of thousands of times. But his ploy has failed. Those tens of portions of devouring ghosts are not even enough to allow him to regain his original strength, not to mention allowing him to break through. Dao Hai thought that if he said that, Li Yanmu would be relieved, but he didn't know that Li Yanmu's expression got even worse, which made Dao Hai a little bit not looking for his head. Monkly, did the poor monk say something wrong? No, that's the one. The more confident you are at this time, the more unexpected accidents will occur. Li Yanmu waved his hand repeatedly. He must know better than us. So even if it's a fish out of water, then there must be some sort of certainty. As soon as Li Yanmu's words fell, he heard a long, mournful whine coming from the direction of the upper immortal. The demonic relic that was swallowed by the immortal into his stomach shattered in response, and a ripple swept out as the entire Sunrise City began to shake violently. Everyone felt a shudder under their feet as the tiles of the ground tumbled over, along with the moist soil underneath them. In the direction of the Shangxian, the entire Sunrise City seemed to possess life. Dao Hai involuntarily clenched the Buddha beads in his hand. The entire Sunrise City has turned into a demon. Chapter 41 Body of the Ghost Domain. Body of Transition. The earth churned and buildings were uprooted. With the ghostly green flame as the center, the entire Sunrise City collapsed inward and contracted. A huge behemoth rose up from the ground, breaking through the clouds in the twinkling of an eye and rocketing upwards. Even the unknown cultivator and the Taiguan, the 2 peak harmonized spirit cultivators, were all swept away by the impact of its rising up. It was a monstrous python with mutilated buildings all over its body. The python did not look at any party, just to raise the sky slowly opened its mouth. The more open the larger, soon exceeded 90 degrees. An arm from the outstretched, just a wave will stir up hundreds of miles of clouds, half of the remains of the body up, along with the green eyes together with the pythons building all over the body, was sucked in. Millions of ghosts and spirits have become one of the aborigines. Follow some kind of rules in the python's strange body on top of the grandeur. Living on the python's monstrous body, establishing order. Amazing End couldn't read it, but Amazing End knew it was serious. After 10,000 robberies, among the great Tao, a world of its own. Transition stage. Lun Ningfeng muttered. Now amazing Yan Li knew how serious the problem was. The strongest here was Feng Shouyun, who had the power of national fortune added to him and was at the peak of the transformation god. But now the entire Sunrise City had been demonized by the Immortal with the demon Sherry and absorbed into a body. Without Sunrise City, the power of national fortune that Feng Shouyun could mobilize would become extremely limited. Of course, even if the power of the national fortune of Sunrise City was still there, Feng Shouyun would not be able to use the strength of a peak harmonized spirit to harden himself against a monster of the ferrying stage. No, it's not over yet. If this could really get him to the transition stage, he would have done that in the first place. Amazing Yan Li slapped his face hard, forcing himself to calm down with the pain. Even if this appearance has the strength of the ferrying stage, there is definitely a huge slip-up dash. What little brother Li said. Mei Chai Xiao appeared incomparably naturally at Li Yinlu's side, pretending to be an expert with his hands behind his back. The methods used by this man are all about getting on the bus first and making up the ticket later. Refining a ghost devourer with Buddhist teachings, he faked another person's life to cross 10,000 tribulations, now borrowing the 1,000-year-old Sunrise City with its millions of ghosts and spirits to create a self-contained world and swindle the great Tao. Of course, if we give him 100 years to stabilize his cultivation and let those millions of ghostly spirits completely combine with Sunrise City, it's not like he can't become a veritable transitional succession. But before that, as long as he slightly exerts a little bit of his ability in the transitional stage, he will arouse the suspicion of the heavenly Tao and receive heavenly thunderbolts, heavenly thunder and even yang things. His body of ghostly things definitely can't carry it. Without that body of ghosts, his body of transmigration will not be broken. Li Yanmu cupped his chin and raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. That is to say, we just need to find a way to trigger the heavenly thunder? If the other party is lucky and carries the heavenly thunder, he will be at the true transition stage. Mei Chai Xiao stroked his beard and added, the easiest way is to overpower its ghostly body. As soon as the word transcendence was uttered, everyone in the room looked at Dao Hai, the only monk. Master, master please, master. Seeing that all the people around him, including Condensing Frost, all had one mouthful of masters, Dao Hai couldn't tense up. Usually, he was a bald ass, but when he wanted to do something, he was a master. Everyone, if the poor monk had that ability, would you normally dare to call me a bald donkey? Baloney. So useless. Baldy. Dao Hai resisted the urge to return a key and fight to seat. Just when the crowd was at a loss, the giant thing made a move. Its huge palm didn't enter the clouds and grabbed in the direction of the unknown cultivators. At the same time, half of the python's body also appeared to crumble, and an arm shot towards those cultivators who were still vacating in the sky. And the golden light on the back of the giant thing flickered, constituting a gigantic wheel, resembling the thousand-handed goddess of mercy in the Buddhist sect. The unknown cultivators of Feng Shouyun who were still on the defensive were shocked and backed up, dodging the giant's right hand. But those who were still in the air were not so easy, and were grabbed by their bodies and dragged into the bizarre ghost city. Despite resisting with all their might, they were swallowed up by the ghostly spirit in the twinkling of an eye and became one of them. At the sight of this, the unknown cultivator was jealous and said the true name of the supreme immortal. Venerable Phase Demon. How dare you? Feng Shouyun was shocked. It's actually Venerable Phase Demon. You guys actually dare to cooperate with such a devil. Despite the many loopholes in the righteousness of heaven and earth under the influence of the sacred pillar and the laws of Dayu, the suppressive power over demons had never disappeared. The name with the devil often represents the other side of the drunkenness and greed, anger and dementia. And anger is particularly significant. The character is extremely tyrannical. Wherever the grass does not grow, Venerable Phase Demon was one of the devils that plagued the world. But in the records of the Dayu dynasty, this devil was destroyed by a great scholar with a loud bang. I didn't realize that there was actually still a divine soul remaining and that he had defected to the demon Immortal sect. Shut up. I'm already in the body of the transition. I mustn't lose my Mara here. The phase demons reddened their eyes, and the hands in midair turned their direction and fell in the direction of the people of Sunrise City. Feng Shouyun immediately understood the purpose of the phase demon. His hands formed a seal, and a huge overturned sky seal slammed down. Escape! He wants to re-refine the people of Sunrise City into devils and recongeal the 10,000 tribulations. Being blocked by Feng Shouyun, not only did the phase demon not get angry, he instead laughed because Feng Shouyun couldn't stop him. Who can kill me? Who can ferry me? Who can stop me? Nowadays. Although he was unable to use the means of the transition stage, his body was condensed with the demonized Sunrise City plus millions of ghostly souls, forming a term of its own, and it was already a veritable body of the transition stage. As long as he recuperated for 100 years, he would naturally be able to become a true transitional succession stage. but the Dayu dynasty would definitely not be able to let him go. So he had to refine all of the people of Sunrise City with Buddhist teachings here and condense his divine soul with the 10,000 calamities to become a true transitional succession stage in name only. And the highest cultivator here was Feng Shouyun, a peak transformation spirit. No one could break his transmigrating body. And even more so, no one could transmigrate the ghostly spirit in his body. A large hand covered the sky, and the earth was as if it was in the palm of the phase demon Venerable One. Li Yanmu wanted to retreat, but his body couldn't move. And even his mind was stuck in a quagmire. Finish. Right at this moment, a ray of light lit up from behind everyone, and Condensing Frost couldn't help but twist her head to look, as if the sun had risen. A soft glow lit up from one side of the horizon. The fourth elder who was striking down the phase demon's great hand with all his might only felt a chill behind his back, as if he had returned to the time when that sword mark had struck half a year ago, but this time it was far more terrifying by tens of thousands of times than it was half a year ago, and the heaven and earth auras were all stirred up. Who? A sword light noiselessly sliced through the body of phase demon Tongtian. Phase demon also noticed the abnormal vision and thought that he was finished, but after a few breaths phase demon realized that he was unharmed, and then he proceeded to laugh in triumph. But just as phase demon drove his body to try to include the people of Sunrise City in the palm of his hand, a flower squeezed through the dirt to raise it from between his fingers. Under the stupefied gaze of the crowd, countless flowers squeezed through the soil and engulfed the body of the phase demon with great speed. The ghostly spirit that was following some sort of rules not only did not dodge, but instead froze in place and was engulfed by the sea of flowers. The turbid black aura of its body was swept away, leaving only the semi-transparent soul. No, it can't be, it's immortal. The phase demon looked at the incoming sea of flowers in horror, and was engulfed by the sea of flowers before he could even say a word. Having dispersed the majestic and sacred golden wheel, the huge giant clad in the robe made up of the sea of flowers instead exudes compassion for all things in the world. Feng Shouyun stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and only after a while did he return to his senses and arch his hand in the direction of the horizon. Thanks for the help. The unknown cultivator, on the other hand, was shocked and terrified, and hurriedly withdrew while Feng Shouyun was still thanking him. Chapter 42, One Sword to Cross 10,000 Ghosts, Post-War Settlement to Come. Dao Hai's hands trembled and closed in front of him with difficulty. A sword crossing 10,000 ghosts. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see such a great skill. At this time, Li Yanmu also returned to his senses from the terrifying oppression of the phase demon, and immediately searched for Jian Xian's trail after exhaling a breath of relief. But there were too many people, and Jian Xian was also petite, so he was easily blocked. Just as Li Yanmu was thinking of shouting out Jian Xian's name, a figure squeezed out from the crowd and pulled Li Yanmu's right hand from behind. The visitor was none other than Jian Xian. Seeing Jian Xin as usual, Li Yanmu sighed in relief. Boss, are you alright? It's okay. Jian Xian shook his head, and after another long yawn his head drooped downward, looking like he might fall asleep at any moment. It was only then that Li Yanmu remembered that normally at this time of the day Jian Xin would have long since gone to bed. Plus after such a big event had happened, when he came back to his senses and his spirit was relaxed, he would definitely want to go to sleep. Boss, go to sleep. It's already fine. Li Yanmao bent down and picked up Jian Xian, nodding his head in the direction of Lang Ningxuang. Jian Xian glanced at Lang Ningfrost and didn't hide his sight, which naturally caught Lang Ningfrost's attention. But just after meeting his sight, Jian Xian closed his eyes and fell asleep, which made Lang Ningfrost a bit puzzled. However, Lang Ningxuang didn't care too much about it, but went to organize the aftermath under the greetings of the other constables. Now that Sunrise City had been demonized and refined into the body of venerable phase demon, all the people of Sunrise City were homeless. Fortunately, those who died were all followers of the demon Immortal cult. The elders of the Green Mountain sect who were still floating in the sky glanced at each other and saw the aftermath of the robbery as well as the celebration in each other's eyes. The next day, Amazing End Li, who had slept under a tree at the zoo, was awakened by a raccoon. That's right, it's a raccoon. The moment he saw the raccoon as well as the other animals arching their hands respectfully, Li Yanmu knew that he hadn't dreamed last night, but when Li Yanmu raised his head, his whole body froze again. Sunrise City was still there, and so was the giant thing that passed through the sky and was clad in a flowery robe. Seeing Li Yanmu staring blankly in the direction of Sunrise City, Shen Ziqing, who was guarding the side, opened his mouth and replied, Master, last night the Imperial Guards of Sunrise City fetched the spare Sunrise City. As for the body of that phase demon venerable, although it is not a veritable transitional stage, the body is less than half a step of the transitional stage, and it is not something the Imperial Guards are able to deal with, so it is also only possible to hang out to dry, and wait for the Dayu dynasty to make a decision. This city is still able to have a spare Li Yanmu suddenly realized that he did not seem to understand the cultivation world so well. Shin Ziqing didn't know how to reply to this tirade, so he continued. Master, Constable Lang is right outside. The Imperial Guard wants to see you, said Shin Ziqing. Also glanced at the animal buddies on the side. Amazing, and Li reacted. It's about settling credits after the war. When he thought about it, Yan Li's head got a little big. Although he hadn't looked at the ledger yet, this time the construction of the zoo was definitely losing money. Only 100 pounds of 60,000 pounds of spirit fruits were left, and with a little more effort, he could clear his warehouse, and the remaining 30,000 spirit stones weren't a problem at all, and could be used up casually. However, if the Sunrise City governor settled a large pile of rewards for him, that would be bad, and the vast majority of those rewards would definitely be counted as resources for clan operations. But hiding, it's not a good idea. Li Yanmu got up and did not take care of it, and directly greeted his disciple to come along, to meet with the Taisho. The three members of the Shin family were obviously nervous, but Jian Xin was still in a cool demeanor. In order to avoid the Taisho settling the wrong credit, Li Yanmu called on Raccoon. If he could get the governor to settle the credit on the raccoons as well as the other animals, then he would be able to reduce the pressure on his bankruptcy program by quite a bit. Outside the zoo, Condensing Frost had been waiting for a while. Seeing the three members of the Shin family constrainedly organizing their clothes, Condensing Frost couldn't help but let out a laugh. There's no need to be nervous. The Taisho people are actually quite nice. Only then did the three members of the Shin family nod their heads. But when she saw Li Yanmu, who was scratching his stomach and still had mud on his pants, the corner of her eyes couldn't be controlled by Long Ningxuang. Brother Li, you could have paid attention to your instrument. This is the first time you've ever met, and first impressions are very important. I know. Li Yanmu naturally know the truth of the first impression. If the first impression is too good, this governor to public favoritism to give too much what to do. I've already warned you. After Lang Ningfeng hummed in an unkind manner, she glanced at Jian Xin again and shook her head after a few seconds of pause before beckoning. When crossing the city gates, Li Yanmu found quite a few people pulling packages and were walking out. The expression did not look like they were simply going out of town. They are. Lang Ningfeng pursed her lips and helplessly said, what happened last night scared them. They plan to move to another place. This time, it was a dereliction of duty on the part of the soldier sect, so the soldier sect will be responsible for this relocation. Li Yanmu scratched his head and didn't know what to say. Having fought with a devil at the stage of the tribulation and almost being refined into a ghost by the other party, not to mention mortals, even he, a cultivator, felt his scalp tingling, not to mention that the body of the devil at the stage of sustenance was right there, and most people with stronger mental qualities would feel diaphragmatic. Within a short time, Li Yanmu and his group arrived at the Taisho mansion. In addition to the Taisho, the elders of the Castle Peak sect and Dao Hai were also present. Not only did the Castle Peak sect not fall on its sword, it also made a righteous effort. Although it didn't play a key role, and its output wasn't much, it was at least a favor. At a glance, the elders of the Green Mountain sect could see the cultivation level of Li Yanmu and the others, and they all concave and pretended to be experts. Taisho Feng Shouyun coughed. Many thanks to all of you for your righteous help last night. The Great Yu dynasty will not forget this favor. Dao Hai shook his head. Taisho, you and I both know that if it wasn't for that one who crossed 10,000 ghosts with a single sword, I'm afraid that we would have already fallen and become part of that ghost world. A thought of last night to see the stunts. Dao Hai cannot help but feel emotional. Sword Road main killing. The world of sword cultivation for the cultivation of the Supreme Sword Road have chosen to cut off the emotions. I did not think that there actually existed sentient Sword Road. In my humble opinion, that to love will be refined out of the Sword Road immortal rhyme. That person is more than half nymphomaniac. No, infatuation sword fairy. The corner of Jian Xin's eye, who was standing right behind Li Yanmu, couldn't control a twitch. The Taisho nodded, regretfully saying, it's just a pity that that one seems to be simply striking out in righteousness. At this time, the Green Mountain sect patriarch suddenly spoke out. That's not necessarily true. It's not by chance that that person would come to the rescue. I wonder if you all know that there is a lower grade spirit field outside of Sunset Sun Town. Half a year ago, our fourth elder was confused and tried to seize that spiritual field, but was injured by a sword mark. We thought that that spirit field was planted by a certain great power on a whim, and we closed the mountain gate as a special apology. But just last night, we discovered that the spirit field had already been harvested, and all the spirit fruits in it had been transported to Sunrise City. The third elder voiced out and continued. We discussed it, and that great power will definitely not watch that devil mess around, and will inevitably step in. So we thought of hurrying over to brush up our presence in front of that great power, and see if there is any chance to evening out that great power. The corner of the sovereign's eyes twitched, but he didn't deny it. Ahem, does the Taisho know where those spirit fruits are going? Feng Shouyun, Condensing Frost, Dao Hai, and even the 3 members of the Shin family all looked at Li Yanmu at this moment, with that surprised expression as if they suddenly realized that the scruffy housemates who used to dress in the past were in fact the second generation of rich people. Chapter 43, Monks Don't Deceive. Amazing In Li was also confused. His spiritual field was robbed? How come he didn't know? Facing the sight of the crowd, Li Yanmu replied stiffly, "Gentlemen, I cultivated that spirit field, but I don't know who the great power you are talking about is." "Are you sure?" The 4th elder, who was the party involved, was filled with disbelief. It was a sword array that almost killed him in seconds, and he had confirmed it when he came, that the 50 acres of spirit field was protected by multiple sword arrays. As the cultivator of the spirit field, how could Li Yanmu not know about it? "I really don't know, but maybe it could be Sister Fairy?" Li Yanmu recalled the soft grunt when the Foundation establishment tiger demon was decapitated, and after thinking for a moment, he told the people present about this matter. The elders of the Green Mountain sect were pondering. Dao Hai thought for a moment before speaking his thoughts. "Master Li, could it be that great power has taken a liking to you?" Yanmu Li was shocked. "Really?" Jian Xian's scarlet pupils twitched. Li Yan so shocked. Dao Hai more convinced of his own guess. "This great power to cultivate the sentient sword road. Although I have not seen to love into the sword road of the great power, but I have heard of a lot of love into the road of the great power. The vast majority of them are infatuated with one person, not to be separated from. Any secular morality cannot affect their love, although it is infatuation, but will not attract dirt. Protecting your spiritual field may be accidental. Beheading the Foundation establishment tiger demon to save you may be coincidental, but that sword crossing the 10,000 ghosts is definitely a sign of infatuation with you. Look at the flowers blooming like that." Dokai pointed hard at the sea of flowers outside the window. "Monks don't lie. The Tao doesn't lie." The corners of Li Yanmu's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a moment he looked down at Jian Xin. "Boss dash." Jian Xin's shoulders shook and she turned her face away, her voice as small as a mosquito. "Master, I'm here. In the past half year, have you seen anyone else appear in the spirit field?" "No." Li Yanmu scratched his hair and looked helplessly at the others. "Sorry gentlemen, I haven't seen that fairy sister either." The Green Mountain Sect Patriarch's eyes flickered and he was in the process of phrasing his words, but the 3rd elder had already opened his mouth. "Brother Li, how about we have a discussion?" Asterisk. "What for?" Li Yanmu felt bad and immediately took a nervous step back. "I wonder if Brother Li is willing to take over the Green Mountain Sect. Not to mention Li Yanmu." Everyone else present stood up in fear. The Patriarch of the Castle Peak Sect also immediately got up and pulled the collar of the 3rd elder. Just when the others thought that the Patriarch was going to angrily rebuke the 3rd elder for talking nonsense, something unexpected appeared, only to see the Patriarch of the Castle Peak Sect whispering with a grimace on his face. "Can't you just, be subtle about it?" Li Yanmu was struck by lightning, and the Taiguan Feng Shouyun also rubbed his forehead and asked with a stiff expression, "Does your Qingshan old ancestor have no opinion?" The Green Mountain Sect was founded by him. Li Yanmu also reacted to the fact that the Castle Peak Sect would want to do this, and was afraid that it wasn't because they wanted to get close to that fairy sister in order to solve the Castle Peak Sect's pressing problems. "How's that work?" Li Yanmu immediately wanted to refuse, but before he could make a sound the Green Mountain Sect Patriarch had already shaken his head helplessly. "Lord Taisho, we have already forcefully opened the place where the old ancestor was in seclusion yesterday, and the old ancestor has already fallen and flown away in ashes. Geez, you're all here." Mei Chai Shao grabbed his stomach and walked in, and all the elders of the Green Mountain Sect immediately froze in place. Shin Ziqing was the first to realize that something was wrong. Thinking of a certain possibility, his expression instantly became odd. Old ancestor, aren't you dead at the end of your days?" The Green Mountain Sect Patriarch trembled out, and his voice became shrill by the end. The person who founded the Green Mountain Sect was Mei Chai Shao, and the name Green Mountain was taken from an ancient saying. As the saying goes, there's no need to worry about what you're going to do. Feng Shoyan stared at Mei Chai Shao for a moment before his breath hitched. Harmonization stage? That was a while ago. Mei Chai Shao lightly waved his hand as if it was just a small matter of no consequence. But the elders of the Green Mountain Sect were excited. One must know that in the entire Qianzhou, there is not a single conformity stage among all the known clans. Since all of you are here, I'll make an announcement. Mei Chai Shao slapped Li Yanmu's back after picking at his ears. From today onwards, Castle Peak Sect is this Li Yanmu, little brother Li's affiliated sect. Affiliated sect, Castle Peak Sect. Provide 1 million lower grade spirit stones per year. Li Yan eyeballs are almost staring out, quickly out of the mouth to refuse. No, how can this work? I'm just a practicing qi. As for the fairy sister, even if you do this, you may not be able to get her shelter. It is not likely that she will also be disgusted with you guys like this behavior. Mei Chai Xiao put his hands behind his back and shook his head. Little brotherly, how could I be such a snob? The Green Mountain Sect's crowd of elders who were called snobs ground their teeth in anger. They have been struggling to maintain the Castle Peak sect out of responsibility, and last night they were all ready to fall, just to be able to brush some favor in front of that great power. Mei Chai Xiao, this old ancestor is good. Not only to retreat as a reason to slip away, broke through the stage of the merged body, also did not have a shadow. Last night even did not make a move. Speaking of which, I was able to break through the harmonization stage thanks to your enlightenment. Little brotherly, and I never thought that I would actually be able to break through the bottleneck so easily just by putting it down. Li Yanmu froze, remembering the words he had said that day when he had advised Shin Ziqing not to fall into the internal friction of cultivation. His five senses instantly wrinkled together. Little brotherly, you have a method to break through the harmonization stage. Feng Shouyun also stood up excitedly at this time, his eyes burning towards Li Yanmu. He was also at the peak of the god of transformation, and although he was not yet on the verge of his great end, he had been stuck for nearly 100 years. Li Yanmu's heart was like ashes. Me, I can't say. Well, don't be in a hurry, Taisho-sama. I'll exchange ideas with you afterward. Mei Chai Xiao smiled and nodded his head. Thanks a lot. Despite the itch, Feng Shouyun also knew that seeking immortality could not be rushed, so he lightly coughed and then crossed his fingers. Ahem, the Daiyu dynasty has always rewarded merit, and each of you rescued Sunrise City in the midst of a crisis. So naturally, I as a Taisho won't treat you all poorly. So brotherly, take a look and see what you like? I don't know. Should I just forget about it? Li Yanmu hesitated for a moment before cautiously testing the waters. How does that work? The elders of the Green Mountain Sect and the Taisho Feng Shouyun rejected Li Yanmu's attempt in unison. Amazing, and Li swallowed. Then you'll, watch and give some. Feng Shouyun was obviously hooked by Mei Chai Xiao's mouth on the method of breaking through the harmonization stage. But Feng Shouyun was also a Taisho no matter what, and would definitely still be fair and impartial when it came to the final settlement and wouldn't mess around. Feng Shouyun froze and nodded his head after thinking about it. That's fine, Dao Haiyu. The poor monk did not help much, and is not ashamed to ask for a reward. Dao Hai shook his head. Oh, also good. The destruction of Sunrise City. The demon Sherry takes a large part of the blame. After that, the soldier sect will send someone to the Golden Mountain Temple to ask for compensation. The corners of Dao Hai's mouth twitched. Li Yanmu cast an envious glance at Dao Hai. Chapter 44, The Taoist Sect. What Feng Shouyun said after that, Li Yanmu didn't listen to it much, nor did he dare to listen to it. And he didn't even dare to bring up the interface of the operating system. Anyway, it's just a quip. The peer-to-peak god of transformation Rising City's governor called brotherly with an incomparably affectionate tone. But Li Yanmu liked the Taisho's previous attitude even more. However, Feng Shouyun was at least a Taisho, and did not really show favoritism to the public, and after praising him, he began to talk about business. I'm afraid that this time, Venerable Phase Demon's appearance is not a coincidence. At the mention of Venerable Phase Demon, even Mei Chai Xiao, who was present, became serious. If they did not look at Li Yan end of the infatuation of the great power to make a move, they are afraid that they have already become a member of the Phase Demon Venerable One in the Ghost World last night. In the records of the Daiyu dynasty, Venerable Phase Demon had long since fallen, but I didn't expect that his divine soul had survived, and he even used the power of the demon Immortal sect to plan a breakthrough to the harmonization stage and achieve the body of the tribulation. Feng Shouyun's expression was serious. I suspect that the other devils may have existed in the form of divine souls in the same manner as Venerable Phase Demon in the world. Feng Shouyun paused and said slowly, behind them, I'm afraid they have the help of the Tao sect. The elders of the Green Mountain sect fell into silence. The unknown cultivator that appeared last night was also at the peak of the harmonized god's cultivation. This kind of strength is very few in Shenzhou, but if you look at the whole thousand world, then there are countless. That unknown cultivator obviously also rushed to the demon beheading in Breaking Realm, or else he would not have let Mei Chai Xiao make a move on the condition of the demon beheading in Breaking Realm. And that unknown cultivator directly revealed the identity of Venerable Phase Demon, indicating that those cultivators were not deceived by Venerable Phase Demon, but rather, they were cooperating with Venerable Phase Demon in a deal. Cooperating with the devil was no small matter, and unusual sects simply couldn't afford that kind of responsibility. Then the answer is obvious. That year when the Confucian sect was first established, the devils were all over the place, wanting to destroy the sacred pillars, so Emperor Yu came to a demon-slaying ceremony, and Venerable Phase Demon was one of the devils who struck. And the only one who could protect Venerable Phase Demon's divine soul at that time was the Taoist sect, who was also involved in this matter. Feng Shuoyun sighed long and hard as he propped up his forehead. If there is an additional transitional demon who has formed a realm of his own, I'm afraid that there will be great chaos within the Great Yu dynasty. The elders of the Castle Peak sect were sitting on their hands. Although the Castle Peak sect was insignificant, it was also a member of the alliance of 1 million clans. Last night's unknown identity spirit transformation cultivator had already run away. If the mastermind behind this incident was really some super clan among the Tao sect, then the other party must have already known about their Castle Peak sect's move to help Feng Shuoyun. Mei Chai Xiao, as an old ancestor of Green Mountain, not only was he a dead pig, he was also blunt. I'm afraid that it's to hinder your Great Yu dynasty's clan registration system. Clan registration? Li Yanmu was a bit curious. Feng Shuoyun and Lang Ningxuan glanced at each other, still struggling with what to say. After all, they had already discussed with a certain person in the soldier sect to persuade Li Yanmu to register the sect, and the existence of that infatuated sword Immortal had increased Li Yanmu's weight. So if they said something bad, Li Yanmu would most likely be resistant to registering the sect. But Mei Chai Xiao had already blah 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 blah. In order to communicate the 3000 Dao paths and increase the success rate of cultivators' enlightenment into immortality, Emperor Yu refined the Dao pillar and established the Dao gate with the Dao pillar. The purpose of the Dao sect when it was first established was to break the era of decadence at the end of the Great Desolation, allowing the sect to rise and grow the strength of the Great Yu dynasty itself. At first it was fine, but some ancient sects stole the day, utilized the power of the Dao sect, and gradually drew in other sects. The end result is that the Dao sect has become an alliance of millions of sects and has been secretly diluting the dominance of the Great Yu dynasty in an attempt to destroy it and return to the Great Wasteland. The Green Mountain sect patriarch was startled and quickly spoke out. Old ancestor, you can't say that. Mei Chai Xiao crossed his eyes at the patriarch. Do you think I'm wrong? Down and out. The Green Mountain sect patriarch lost his voice. Li Yanmu also did not expect to actually involve so much content. Head suddenly big. See this situation. Feng Shuoyun also know that he said a little too much. Brother Li, you don't have to worry about that. But, about the registration, I do want to talk to you. Feng Shuoyun's expression was embarrassed and even felt it was difficult to speak. Put yesterday, he would never dare to imagine that he would actually be like this. I wonder if you're willing to accept the laws of the Great Yu dynasty and register the clan. Of course, we won't open this matter to the public, and we'll give you some help and protection in secret. The first reaction of the Qingshan sect's elders was to advise Li Yin to refuse. The clan registration system would subvert the existence of the Dao sect, and any clan that accepted the clan registration system would be likely to be ostracized by millions of clans, and the most frightening ones would be those clans from the Great Wasteland period that had disguised themselves with the method of stealing the sky and changing the sun. But they quickly thought of the unknown cultivator who had escaped as well. The Taoist side will definitely make a move. If they can have the secret help and protection of the soldier's door, they will at least be able to hold on to the Castle Peak sect. And as for the fairy sister in the mouth of Li Yanmu was right. If they were too stalkerish, they might not be able to upset the other party. After exchanging glances, the elders of the Castle Peak sect chose to remain silent. Anyway, their old ancestor had already given the Castle Peak sect to Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu crossed his fingers. He was not interested in safeguarding, but what he was curious about was what the Daiyu dynasty wanted. So what do I need to pay? Seeing that Li Yanmu actually wasn't confused by the help and protection of the soldier sect and pointed straight to the crux of the matter, Feng Shuoyun was a bit surprised and couldn't help but praise. It's worthy of being someone who's been looked upon by the infatuated sword Immortal. Li Yanmu instantly swung up in shame, while Jian Xin closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The soldier sect will not restrict the freedom of the people in the sect, but it will conduct an inventory of the sect's properties as well as collect taxes. Feng Shuoyun couldn't control his eyes from fluttering when he said the word collect taxes. This was the most fundamental reason why millions of clans were united. Once the registration system was accepted, the clan had to be unilaterally transparent to the Daiyu dynasty, and the Daiyu dynasty also had the right to send troops. Okay, I accept. When do we start collecting taxes? How will it be collected? I know it's hard for you to accept, but, Feng Shuoyun had wanted to persuade a couple of sentences about the conditions opened by the soldier gate, but Li Yanmu's overly quick reply made Feng Shuoyun not react for a moment, and even Condensing Frost was dumbfounded. Your spirit field as well as the animals. Don't. Feng Shuoyun glanced at the raccoon and amended what was said. The spirit beast garden as well as the affiliated clans are considered your clan's property. The soldier sect will collect 30% of it based on actual benefits. Of course, a certain amount of security is included, and if the clan's business affects the order of the mortals, or even causes large-scale deaths, the Great Yu dynasty will collect a fine. Amazing N. Li has some regrets. When he heard about the tax, he thought he would be able to cut it in half. but 30% would be good. The Green Mountain Sect would provide 1 million lower-grade spirit stones per year, and the Great Yu Dynasty would be able to cut down 300,000 spirit stones at once. Of course, the Dayu Dynasty doesn't charge taxes for nothing. The Soldier Sect will give your clan industry protection and provide your clan with convenient channels, intelligence, spiritual treasures, and elixirs. Of course, these parts are still under construction due to the reason that the registration system has yet to be implemented. Chapter 45 Sinkhole Investment? If you don't vote, there won't be any more. Speaking later, Feng Shuoyun couldn't help but wipe up his sweat, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Li Yanmu was just a cheap practitioner while he was not only a peak harmonized spirit, but also a taisho. It was reasonable to say that anything that casually leaked out of his fingers would be a chance that Li Yanmu could not even seek in his lifetime. But the problem was that behind Li Yanmu, a tiny chi practicing, stood not only a merged stage Mei Chai Xiao, but also a sword cultivation powerhouse who already had the immortal rhythm of the sword path. Plus the Castle Peak sect had already become Li Yanmu's affiliated sect. With this configuration, Li Yanmu could even wrestle a place in the Taoist Sect. With such a calculation, Li Yanmu could not be a small chi practicing realm, but a sect patriarch that he had to take seriously enough to be among the first-class sects. As for first-class clans, the clan registration system, which has yet to implement various benefits, is a sinkhole. The Dao sect was right there, and trying to implement this system was difficult as far as the naked eye could see. Before they could be sure of breaking the absolute influence of the Dao sect over the millions of sects, it was impossible for the Dayu dynasty to implement those benefits for the sake of 1 or 2 sects, and at most, they would just waive the taxes. But let alone a first-rate clan. Even a third-rate clan wouldn't risk being targeted by the Dao sect for the sake of those unseen and unattainable safeguards of the Soldier Sect. Amazing N. Li frowned. I don't suppose you guys would leak the registration list? Feng Shuoyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is natural. This matter is of great importance. So there is a guarantee from the Sacred Pillar and the Pillar of Soldiers that they will never divulge information about the registered sect. Only then did Li Yanmu nod in reassurance and arch his hand in Feng Shuoyun's direction. Then I'll be obliged to the Taisho. Feng Shuoyun couldn't help but gave a cry. No, it's not. Though it's a bit strange to ask from my position. But brotherly, why would you want to accept this proposal? Feng Shuoyun scratched his head, his plain face filled with embarrassment. The elders of the Green Mountain Sect were also filled with curiosity. Because it is very promising, replied Amazing N. Li blandly. I have taken a great advantage as well as a head start, and there is no reason to refuse it. This is a sinkhole investment. If you don't invest now, what should you do if the Dayu dynasty gives up? It has to be voted on. Thank you for your recognition, brotherly. When the relevant formalities come down, I will send someone to notify you. If there is any problem in the meantime, you can also directly come to the Taishufu. You can also directly live in the Taishufu. At any time you can call me. Long Constable, here is left to you. Feng Shuoyun also didn't expect this matter to go so smoothly. So after exchanging a few pleasantries, he handed over the matter of entertaining Li Yanmu to Lung Ningxuang, and then hurriedly left. As soon as Feng Shuoyun left, the atmosphere of the scene went cold, the source of which was none other than the Green Mountain Sect's elders. And the one they were looking at was naturally their old ancestor Mei Chai Xiao, and even the Green Mountain Sect's third elder, who had always been debauched and uninhibited, was full of grudges. But Mei Chai Xiao, as if he didn't see it, generally used the tone of introducing his little brother to Li Yanmu to introduce the Green Mountain Sect's elders. The one who made the elders of Castle Peak Sect furious was Mei Chai Xiao, not Li Yanmu. Not to mention that Castle Peak Sect had to rely on Li Yanmu. So when facing Li Yanmu, the elders of Castle Peak Sect were very respectful and did not pretend to be masters just because Li Yanmu was practicing chi. You guys can actually not take this seriously. Amazing N. Li tries to cut the Green Mountain Sect. Patriarch Li is joking. You have saved and reconstructed the Green Mountain Sect. The patriarch of the Green Mountain Sect respectfully arched his hand and bent his waist. I will be counting the assets of the top and bottom of the Green Mountain Sect on a certain day, and it's all up to you to decide what to do with them. Seeing that the cutting failed, Li Yanmu sighed helplessly. When the time comes, you can just give it directly to my second disciple, Lao Er. Is that okay? Shen Ziqing, who was pondering what the cheapness and precedence in Li Yanmu's mouth was startled and immediately responded with an arch of his hand. Please rest assured, Master. All right, elders, if there is anything else you can all discuss with this second disciple of mine as well. I still have some things to take care of. The Qingshan Sect's congregation of elders froze, then suddenly realized, nodding their heads ambiguously towards Li Yanmu. The matter in Li Yanmu's mouth was definitely related to that infatuated sword Immortal, and the importance of this matter was far higher than any official business. Mei Chai Xiao hemmed and hawed, wanting to follow and join in the fun, but he was stopped by a swarm of elders from the Green Mountain Sect. Old Piker, you stay. Little Willow, you were raised by me. Are you trying to deceive your teacher and destroy your ancestor? Mei Chai Xiao was furious, but he also did not use his harmonization stage power, but instead tried to throw off the Green Mountain Sect's elders with his physical strength. You old. It's even if you leave the mess to us and go out to make waves by yourself. Last night, you actually watched us fight the transitional demon, Long Ningfeng, Dao Hai, and the Shin family's parents stood to the side and didn't know if they should stop them or not. Shen Ziqing, on the other hand, was cupping his chin, not affected in the slightest by the internal chaos and fighting in the Castle Peak sect, and light flickered within his eyes that were always narrowed. After reaching the outskirts of the city and confirming that no one was around, Li Yanmu cleared his throat and clasped his hands. Sister Fairy, I wonder if I can come out to meet you. Jian Xin's pupils trembled as he reached out and pulled on Li Yanmu's clothes. Master, shouldn't I recuse myself? It's okay, boss. I don't think Sister Fairy will mind. Li Yanmu thought that Jian Xin was afraid of that great power who could cross the ghostly spirit of venerable phase demon with a single sword. So he softly calmed him down and took Jian Xin's small hand to make him feel at ease. Because Fairy Sister didn't respond, Li Yanmu raised his voice slightly this time. Thank you, Fairy Sister, for saving me last night. I can't return the favor. Seeing Li Yanmu shouting up again before Fairy Sister and after Fairy Sister, Jian Xin's ears flushed a little red and carefully tried to pull her hand out. Amazing, and Li's grip wasn't too tight, but it was strong enough that he simply couldn't do anything to pull away without leaving a trace. Sister Fairy? Sister Fairy! Sister Fairy! Li Yan'an shouted louder and louder, and soon attracted the attention of the patrolling constable. Only Condensing Frost and the others knew about Li Yanmu, so when they saw a youth pulling the hand of a young girl with a head of white hair, who looked like she was only 13 or 14, and kept calling out to her Fairy Sister, they couldn't help but stop their footsteps and whispered, "This person doesn't look very old. Why is he shouting Fairy Sister? Fairy Sister over and over there? I've heard that some great powers will disguise themselves as mortals to approach some people with low cultivation levels as a way to fulfill some quirks, and then when the time comes they'll reveal their true form and dump the other person. Ah, I really have some impression when you say so. I heard that those eccentric powerhouses just dumped each other on the surface, and actually hid in the dark to secretly observe each other's reaction. Some of them, for the sake of excitement, will even use divine power to make themselves into young children and meet each other by chance, and many infatuated people have been played by this set of souls." Seeing how genuinely this man cries out, he must have had his young mind viciously toyed with by some great power when he was much younger. One man asserted, and the remaining few nodded. Look at the infatuation. But to actually make people call out to Fairy Sister, you don't know how to be ashamed. Li Yanmu only had practiced Qi, in addition to the distraction, so he couldn't hear the constable's discussion. But Jian Xin could hear it clearly. The snow-white little face turned from red to green, from green to black, and in the end the shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Master, me, we'd better go back. Jian Xin pulled hard on Li Yanmu's right hand, his voice trembling as he pleaded. Fairy Sister might not be here. If she really wanted to see you, she would have come out. Well, Li Yanmo did not quite understand why Jian Xin would react so much, but Jian Xin also said it makes sense. With the cultivation of the Fairy Sister surely can hear his voice. Since it does not come out, it must not want to see. He shouted for a long time is also useless. Chapter 46, The Second Disciple's Enlightenment. The Green Mountain Sect's elders and the Green Mountain Old Ancestor ended up splitting up the winners and losers. Even if you do not use the cultivation of the harmonization stage, Mei Chai Xiao is also a veritable physical body of the harmonization stage, and it looks like he was beaten up, but in fact it was nothing big at all. On the contrary, it was the Green Mountain Sect's many elders who were repaired ruthlessly. After piling up the corpses of the Green Mountain Sect's elders, Mei Chai Xiao clapped his hands, and just when Condensing Frost and the others thought that Mei Chai Xiao was going to go and watch the fun, Mei Chai Xiao sat cross-legged on the table, and pressed his hands forcefully into his knees. Girl surnamed Lang, now what you said, does it count? After Lang Ningxuang pondered for a while, she nodded her head with a serious face and replied, the Taisho has already given me full authority to deal with the matter afterward. As long as it doesn't touch the principle, it all counts. Harm, it's not that much of a stretch. I just wanted to talk about these little brothers. Mei Chai Xiao beckoned in the direction of the raccoon, who immediately leapt and stood next to Mei Chai Xiao, bending down respectfully in a bow. I suppose you can already see that they are enlightened, but not as demons, but as elves. The Shin family's parents immediately cast curious glances at the raccoon, and even the thinking Shin Ziqing raised his head. They knew about immortalism, but being mere mortals, they didn't know the details, and the elves and monsters were among the more secretive parts of it. Dao Hai nodded his head and continued. There are rumors that innately enlightened people are innately demonic, and the beasts learn to take away the greed, anger, and dementia from people and become demons, and as their cultivation rises, the demons will get closer and closer to people, from a human mouth to a human stand, to growing 5 fingers, and finally to a human form. Essence monsters and demons are of the same origin, both born from human beings, but the difference is that the essence monsters open their minds, relying on chance and subconscious cultivation, and after opening their minds, although they will spit out human words and grow 5 fingers, they will not be transformed into human beings but will continue to retain the parts of their archetypal forms. The ancient sage of Songqing has already entered sainthood with a tree body, and is still in the form of a giant tree in the sky. But the path of elves and monsters is far more difficult than becoming a demon by hundreds of times, and it's too much about chance, so those clans choose to cultivate demonic beasts. Condensing Frost shook her head helplessly. Every year, quite a lot of people die because of demonic beasts going berserk and out of control. Dao Hai wanted to follow and nod his head in agreement, but Dao Hai remembered Li Yanmu and the images of the animals he saw that night practicing there by themselves, so he couldn't help but let out a laugh and corrected himself. The path of the elves and monsters isn't difficult, it's just that it's too convenient to become a demon. Lang Ningfeng was subconsciously offended, but after thinking about it, it seemed like it was indeed that way, so she staggered her tongue. At this time, the raccoon also said respectfully, and thanks to Master's tireless cultivation and enlightenment. Hearing this, the 3 members of the Shin family nodded with empathy. Li Yanmu that is really willing to smash resources, lower grade spirit fruits and sugar beans as much as stuffed into their mouths. The most touching thing for them is Li Yanmu's attitude towards their cultivation. Not only do not urge them to cultivate, and even let them have a healthy rest, and are not allowed to cultivate instead of sleep. Mei Chai Xiao spoke. Afterwards, I'm afraid that the Taoist Sect will send people over to check out the situation in Sunrise City. And it's inevitable that such a large spirit beast garden placed there will cause some turmoil, and it just so happens that Little Brotherly has a spirit field in Lokyang Town. So after that, I intend to discuss with Little Brotherly and use my divine powers to move the spirit beast garden to the side of Lokyang Town. It's quieter there, and it's convenient for these little brothers to dive into their cultivation, and in the future, if Sunrise City encounters any trouble, they can also help out. Lang Ningxuang nodded after some serious thinking and added, I'll go find the Taiguan later. He should have the drawings of the Grand Formation for shielding probing in his hands. Then I'd like to thank Constable Lung. Seeing that Mei Chai Xiao was actually so decent and reliable, the Green Mountain Sect Patriarch, who was struggling to get up, became even more exasperated. Mei Chai Xiao had never been so reliable when he was an old ancestor. Castle Peak Sect will also do its best to help these little brothers. It just so happens that there are still quite a few techniques in the Tibetan scripture cabinet. Afterward I will move an enlightenment stone to go to Patriarch Li's spiritual field. In order to avoid being compared to Mei Chai Xiao, Castle Peak Sect's Patriarch also opened his mouth immediately and said. Mei Chai Xiao's eyes widened at once. Little Lu, when I asked you for an enlightenment stone, you refused to give it to me to death. Shut up, it's a waste to give it to you. Seeing that the Castle Peak Sect had begun to cause internal strife again, Condensing Frost and the others were helpless, so they left this lobby for the Castle Peak Sect to make a mess of its own. Lang Ningfeng had wanted to take the 3 members of the Shin family around, but midway through, Butler Su looked for them. Despite the alternate Risen City, a large number of Risen City's people are unwilling to live in Risen City. The entire Risen City's trading market has been paralyzed, while Li Qiu and the others have died. A lot of stalls need to be taken over by people. If left unattended, the whole of Risen may derail and completely become a ruined city. And the Shin family is the only family that can take over. But it's not like it's just a catch. It's a catch. Shin Wansan and Lin Shi wanted to pull Shin Ziqing together, but remembered that Shin Ziqing was also responsible for the handover with the Green Mountain Sect, so they went on their own. In order to prevent any problems, Condensing Frost brought some constables along with her, while Dao Hai brought the raccoon back to the Spirit Beast Garden to avoid any accidents. One after another, only Shin Ziqing is left sitting under the gazebo thinking hard. Shin Ziqing knew that his talent was limited. It was difficult to help Li Yanmu in cultivation, and last night's experience also made Shin Ziqing realize the cruelty and horror of the world of immortal cultivation. If he wanted to help Li Yanmu, he had to play to his strengths in operation and business. However, what Shin Ziqing was thinking about at the moment was not the matter of taking over the assets of the Green Mountain Sect, but rather the sect registration system that the Dayu dynasty wanted to implement. Once the clan registration system was implemented, it would change the pattern of the entire Great Thousand Worlds. So Shin Ziqing is extremely not optimistic about this project. If the Dayu dynasty had the ability to suppress the millions of sects in the Taoist sect, there would have been no need to prepare for a sect registration system. The fact that the Dayu dynasty did not implement the corresponding benefits proves that the Dayu dynasty itself was not sure. Although his master, Li Yanmu, had obtained the Green Mountain sect and had an unknown infatuated sword Immortal behind him, he was still too thin even in the face of millions of sects. It was expected that Feng Shouyun would offer to register the clan, and they certainly couldn't reject it. So in Shin Ziqing's opinion, maintaining an ambiguous relationship, neither rejecting nor accepting was the best response. However, Li Yanmu did not hesitate to choose to register the clan and greatly said that it was they who had taken advantage of the advantage and precedence. Master, must have said that to me. Shin Ziqing got up, hands behind his back, and paced back and forth under the gazebo, repeatedly reciting the words cheap and preemptive. A drop of water falls on top of a leaf and bounces off of it. Shin Ziqing's slightly narrowed eyes instantly widened, remembering what Feng Shouyun had said. The soldier sect will give your clan industry protection and provide your clan with convenient channels, intelligence, spiritual treasures, elixirs. Of course, these parts are still under construction because the registration system has not yet been implemented. Cheap. First chance. Master, you want to say. So is this so? Shin Ziqing only felt a rush of hot blood, and his admiration for Li Yanmu was even more overwhelming. Chapter 47. My master's vision is not normally farsighted. Shin Ziqing approached Feng Shouyun the first time after realizing the plan implied by Li Yanmu. At this time, Feng Shouyun was negotiating with the upper echelons of the soldier sect, and when he saw Shin Ziqing appear, Feng Shouyun had no choice but to reach out and signal Shin Ziqing to wait for a moment, but he did not allow Shin Ziqing to evade. Shin Ziqing nodded his head thoughtfully and retreated to the side with an arch. Feng Shouyun gratefully glanced at Shin Ziqing before turning his head to face the scroll that was floating in the air. It was a beautiful picture of mountains and rivers drawn in ink, and there was a gazebo in the picture, and the two of them were drinking tea in the gazebo, looking incomparably cozy. At this point one man raised his finger. Shouyun, you've done well in this matter, but credit is credit and fault is fault. Now that the people of Sunrise City have left, the power of the Great Yu Dynasty's national destiny can no longer reach your location. And if this continues, Sunrise City will soon be reduced to a ruined city. And it has been nearly 200 years since something like this has happened in the Great Yu Dynasty. So as a Taisho, it's hard for you to absolve yourself of the blame. This is indeed my responsibility. Feng Shouyun arched his hand and bent over, helplessly saying, I am willing to accept all punishments. One of the people who always watched the mountains and rivers spoke out faintly. Deduct 20 years of salary and transfer to go to 10,000 Demon Mountain to guard the city for 5 years. Feng Shouyun's expression stiffened, biting his lip before still letting out a long sigh. Zun. The words had not yet fallen, but Shin Ziqing suddenly interjected. May I ask if the grasshopper can say a few words? Feng Shouyun was startled and quietly inclined his head and squeezed his eyes hard at Shin Ziqing in an attempt to convey a message. But Shin Ziqing's squinting eyes made it impossible for Feng Shouyun to tell if Shin Ziqing had noticed the hints in his eyes. The person drinking tea in the middle of the scroll was also a bit surprised, and did not answer, but looked at the man who was looking at the scenery. After a half-dozen moments, the man who was looking at the scenery slightly sidestepped his body a little. May. The power of national fortune that all the adults are talking about. Is it related to the number of people within Sunrise City? A light flashed in Shin Ziqing's eyes. The man looking at the scenery did not move. The man drinking tea shook his head helplessly, and opened his mouth to explain in a soft voice. It's not bad. The people's heart is where they want to go, where they want to win, and that's the national fortune. The Dayu dynasty uses the city as a point to connect with the power of the national fortune, suppressing the great world to ensure peace. Now that Sunrise City has been broken and the people's hearts dispersed, although it's not so bad as to prompt the arrival of chaos, it's always not a thing, and it will take at least 100 years to restore the original level. Shin Ziqing pretended to think for a while before replying. If the number of people in Sunrise City is allowed to increase, can the power of the national fortune be restored? Tea-drinking man saw through Shin Ziqing's small mind, but did not point out, but leisurely sipped a mouthful of tea, said faintly, have to look at the practice. The people's heart lies in the faith, not the number. The 3 religions and 9 streams of the people, more than 100 peasants. If all those people are begging for a certain organization, and that organization is part of the Dayu dynasty, can this regroup the power of the nation's fortune? The tea-drinking man froze, and while he was thinking about it, the man looking at the scenery finally came out with half of his face sideways, but his eyes were still covered by the ink. The man raised his finger and quietly knocked on the desktop. The ripples of ink covered the entire mountain and river. Obviously it was just a change in the painting, but Shin Ziqing felt that everything within his field of vision was invaded by ink. The man knocked 3 times in a row, and the entire world seemed to be swallowed into the world of ink. Just as Shin Ziqing was sweating profusely and was about to be unable to hold on, the man's finger lurched. What's your name? My name is Shin Ziqing. I have been enlightened by my master, Li Yanmu, and I have come to talk about a piece of business with all of you lords. Shin Zicheng quietly sighed in relief. Oh, tell me about it. I heard that the Great Yu dynasty did not implement the benefits of the clan registration system? This is natural. The influence of a million clans is too great to be underestimated. The tea-drinking man picked up. But as far as I know, your master is only practicing qi. Even if you add a Green Mountain clan, it's not a burden to the Great Yu dynasty. What do you guys want? What do you want? What do you want? Pills? You guys have saved the people of Sunrise City this time. As long as you guys want, I can make the decision to give it to you. But this is not a long-term solution. Only by putting everything into practice can we truly advance the clan registration system. So I have the audacity to ask for an opportunity from your lords. Shin Zicheng took a deep breath. His squinted eyes slowly opened. We'll take the lead and establish an all-knowing building in Sunrise City that underwrites the selling of intelligence and the selling of bidding spiritual treasures and elixirs behind the scenes. Attract people from immortal cultivation families, and even sects, to move into Sunrise City, and use the convenience and mystery to make them dependent on this house of all things, and use them to hold up the power of Sunrise City's national fortune. Drinking tea man action a beat, quickly turned his head to look at the opposite side. Has been looking at the scenery of the man at this time has completely turned around, hands on his knees, staring at the painting outside Shin Zicheng, although the eyes are covered by the ink, but Shin Zicheng still feel from it an unprecedented oppressive force. Go on. Yesterday, an unknown cultivator intervened, and I'm afraid that the matter of the Castle Peak sect has already reached the ears of certain people in the Taoist Sect, and they will surely make a move to test it out. But what if this manifestation house that is hidden behind the curtain is related to the Castle Peak sect? What if, in their opinion, the Soldier Sect can't move the House of Wonders because of the Green Mountain Sect's help that night? What if they think that the Castle Peak sect is trying to use this method to occupy Sunrise City? In the face of Shin Zicheng's 3 consecutive rhetorical questions, the tea-drinking man was puzzled, but the landscape man sneered. Your clan wouldn't do that? Shin Zicheng knew that this was the key, so he put down his hands and straightened his chest. Master isn't that short-sighted and doesn't like the practices of the Taoist sect. Otherwise he could have pulled away last night. Reasonable. What benefits does your master want? Shin Zicheng smiled slightly, his eyes narrowed anew. Your Excellency is joking. Master is not a greedy person. This marvelous house alone is enough. The tea-drinking man shook his head helplessly. Your master is also really greedy. There aren't just 1 or 2 of this manzanita. If he wanted to realize the Wanqilu in Shin Zicheng's words, which was enough to make all the lineages and clans dependent on it, he had to expand the scale of Wanqilu, so big that it became the shadow of the Dayu dynasty, and Shin Zicheng's master, Li Yanmu, wanted the entire Wanqilu. This 10,000 Matters building belongs to the Great Yu dynasty, and my master only owns the 10,000 Matters building, Shin Zicheng emphasized. As a matter of fact, there are only 4 of us disciples under master. And naturally, all 10,000 Matters buildings except for Sunrise City are in the hands of the Great Yu dynasty. The landscape man didn't agree or refuse, but instead faintly asked, is this really your master's idea? If this is the idea you came up with, this 10,000 things building is yours. Shin Zicheng froze, smiled and shook his head. Lord, if you have seen my master, you will know that my master is truly a man of great wisdom. It took me a while to comprehend what he meant. Shame, shame, shame. If all of you lords do not believe me, you can ask the Wen Taisho, who was also present, and also heard what the master meant. The 2 people in the painting looked at Feng Shouyun at the same time. Feng Shouyun, who was still immersed in the shock of Shin Zicheng's macrocosm, was startled and incoherently gesticulated. I remember. It's that what? Shin Zicheng sighed helplessly. Taisho Feng, my master only said a few sentences. Can you be more serious when listening? Feng Shouyun was speechless, but he also calmed down and carefully recalled what Li Yanmu said. I have a great advantage as well as a head start. There is no reason to refuse. Feng Shouyun let out a long aha. In the words of the 2 saw Feng Shouyun's surprised expression and knew that Shin Zicheng was not joking. Such a character is actually only practicing qi? Unbelievable. Dang interesting. The tea-drinking man laughed out loud. Granted. But until you guys get off the ground, the Great Yu dynasty won't provide you with much help. Scenic man nodded slightly. This is most likely a losing deal. In the eyes of those clan families, Sunrise City is already a ruined city with little value. I could have done what you said elsewhere and build a house of wonders myself and still be able to save money, even though it was an expected answer. Shin Zicheng couldn't help but bite his teeth. The spirit stones that need to be invested in order to build the house of all things can be considered astronomical. He is only a merchant family, and the spirit stones can only be asked from Li Yanmu. But that wasn't the most troublesome thing. He also needed techniques, pills, spiritual treasures, and other things that the clan family needed. None of these were small problems for the Great Yu dynasty, but he had to make the Great Yu dynasty feel that Sunrise City had unique advantages and was willing to invest. Fortunately, his master, Li Yanmu, really did bring that kind of treasure, as well as opportunity. I wonder if the method to break through the ferrying stage is hidden elsewhere in this great man's mouth? Chapter 48, As a disciple, you must make profits for your master. After 10,000 tribulations, he became a member of the Great Tao and formed his own realm. Once they reach the transition stage, cultivators can breed a world on their own, and many super sects are built in the bodies of transitioning great powers, which are easy to defend and hard to attack. This unique advantage was also one of the things that the Dayu dynasty found tricky. It was rumored that the Song Tian sword sect amongst the super sects was divided into 7 peaks, each of which was the body of a transition powerhouse who had entered the Tao with a sword. Whether or not there was a transitional stage was also a criterion for distinguishing super sects from other sects. That's why the method of breaking through the transitional succession stage was enough to drive millions of clans crazy. Feng Shuoyun froze. Do we have one here? The tea-drinking man reacted and teased. Your kid really knows how to turn waste into treasure. You want to use that phase demon venerable one's body as the town treasure of your house of all things? Let the other worldly clans work for you in exchange for the opportunity to enter this phase demon venerable one's body to peer into the secrets of the transition? Aren't you afraid someone will try to take the treasure? If anyone has that kind of guts to snatch the body of the phase demon venerable one who was transmuted by a sword, then self-clearing can only admit his own bad luck. Shin self-clearing shook his head and sighed with feigned sadness. The tea-drinking man lost a laugh, pointing out what Shin Ziqing had implied. Kid, don't get a bargain and still sell your good behavior. Not to mention people who thirst for the secret of breaking through the transitional succession stage. Even if the transitional succession stage comes in person, they all have to respectfully worship 3 times towards that phase demon venerable one's torso. That's a sword Tao immortal rhythm that uses love to enter the Tao, and it's the only sword in this world. I didn't expect that your master would actually be looked upon by such a character. I'm really envious. Feng Shuoyan nodded his head in admiration. No wonder Brother Li would say that he was the one who took advantage of the advantage and precedence. Shin Ziqing was not modest this time, and simply nodded his head. My master deserves it. The tea-drinking man was stunned, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. But the landscape man had already nodded his head. You've convinced me. The Dayu dynasty can provide spiritual treasures, elixirs, techniques, and so on, and the proceeds will be split 30 to 70%, with 3 for you and 7 for the Dayu dynasty. Intelligence, on the other hand, requires you to pay the appropriate honorarium. As for how much you can sell, the Great Yu dynasty will not ask. Shin Ziqing frowned slightly, but did not raise any comments on the distribution of the profit of 37%. The Dayu dynasty was explicitly and secretly targeting the Taoist Sect, so it was likely that they had a lot of loot on their hands that couldn't be poured out in the capacity of the Dayu dynasty, and the House of Wonders that they wanted to set up was the best place to launder the loot. It wasn't impossible to increase the benefits on this condition, but it wasn't necessary. The initiative was still in the hands of the Great Yu dynasty, and the other party had clearly left them a loophole. When the House of Wonders they had established developed, it would definitely have its own income from spiritual treasures, and there would be no need to share it with the Great Yu dynasty at that time. If you get any more greedy, there's no chance it'll turn into a 4 or 6, or 5 or 5 split of all the proceeds. Li Yanmu had made it a point to emphasize the word short-sightedness to him. If we need the soldier sect to send someone to support us, how much will it cost? The corner of the landscape man's mouth lifted upward slightly. Sunrise City needs additional manpower. You can try talking to them and see if they're willing to work part-time. I hope that Taisho Feng can become a person of the Rising City joint. We are more familiar with each other, and we also have a lifelong friendship. Shin Ziqing replied after hesitating for a moment. Feng Shuoyun was first stunned, then his face was filled with gratitude. 10,000 Demon Mountain, that's really not a place for people to go. The tea-drinking man raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, Brother Shen, I can be the master of transferring a big beauty of the harmonization stage for you to go, without charging you any fees, able to fight, eye-catching, and also cooperative. How about it? Feng Shuoyun almost knelt down to the scroll. If not for the scenery man is still there. Feng Shuoyun has already shouted, Big brother, you do not mess with me. Can we leave the Wind Taisho behind again and have this harmonized stage? Shin Ziqing shyly inquired. Feng Shuoyun burst into hot tears, although Shin Ziqing's heart was moved, but at least he did not kick him. It won't work. Forget it then. Maybe Taisho Feng has broken through to the harmonized body. Shin Ziqing shook his head. What a pity. If you change your mind, just shout. My promise is always valid. Shuoyun, brother, I can be lonely in 10,000 Demon City. The tea-drinking man raised his hand and closed the scroll with a swing. Only when the scroll regained its calmness did Feng Shuoyun let out a long sigh of relief. opening his mouth to cough up a mouthful of thick phlegm, but in the end he managed to hold it back. Shin Ziqing was full of curiosity. Taisho Feng, that one is my brother. Feng Shoshi, the city guard general of the 10,000 Demon Mountain harmonization stage, thinks of getting me over there to relieve his boredom every day. Feng Shoyun rubbed his forehead. Is it? He said all I have to do is yell and he'll be able to hear me? Shin Ziqing cupped his chin and asked casually as if he was curious. Feng Shoyan didn't think too much about it and nodded. He cultivated a shimmy shintong. Win Taisho. You also don't want to go to 10,000 Demon Mountain to be used by your own brother to relieve boredom. Shin Ziqing raised his finger after thinking about it and smiled brightly. Feng Shoyun first froze, then reacted, pointing at Shin Ziqing. You, Taisho Feng, we have to be honest and fair in our business. I rejected an eye-catching, able to fight, and cooperative harmonization stage for you. Doesn't Taisho Feng think that you should compensate us? Shin Ziqing raised his hand to block Feng Shoyun's finger, his face full of seriousness. Feng Shoyun couldn't see through Shin Ziqing's squinting eyes, but that brilliant smile was truly creepy. After struggling for half a day, Feng Shoyun gave up. Fine, as long as I don't touch the bottom line of the Great Yu dynasty and don't stray too far away from Sunrise City, I can work for you guys for a year without pay. 10 years. No. 5 years then. Or else Taisho Feng could also go to the 10,000 Demon Mountain for 5 years first to consider it, but it might have to be 20 years after that. Feng Shoyun accepted this 5-year contract with a face full of black lines. Is this also your master's intention? That's not true. My master's heart is in the world. Great benevolence. It's just that I, as a disciple, always have to make profit for my master. Shin Ziqing laughed and shook his head. Feng Taisho, believe me, you won't lose. But Feng Taisho, you'd better prepare another line and identity to facilitate the role of the third in command. Feng Shoyun rolled his eyes and raised his hand and waved it. Alright, I'll help you guys hide this phase demon venerable's body later on. And also, have you guys thought of a name for this everything building yet? It won't be called the House of All Things, right? This is something I have to ask the master about first? And, by the way, ask him for some funding. When it comes to the issue of funding, Shin Ziqing's head hurts. If he wanted to operate this everything building, the spirit stones needed were feared to be in the millions to start with, and even his master, Li Yanmu, would most likely find it tricky. I'll look back and see if I can snap again said Shin Ziqing. Couldn't help but look at Feng Shoyun. How could Feng Shoyun not know Shin Ziqing's thoughts? He immediately took a step back with caution. I'm already going to work for no pay. You're not going to make me pay to work. I didn't. You look me in the eye. I'm watching. Feng Shoyun could only see Shin Ziqing squinting his eyes, not knowing what the hell he was thinking. Chapter 49 Heavy Million Spirit Stones. The Shin family had nearly 10,000 acres of land, but 1,000 acres were deserted due to various rumors, and the Spirit Beast Garden was built on top of it. Yuaning Powerhouse will be able to move mountains and seas with ease, and for Mei Chaishao in the conformity stage, it's just a matter of waving his hand. But Mei Chaishao felt that if it was too easy, Li Yanmo might not see his efforts, so he planned to put on a show. Unfortunately, this plan was stillborn due to the supervision of the elders of the Castle Peak sect. Mei Chaishao also just had to reach out and grab it like a proper harmonizer. Thousands of acres of land was deeply uprooted, but did not disturb the sparrows that were chirping in it. In the Sunrise City Taisho Feng Shoyun's strong request, Mei Chaishao did not directly move away, but will be the town of Lokyang. Li Yan end of the reclaimed spiritual field of a forest dug out a piece of the same size of the land, exchanged for the placement of the, at the moment when the soil of the Spirit Beast Garden connected with the 50 acres of spirit field at the end of Li Yan, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth swung and surged down in the form of a loophole, and the original phenomenon of only 50 acres of land quickly infiltrated the soil of the Spirit Beast Garden under the impetus of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But the original 50 acres of spiritual chi didn't become thin because of this, as if it had gotten some kind of feedback to become more dense and pure. At the sight of this vision, the elders of the Green Mountain sect stared wide-eyed. The spiritual fields and opportunities that they had dreamed of actually happened so flatly. In response, Mei Chaishao just smiled bashfully. There is no chance, but rather, little brother Li's dedication has been rightfully rewarded. Old East, former ancestor, what is this saying? Mei Chaishao buttoned his ears, ignoring the harsh words like old dong, and former old ancestor in the mouth of the Green Mountain sect patriarch. Demons are not the things nurtured by heaven and earth. They are foreigners that are separated from heaven and earth. Those ordinary animals are the natural things nurtured by heaven and earth. Little brotherly fed all the spiritual fruits grown in his fields to those animals, feeding back to the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth will naturally return the favor. Unlike certain cultivators, who crazily squeeze the aura of heaven and earth, emptying a place and running away, only releasing those auras of heaven and earth when fighting. turning some places into a wasteland with a lack of aura, and turning some places into a secret realm where the aura of heaven and earth is extremely dense and where the aura is affected by their own feats, no longer pure and unable to feed back to heaven and earth itself. We are all nurtured by heaven and earth. Going against the heavens is only adding to the misery. Only by letting go can we move forward. If it wasn't for little brother Li's enlightenment, I probably wouldn't have known in my entire life that breaking through the merging body is such an easy and simple thing. The elders of the Green Mountain Sect came to a realization, but when they heard the latter they all darkened their faces. This Yan's map is long enough, and after circling around for half a day, he is still showing off his harmonization stage cultivation to them. It's really hard to imagine that patriarchy with such a sense of realization is actually still such a young person. The Green Mountain Patriarch couldn't help but feel emotional. Otherwise how could it be looked upon by a smitten sword immortal? But everyone, don't let that lead to some greed that you shouldn't have. Mei Chai Xiao's smile faded. His powerful oppressive method able to pull down the entire sky. We're not you. You mind your own business before you say anything. Anyway, I don't have the cheek to go into someone's yard and cheat them out of food. Mei Chai Xiao nodded with satisfaction, not caring in the slightest about the crowd of elders squeezing him. Raising his hand he tossed a ring to the Green Mountain Sect Patriarch. It's good that you guys understand. This is the drawings of the great formation given by the Wind Taisho, but it will take quite a lot of spiritual treasures and spiritual stones to build it up, and the Wind Taisho has provided a portion of it, so we shouldn't be too petty. Let nature take its course. The Green Mountain Sect Patriarch was not a man without foresight. After receiving the ring he threw another storage bag to Mei Chai Xiao. This is the spirit stone that was supplied to Patriarch Li last month. Originally I wanted to hand it over to Patriarch Li in person, but after all, the Green Mountain Sect was built by you, the former old ancestor, so don't be greedy. It's certainly. The Green Mountain Sect Patriarch hummed out softly, raised his hand and beckoned, bringing the other elders to fly towards the spirit beast garden, and soon a large formation gradually took shape. Mei Chai Xiao, on the other hand, took the storage bag and approached Li Yanmu who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard in front of the wooden house. At this moment, Li Yanmu's gaze was grim, as if he was a warrior preparing for battle. Little brother Li, this is the spirit stones supplied by the Green Mountain Sect. 1 million spirit stones. Do you want to count them? It was the first time Mei Chai Xiao had seen Li Yanmu's expression like this. After hesitating for a while Mei Chai Xiao felt that he should tell Li Yanmu something happy first. The corner of Li Yanmu's eye twitched as he accepted the heavy 1 million spirit stones with difficulty. Old ancestor Qing Shan. Thank you. Harm little brother Li. Who are we to each other? Why are we so polite? Okay, can the old thing leave me alone for a while? Ahem, actually being slightly more polite won't affect the friendship between the two of us. Mei Chai Xiao scratched his face awkwardly. What are you planning to do here? Oddly serious. Break through the 7th level of Qi practicing. Li Yanmu's expression was so serious that Mei Chai Xiao once suspected that Li Yanmu was preparing for a breakthrough to cross the tribulation. Then I won't bother you. Little brother Li. After Mei Chai Xiao left, Li Yanmu hung his head feebly for a moment. He was indeed preparing to break through the 7th level of Qi cultivation in the near future, but before that he had to face another matter. That's when you open the business interface to view the results. Li Yanmu took 2 hard and deep breaths, and finally made a show of courage and scratched out the business interface. Sect, Taishu Sect. Prestige level LV3, 100 out of 100, capped. Seeing the word capped, Li Yanmu was first shocked and then relieved. It looks like exceeding 10 times is the cap, but it doesn't matter. There's a prestige breakthrough condition stuck in place anyway. Just as Li Yanmu was thinking this, a line of small words appeared in Li Yanmu's field of vision. Capped state, every point overflow is converted into spirit stones at a ratio of 110. Converted spirit stones, 235-7610. Remaining spirit stones this month, 341-7610. Yanmu Li rubbed his eyes hard and clicked them several times before confirming the desperate truth. The 60,000 pounds of spirit fruits were pretty much consumed. But what was the meaning of the more than 3 million spirit stones that fell from the sky? And the most frightening thing was that if he didn't raise his prestige level soon, spirit stones would be slammed into his pockets in quantities of 10 by 10. Li Yanmu hastily clicked on the already capped prestige level. Immortalism industry chain, 0/1. Chain? Amazing N. Li was a little torn. The industry chain is a very subtle thing. If manipulated properly it will become a bottomless pit of spirit stones, but if it is not properly manipulated, it is likely to become a prestige experience harvester. And then I am afraid that I will have to return 10 times 10 times. Yanmu Li temporarily put the matter of breaking through the level behind him and slid the interface upwards. The hidden master of the hidden masters. Low probability of directly generating spiritual fields. Harvesting speed of spiritual fields increases by 30%. Yield increases by 35%. Current area of spiritual fields, Medium grade spiritual field, 50 mu. Lower grade spiritual field, 837 mu. Li Yanmu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, but Li Yanmu quickly calmed down. Although his Taoist sect only had 5 people, he still had the Spirit Beast Garden, and a subsidiary sect, Castle Peak Sect, and it just so happened that it was also almost time for Castle Peak Sect to open its doors and accept new disciples. So the big deal was to let Castle Peak Sect recruit more people. With so many people eating spirit fruits all the time, it's hard not to be able to eat the spirit fruits produced by these hundreds of acres of real estate. The big deal is, bring out the spiritual fruits to entertain people again. Chapter 50, The Mess. In the evening, Li Yanmu sat on a tree stump to meditate and cultivate as usual. The experience of that night in Sunrise City pried up his bottleneck. Li Yanmu could feel that he would be able to break through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation as long as he put in more effort. Just as Li Yanmu was concentrating on his breakthrough, a voice floated from under the stake. Master, why are you practicing instead of sleeping? Li Yanmu looked down. Jian Xin, who should have gone to bed, was now standing under the stake, head raised, scarlet eyes staring straight at him, as transparent as ever, as if they were mirrors. Because Master must improve his cultivation to do so, Li Yanmu pressed his hands on his knees and let out a long breath, remembering the large hand that fell from Venerable Phase Demon that night. Desperate, with no power to fight back, human life is like grass. As the clan and the battle-bearer, Li Yanin from the heart feel that this period of time he is still too leisurely, and the lack of crisis awareness. He is only a small practicing Qi. Jian Xin more only practicing Qi one layer. His small clever little trick is far less than the fists to the good use. At least the Phase Demon Venerable proved the matter. If it wasn't for Fairy Sister's intervention, that night the Phase Demon Venerable was the one who could break the game with his fists, refining everyone and becoming a true transitional succession. Then, why doesn't Master urge us to cultivate? A puzzled gleam rose in Jian Xin's eyes. Boss, since you guys are under my tutelage, I as a master naturally have to be responsible for your future and cannot lead you astray. Amazing An Li reached out and pointed toward the stars. Cultivating into immortality is the right path, but it's not the only one, and it's even less worth investing all you have. I don't want you to look back and realize that your whole life has been nothing but cultivation, with not a single memorable event. Jian Xin was slightly stunned, her scarlet eyes rippling like a lake. After a moment's hesitation, Jian Xin put his hands behind his back, kicked the stone away with his right foot, and turned his back to Li Yanmu. Master, haven't you thought about making that fairy sister the backbone of our clan? Li Yanmu was asked by Jian Xin. Regardless of that fairy sister's cultivation, since she was able to cross 10,000 ghosts with a single sword, and also had the ability to enter the Tao with love that made Tao high, Feng Shouyun, and the others stunned. The other party definitely had a great future. This kind of soft food is naturally fragrant. After thinking for a long time, Li Yanmu had an answer. They say that Fairy Sister enters the Tao with her feelings. I don't know why she protects me, but I always have to treat people's feelings right. Jian Xin lifted his fingers and gently wrapped the white hair around his ear, rolling back and forth on a rock with his right foot. What's more, I'm your master no matter what. I'm also a man. I have to take a good lead. How can I go and eat soft food? Let's wait until I'm strong enough. As soon as the words fell, Li Yanmu felt the bottleneck that had been saturated completely loosen, and the 7th vortex coalesced in the dantian. Boss, look. I'm now at the 7th level of Qi practicing. Jian Xin was silent for a few seconds before cautiously trying. Congratulations, master, but apprentice has little talent in cultivation. It's okay, there's master there. Seeing Li Yanmu patting his chest in assurance, Jian Xin's eyes narrowed like crescent moons. Early the next morning, Green Mountain Sect Patriarch Lu Wuchang carried a large number of account books to find Shin Zicheng, who was in the middle of the Imperial House of Justice trying to pick details and save spirit stones, because the number of ledgers was too large. Shin Zicheng felt that it was more appropriate to have to count them in front of Li Yanmu. Lu Wuchang also agreed with Li Yanmu, just as he also wanted to show Li Yanmu his sincerity and dependability, so that Li Yanmu wouldn't think that all the elders of the Castle Peak sect were in the same tune as Mei Chai Xiao. The two of them hit it off and immediately went to the wooden house where Li Yanmu lived. But unluckily Li Yanmu had already left the house and Jian Xin was the only one in the house. Eldest sister, where is master going? Shin Zicheng respectfully arched his hand toward Jian Xin. Lu Wuchang has long known through the mouth of Mei Chai Xiao that Jian Xin is the Tsong Yao sword body, which is the supreme holy body of the Great Desolate Period. Even Shin Zicheng, a person with mediocre talent, relies on eating spiritual fruits to pile up to the realm of practicing Qi 3 or 4. As a great disciple of Jian Xin, however, is only one level of practicing Qi. If it were any other day, Ryu Wuchang would have felt sorry for it. However, after seeing Li Yanmu's spirit field vision, Lu Wuchang held respect for everything related to Li Yanmu. So facing Jian Xin, Lu Wuchang didn't have any stance at all and also respectfully arched his hand. Master has gone to the town of Lokyong to look for that barefoot doctor named Zhang, and will be back soon. Jian Xin turned away after giving a cool nod. This made Lu Wuchang a bit puzzled. Or Shin Ziqing opened his mouth to explain. Eldest senior sister doesn't have any malicious intent. She just has a relatively cool temperament. There's no harm in it. I can see why. Little friend Shin, why don't we look at the ledger first? Lu Wuchang naturally recognized the natural white disease, coupled with the natural wasted body. Jian Xin just the nature of the cold already good. Also, Shin Ziqing and Lu Wuchang both sat on the ground and compared an ancient account book. Falling Sun Town. After listening to Li Yanmu's description, Zhang Lily exhaled a long breath of smoke, squinted her eyes at Li Yanmu, and did not speak, just looked at it, looking at Li Yanmu uncomfortable. Why? You don't think I'm lying to you, do you? Yeah, especially the part about the smitten fairy falling in love with me. I doubt you've got your head stuck in a door, said Zhang Lily about to knock Li Yanmu's head with her own smoking gun. Li Yanmu leaned back to avoid it, and said in a bad mood, it's not like I'm the one who said it, but it's you. What about the promised help in peddling? How come you didn't even have a shadow that night? How are you sure I didn't go? Ginger Lily snorted coldly. Li Yanmu froze, thinking that he had misunderstood Zhang Lily, and was feeling guilty when Zhang Lily added leisurely, but I really didn't go is all. Hey, that's a pseudo-transition stage devil. It's not like I have that kind of ability. I was planning to fish out your master and disciple when that nymphomaniac sword fairy struck, but she struck too fast and mobilized heaven and earth's aura, so I didn't help you to make sure if she had a good figure or not, and if she was good looking or not. Zhang Lily closed her right eye. But you've moved quite a bit this time. You actually had a harmonized stage to help you move mountains and seas. I actually wanted to pay for it, but they wouldn't take it. Amazing, and Li sighed regretfully. It's not too much to spend a few million spirit stones to hire the harmonized stage, is it? But Mei Chai Xiao is so over the top that he actually does things for free and has a very questionable mindset. Gotta find a way to get it out. However, if you take over this Castle Mountain sect, it's also the same as taking over this Castle Mountain sect's mess. Rotten? Amazing, and Li frowned. The Green Mountain sect's title of the #1 sect in Qianzhou represents not only fame, but also a lot of substance. A chain of benefits brought about by the Tao sect. Ginger Lily tapped the table with her smoking gun and said leisurely, as the Great Yu dynasty scorns the Tao sect and tries to cut the alliance of the millions of sects, the Tao sect will naturally guard against it and prepare corresponding means to keep the millions of sects united. Zhang Lily had a heavy bite on solidarity, and Li Yanmu naturally heard that something was wrong. The Tao sect encourages clans to invade and annex each other by setting up expeditions and rewards for the first largest clan, and the status of the Green Mountain sect, the first largest clan in Qianzhou, is very enticing to the other clans in Qianzhou. This year's opening of the Mountain Gate and the recruitment of disciples is the last chance for the Green Mountain sect to preserve its industry and status. Chapter 51, The Situation in Qianzhou, Taoist Order. Last year, Li Yanmu had already known the situation of the Green Mountain sect in Qianzhou through the mouth of the female minister, but Li Yanmu originally thought that the Green Mountain sect would at most become uninvited. But after listening to the popularization of Zhang Lily, Li Yanmu realized that the Green Mountain sect was facing a life and death crisis that would lead to the direct bankruptcy of the sect. Li Yanmu, real name Envy. But Li Yanmu really didn't have the heartlessness to the point of bankrupting himself by letting the Green Mountain sect go bankrupt. This is so unorthodox. After saying goodbye to Zhang Lily, Li Yanmu went back to the wooden house, just pushed open the door of the courtyard. Li Yanmu saw Shin Ziqing and Lu Wuchang sitting in the middle of a pile of books to reconcile accounts. When Shin Ziqing and Lu Wuchang saw Li Yanmu returning, they immediately rose and arched their hands respectfully. Li Yanmu just waved his hand. After a little hesitation, he still decided to show his cards and Lu Wuchang to talk about the problem of the situation of the Castle Peak sect nowadays. Of course, Li Yanmu was not trying to raise an offense, or even the complete opposite. Li Yanmu felt that this was a rare and good opportunity. The Castle Peak sect was a subordinate sect of the Taoist Sect. As the patriarch of the Taoist Sect, how could Li Yanmu be able to watch the Castle Peak sect go bankrupt? Smash the money. Anyway, smash a few million down first. When the time came, it would be the Castle Peak sect that would be pretending. What did it have to do with him? The Taoist Sect? There was simply no way that prestige experience would overflow. Li Patriarch this. Mei Chai Xiao, that old thing is already emerging stage cultivation. Suppressing the other sects in Qianzhou is not a problem. As long as the publicity goes out, this year will certainly have a lot of disciples. Ryu Wuchang scratched his face, and despite being surprised, he answered Li Yanmu's concerns truthfully. Patriarch Lu, everything should be a just in case. Don't forget, That night the cultivator with an unknown identity ran away. And I'm afraid that the Tao sect already knows about you guys making a move to help Feng Shuyun. It's right for you guys to step in and repel the demons, but it's wrong in the eyes of the Tao sect, and there's no chance they'll step in and test the Green Mountain sect. Li Yanmu cupped his chin and thought for a moment before continuing. Publicizing that the old ancestor of the Castle Peak sect has broken through the harmonization stage can indeed solve the pressing problem, but it also exposes the bottom line of the Castle Peak sect. And if the Tao sect parachutes a harmonization stage over to the other sects to support the scene, the advantage of the Castle Peak sect will be gone. Hearing Li Yanmu say this, Lu Wuchang came to a realization and also put away his slackness. Patriarch Li has a point. Therefore, I think we need to analyze the situation in Xinzhou. Seeing Lu Wuchang refocusing on this money-burning project, Li Yanmu was very satisfied. Helping the Green Mountain sect to break through, he was also able to burn money. A win-win situation. Lu Wuchang rubbed his temples and pondered for a moment before lifting his hand and waving it. The aura rolled up the gravel, dirt, and leaves on the ground, forming a floating map of Qianzhou in front of everyone. Alright, looking at the entire Great Yu dynasty, although Qianzhou is not big, there are nearly 1,000 clans of all sizes, and among them, there are 3 clans that covet Castle Peak sect's position in Qianzhou. Under Lu Wuchang's manipulation, the aura drove the gravel to change, outlining the names of the 3 clans: Chongshan sect in the north, Five Poisons sect in the west, and Blue Blood sect in the south. The Chongshan sect was fine, but once he heard about the Five Poisons sect and the Blue Blood sect, Li Yanmu couldn't help but frown. These 2 sects don't sound like any righteous sects by their names. The Taoist sect also emphasizes the balance between good and evil, in order to avoid the breeding of evil demons. So they tacitly allow the existence of some sects that use radical means of cultivation to suppress evil. Of course, this is not meant to allow them to wreak havoc on one side. Lu Wuchang explained. The Taoist sect centralizes the conflict between good and evil between the clans. And sometimes the Taoist sect even plans its own great wars, and if one side loses too much, it will be replaced. Of course, the Taoist sects are also using this method to weaken the ruling power of the Dayu dynasty, so that the Dayu dynasty cannot use the crusade against the Devil's Way as a reason to intervene in the struggle between the sects. And the struggle between the sects is seen in the eyes of the people, and in an invisible way, to elevate the status of the cultivators among the people. It was only 600 years ago that the Woyue sect was the #1 sect in Qianzhou. But in the battle between good and evil arranged by the Tao sect and the then Bloodlust sect, both sides suffered heavy losses. After that, the Bloodlust sect was annexed by the 2 clans of the Five Poisons and by Blood, and the Five Yu sect disappeared into obscurity, which is why we, the Castle Peak sect, were given the opportunity to take over this position as the #1 clan. There's still quite a bit of time before the next battle between good and evil. If the Tao sect intends to test the Green Mountain sect by force, they'll most likely signal the Five Poisons and the Blue Blood sect to make a move and test the waters in the dark. Shen Ziqing, who was standing to the side, stared at the map for a while before opening his mouth and asking, Patriarch Lu, how is the relationship between that Chongshan sect and the Green Mountain sect? Ryu Wuchang shook his head. Have you ever seen the oldest and the second on good terms? Shen Ziqing propped up his forehead. All of them? Lu Wuchang was embarrassed. And this was one of the reasons why they were determined to hug Li Yanmu's thigh and utilize the power of the Great Yu dynasty. Amazing. And Li thought for a moment and analyzed. Water will block. Soldiers will cover. Even if the Taoist sect is powerful, it has to follow his own rules to be able to suppress the millions of sects. Not to mention that the Dayu dynasty is in a fit of anger because of what happened in Sunrise City. And I don't think that the Taoist sect is foolish enough to go and touch the bad luck of the Dayu dynasty at this time for a Qianzhou. I think that the Taoist sect will at most send a few emissaries over, and the ones who will really take action will be the 3 sects of Chongshan, Five Poisons, and by Blood. And I'm afraid that their goal is to open the mountain gates and select disciples this time around. Upon hearing this, Shen Ziqing and Lu Wuchang both nodded their heads. Patriarch Lu, please turn around and prepare for me a copy of the process of selecting disciples from the past days, as well as the standards of the Tao sect's inspection. I have it right here. Patriarch Li, please take a look. Seeing that Li Yanmu wanted to manipulate the process of selecting disciples, Lu Wuchang didn't have an opinion and was even quite happy, turning his head and taking out a ledger. This is the process of opening the mountain gate and selecting disciples as well as the expenses of the Green Mountain sect in these 50 years. Alright, you guys do your thing. I'll see what else I can do to improve this ledger. After receiving the ledger, Li Yanmu sat down on the stake where he usually meditated and practiced, and flipped through it. I have to say that Lu Wuchang as the patriarch is indeed very capable. In the case of the dwindling Green Mountain sect is still able to key out so many details, with the least amount of funds to put on the biggest scene. Although it still couldn't change the dilemma that there were fewer and fewer good seedlings in the Castle Peak sect, it was necessary to guard against Lu Wuchang a little. the inspection criteria of the Taoist sect was also attached to one side. More than the outstanding disciples, the Taoist sect valued the attractiveness of a sect to the common people. The more people came when the door was open for selection, the higher the value in the eyes of the Taoist sect. Thinking of the Taoist sect's secret rivalry with the Dayu dynasty, Li Yanmu suddenly felt that this inspection criterion was not surprising. The best way for the Taoist sect to bring about the downfall of the Dayu dynasty and return to the predominantly sectarian situation that existed in the Great Wilderness was naturally to get the people fascinated with immortal cultivation. In order to survive and continue, the clans within the Great Yu dynasty would do whatever they could to inwardly scroll to attract the people. The Taoist sect was able to pry up the fundamentals of the Great Yu dynasty without much effort. Li Yanmu touched the trigger finger in his hand and tried hard to recall the various marketing tactics used by merchants in his previous life to attract customer traffic. Celebrities, advertising, street solicitation, promotions. Amazing Ann Lee remembered each one and sifted through them. Green Mountain sect originally had a unique advantage. That is, Sunrise City. But Sunrise City, because of the phase of the devil venerable reason, a large number of people choose to relocate. This advantage has disappeared. Attraction gives others a reason to come. An aura flashed from Yanmu Li's forehead, and it also brought about a brilliant, win-win idea. Patriarch Lu, in the past days when you opened the door for selection, would you entertain those young people at the foot of the mountain as well as their families? Liu Wuchang shook his head. That was never the case. It wasn't just Liu Wuchang. The entire immortal cultivation world was of the same mindset. Their clan was sitting there opening their gates to be begged to take in disciples. So why should they entertain those who came to beg for them? What's more, most of those people were mortals. Entertaining mortals with things from the immortal cultivation world? It might as well all go down the drain. Now there is. Patriarch Lu double the time for the opening of the mountain gate this year to 14 days. Turn around and go collect spirit fruits on my spirit fields and use them to entertain everyone who comes up to the mountain to worship the master as well as their family members. And make sure that each and every one of them will be able to have a mouthful of food at the back of their throats. Ha! Wouldn't this be such a waste? Liu Wuchang was struck by lightning. Spiritual fields are wonders nurtured by heaven and earth, and their growth cycle is determined by heaven. The growth of more than 800 acres of spiritual fields held by Li Yanmu could only be described as amazing. But there was no way for anyone to guarantee that there would still be this growth afterward. How those spirit fruits are used is more valuable than feeding them directly to mortals. Doing so will certainly attract the people, but it will not return the capital at all. It's a real waste when the Green Mountain sect is gone. Listening to Li Yanmu said, Liu Wuchang was first stunned. After reacting to the instant tears, Li Yanmu, this is no matter how much price to pay, also want to save the Castle Peak sect in the fire-off. However, if Mei Chai Xiao has half of Li Yan's heart, the Green Mountain sect will not be at the end of the road. And by the way, the age is set to 50. Ah, Liu Wuchang was dumbfounded again. Stuttering, Patriarch Li, like to start the big formation, need to add hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to the expenses. I'm afraid that this 14 days down will have to spend 500,000 spirit stones. Before Liu Wuchang could finish his words, Li Yanmu threw back the storage bag Mei Chai Xiao had given him and spat out 2 words. Spend light. Liu Wuchang's hands were trembling. Although this was a spirit stone that he had personally given out, the significance of this million spirit stones had now changed. Li Yanmu did not say anything more to Liu Wuchang, but greeted Shin Ziqing. 2. Master, I'm here. Shin Ziqing immediately got up. Please speak to the Wind Taisho and see if you can rent a very hot-tempered fellow from the soldier gate. Shin Ziqing immediately understood what Li Yanmu meant and smiled knowingly. I see. Li Yanmu was bashful on the surface, but inwardly he was cheering, both avoiding the bankruptcy of the Green Mountain sect and being able to solve the spirit fruit crisis, winning twice in a row. That night, a stream of light shot out from the central state, bursting right above Qianzhou and transforming into 4 rays of light that fell in 4 directions, one of which hit the mountain gate of the Green Mountain sect. The elders of the Green Mountain sect appeared at the first opportunity, and when the smoke cleared, a token with the word Dao written on it appeared in front of the elders, and this token was very accurately set on the Green Mountain sect's clan character. The significance of this is self-evident. The elders' faces turned blue and they clenched their fists in death, but facing the behemoth that was the Dao sect, they ended up unclenching their fists powerlessly. Mei Chai Xiao arrived late and pulled the token off. Tisk 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 tisk. Even the Dao sect order has been used. It looks like the Dao sect is very much on board. Chapter 52, The Green Mountain Ceremony. Compared to the Green Mountain sect's Dao sect order that hit the mountain gate directly, 3 of them were much gentler, especially the Chongshan sect's one, which had already unloaded when it fell, and was steadily cupped in the hands of Chongshan sect's patriarch Wu Lang. Rough thumbs scratched from the word Dao. Wu Lang was silent for a moment before grinning and revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. leaping up and taking off in the clouds, and in a flash, he arrived at the secret realm of the Chongshan sect, passing through all kinds of exotic beasts and bizarre realms, and arriving at a large door. Wu Lang clasped his hands and knelt down on one knee. Old ancestor, the Tao sect has sent an order for you to come out and visit the Green Mountain sect, and when it's done, the Tao sect will assist you in breaking through the bottleneck and completing the merging. As the tone fell, the gate collapsed with a loud bang, and a dry, wood-like right hand reached out from the fog to grip the Tao gate order in Wu Lang's hand, and a hoarse, strange laugh rang out. May Chai Shao, that old ghost did not have that luck and fortune. I am afraid that I have long since died in the big time. It looks like the first body stage in Xianzhou. It can only be me. By the way, the first big clan in Xianzhou should also be sat by our Chongshan clan. A few days later, the annual Green Mountain Sect's opening of the mountain gate and selection of disciples was approaching. During the wind, Xiaoyun has rushed together with another soldier door. Great ability to space magical power will phase demon venerable body hidden. But this does not stop the people of Sunrise City relocation. Just a few days Sunrise City will present a kind of depression and dilapidated color. Without Sunrise City as the main force, the warm-up before the Green Mountain Sect's opening of the mountain gate was obviously not as good as last year's. And even though there were still a lot of people who came, almost all of them were mortals, and they were relatively plain in their clothing. The elders of the Green Mountain Sect had long been prepared in their hearts and knew Li Yanmu's plan, so they weren't very nervous. But the disciples of the Green Mountain Sect were everyone's self, sitting on their hands and knees, each and every one of them crowded in front of the mirror Dharma treasure, observing with wide eyes, as if there was a chance of a turnaround hidden in it. But the longer they watched, the more disappointed they became. What to do? I heard from the gatekeeper elder brother that a light smashed into our mountain gate on the frontline day. There were also 3 other lights that went in the direction of the 3 sects of 5 poisons, Blue Blood, and Chongshan. It said that something like this happened before the defeat of the 5 sect in the first place. So what do we do here? What's it like to make a lot of noise? A soft chirp ended the riot of the inner disciples, and everyone immediately turned their heads to look. A woman stepped in the air, hands like catkins, skin like condensed fat, color like grub, teeth like gourd, only that the birth of the soft eyebrows are locked together. Immediately, the crowd nervously bent down and bowed. Eldest sister, we're just looking at this year's disciples. The woman pursed her lips for a moment before snorting coldly. Chongshan Sect's position in Xianzhou has never relied on this kind of thing. I have already comprehended the half-step sword intent through the sword mark on the 4th elder's chest, and it's only a matter of time before I comprehend the complete sword intent, and I will definitely take the top spot in this year's Xianzhou Grand Competition. Hearing this, the inner disciples had a light in their eyes and congratulated them. The Tao sect would hold a clan competition every 4 years, with each clan sending out their best disciples to compete, and in the end, the clan that stood out amongst the states would not only receive rewards from the Tao sect, but would also have the opportunity to go even further and compete against heavenly prides from outside of the Qianzhou. 600 years ago, the Wu Yue clan had a great pride, not only talented and intelligent, but also has a water spirit Taoist body, to suppress all the pride of Qianzhou by their own strength, but also in the Taoism competition on top of a show of power. If not the occurrence of the Wu Yue clan and the bloodlust sect of the blood fight to the point of both sides have suffered heavy losses, the Wu Yue clan can be based on the pride of the Tianjiao out of the Qianzhou. Go to the middle of the state. The Tao is located in the land. Their eldest senior sister Chang Yuejie, the woman in front of them, had won over the other sects in the last Qianzhou Grand Competition, preserving the position of the Green Mountain Sect, which was losing ground in the Qianzhou. Now that Chang Yuejie has a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, and has even comprehended half-step sword intent, I'm afraid it's not difficult to take the Qianzhou Grand Competition. Seeing that the inner disciples had regained their confidence, Chang Yuejie gently sighed in relief, and was about to turn around when an ear-piercing air-breaking sound suddenly came from the sky, only to see a flying shuttle tearing through the clouds and crashing towards their direction in a dignified manner. Ah, Chang Yuejie, you little can really talk big. A cold light flashed in Chang Yuejie's eyes as she raised her hand and pointed, her sword coming out like a rainbow, wanting to split the shuttle along with its operator. Half-step sword intent? It's something, but it's not enough to look at in front of Little Master. A man jumped out of the shuttle. His right arm was pitch black, grabbing the shuttle and swinging it at the sword light. When the two collided, an invisible ripple swept out. The inner disciples on the scene were swept back several steps. Some even fell to the ground on the spot. Even Chang Yuejie took half a step back. The smoke dispersed. The man got up and leisurely patted away the debris on his body. His strong aura caused Chang Yuejie's face to change slightly. False Dan realm. Nice. The man grinned, showing a mouthful of black teeth. I am the Peach Tiger of the 5 Poison Sect. At this time, a cold snort came from the Green Mountain Sect's main hall. The sky changed dramatically. and a large hand was slapped in the direction of the peach tiger. Arrogant as peach tiger was pressed and his feet sunk into the ground. But before the large hand could fully fall, it was swung away by another large hand. Brother Lu, you are the patriarch of the Green Mountain Sect. Why do you need to fight with a junior? A black-haired old man appeared on the side of Tao, who at some point, smilingly stroking his beard, looking incomparably amiable. Bulayaran, you came here uninvited. Is it hard for me to welcome you with a smile? Lu Wuchang leapt out and stared coldly at the black-haired old man. Ah, Brother Lu, see what you're saying. I can't bear to come and see this last dance of the Green Mountain Sect of yours, Brother Lu, but unfortunately, the Tao sect has an order. Bulayaran shook his head in a difficult manner afterward. He took out a token with the word Tao written on it from his bosom. Is that so? Then I'll trouble you and your disciple to stay in the back of the mountain. But I won't keep you guys whenever you step out. A hidden glint flashed in Lu Wuchang's eyes. Ha, no harm, no harm. By the way, this is my disciple, Tao Hu. 4 years ago he was still in seclusion and didn't have the time to participate in the grand competition. But this year will be different. Bulayaran laughed out loud and raised his hand to pat his peach tiger's back vigorously, while the peach tiger provocatively raised an eyebrow at Chang Yuejie. The inner disciples all grimaced, and Chang Yuejie's face was even more frigid. Yeah, well, let's just wait and see. Lu Wuchang's unsavory reaction made Bulayaran a bit upset, but Bulayaran was not in a hurry, and after a few heated laughs, he headed towards the back of the mountain. An inner disciple didn't hold back from asking Chang Yuejie, Senior sister, were you able to win against that person? Chang Yuejie moved her fingers and replied in a deep voice, the false Dan realm is not a golden Dan after all. Winning against him, it's not difficult. As soon as Chang Yuejie's words fell, she heard Tao Hu's voice drifting in a ghostly manner. I forgot to tell you, I was already a Jin Dan in 4 years, but I didn't like the quality of that Jin Dan, so I scrapped my own Jin Dan, wanting to recondense a better one, and now, it's taken a lot of effort to barely keep my realm down in the false Dan realm. You were just lucky to pick up a quaffle from under me. Under the gloomy atmosphere, Tao Hu left with a big smile. Chang Yuejie even bit her lip in death and didn't say anything. Chapter 53 Eat It or Go Around. Mama Hu's provocation caused the atmosphere, which had been easing up a bit, to fall into a freezing point. Chang Yuejie, as the eldest senior sister, naturally couldn't show weakness in front of the inner disciples, and just snorted coldly. Realm doesn't mean everything. After saying that, Chang Yuejie waved her hand and left. Lu Wuchang scratched his face and waved his hand to signal the other inner disciples to do what they should do, and instructed the Grand Elder as well as the other elders to stand guard at the back of the mountain, so as not to let Buluran and Tao Hu get into any trouble. After flying away from the mountain gate, Chang Yuejie plunged headlong into the middle of the bamboo forest, drawing out the flying sword at her waist and raising her hand several times to slash down. But in the end, all of them gave up. In order to avoid acting impulsively on her own, Chang Yuejie finally chose to nail her flying sword to the bamboo and sat herself cross-legged amongst the fallen leaves, attempting to meditate on the sword intent. Peach Tiger is not bluffing. Chang Yuejie had fought with the false Dan realm, and had also seen battles between Jin Dan cultivators, although Tao Hu was in the realm of false Dan, but the oppressive force on his body was above the false Dan. In her current state to fight with it, even if there was a half-step sword intent, she was bound to be defeated, and only by realizing the complete sword intent would she have the power to fight. But the more she tried to meditate and concentrate, the more chaotic Chang Yuejie's mind became. Not to mention complete sword intent, even the feeling of half-step sword intent was nearly lost. In the end, it was just a wasted half-day. In desperation, Chang Yuejie decided to go down the mountain to take a walk in Lokyang town. There were quite a few carriages parked in Lokyang town at this time. Most of those came from towns outside of Sunrise City, many of them dragging their families along with them. With the realization that it was all or nothing, Chang Yuejie sympathized with these people. As mortals they were afraid that they had spent months and risked a lot of danger to come here with great difficulty, and were afraid that there was no turning back. But the Great Tao was merciless. Under the dual supervision of the Taoist Sect and the Great Yu dynasty, the sect may not enslave any of the commoners, even if they are handymen. They must be paid according to the rules and regulations and provided with food, clothing, and shelter. Any sect in Xianzhou did not have that spare capacity to raise too many odd-job disciples, and the end of these people was to leave in disappointment. With luck, they might be able to return to their hometowns, and with a little worse luck, they might die on the way. Just a moment later, a family had already come out of the inn and came to the carriage to communicate with the coachman, seemingly intending to leave. Although the Green Mountain ceremony for selecting disciples had not yet begun, many had already noticed the atmosphere here. Chang Yuejie operated her gongfu, erasing the ripples in her heart with the emotionless sword Dao, and was about to leave when a figure appeared in Chang Yuejie's field of vision. It was a young man who seemed to be in his early 20s, and with a sly, but not malicious, smile on his face came up to the family that was trying to leave. Chang Yuejie couldn't see the youth's expression as well as his movements, but she could see the change in that household's expression. From skepticism to hesitation, and from hesitation to consternation and ecstasy, he finally took the youth's hand and turned back happily. Chang Yuejie frowned slightly, not feeling that this was a good thing. The status of the Castle Peak sect was precarious, and the uninvited presence of the Five Poisons sect was proof that other sects were watching intently, and if anything went wrong with the Castle Peak ceremony, then the Castle Peak sect would really be finished. That youth was only at the 7th level of Qi practicing, but there was no chance that he was a spy sent by another sect. Just as Chang Yuejie wanted to strike, a lazy voice sounded in Chang Yuejie's ears. Isn't this Yuejie? What are you, a senior sister, doing here if you're not at the Green Mountain sect preparing for the grand ceremony? Chang Yuejie just turned back, and when she turned her head again, the youth had already disappeared. Chang Yuejie had no choice but to fall first, arching her hand at the woman who was holding a smoking gun in front of her. Sister Lily, I just saw a suspicious person. You wouldn't know him, would you? Chang Yuejie didn't quite believe in coincidences. Ginger Lily's eyes dangled slightly. I know a lot of suspicious people. I don't know which one you're talking about. Chang Yuejie had the answer and sighed helplessly. Sister Lily, this grand ceremony is very important to the Green Mountain sect. The Green Mountain sect is very lucky, so don't worry about it. Jiang Lily waved her hand and leisurely returned to the nest. Seeing this situation, Chang Yuejie also had no choice but to arch her hand once again and turn around to leave. Chang Yuejie's agitation couldn't stop the passage of time, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the day of the Green Mountain ceremony. Before the vision came out, a huge ship dropped down from the sea of clouds, and the large word Chongshan swung grandly in the sky above the Castle Peak sect. The elders of the Castle Peak sect, led by Patriarch Lu Wuchang, rose up in the air and stopped in front of a huge ship that looked like it wanted to stop at the top of the Castle Peak sect's head. Wu Lang, you're coming along for the ride. Lu Wuchang was filled with displeasure. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yanmu had indicated that he wanted to show the enemy that he was weak, he would have beaten Mei Chai Xiao out even if he had to burn his lifespan, so that these villains could see what it meant to be at the stage of merging. Chongshan sect Patriarch Wu Lang flew down and arched his hand in a disciplined manner. Everyone is joking. We are all in the same righteous path. And now that the Castle Peak sect is experiencing difficulties, how could I be here to join in the fun? Difficulty? How come I don't know? Lu Wuchang sneered. Wu Lang laughed. Why do you need to be polite to me, Brother Lu? The Green Mountain sect closed the mountain gate for half a year. That's something for all to see. It just so happens, this year my Chongshan sect got a good harvest of the spirit field by chance, so I purposely brought 100 pounds of spirit rice, just as for your Green Mountain ceremony to wrestle for a lottery. How about it? Wu Lang was also a spirit transformation cultivator, and every word he said was able to borrow the aura of heaven and earth to transmit his voice. So not only the disciples of the Castle Peak sect, but even the mortals who were queuing up also heard the sound. After a few words, a lot of people were talking. Boliaran in the back of the mountain raised his eyebrows slightly. There are actually 100 pounds of spirit rice? Even Wu Lang, the patriarch, may not be able to mobilize all of this. It looks like old ancestor Chongshan made a move? Peach Tiger licked his lips, greed lighting up in his eyes. Master, can we snatch that spirit rice? Spiritual fields are wonders nurtured by heaven and earth, and rice is the most suitable plant to grow in a spiritual field. Although because of the number of problems resulting in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in each grain of rice is not as good as the general spiritual fruits, but the victory is that the number is large enough and the efficiency of the harvest is high. If he was able to obtain that 100 pounds of spirit rice, his body, which had been injured by forcibly scrapping his pills, would soon be able to recover at its peak. Good disciple, there's no rush. The things in this Qianzhou Grand Competition can be countless times better than this spiritual rice. Chang Yuejie froze for a few seconds before her face changed drastically and she disregarded the order to imperialize her sword. The true purpose of the Chongshan sect was not to show off, but to sway the mortals attending the Green Mountain ceremony. Chang Yuejie didn't know what she should do, but she couldn't just sit around and do nothing. But just before arriving at the mountain gate, Chang Yuejie was dumbfounded. She thought that the mortals in the mountain path were each taking a weak stand, and was discussing whether she should go down the mountain and turn her head to the Chongshan sect. In actuality, the mortals in the mountain path had a fruit in their hands, eating it while watching the Chongshan sect and Castle Peak sect confront each other in the sky. And when the fruit was finished, they pulled out another one from the basket in the other hand and continued to eat it, so leisurely and peaceful that Chang Yuejie could not understand the situation. But Chang Yuejie soon realized what the problem was. Those mortals holding in their hands are actually spirit fruits. Chang Yuejie only felt a wave of dizziness. As the Green Mountain sect's eldest senior sister, She had naturally eaten spirit fruits, but she had only eaten 3 of them. Just 3 of them allowed her to establish a firm foundation, allowing the aura in her body to become even more pure. And these mortals in the mountain path start with 10 spirit fruits in their hands. Down the hill, Cheng Yuejie returned to her senses as fast as she could and arrived at the foot of the mountain amidst the gasps of the mortals within the mountain path. At the foot of the mountain, an additional stall had appeared at some point, and the suspicious youth he had seen the other day was currently sitting there to greet the mortals who had come to participate in the Green Mountain ceremony. Come on, give away spirit fruits when you go up the mountain. 1 basket per person. There's more when you finish eating. If you can't finish it, go around. The youth greeted as he handed the mortal before him a basket containing various fruits. And those fruits are all spirit fruits. Chapter 54, you have to peel a banana to eat it. Looking at the spirit fruit reserves that were declining at a rapid rate in the business interface, as well as the spirit stone reserves that were not moving at all, Li Yanmu smiled so much that he could hardly open his eyes. As he expected, with the Green Mountain Sect's famous hair spirit fruit, it was the Green Mountain Sect that rose in prestige, not the Taoist Sect at all, so there would not be an increase in prestige experience that would lead to the horrible thing of spirit stones smashing over 10 by 10. Jie. Just when Li Yanmu was laughing in a low and strange voice, Cheng Yuejie, who was dressed in the costume of the Green Mountain Sect, fell down and came straight to the front of Li Yanmu, and his ink-like eyes stared at Li Yanmu's eyes in death. Who are you? And why are you setting up a stall here in the name of the Green Mountain Sect to do this kind of thing? Cheng Yuejie glanced at the spirit fruit that was handed out by Li Yanmu, and then glanced at the regular mortals who were lining up with envious faces, and finally suppressed the word, confused matter. Your patriarch Lu's disciple. Xiao Chang right. Come eat fruit. Eat fruit dash. Li Yanmu reacted after staring at Cheng Yuejie for a while and smiled as he broke a banana and handed it to Cheng Yuejie. Cheng Yuejie was extremely unhappy with the name Xiao Chang in Li Yanmu's mouth, but looking at the large banana in Li Yanmu's hand that was emitting the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, she persisted for a few seconds before pursing her lips and taking the banana. The last reserve made Cheng Yuejie not eat the banana on the spot, but Li Yanmu was full of doubts. Aren't you going to eat it? The mortal still in line spat back. Can you give it back if you don't eat it? Cheng Yuejie pursed her lips, and finally bit off a small half of the banana with the peel in one bite with a slightly red face. The gentle heaven and earth aura made Cheng Yuejie feel at ease and absurd at the same time. So what? To eat a banana, you have to peel it. Li Yanmu hesitated for a moment and then carefully reminded. The mortals present were also full of surprise. Some people even muttered in a low voice. So it turns out that the fairy eats bananas together with the skin. Cheng Yuejie's face reddened, forcing herself to hold back her shame, and said faintly, spirit fruits are wonders of the heavens and the earth. Even the skin contains the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth. It shouldn't be wasted. Wouldn't you just bury the banana peel in the ground and give it back to heaven and earth? Cheng Yuejie was silent for half a second before glaring indignantly at Li Yanmu. But in the end, she peeled the skin and ate the banana. Seeing that Cheng Yuejie seemed to like bananas, Li Yanmu directly gave Cheng Yuejie a handful of bananas before continuing to entertain the rest of the mortals. Cheng Yuejie stood to the side, eating a banana while watching. She always felt as if she had lost something very important. Everything had become less real. The only thing that was reminding her that it was all true was the heaven and earth aura that was constantly flowing in her body. At this time, Wu Lang had also pretended enough in front of Lu Wuchang, and with a wave of his hand, he brought the people on board and landed in front of the main hall of the Green Mountain Sect. Wu Lang would like to see the expressions of the mortals at the mountain path, but the Green Mountain Sect's mountain protector formation could shield the prying eyes of those below the level of harmony. However, Wu Lang as the sect leader of Chongshan Sect was not so bad that he would purposely perform some means just to see the reaction of some mortals. Could he not know how those unseen mortals would react? After sitting down, Wu Lang recklessly surveyed the hall and arrogantly commented, Brother Lu, this hall of yours looks quite a bit outdated. Why don't you brother me lend you a bit to improve the environment? The Chongshan Sect disciples brought by Wu Lang burst into laughter. The inner disciples of the Castle Peak sect immediately became red-eyed, and some of the short-tempered ones even wanted to go forward to fight with each other. Lu Wuchang raised his hand and waved it. Be at ease. But master, seeing that the inner disciples were all hot-blooded one by one, Lu Wuchang had no choice but to voice out helplessly, Lao San. Alright, don't be so hasty, have a melon and calm down. The 3 elders of the Green Mountain Sect walked out, each stuffing half a watermelon and a spoon. Many of the inner disciples became even more excited after a few seconds of stagnation, and they were tempted to shout, is this the time to eat a watermelon? However, after noticing the heaven and earth aura emanating from the watermelon, the inner disciples silently ate the watermelon. Instead, it was the disciples on the Chongshan Sect side that stared in disbelief, because that watermelon is a spirit fruit. Wu Lang naturally saw the extraordinary nature of those watermelons at a glance, and his expression gradually became stiff. Brother Lu, this is a bit unorthodox of you. It's not like it's a big deal. Do I have to talk to you about going to the bathroom tomorrow? Lu Wuchang was secretly happy in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged, as if what he had taken out was just an ordinary watermelon, which made Wu Lang's teeth itch with hatred. However, Wu Lang also reacted quickly and smiled bashfully. That's not true. I'm just worried about Brother Lu's small treasury. Getting all these? I'm afraid it's not going to cost a lot of spirit stones. Ryu Wuchang let out a laugh and didn't answer. By this time, an inner disciple had already scooped the watermelon flesh clean with a spoon. But he didn't stop. Instead, he hugged the watermelon and opened his mouth towards the rind to gnaw on it. The Chongshan Sect side didn't have much of a reaction. The fruit skin also contains the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. There is nothing strange about eating it. Like their Qianzhou, if they have the opportunity to eat spiritual fruits, they are eager to lick their fingers until they glow. But just then, the third elder slapped the back of the head of the inner disciple who wanted to eat watermelon rinds in a fit of rage. What's wrong with you? Who eats watermelon with the rind? Shame on you. The inner disciple was also aggrieved. But master, this fruit peel has... Before the inner disciple could finish his words, the third elder pulled out another half watermelon and shoved it into the inner disciple's hand. The inner disciples instantly lost their voices. Despite their love for the melon rind, it was the flesh that was a bit more attractive. The third elder nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to the other inner disciples who were interested in nibbling on the melon skins and shouted, "There's more when you're done eating. Don't nibble on the melon skins like a melon skin." The other inner disciples couldn't understand the situation, but still chose to eat and eat. Chongshanzong sighed, although in the heart constantly emphasized to themselves, "Qingshanzong, this must be out of blood." But the heart is still very bad taste. Although the spiritual rice is good, but there is a defect. If cooked, the content of heaven and earth spiritual chi in it will decline, so it must be eaten raw. The taste of raw food can only be described in one word: absolute. But not so with the fruit of the spirit. Wu Lang also sensed the atmosphere between his disciples and immediately spoke. "Brother Lu, why hasn't this Green Mountain ceremony of yours begun yet? And I don't know if you, the number one clan in Xianzhou, can receive any good seedlings this year? Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The Miao family head of Out of the Sun City had already looked for me half a year ago, and even though I repeatedly put it off, wanting to introduce the other party to you, I really couldn't stand the other party's enthusiasm, so I at least accepted his daughter, Mao Qianqian, as a disciple, and she now has a foundation establishment cultivation. This year's Qianzhou Grand Competition, even if I can't get the top spot, I'll still be able to compete for first place among my peers." Wu Lang raised his chin, wanting to see Lu Wuchang break his defense, only for Lu Wuchang to remain stony-faced and unmoved, even voicing his sarcasm. "Old dog Wu, if you're in a hurry to go home and pee, you can take the boat back right now." Wu Lang's expression stiffened, but he still composed himself. Today, he had come to this Green Mountain sect to take the piss, so how could he be disliked by a few words from Lu Wuchang? Lu Wuchang counted the time and turned his head to beckon to the third elder. "It's almost time to start the registration." The third elder nodded and turned around to pass on the order. Seeing this, Wu Lang immediately felt much more at ease. This time the Green Mountain sect didn't even prepare a vision. The money must have been spent on these spirit fruits. Chapter 55, A family should be neat and tidy. Only after all the mortals who had come to register had finished receiving their spirit fruits did Li Yanmu clap his hands and put the stall away in his trigger finger. Cheng Yuejie, who was still eating a banana, then reacted and hurriedly wiped her mouth. "I don't know what is the name of this Taoist friend." "Me? Oh, my name is Li Yanmu. I was called by your sect leader to help. I'm going up to register and screen disciples now. Can you give me a hand?" Cheng Yuejie hesitated. The Green Mountain sect had people who were specifically responsible for screening the talent of the disciples as well as a large formation, and it was more or less unreliable to let Li Yanmu, who was at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, be in charge of it. However, thinking of Li Yanmu's bold and arrogant way of waving the spirit fruits, Cheng Yuejie was a little bit weak-hearted. In the end, Cheng Yuejie nodded her head, and with her late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, she rose up in the clouds and brought Li Yanmu to the entrance of the mountain. In the past, at this time of the day, there would definitely be a lot of noise in front of the mountain gate, and mortals felt that chance and talent had to be fought over and grabbed, so they especially wanted to be the first one. But today, it was especially peaceful in front of the mountain gate, and the mortals in front of the mountain gate were as if they had come to visit the mountains to make friends, talking, laughing, and eating fruits, and they seemed to be very calm. It was only when they saw Li Yanmu appear that these people warmed up and waved their hands at Li Yanmu. Li Yanmu laughed harshly and squeezed his hand, brought the stall back up, slapped the book together, and raised his hand to beckon to the family of 3 at the front of the room. Come on, if you're nervous, have a fruit to calm your nerves. The family of 3 who were greeted immediately stepped forward, their father nervously pushing his son, who appeared to be no more than 12 years old, out of the way. Last name? What's your name? What does the family do? The 12-year-old boy naively scratched the back of his head. My name is Tainyo. My family farms the fields. My parents sold the fields in hopes that I would be successful. The little boy's parents immediately got nervous. They had long heard of the crowd of immortal cultivators, the sons and daughters of dignitaries, who came from extraordinary backgrounds. Well, I see that you have amazing bones. A seedling for cultivation. Go up. Chang Yuejie was surprised and looked toward Li Yanmu. In her opinion, Tainyo could only be considered to have mediocre qualifications. Even if the Green Mountain sect had fallen on hard times, they wouldn't train such a disciple. Thank you, Immortal. Tainyo's family immediately became excited. Tainyo's mother pulled Tainyo reluctantly, while Tainyo's father had his hands wrapped around his chest in a tough guy look, but his eyes were full of reluctance. In their opinion, this goodbye could be forever. This could be the last time they see each other. Chun Yuejie closed her eyes. I see that you two are also skeletally amazed. So let's go up together. When Li Yanmu said this, Tainyo's family, who were saying heartfelt words, instantly froze, and Chang Yuejie's eyes were almost glazed over. Really? Really? No. I thought there was an age limit. This year the age upward to 50, Li Yanmo said, thrusting the plaque with Lu Wuchang's autograph to the side. Chang Yuejie immediately went forward to watch, and after looking back and forth several times, Chang Yuejie staggered back a step. It's really the patriarch's autograph. Li Yan end of the voice is not small. Tainyo family behind the people also heard the age upward adjustment of the matter. Breathing have been sharp. Some even did not hold back, shouted a long live Castle Peak sect. And with that shout, the others didn't hold back from following suit. And age upward this next news also flew down. Soon the whole mountain road of mortals began to shout long live Castle Peak sect. The movement of the big even startled a piece of flying birds. The Chongshan clan inside the hall heard the commotion and their faces changed, but they still resisted the urge to go and investigate, pretending to be calm. Okay, next group of families. Ouch, I see an aura coming out of your family's head. Go up dash. You, hiss, horrible as you are. Go up. Seeing Li Yanmu looking at a pair of families shouting a sentence of skeletal amazement, Chang Yuejie quickly reached out to stop Li Yanmu. Fellow Taoist Li, what are you doing? Channeling talents. Ha? Li Yanmu was full of doubts. Chang Yuejie, full of doubts, first laughed with an apologetic face towards the family that was impatiently walking up, dragged Li Yanmu to the side, first laid down a soundproof boundary, then stared at Li Yanmu's eyes with a solemn face. Fellow Taoist Li, I already know that you came here in order to help the Castle Peak sect, but it's not good that you're doing this. Both the Taoist sect and the Great Yu dynasty have rules that when you take in a disciple, even as a handyman, you have to give the other person the appropriate rights and benefits as well as resources. And it's true that you can solve the pressing problem by letting so many people go over there all at once, but we, Castle Peak sect, simply can't afford to feed them. Once he heard that he couldn't afford to keep it, Li Yanmu's eyes instantly widened. Chang Yuejie thought that Li Yanmu understood, so she withdrew the soundproof boundary. Then Li Yanmu stood directly on the table with his hands spread out. Do you want to cultivate immortality? The people who could hear the voice of Li Yanmu froze for a moment and then thought of some kind of possibility, and they breathed heavily and shouted up to think. Although the people in the back didn't know what Li Yanmu had said, they listened to the people in front of them all shouting their thoughts, so they followed. Chang Yuejie's face suddenly turned white. The great Tao is compassionate. The moment you want to cultivate immortality, you are qualified. Come on, pass the paper down. Write your name as well as your occupation. Those who can't read and write can ask the person next to you. I can assure you that I won't dislike you because of your origin. If you don't believe me, you can eat a fruit and think about it. After saying that, Li Yanmu jumped down and handed the paper with the charcoal pencil prepared in advance to the person at the front. He had confirmed the number of people when the baskets were delivered below, so paper and charcoal were sufficient. Chang Yuejie's legs were soft. If not in time to hold the door of the mountain may have to directly paralyzed on the ground. According to the rules of the Taoist sect and the Dayu dynasty, after passing through the mountain gate, they would have to open a large formation to measure the spiritual root qualifications of these people. The logic of the operation of the spiritual root measurement formation was simple. Extracting the spiritual chi from the spirit stones and flowing it through the body of the person in the formation. The better the other person's qualification, the more obvious the reaction of the formation would be. In other words, the more people who went up, the more spirit stones were burned. With so many people going up, they would have to burn at least 100,000 spirit stones, and the vast majority of these were overreach people. That meant that the 100,000 spirit stones were completely wasted. Chun Yuejie wanted to stop it, but Li Yanmu had already put the word out. If she spoke out to stop it, it would definitely ignite the discontent of these people, and they might just walk out, and then the Castle Peak sect would really be finished. At the end of the day, Chun Yuejie had to watch numbly as a piece of paper with her name on it was passed back. Meanwhile, Tainyo's family had arrived at the top of the Green Mountain Sect's mountain. How had the family of farmers ever seen the wonders of the immortal cultivation world? And they were instantly frightened and stood still, not daring to move forward. Wu Lang stared blankly at the Iron Ox family for a while and then inclined his head to look behind the Iron Ox family. See, for a while there is no next person to come. Wu Lang suddenly covered his forehead and laughed out loud. Not, Lu brothers, you guys, this and which is a joke? Lu Wuchang's face remained unchanged, as if Wu Lang was air. While the fifth elder in charge of presiding over the Grand Formation went up to talk to Tainyo's family with a warm smile on his face and welcomed the other party into the Grand Formation. Wu Lang shook his head in mock distress and picked up his tea and drank it. It was under the warm smile of the fifth elder that Tainyo's family relaxed, but when they saw those auras pouring in, the family of three nervously pulled on each other's hands. The process of testing was not long. Just a few breaths of aura flowed through the bodies of Tainyo's family. The fifth elder picked up the magic treasure that manipulated the Grand Formation, glanced at the contents on it, and said indifferently, the three of you have all excellent qualifications. You go over there first and wait. There will be a bottom to take you to receive the clothes of the Green Mountain Sect. When there are all of you, you can go and choose a cave. How about you live together as a family of three? The three members of Tainyo's family were ecstatic and thanked him. For them to be able to cultivate is already unimaginably lucky. How would they still have any opinion about the cave, even if they were allowed to live directly in the mountains? Wu Lang sprayed out a mouthful of tea directly and looked at Tainyo's family in disbelief. The qualifications of these three have merit? What about spiritual roots? Don't even measure the results of spiritual roots? Chapter 56 Medium, Large, and Extra Large Cups. Wu Lang gradually began to sit up and down. He was somewhat unable to understand the operation of the Green Mountain Sect, at least as far as he was concerned. The Tainyo family was purely compensating spirit stone goods. Just as Wu Lang pondered and tangled over what exactly was the operation of the Green Mountain Sect, the sound of neat footsteps came from the mountain path. The Chongshan Sect disciples were shocked. This commotion, is the army coming? However, when they saw the hot and lively mortals, the Chongshan Sect disciples froze one by one. Rao Wu Lang, a god transformation ancestor, was shocked and stayed in place, and only after a while did he look at Lu Wuchang with a subtle expression, and after hesitating for a moment slowly said, Brother Lu, your determination to want to preserve the Green Mountain Sect makes me admire it to the extent that I feel fear. Lu Wuchang crossed his eyes at Wu Lang and didn't say anything, but his heart was also twitching fiercely. Li Yanmao had already greeted him in advance, but actually seeing and then calculating the spirit stones that would be consumed, the expenses still made Lu Wuchang, who was used to saving days, want to vomit blood. Looking at the vociferous crowd in front of him, the fifth elder was not too surprised. After all, he was never in charge of the accounts. And Li Yanmu also said that he should open the array test and leave the rest alone. First 100. Under the greeting of the fifth elder, the candidate disciples who had already familiarized themselves with each other dragged their families to enter in an orderly manner. The fifth elder also started reading out the test results like a relentless announcer. Yo, yo, yo. Soon, 100 passed with full honors. Wu Lang also lost his initial dismay and gradually changed to speechlessness. He had vaguely understood what trick the Green Mountain Sect was playing. Very you. Upon hearing the fifth elder shout out the word very excellent, Wu Lang confirmed the guess in his heart and greeted in the direction of Lu Wuchang. Brother Lu, let me guess. Above this very excellent, there shouldn't be a standard such as especially excellent or something like that. Lu Wuchang did not reply, but Wu Lang still keenly noticed the change in Lu Wuchang's eyes for a moment. He guessed right. Brother Lu, you are also too desperate. These disciples of yours can be cultivated by spending spirit stones. That's not something you need to bother with. Lu Wuchang replied indifferently. At this time, the five poison clans Step to Stay People and Peach Tiger also slowly came to the scene. See the disciples to be selected all drag family. Step to Stay People nearly did not taught. Peach Tiger is directly out of laughter. What are you guys doing? Spreading a big net to catch big fish? Even taking in old men in their 40s and 50s? You guys are too hungry. The inner disciples who had just finished eating the watermelon immediately glared angrily, but the third elder was still standing there, so they couldn't afford to lash out. But they couldn't figure out what their masters were up to. A batch after batch of people came up, only occasionally able to emerge a very superior Chongshan Sect crowd of disciples have flooded sleepy, snorting. Step to Stay People and Peach Tiger is also full of boredom. Just then, the spirit-gathering formation suddenly shook and a golden light rose. Wu Lang, who was already about to fall asleep in the chair, slipped his feet and almost sat on the ground with his butt, in order to avoid other people from noticing the embarrassing thing he just did. Wu Lang directly got up and shouted, "What's going on? What's going on?" Lu Wuchang was also surprised and delighted, casting eager eyes in the direction of the spirit-gathering grand formation. The 100 people of the spirit-gathering formation consciously made way, and the crowd sought out the person who had triggered the unusual movement under the guidance of the golden light. But the moment they saw it clearly, everyone's expression became subtle. It wasn't a young talent, but a middle-aged man with gray temples. And worse, this middle-aged man only had a left arm, and his right sleeve was empty. The fifth elder stepped forward to hold down the middle-aged man's shoulders, and exclaimed in shock after carefully inspecting him, "The body of Ki-Du, the Heaven's Fury Destiny? What's your name?" The middle-aged man froze and slowly replied, "Guai Yang." "You're good. Work hard later." "Many thanks, elder." "Is that man in front of the mountain gate your elder? Can I worship him as a teacher?" Guai Yang asked in a small voice after hesitating for a moment. "I was only escorting a mother and daughter to take refuge here, but he didn't mind my disability and asked me if I wanted to cultivate." The fifth elder's eyes instantly softened considerably as he pinched Guai Yang's shoulder. "Let's talk about it afterwards." "Thanks a lot." Guai Yang solemnly bent his back and followed the others down. Inside the hall, Wu Lang was silent for a few seconds before saying in a conspiratorial manner, "The body of Ki-Du is paired with the destiny of the heavenly fury. I didn't expect that this spreading of a big net would really be able to fish out a seedling. It's just a pity that he's too old and has a handicap. Regrettable, regrettable, regrettable." Unlike that Miao Chanxian, not only is she young, she's also an innate spirit body with a fire phoenix destiny. Lu Wuchang suppressed the joy in his heart and gave a cold "oh." If it was placed half a year ago, he would have been heartbroken to the point of vomiting blood. The Miao family and the Castle Peak sect itself had a close relationship, and if they could have had Miao Chanxian, they might have been able to stop the decline of the Castle Peak sect. It was a pity that the Miao family still couldn't see past the Castle Peak sect and chose to go their separate ways. But at the moment, Ryu Wuchang didn't care in the slightest, because he had amazing En Li to help him. This Guai Yang is proof of that. He will definitely use all his energy to cultivate Guai Yang and then come out strong. He will not disgrace Li Yanmu. With Guai Yang as the treasure, the fifth elder was full of expectations for the rest. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and most of those who came after were only able to get an excellent, with the occasional very good, and even fewer exceptional. However, the fifth elder was not discouraged. Having a Guai Yan was already good enough, but just as the last few people stood into the grand formation, the entire spirit-gathering formation, and even the entire Castle Peak sect, began to shake violently. Hundreds of birds chirped, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged towards a young boy in the spirit-gathering formation in the shape of a loophole. That teenager was also full of consternation, but under the rinsing of the heaven and earth's aura, a tainted aura was blown out from between his hair, and a jade-like luster came out from within his skin. Jian Xin, who was sweeping the floor in the middle of the wooden house, raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked toward the Castle Peak sect, where the heaven and earth phenomena were occurring. After thinking hard for a while, I finally managed to find out some clues from the memories of my past life. In the great world, there were countless demons, and as the emotionless sword Immortal, she was one of them, and there were only a handful of people who could be called her rivals, and among them was a sage king. Legend has it that he originally had a holy bone, but because he was born in the family of a stray, resulting in the saint's bone being hidden by filth, only the right-hand holy bone will react to the aura of heaven and earth, and as a result, this right-hand holy bone was taken away by someone when the Saint King worshipped the Chongshan sect, and the Saint King was knocked off the mountain cliff. Everyone thinks that the Sage King is dead, whichever thought that under the cliff actually hides the spirit fruit. Relying on those spirit fruits, Sage King not only recovered from his injuries, but also washed away the filth on the rest of the holy bones, flesh into a holy body, invincible in the world. And the first to be destroyed is the Chongshan clan, but it's a pity that the Sage King didn't care about getting the captured bones back. So the invincible Sage King has the only weak point. However, she hadn't had any conflicts with the Sage King, nor had she ever met him, and wasn't sure who was better. I didn't expect that this Sage King actually came to the Green Mountain sect first, favoring the master's spirit fruit. Jian Xin couldn't help but murmur, but thinking of himself, Jian Xin suddenly felt that it wasn't so unbelievable. Just as Jian Xin was thinking about continuing to sweep the floor, a brilliant idea gradually surfaced in his mind. She had the memories of her previous life. Why didn't she use the information from her previous life to scoop up those good seedlings with unlimited potential but still dusty in advance under Li Yanmu's door? As long as those seedlings sprouted, the Taishu sect would surely be invincible. Chapter 57, Sage's Bones Appear. Seeing this, Wu Lang's eyes were almost shattered, and he slapped the chair. It's actually a whole saint's bone. Just when the teenager was at a loss for words, a terrifying pressure descended from the huge Chongshan ship docked in the sky, and an old hoarse voice rang out. This bone has a destiny with me. It's too much of a waste to let a junior like you hold it. As the tone fell, a terrifying pressure descended, and the heaven and earth aura that was originally in the shape of a funnel was dispersed, condensing into a large hand that grabbed in the direction of the teenager. Lu Wuchang bared his eyes and flew up. Old piker, how dare you! It was a pity that in a single glance Lu Wuchang was knocked down and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood and raising his head with difficulty. A half-step. Ensemble? Seeing this situation, the other Green Mountain elders also immediately flew and rushed to try to protect the teenager. A cold light flashed in Tao Wu's eyes, and he even pounced in the direction of the teenager like a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. Give me a bone. Oliaren also didn't expect Tao Wu to be so bold, but thinking that if Tao Wu was able to capture one of the sacred bones, then he would surely be proud of the group. He gritted his teeth and offered up the 5 Poison Sect's magic treasure. It was a piece of magic seal from which the 5 Poisons incarnation flew out, biting and killing towards the big hand. Seeing that the 5 Poison Sect actually dared to intervene, the old ancestor of Chongshan snorted coldly, and all the elders of the Castle Peak sect flew away in response. And the 5 Poisons Dharma treasure was even dimmer, but the Peach Tiger also managed to arrive in front of the teenager. But just at that moment, a big vulgar heckle came from the direction of Sunrise City. Grandma, this kid is related to me too. Old man Chongshan's large hand shattered in response. The 5 Poison magic treasure cracked on the spot, and the Peach Tiger was even blown and rolled out. Space was torn open, and a pale dragon flew out from it and swept the teenager up. Seeing the young man was seized, Chongshan old man eyes red, regardless of the dying want to knock down the dragon, but just raised his hand. Huge dragon mouth will Chongshan old man even with the huge ship together swallowed. You're an old man with an old man cell. Oliaren froze for a few seconds before shrieking out in shock. Harmonization peak. Sanglong Great General Mo Jian. You should be at the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Humph, do you really think that I can't see the little tricks of your Tao sect? Mo Jian snorted coldly. Send a message to the Shin Tian sect for me. I'm going to raise this sage bone to become a sage king, and beat your heavenly pride to a pulp during your Tao sect's grand competition. After saying that, the 2 pale dragons shrank back. Everything was as quiet as if nothing had happened. Lu Wuchang, who was spitting out blood, reacted after blinking his eyes and immediately rushed towards Wu Lang with reddened eyes, yanking him by the collar. What do you, Chongshan sect, mean? That's an entire saint bone. A whole You Chongshan sect actually let an entire sage bone fall into the hands of the soldier sect. The other Green Mountain elders then reacted, also pounding their chests and looking as if they couldn't wait to burn their essence blood to fight for their lives. Only then did Wu Lang come back to his senses from the shock of his old ancestor being grabbed away with his bare hands. His face was white for a while and green for a while, and he had the intention to explain, but the cauldron smashed his head, and the consequences of it made Wu Lang's hands and feet go cold. Seeing this situation, step to stay people cannot care about anything else. Reach out to the Peach Tiger, a grab, immediately flew away. For fear that Lu Wuchang put the saint's bone into the hands of the soldier's door of the cauldron smashed 5 Poison Sect on the body. Ryu, brother Ryu, you calm down a bit dash. Wu Lang's face was white, and he no longer had the vigor he had when he appeared. That Mo Jian will come to grab the sage bone anyway. We can't afford to mess up. Without that Mo Jian to stir things up, wouldn't that old ancestor of yours have killed my Green Mountain sect's disciples on the spot and seized their bones? Lu Wuchang was unmoved. Seeing that Lu Wuchang was actually despicable enough to launch an attack with facts, Wu Lang was also speechless. He wanted to be tough, but he was not in a position of reason. The second oldest ancestor had a bond with the cell and was captured by Mo Jian, and now in this Castle Peak sect base camp. If he wanted to be tough, odds were that he would be punched with a flurry of fists and not be able to find his way out of the cell, unable to do anything about it. Wu Lang had no choice but to concede. I can compensate. 3 million spirit stones. 500 pounds of spirit rice. Lu Wuchang thought about it. Li Yanmu had spent 1 million spirit stones for the Green Mountain sect, and the spirit fruits were even more. So how could he help Li Yanmu to pay back the money for the spirit stones? You're robbing me. Wu Lang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chongshan clan this half year through the Green Mountain clan closed the door to fish a lot of spirit stone, but the time is too little. Add up to only 7 or 800,000 spirit stone. Lu Wuchang, this opening is 3 million spirit stone. And the spirit rice is even more fatal. His inventory is also 800 pounds of spirit rice. He is also entangled in a long time before he and the old ancestor to discuss to take 100 pounds out to pretend to be a man. Not giving. Then let's go to the Taoist Sect and theorize. Humph, just give it. Who's afraid of who? Wu Lang's eyes opened angrily and cursed as he unlocked the storage bag at his waist, picking and choosing a flip and then throwing it in Lu Wuchang's hand. Let's go! The other Chongshan sect disciples also lost their temper as if they were little roosters with their crowns shaved off, and lost their minds as they followed Wu Lang as he took off into the air. Flying into mid-air, the more Wu Lang thought, the more he felt that it was not a good taste, immediately twisted his head, and wanted to put a couple of harsh words, but Lu Wuchang had already taken out the Daomen order. Wu Lang's legs were soft, almost fell down, and he held back half a day before Wu Lang stammered out. Afterward, when the Taoist sect asks, give the brother a little bit of thin air, will you? Okay. Lu Wuchang only felt refreshed and raised his hand to swing it. As long as you pay the hush money regularly, I won't say anything. Fixed. Okay. You're tough. Do you really think I don't have money? Dash. Wu Lang grunted so hard that even snot came out. Fearing that Lu Wuchang would say anything else in general, raised his hand and rolled everyone away. The other elders flew forward at Lu Wuchang's signal to tranquilize the frightened disciples. Lu Wuchang, on the other hand, flew down the mountain and found Li Yanmu, who was walking slowly down the mountain. But what surprised Lu Wuchang was that Li Yanmu was still followed by his disciple Chun Yuejie behind him. But Chun Yuejie, who was always resilient in the past, was now swaying from side to side in a state of disorientation, and his mouth was still chanting a sentence from time to time that I had harmed the clan because of a few bananas. Lu Wuchang was a bit puzzled, but he still parachuted in front of Li Yanmu with one knee and clasped his hands. Patriarch Li. Li Yanmu was taken aback, but he was still calm. But it was Chun Yuejie who was so scared that her soul was about to fly out. Why did her master suddenly come out? Why was her master kneeling? Why was her master like a little brother? Countless questions hit Chun Yuejie's head, but Chun Yuejie knew one thing, the master kneeling, when the disciple cannot stand. So Chun Yuejie, without thinking, both knees kneeling at the side of Lu Wuchang, lowered his head. Churlish. Aoyama sect's trustworthiness increases. 1 million spirit stones per year, 1,200,000 spirit stones. Li Yanmu didn't know what had happened, but Li Yanmu knew that he had been burdened with a full $200,000 more. It seems like there was some commotion just now. What happened? Li Yanmu put his hands behind his back and put on an arrogant expression. Although it was a little bit unfair to Lu Wuchang, Li Yanmu had to press the trust degree a little bit. Ryu Wuchang narrated the selection. When he heard about Gui Yang, Li Yan had some impression. Although the man called the middle-aged man repeatedly said that he couldn't, didn't deserve, and didn't want to, Li Yanmu was able to clearly see the unwillingness hidden underneath the middle-aged man's disheveled state. So he advised a few words and borrowed the words that his second disciple, Shen Zicheng, had said. If you want to change anything, it's best to do it now. When he heard about the conflict caused by the sage bone, Li Yanmu was also shocked, and then he was relieved. Now that the teenager with the sage bone was in the Great Yu dynasty, the horizontal and vertical couldn't affect his Taishu sect's prestige. Li Yanmu would have liked to lament that things are unpredictable, and that it is a blessing to have a blessing in disguise. But Li Yanmu turned to think. Lu Wuchang is a very shrewd person. What should be believed? What should not be believed? The heart knows. If at this time he said some big words that were stupid at a glance, it would certainly lower the trust in Lu Wuchang's heart. And anyway, with Mei Chai Xiao and the military sect as a guarantee, there was no need to worry about anything. Everything is as I expected. How about that? Stupid enough. A ghost could have predicted that a dusty saint's bone would be here. Worthy of Patriarch Li. Aoyama sect's trustworthiness increases. The annual spiritual stone supply is 2 million stones, 3 million stones. Looking at Lu Wuchang's eyes that were devoid of any shrewdness, only blindness, Li Yanmu silently turned around and forcefully pumped up his own mouth. Chapter 58, Isn't it a bit too comfortable to be this affiliated sect? Master, what the hell is going on? Chun Yuejie finally didn't hold her tongue and asked. Other than ridiculous, Chun Yuejie couldn't find any other adjectives. Her master, Lu Wuchang, was the patriarch of the Castle Peak sect, an existence at the god transformation stage. Yet he was kneeling on one knee in front of a person at the 7th level of Qi, practicing as if he was a junior brother reporting for work, and was still filled with admiration. Ahem, disciple. This matter is only known to us elders, and I was thinking of telling you guys after the time is ripe, but since you saw it, there's nothing we can do about it. Lu Wuchang coughed and reached out to help Chun Yuejie up, raising his hand in the direction of Li Yanmu and introducing himself. This is Li Yanmu, Patriarch Li. From some days ago the Green Mountain sect has been Patriarch Li's affiliated sect. Hearing the word subsidiary, Chun Yuejie was alarmed. Affiliation represents the loss of dignity and sovereignty, and since ancient times, no affiliated country or affiliated sect has ever had a good ending. Chun Yuejie, as the senior sister of the Green Mountain sect, often traveled through Qianzhou, and even the great states outside of Qianzhou, and had seen many affiliated sects. Without exception, all of those affiliated sects were treated as blood packs to be squeezed to death, and some of them were even used as victims to divert conflicts. Chang Yuejie didn't understand how her shrewd master was able to say so happily that the Green Mountain sect had become an affiliated sect. Hello? This is a meet and greet gift. If you still want it, feel free to ask me for it. Li Yanmu smiled and placed a basket of spirit fruits in Chang Yuejie's hands. It's not incomprehensible. Chang Yuejie shook her head vigorously after faltering for a split second, her expression stiffening as she hooked the corner of her mouth in an attempt to salvage her dignity. Patriarch Li, these spirit fruits are too valuable. It's fine. I still have more than 800 acres of spirit fields there. I can't eat them all. Chang Yuejie lost her voice. At this time, Lu Wuchang continued. Thanks to this Patriarch Li's blessing, Old Ancestor has already broken through the harmonization stage. Old Ancestor has broken through the harmonization stage? Chang Yuejie only felt that today's surprises as well as absurdities were more than a little excessive. And all of these surprises as well as absurdities all came from amazing M. Li. Chang Yuejie couldn't help but resurvey Li Yanmu, probably because of the excessive impact. At first glance, the plain and ordinary Li Yanmu seemed to be covered by multiple halos at the moment, incomparably mysterious. But as soon as she saw Li Yanmu's subtle cultivation at the 7th level of qi practicing, Chang Yuejie couldn't fantasize about it. In order to avoid Lu Wuchang as well as Li Yanmu noticing the skepticism in her eyes, Chang Yuejie hastily changed the topic. Since Old Ancestor has already broken through the harmonization stage, why didn't you publicize it loudly? If you had publicized it earlier, how would Chongshan sect and that 5 poison sect dare to come to the door to provoke? About this, Lu Wuchang glanced at Li Yanmu and received a sign from Li Yanmu's eyes before telling Chang Yuejie about what happened in Sunrise City. Chang Yuejie's face was like a slideshow, shock, indignation, and surprise slicing back and forth before everything finally fell into place. For the choice of Castle Peak sect, Chang Yuejie did not have the position to question the right or wrong, but as a human being, Chang Yuejie felt displeased for those cultivators who tried to make the people of Sunrise City turn into demons due to their greed for vile gas, and their own behavior of beheading demons to refine their cultivation. Chang Yuejie wanted to lament, but a terrible conjecture surfaced in her mind, and her expression suddenly became subtle. Master, if Old Ancestor hadn't realized him at that time, would he have? Chang Yuejie stammered and didn't say anything further, but Lu Wuchang and Li Yanmu already understood the meaning. Lu Wuchang's expression stiffened. Li Yanmu even had a sudden chill behind his back, while Mei Chai Xiao, who at some point had already stood between Li Yanmu and Lu Wuchang, cupped his chin and nodded. Not unreasonable. Mei Chai Xiao's voice scared Chang Yuejie's heart almost stopped, and when he was thinking of saluting and apologizing, Mei Chai Xiao waved his hand. I'm just a mediocre harmonization stage in the Spirit Beast Garden now, so don't worry about it too much. Lu Wuchang glanced at Mei Chai Xiao without a good look. Ever since Mei Chai Xiao had broken through the harmonization stage, he had to mention this matter in front of him, the transformation stage, when he had something to do. But the original tension did ease up quite a bit. So in the end, will you or won't you? Li Yanmu was extremely concerned about what Yuemi Shiba Xiao really thought, to which Yuemi Shiba Xiao just shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I'm already at the harmonization stage. I'm already not on the same level as someone stuck at the peak of transformation. It's hard to go back by proxy. This answer of Mei Chai Xiao was not in tune, but it was indeed a full answer. And Li Yanmu was not so torn. Lu Wuchang also very quickly changed the topic and drew out the storage bag from his bosom. Patriarch Li, this is for you. As soon as he saw the storage bag, Li Yanmu immediately became alert. Didn't I say that the 1 million spirit stones had to be spent? $1 million? Chang Yuejie gradually lost her ability to be surprised. No, Patriarch Li. This is the compensation I claimed from Chongshan sect. 3 million spirit stones, 500 pounds of spirit rice, and thanks to Patriarch Li's anticipation, Lu Wuchang provocatively raised an eyebrow at Mei Chai Xiao, but didn't notice that the corners of Li Yanmu's mouth couldn't control the twitched. Good guy. 1 million spirit stones haven't been spent yet. Actually robbed 3 million spirit stones back. His heart is punishable. This year, we've taken in quite a few disciples. That's going to be a lot of expenses. The spirit stones and spiritual rice are all used on the Green Mountain sect disciples. Not enough to come back to me for more. Li Yanmu waved his hand bashfully and quickly walked down the mountain, fearing that Lu Wuchang would play a trick and force the spirit stones on him. Lu Wuchang froze and then was filled with admiration. Chang Yuejie is even more frozen in place. There this affiliated clan when it is not too comfortable a little. Above the green clouds, Wu Lang was sitting cross-legged on the gourd with an iron color, and behind him the disciples lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe a breath. They originally came to see the Green Mountain sect joke. The results of the joke did not watch, but instead by the Green Mountain Sect ruthless blackmail. Even the old ancestor was captured by the soldier's door. And good death. The shot or been stationed in the 10,000 Demons Mountain Sanglong generals. The Tao sect would not clash with this difficult general over a Chongshan sect. For the sake of that one whole saint's bone is somewhat possible, but that teenager has already fallen into the hands of the Dayu dynasty. Even the Tao sect has to weigh its cost. After all, no matter how much planning, the Tao sect's source, the Tao pillar, has always been the possession of the Dayu dynasty, and if Dayu is not extinguished, the Tao sect will always only be part of the Dayu dynasty. However, Wu Lang did not intend to tell the truth about the sage bone, and Wu Lang also believed that the Five Poison sect would never keep the truth about the sage bone to themselves. One Shenzhou wasn't enough to make the Tao sect think seriously about who to give the carrot and who to give the stick to. If it really gets out, it's definitely all over together. But when he thought that the Castle Peak sect had picked up such a big bargain, Wu Lang was furious. Thinking about it, a nefarious plan came to mind. Wu Lang sneered and opened his mouth to shout, Shin K dash. A youth immediately rose shivering and bent his head in obeisance. Master dash. Since the Green Mountain sect wants to keep his position as the number one in Xianzhou so badly, let's help him out. Run a trip. Go and help the Green Mountain sect publicize properly. Let everyone understand what kind of charity the Green Mountain sect is doing, and I'd like to see how much spirit stones the Green Mountain sect is able to use. Upon hearing this, Shinkei immediately nodded his head and followed with a cold smile. Master, I'll do my job. Don't worry. Chapter 59, Pretentious General sent me millions of spirit stones with a few words. It was so hard to retreat from Lu Wuchang's men in one piece. Li Yanmu had planned to go back to the wooden house to have a good rest, but he didn't realize that there were 3 more people in the courtyard. One of them was Feng Shouyun. The other 2 were quite familiar. One was a strong man who looked like a tower of iron, with dark skin, and he was carrying a tender-looking teenager in his hand. At the moment the 3 seemed to be in a stalemate with Jian Xin, who was indifferently sweeping the ground. Taisho Feng, what are you guys? Hearing Li Yanmu's voice, Feng Shouyun then arched his hand as if he was relieved. Brother Li, you're finally back. How was this Green Mountain ceremony? It went quite well. These 2 are. Li Yanmu curiously looked toward the strong man and the teenager. With the information provided by Lu Wuchang, Li Yanmu also roughly guessed the identities of the 2 people in front of him. But Sanglong General Mo Zhanxian and the teenager who possessed an entire saint's bone. Benefactor. My name is Xiao Yun. The teenager immediately broke away from Mo Chuanxian's right hand and flung himself down to kneel in front of Li Yanmu. As soon as she heard that the teenager's surname was Xiao, Li Yanmu immediately raised her guard. I am not your benefactor. If you are talking about the spirit fruit, I am not distributing the spirit fruit for your sake. Benefactor. For me this is a gift of rebirth. On the way here Xiaoyan already knew through Feng Shouyun's mouth what kind of chance those spirit fruits had brought him. And he also knew that the ink chopper Immortal who had preserved him was led by Li Yanmu. If there was no Li Yanmu, he, Xiao Yun, would have either been dusted or killed and robbed of his bones, regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not. For Xiao Yun, Li Yanmu was no longer as simple as being as gracious as a mountain. Seeing Xiao Yun's gaze clear and sincere, Li Yanmu became more nervous. Is that so? Benefactor, I want to worship you. No, you should worship this General Mo Zhanxian. Li Yanmu cried out in his heart that it was not good and immediately raised his hand to point at Mo Zhanxian, making a move of, woe to the east. I'm only at the 7th level of Qi cultivation. While you were born with a saint's bone and have a great future, following me will only misuse your future. Nowadays, the world seems to be stable, but there is a hidden crisis. Since you were born with a saint's bone, you should naturally take on the responsibility of this saint's bone and save the people. This General Mo Zhanxian is the city guarding general of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, killing demons to protect the way. If you really want to repay your kindness, then worship this General Mo and make something of yourself soon. Xiao Yun froze in place as Li Yanmo spoke, and even Mo Zhanxian's eyes widened. A moment later, Xiao Yun's mouth moved as he solemnly stood high to Li Yanmu. Master's great righteousness, the disciple will definitely keep it in mind. Li Yanmu was instantly anxious. Who promised? Who promised? If he had an apprentice with a saint's bone, he wouldn't be able to go bankrupt in his life. With a thought, Li Yanmu called up the interface of the business system. Fortunately Xiao Yun's unilateral worship didn't seem to recognize it. Amazing, and Li sighed in relief. Only after giving Li Yanmu a high head did Xiao Yun get up and kowtow to Mo Zhanxian. Master. Although both kowtowed and saluted, there was an extremely noticeable difference in tone. Mo Zhanxian was instantly offended and glared viciously at Li Yanmu. When did an insignificant little thing like you get to make decisions for my old man? Plus 100 spirit stones. Lousy is the peak of the harmonization stage. It's reasonable to say that a Qi practitioner like you doesn't even have the qualifications to see me. plus 100 spirit stones. Also, this Xiao Yun was saved by lousy. Do you think your words count? Plus 100 spirit stones. Li Yanmu was suddenly numb. The words coming out of people's mouths might not be true, but the prestige experience overflowing with spirit stones that was real. This Mo Jianxian sent Li Yanmu 300,000 spirit stones in 3 words. What ingredients were in his heart? Li Yanmu couldn't say. Feng Shouyun's face was full of embarrassment. If it wasn't for the fact that there was too much of a difference in cultivation as well as official rank, Feng Shouyun would really want to block Mo Jianxian's mouth. Seeing that Jian Xin and Xiaoyun both frowned uncomfortably, Feng Shouyun could only explain in a pale manner. Senior General Mo didn't mean that. What do you mean it's not that? I despise weak asses. Mo Jianxian immediately blew his beard and glared, with a proper evil look. Plus 200 spirit stones. Master, do I really want to worship this kind of person? Xiaoyun's face was full of resistance. Xiaoyun, as the saying goes, you don't know a person's face from his heart. You can't make a judgment because of one side of the story. General Mo just talks straight, but his heart is open. He's a bright and open person. And he's even stationed at 10,000 Demon Mountain for the sake of the dawn of the Cthulhu. You were born with the bones of a saint. You must learn the way to recognize people. Seeing that Xiaoyun was actually going to come back, Li Yanmu immediately spoke out to teach him a lesson. Xiaoyun understood in his heart, but he was still a teenager after all. It was inevitable that he would be a little reluctant, but he was still disciplined and swung towards Mo Jianxian again to pay his respects. Please master, teach me the method to cut down the demons and remove the devils, and defend the people of the dawn. Mo Jianxian's head raised back a bit, turned a blind eye, and didn't say anything, but Li Yanmu's trigger finger snapped another 300,000 more spirit stones in it. Humph, you're a talkative little guy. Alright, dash. It was only after a while that Mo Jianxian let out a cold snort and reluctantly accepted Xiaoyun's obeisance. There was also an extra 200,000 spirit stones in Li Yanmu's trigger finger. Just under 1,000,000 spirit stones. If it wasn't for the fact that someone else was watching, Yanmu Li would probably have covered her face and started crying. However, I did take your favor. I will stay in Sunrise City for 3 months. And during these 3 months, if you have anything to do, you can find me directly. Probably also pretentious enough. Mo Jianxian finally said a little bit of the heart, patting his chest to guarantee up. It's just a shame that amazing Yan Li just wants to be far away from this humanoid spirit stone delivery machine. General Mo. Taisho Feng, I do have a matter that may need your help. Li Yanmu thought for a moment would reply. This time, in order to keep the position of the Castle Peak Sect, the Castle Peak Sect has taken in too many disciples. I wonder if you two whether it is possible to rent a part of the house in Sunrise City for the use of the Castle Peak Sect. Upon hearing this, Feng Shouyun's eyes lit up. Right now Sunrise City was full of empty houses. Not only can it increase the population, but it can also earn spirit stones. For Feng Shouyun, the Tai Shou, to make blood money is not a loss. Rent what? You're all great use subjects. I'll make the call and send you a portion directly. Let these Green Mountain Sect disciples of yours live as they please. Don't be polite. What Mo Jianxian broke with this grandiose wave of his hand was the dream of both Li Yanmu and Feng Shouyun. Li Yanmu silently registered Mo Jianxian on his blacklist. This Feng is as terrifying as it is. Alright, Xiaoyun, how about following me back to cultivate? Mo Jianxian was not a person who was murky, and after showing his sincerity, he was eager to teach Xiaoyun to cultivate. It couldn't be helped. Having grown up so much, it was the first time that Mo Jianxian had seen someone who was carrying a complete saint's bone. Mo Jianxian was in a hurry, but Xiaoyun wasn't so happy about it. Being bored of a straggler, he didn't like the tone of the Tai Shofu. Just standing in there made him uncomfortable. Couldn't it have been in Sunset Town? And you boys made a deal with me? Ink Chopper's eyes glazed over, then convinced himself. However, it's true that this saintly bone of yours can't stay in a place where the flavor of power is too heavy. Feng Shouyun said helplessly. Brotherly has a spiritual field here, which raises a lot of elves and monsters. It's most suitable for sage bone to lay a good foundation. How about going there? Upon hearing the spiritual field, Mo Jianxian became interested. Oh, you're a small chi practitioner and you actually have a spiritual field? How many acres are there? No more, no less, more than 800 acres. Li Yanmu replied lightly. Rao Mo Jianxian was shocked by this number and couldn't help but laugh grimly and lowly. Then how about you send me a few hundred acres? If it can be used to resist demonic evil, the general can take all of it. Li Yanmu smiled as he locked eyes with Mo Jianxian. Old man is a soldier. What do I need your field for? Mo Jianxian's eyes deviated out, and Li Yanmu was happy to get another 100,000 spirit stones. Chapter 60 Born and Bred. Supreme Treasure Dragon Marks. I've heard that each of the spirit beasts you've raised can cultivate and fight. As a big man at the peak of the harmonization stage, Jian only needed a single thought to be able to get to the location of the spiritual field. But out of curiosity about Li Yanmu, Jian temporarily forgot about his ability and chose to hike and struck up a conversation with Li Yanmu on the way there. General will know when he sees it. Li Yanmu didn't really want to have a conversation with Jian. The cultivation of the peak of the harmonization stage coupled with the identity of the Tsanlong Great General was just too much of a weighty weight. But whenever he said the wrong thing, the prestige experience would overflow into spirit stones as it was ejected. I think it's bragging too much. Why don't we make a bet? If those spirit beasts of yours really know how to box, how about this spirit treasure of mine goes to you? Jian touched his right hand and drew out a dragon pattern from his pouch. That dragon pattern just saw the sunlight. It was like a real dragon surging back and forth. It seemed to want to go, but no matter how it swam, it couldn't escape from between Jian's 5 fingers. It was also the first time for Li Yanmu to see such a divine object, and he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Jian proudly introduced, "This is a water dragon tattoo. It was refined by a songhorn turtle. It wanted to transform into a dragon by using this water dragon tattoo, but I cut it off and boiled it into a pot of tonic soup. And this water dragon tattoo came into my hands. This dragon pattern is the true meaning of the world. Not only has a spirit, it is said to be able to be refined to the completion of the true dragon. At that time, if not my quick eyes and hands, this water dragon pattern will run away on the spot, to the real dragon in the world. And the body of the dragon pattern of the person's fist and foot have a dragon's power, but also be able to get a real dragon's chi body protection. All evil does not invade. I'll tell you a tidbit of information. There are 9 dragon tattoos on today's Emperor Yu." Hearing Xin say this, Li Yanmu's heart moved. I can't afford it. Li Yanmu really want, but Li Yanmu is not stupid. This dragon pattern obviously has its own spirit, cannot escape from Jian's 5-finger mountain. It is difficult not to escape from his small temple of the 7th level of chi cultivation. Furthermore, Li Yanmu didn't want to be captured and boiled in soup one day. You kid is a person who understands. Then this dragon tattoo is for you. Li Yanmu held his forehead. Then I'll trouble the general to keep it for me for some days, and give it to Xiao Yun to use when he is strong enough to manage it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was moved and wanted to kneel and kowtow again, but was pulled back by Li Yanmu. There is gold under a man's knees. If you really want to thank me, then please don't be negative about this saint's bones as well as the dragon pattern. Thank you, master. Ink Chopper walked to the side, scratching his head, feeling bad, but unable to say so. As they spoke they had already set aside the shrubs to arrive at the spiritual field that was hidden by the Great Formation. Just a few days the spiritual field has undergone a radical change. A variety of crops grow naturally, incomparable harmony, not the slightest sign of grabbing each other's nutrients. More in the middle of the location of a lot of buildings. Outside there are also a lot of wooden stakes. A crane and a green snake is scurrying on the stakes to wrestle with each other. Xiao Yun, who had ever seen such a scene, was frozen in place. Ah! A cry of pain pulled Xiao Yun back from his stupor, only to see a fat iron-eating beast being beaten and crawling, and chasing after it was a raccoon with a bamboo pole. The raccoon was wearing a pocket-sized suit and moved lightly, each stick able to disrupt the iron-eater's balance with precision, forcing it to constantly change its pace. Amazing! And Li coughed lightly. The raccoon's ears laughed and immediately withdrew its hand. The bamboo pole bounced up with the force of a knock and landed in front of Li Yanmu, and the other animals immediately stopped moving and neatly lined up in front of Li Yanmu, hands clasped in front of their fists. Grandmaster Feng Shouyun had also seen it once or twice, so it wasn't a big surprise, but it was Mo Zhangxian, the great general who had seen a lot of things, who was taken aback. So many, all elves and monsters? How did you do it? Let nature take its course. Feed them some spirit fruits, that's all. Li Yanmu reached out and waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Remember to combine labor and rest dash. For the group of elves and monsters in front of him, Li Yanmu didn't feel any toothache. He had hoped that those animals would be able to cultivate as a way to consume his spirit fruit and spirit stone reserves. Now that he can have so many animals enlightened, he is getting what he wants. It wasn't like he was going to let these elves do any hard work anyway. Just let them live at their own pace. The animals bowed their heads and saluted, turning and scurrying off at speed, practicing their martial arts and plowing their fields, with only the raccoon remaining in place. Master, who are these few? The raccoon looked towards Mo Zhangxian and Xiao Yun. Mo Zhangxian immediately wrapped his hands around his chest, wanting to announce his name, but the raccoon in front of him had only been enlightened for a short while, and probably didn't even know what the Dayu dynasty was, so it didn't seem to be much use for him to announce his name as the Tsanglong Great General. Mo Zhangxian squatted down after some thought. Brother Raccoon, my disciple and I would like to cultivate here for a period of time. I wonder if we can make it convenient. The raccoon looked up at Li Yanmu. and only nodded after getting a sign from Li Yanmu's eyes. Naturally, we're trying to build a house, and we also hope that you'll be able to give us some pointers. That's natural. Aha dash. When he saw Mo Zhang Xian laughing, Feng Shuoyun knew that the matter was accomplished, so he bid farewell to Li Yanmu. As a Taisho, he had a lot of things to do. Perfecting the hiding of the body of the Sunga demon is one of them. This time Mo Zhanxian had brought quite a few magic treasure formations, and after completing it, even the transitional stage wouldn't be able to find that body that easily. As for Mo Zhanxian, for the peak of the harmonization stage, the difference between being in Sunrise City, or in Sunset Town, really wasn't that big. After picking a few fruits in the spiritual field, Li Yanmu said goodbye to Mo Zhangxian and Xiao Yun. Just back to the compound, Li Yanmu smelled a smell of meat, pushed the door to see Jian Xin is sitting at the table, guarding a pot of meat soup. Boss, if you're hungry you can eat first, you don't have to wait for me. Jian Xin's eyes rolled upward slightly and he shook his head slowly. Master, this is not appropriate. Seeing Jian Xin's insistence, Li Yanma laughed and reached out to touch Jian Xin's head before sitting at the table and enjoying the meat soup made by Jian Xin. Just a few mouthfuls went down. Li Yanmu felt his body heat up, as if there was infinite strength coming up. Li Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Boss, what kind of ingredients are you using here? It is not a strange ingredient. The roadside casually hit the wild game. Jian Xin eyes flickered. Master, you do not like? Quite tasty. Li Yanmu thought that he might have gotten an illusion from being too high on spirit fruits, so he didn't think much about it. Jian Xin is only at the first level of chi cultivation, so what kind of game he can fight is mostly rabbits and birds. Ba. Looking at the hillock that was almost red with blood, Dao Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Searching for the bloodstains that had dried up, Dao Hai finally found the target of his trip. Vidian Python. Yuaning stage transformed big demon. With a trace of dragon blood, if can carry through the heavenly tribulation will have the opportunity to transform into a dragon, to become a party hegemony. And this fierce great demon with unlimited potential was nestled in the withered bones, having long since lost its breath, and there was only one wound, and that was the sword mark that had plowed it from head to tail. The snake's bile is still there, but the heart has been emptied of dragon's blood. Dao Hai's expression grew subtle. Chapter 61, just 1,350,000 spirit stones? I'll give you 3 million. Between the lush forests, a figure stepped on the leaves and punched out like the wind, as if it were a fierce tiger. The leaves fell, and the figure rode the wind down. Li Yanmu long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Although the cultivation level is still the 7th level of chi cultivation, but Li Yanmu can feel that at this moment his own has been far stronger than yesterday's self, and the whole body seems to have inexhaustible strength, and the 5 senses have become a lot more keen. Keep up the good work. Li Yanmu nodded his head in satisfaction and turned around to go back to the courtyard. It just so happened that Shin Ziqing also came to the front of the courtyard. Seeing Li Yanmu come back steaming hot, Shin Ziqing felt curious all of a sudden. Master, you went for a morning practice? A little bit of boxing. Is something wrong with the oldest too? Li Yanmu keenly noticed Shin Ziqing's dark circles under her eyes and instantly frowned. Ever since he started practicing, Li Yanmu had been practicing instead of sleeping, and despite occasionally becoming suddenly disheveled, he had never had dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that Shin Ziqing had stayed up all night because of something else. Master, it's actually like this. Shin Ziqing mulled over the matter for a while before explaining in detail with Li Yanmu about trading with the Dayu dynasty and establishing the House of All Things. Shin Ziqing said very plainly, but Li Yanmu listened with fear. This second disciple of his had average talent, but was ridiculously bold when it came to business. Not only did he directly barge in when Feng Shuoyun was debriefing with the higher-ups of the soldier sect, but he also dared to interrupt and propose a deal to the other party. And this concept of the House of All Things was even more terrifying to the core. What do you think, Master? Shin Ziqing carefully observed Li Yanmu's expression. He also came up with his current plan by interpreting a few hints from Li Yanmu, and he was definitely not as far-sighted as Li Yanmu in terms of foresight as well as meticulousness. Elder, you did well. Li Yanmu smiled and patted Shin Ziqing's shoulder. Young people are just bold and daring. Unfortunately, the world is not that simple. If it was really that easy to implement a clan registration system, there would be no need for the Great Yu dynasty to wrestle with the millions of clans of the Tao sect in the open and in the dark. If the House of All Things mentioned by Shin Ziqing could be made, it would indeed be terrifying. But the problem was that the difficulty was too high, and even if there was a chance of success, the Dayu dynasty, which had already suffered from the Tao sect, would not be able to watch a second Tao sect appear. That's why Li Yanmu liked it very much and wanted a ruthless spirit stone crushing machine. It just so happened that he still needed to build a chain to break through the prestige level. Win-win. How many spirit stones do you need? Li Yanmu did not intend to inquire about the details in the slightest and went straight to the point. Shin Ziqing subconsciously scratched his head. His brain is running fast trying to organize a program that looks like it must be able to return to the capital, but after half a day's spinning, Shin Ziqing can't get the idea, and finally reported the compressed to the limit of the figures in a whisper. 1,350,000 spirit stones. 1,350,000 spirit stones? Li Yanmu raised his eyebrows. Shin Ziqing thought it was too high, and was about to explain, but saw Li Yanmu pull out a storage bag from among the wrench fingers and put it towards Shin Ziqing's hand. Second, if you want to make a big thing, you absolutely can't be afraid of it. This 3 million spirit stones, you take it. 3. Shin Ziqing was so scared that he almost directly threw out the storage bag in his hand. Master, this is too much. Lao Air, look at my eyes. You're building a shadow that covers the entire Dayu dynasty. Do you think 3 million spirit stones is a lot? Li Yanmu reached out and covered Shin Ziqing's face, using his fingers to manually help Shin Ziqing open his eyes. No, not enough. Shin Ziqing was also startled by Li Yanmu's sudden move and subconsciously nodded her head. That's not on the line. These spirit stones you put away. If it's not enough, you come directly to ask me for it. Li Yanmo nodded with satisfaction, which released Shin Ziqing's eyes. You have a natural advantage. That's the soldier's gate. Don't ever waste this relationship. If you are able to rent it, you can rent it, and you don't need to be stingy. Those themselves are strategic resources. And these spirit fruits you also take them directly to entertain guests. Since you want to do great things, you must go to the maximum. Shin Ziqing held 2 storage bags, froze for a while before carefully asking, Master, if something goes wrong, until you give up, this industry won't fail. Even if you give up, I as a master won't give up. No matter how many spirit stones I pay, I'll help you hold on to prove you're right. Li Yanmu reached out and heavily slapped Shin Ziqing's shoulder. So go for it. Hurry up and take away all these 10,000 evil spirit stones as well as spirit fruits. Master. Self-clearing will never let Master down. Good. That's the way to go. Master, please name this building. Shin Ziqing took a deep breath and said seriously, I will make this name famous. Seeing that Shin Ziqing was so serious, Li Yanmu felt that he couldn't be too casual, at least in the matter of naming. And after thinking for a while, he replied, then let's call it Heavenly Void Building. Industrial chain, Heavenly Void Building, under construction. Shin Ziqing wiped his eyes with force and hid the storage bag in his arms and turned around to leave in big strides. He only felt his chest heating up and it seemed like there was a flame burning inside. Looking at the distant Shin Ziqing, Li Yanmu glanced at the remaining spirit stones and only felt a wave of relief. Above the wooden house, Jian Xin held his chin, his eyes chasing after Shin Ziqing's figure with an idea. On the way back to Sunrise City, Shin Ziqing covered his clothes the entire time, and what he had in his arms was not only the spirit stones, but also the trust of his master. When he dies, none of these spirit stones can be lost. Now Shin Ziqing had already practiced the 5th level of Qi, and he had even learned the mastery of blowing with the heart, which allowed him to move quickly. From Li Yanmu, it didn't take much time to travel to and from Sunrise City, but Shin Ziqing felt that the path was even longer than when he came. Shin Ziqing, right at this moment, a cold voice rang out, stopping Shin Ziqing's pace. Shin Ziqing secretly said that it was bad, but there was nothing broken on his face, and he turned back with a face full of confusion. But when he saw the person who shouted at him, Shin Ziqing opened his eyes. Dressed in white, with a veil of black hair, woman quietly stood, eyes deep as if hiding the world everything. Obviously just stand there, but incomparably ethereal. Just look at a moment. Shin Ziqing will feel blurred consciousness. Shin Ziqing secretly bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to awaken his consciousness, while quietly pinching the talisman paper that Feng Shouyun had given him hidden in his sleeve. You don't have to pinch that paper. We know each other, said the woman, lifted her finger to point. A sword light fell, but did not leave any of the sword marks. Instead, a lot of small flowers bloomed. Shin Ziqing froze and subconsciously exclaimed, You're the infatuated fairy? The woman's movements froze momentarily, and it took a few moments before she nodded her head in a very small increment. Seeing the other party acknowledge, Shin Ziqing was relieved. I don't know what fairy's orders are? He needs a direct line of power for his Heavenly Void Building, and cannot rely on the soldier sect, the woman said indifferently. This, I naturally know. Shin Ziqing let out a bitter smile. He was just the son of a merchant, and had been a farmer for the last few generations. So how could he have any chance to know Tianzhou Sunrise City? Half a year later the Miao family will tear up their marriage contract with one person. That person's name is Hanmo. Yuehua City in Qingzhou, the second son of the Lin family, Lin Tanmu. Jinzhou Jin City has abandoned den 10 miles outside of it, and inside is a thief named Fengchen. The first one will be contacted as soon as possible, and the remaining 2 must be pulled together within 2 years. After saying that the woman was going to leave, Shin Ziqing, who was thinking, immediately spoke out to stop him when he saw this. Fairy, I still have one more thing. The woman was on her feet, but didn't turn around. Say, Fairy, you to master in the end is. I'm not in doubt, Fairy. Just Fairy, you have not appeared in front of the master. Master, he seems to be really entangled. So I think, at least there must be an accurate answer. Shin Ziqing is also afraid of the woman in front of the misunderstanding. So try a sentence immediately after the explanation up. Just not yet finished explaining, a slightly annoyed voice will be blown by the wind. I don't know. A falling leaf crossed from Shin Ziqing's eyes, and the woman had disappeared without a trace. Shin Ziqing opened his mouth before shouting loudly, Fairy, I will definitely relay this to master. On the wooden roof, Jian Xin slowly hung his head and buried his face into his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly. One by one, Li Yanmu, who was in the courtyard, saw this situation and thought that something had happened to Jian Xin, so he hurriedly greeted him. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid to come down? I'm fine. Master, leave me alone. Seeing Li Yanmu getting closer and closer, Jian Xin climbed up in a sorry state and slid down the roof, raising her wrist to cover her burning nose in death, and beneath her snow-white hair blown up by the wind was a blush that was more beautiful than any flower. Chapter 62, No Gifts? I'm going dark. Under Wu Lang's deliberate publicity, the news that the Green Mountain Sect had not only adjusted the age of candidate disciples upwards to 50 years old in order to retain its position as the #1 sect in Qianzhou, but also that it would not refuse anyone who came along, soon spread throughout Qianzhou. The entire Qianzhou was in turmoil for a while. Out of the Meng family in Sun City, within the lobby, dozens of core personnel of the Miao family were seated among them, and the one sitting at the first place was the head of the Miao family, Miao Wujiang. At this moment, he was raising his eyebrows, his face full of surprise. Sitting in the second place was Miao Qianqian, the Miao family's 100-year-old pride, now the Chongshan sect's outer door great disciple. This Green Mountain sect is really living more and more backwards. Miao Wujiang put down the teacup in his hand, helplessly out of the voice. The rest of the people have nodded their heads and lamented the hero's late death, but it was Miao Qianqian who said it directly. Even the dignity of the clan is gone. Seeing his daughter speak so unforgivingly, Miao Wujiang had wanted to say a few words in a meaningful way. Qingshan sect is still the #1 sect in Qianzhou after all. This time the behavior is reckless, but it can really maintain the position of the #1 sect in Qianzhou. But thinking that the old ancestor of Qingshan, Mei Chai Xiao, has reached the end of his days, and the probability is that he is already dead, Miao Wujiang is also too lazy to mean it. Qianqian, are you sure about this year's Qianzhou Grand Competition? Upon hearing this, the other core members of the Miao family also looked at Miao Qianqian. The Qianzhou Grand Competition was organized by the Taoist Sect, and all the sects in Qianzhou would participate in it, which was both a test to examine the quality of each sect's disciples and a casino to reshuffle the forces in Qianzhou. In order to encourage the various sects to roll within, the Taoist Sect was quite generous. Last year, Chan Yuejia defeated the other sect's heavenly pride to hold on to the position of the Green Mountain Sect and won the Enlightenment Stone bestowed by the Tao Sect. And the prize for this year's Qianzhou Grand Competition was a medium-grade spirit field that was said to be 30 acres in size. As long as you can get a ranking, you will be able to get the middle-grade spirit field, put in the central state. This 30 acres of medium-grade spirit field is nothing. Every clan has nearly 10,000 acres of spirit field. Those super clans even sit on the legendary top-grade spirit field. However, putting Qianzhou is a veritable treasure, enough to become the bottom of the clan. As the #1 clan in Qianzhou for so many years, Qingshan sect has never possessed a spiritual field, and Chongshan sect has been able to gradually overpower Qingshan sect in the past few years, attracting various families and people in Qianzhou, relying on the 20 acres of spiritual fields discovered by accident 10 years ago, as well as the spiritual rice planted. If Miao Qianqian was able to get a ranking, their Miao family would have the opportunity to share a portion of the spirit field. Even if it was just a few acres, it would be enough to become the foundation of the Miao family and allow the Miao family to become the #1 family in Sunrise City. This is natural. Peer, no one is my opponent. Miao Qianqian smiled proudly. At this time, the man who bore a slight resemblance to Miao Wujiang hesitated for a moment before testing. Big brother, shouldn't we send someone to take a look? Miao Qianqian frowned slightly, seems to be displeased. Miao Wujiang also feel that there is no need to be so cautious, but Miao Wujiang is also an old oil. This time the momentum is so great, there must be who is behind the scenes to push the waves. Think about who was the second in Qianzhou. You can guess the answer. Now that the Miao family was befriending the Chongshan sect, they had to give face to show one or two. Within 3 days, a large number of flying boats arrived at the town of Luoyang, And what was represented behind one flag was the entire Qianzhou's high-powered and powerful lineages that favored the Great Zhou dynasty and the Taoist Sect. There were a few giant ships among them that were the most conspicuous, but they were not from any of the lineages, but rather the Ironheart Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce in Qianzhou. The giant ship landed, and a large number of mortals stepped out from it. Most of them had already reached adulthood and had long since passed the age of cultivation. And when they heard that the Castle Peak sect had adjusted the age upwards to 50 this time, and that those who came were not rejected, they got an idea. The Ironheart Chamber of Commerce, as a qualified business group, did not let go of this opportunity to make money, and sold group tickets all around, which led to such a powerful gesture. Even the Green Mountain sect at its peak had never attracted so many people. Li Yanmu had been practicing in the wooden house when he heard the commotion and immediately ran to the Sunset Town. Seeing that there were actually so many people coming, Li Yanmu first froze, then reacted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't control the upward movement. This achievement of a high-ranking person amongst the hidden masters not only increased the harvest speed of the spirit field, but also increased the yield. Plus his spirit field had more than 800 acres of land. Even though he had been frantically handing out spirit fruits a few days ago, his spirit fruit reserve was still a horrifying string of numbers. He was worried that even if all the disciples of the Green Mountain sect ate until they vomited, they could not consume all the spirit fruits. But he did not expect to actually come back with so many mouths. Li Yanmu immediately rushed to the bottom of the trail and set up his stall. Those worldly families who came by flying boat intended to come to join in the fun. Naturally they wouldn't take the mountain paths like the mortals. Seeing Li Yanmo, a person who was a 7th level chi practicing cultivator, setting up a stall there, they shook up their heads. What a downer. To actually have someone at the 7th level of chi practicing come out to entertain. A flying boat swept through the mountain road straight to the mountain. The Green Mountain sect's elders noticed this movement early on, and waited at the mountain early, each with a mean smile, as if welcoming a poor relative who came to the door to borrow money. This caught the other families, including the Miao family, a bit off guard, even if they, the lineages, did come to see the fun. But shouldn't the situation of the Green Mountain sect nowadays use their hot faces to stick their cold asses? The second in command of the Miao family, Miao Wujian's younger brother Miao Birdwood, felt a hint of abnormality, but did not show it. Instead, he smiled and cupped his fists. Brother Lu, I heard that this Green Mountain ceremony of yours is very bustling. I purposely brought some thin gifts to congratulate you. Bring them up. When Lu Wuchang replied, Miao Birdwood twisted his head and let out a heckle. Several attendants carried out a single heavy box and opened it in turn. Spirit stones, herbs, pills, everything. Such a generous gift caused the other lineages to gasp. If not for the fact that Miao Chanshan is already a great disciple of the outer door of the Chongshan sect, they would be quick to suspect that the Miao family is not aware of any insider information, and has specially brought a generous gift to repair the relationship. Lu Wuchang swept a glance at those gifts. His heart was naturally disdainful, but when he thought that Li Yanmo alone was bearing the expenses of the development of the entire Castle Peak sect, Lu Wuchang felt that those self-esteem of his own were very immature, and with a wave of his raised hand he rolled away all those gifts, and after faintly dropping a sentence of many thanks he looked at the other lineages, with eyes that seemed to say, where are your gifts? Miao Birdwood's expression stiffened, and the other lineages were even more struck by lightning. First of all, not to mention that they are not here to worship the teacher at all. How can you ask for gifts before you start to worship the teacher? That really doesn't seem to be a problem. Is it hard for all of you to come and see the joke? Seeing that the other lineages froze in place, Lu Wuchang's expression instantly darkened, and his aura at the god transformation stage was no longer concealed. Do you really think that my Green Mountain sect is easy to bully? Seeing that Ryu Wuchang is not talking about Wudu, he blacked out in place. The people of the worldly families present could only curse in their hearts and take out their family treasures with smiles that were sadder than tears. Lu Wuchang is no longer a transformation god stage. Slapping them and is simpler than slapping a fly. Seeing this scene, Miao Birdwood couldn't help but wipe his sweat, thanks to the fact that when he came he had an extra eye and took some gifts that were still considered to be acceptable. Lu Wuchang tossed the storage bag in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Although it wasn't as good as the 3 million spirit stones contributed by Wu Lang, it was still able to allow Li Yanmu to spend less money. Miao Birdwood quickly adjusted, clasping his hands together and smiling with a leathery smile. Brother Lu, since you've received the gift, then we can always observe this Green Mountain ceremony of yours. The rest of the worldly families were also up in arms. Lu Wuchang grunted lightly, but he did not drive anyone away. Not long after, the first batch of disciples to be selected came to the mountain. The youngest of them were all 25. The oldest already had gray temples. Not 50, but 45. Seeing this, Miao Birdwood and the others breathed a sigh of relief and leisurely watched the action. Chapter 63. Under the command of the fifth elder. The first batch of people to come stood into the large formation with nervousness and caution. As a spirit stone faded and shattered, a pure aura passed through those people. The whole thing was only 5 minutes long, started uneventfully and ended uneventfully. Those who were still in the big formation couldn't help but tense up. Although they hadn't participated in the sect selection, they knew that if someone with talent could definitely cause some visions. At this time, the fifth elder spoke indifferently. Kuan Yu, you are my Green Mountain Sect's disciples from today onwards. The worldly families present were all here to see the fun. So naturally they had heard about this little trick underneath the all-around excellence. But they didn't point it out, and instead applauded and congratulated with smiles on their faces. How could the people in the big formation know so many twists and turns? They only thought that their time had finally come, and they cried and laughed, thanking the fifth elder. The fifth elder just waved his hand, signaling them to follow the other elders down first. The next batch of people had already come up. This one was just like the last batch. Meow Birdwood completely put down his heart, sure that this time the Green Mountain Sect was really just dying to resist. The uncontrollable Yin and Yang said, I see that these people have strong bodies, and are indeed suitable for being handymen. The other worldly families chimed in with smiles. Yeah, it's a pity that I'm not as generous as everyone in the Green Mountain Sect, recruiting handymen in such a way. Lu Wuchang and the others didn't even look at Meow Birdwood and the others. The main purpose of this Green Mountain Grand Ceremony was not to accept disciples, but to maintain the status of the Green Mountain Sect without revealing that Mei Chai Xiao had already broken through the harmonization stage. As for these disciples with mediocre talent, there was nothing to worry about. A few spirit fruits going down was already enough for them to digest for a few years. Plus, Sunrise City was short of population. Talking and laughing, Castle Peak Sect has already collected nearly 500 people. Only dozens of people got a very excellent evaluation. Occasionally there is a special excellent appeared also didn't cause any exaggerated anomalies. Just a simple mutation single spirit root. And the age has already exceeded the age of 30 years old. Even if there is something to build up later, I am afraid that maybe wait for quite a few days. Meow Birdwood and the others have their own little plans. It is impossible for the Castle Peak Sect to afford these disciples. Plus everyone is spreading the rumor that the old ancestor of Castle Peak is dead. And the Taoist Sect has already taken issue with the identity of the Castle Peak Sect as the No. 1 sect. So I'm afraid that the Castle Peak Sect won't survive this year. When the Green Mountain Sect dispersed, these disciples would naturally follow suit, and they would have the opportunity to pick up the pieces. Just as Meow Birdwood was plotting whether or not he should make early contact, one person noticed the anomaly and let out a light eep. How come each and every one of these people is emitting an aura? Meow Birdwood and the others froze and immediately got up to look, observing for a few seconds before their eyes widened. The Green Mountain Sect opened the spirit gathering array and kept burning spirit stones as if they were burning paper. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was naturally far more dense than usual, plus the ones who came were some overage mortals, so they didn't observe those mortals very carefully. But now at a glance, each one of those mortals exuded an abundant aura from the inside out, as if they were one with heaven and earth, innate enlightenment, and living in an environment filled with greed, anger and dementia. Except for the exceptionally gifted, the vast majority of people do not exist in the body of the heaven and earth aura, but these everywhere, mediocrely gifted overage disciples one by one, emanating the heaven and earth aura. They had also seen these people when they came up in their flying boats, and if these people had had aura present in their bodies from the start, there was absolutely no way they could have missed it. So something must have happened in the middle. Meow Birdwood couldn't care less about the crisis that Lu Wuchang might blacken again and demand compensation, so he directly rose up in the air and leaped over the mountain gate, looking toward the mountain path. Just see the birds and flowers in the middle of the mountain path. Men and women are talking and laughing carelessly along the mountain path upward. They have a same characteristic, the left hand holding the fruit, the right hand basket and a bunch of, and those fruits, they were actually all spirit fruits. Meow Birdwood only felt a spinning of the sky, nearly falling directly from the sky. How many pounds of fruit would that be? Hundreds? Thousands? Tens of thousands? So many spirit fruits were actually all fed to some overage, and 9 times out of 10, mediocrely qualified mortals. Just as Meow Birdwood was about to falter, a hand reached out from behind Meow Birdwood to hold him up. Meow Birdwood was about to thank him, but when he turned around he saw Lu Wuchang's smiling face. Meow Birdwood couldn't help but make a sound, but because he was too nervous his voice became shrill, like a woman. Patriarch Lu? What are you guys doing? What's wrong? What's wrong? No, it wasn't. I just suddenly remembered something. Yeah, take your time. Lu Wuchang did not intend to stop Meow Birdwood in the slightest, and even sent the other party away with a smile. Meow Bird Forest was greatly surprised. At the moment Lu Wuchang appeared he had already brainstormed Lu Wuchang Jie's strange smile. He did not expect Lu Wuchang to actually let him go so simply. After saying a few words of thanks in a row, Meow Birdwood left without looking back. And the other lineages had also followed Meow Birdwood long ago as he flew away, seeing the great horror that was taking place in the middle of the mountain path. In order to prevent Lu Wuchang Jiejie from laughing strangely, they also hurriedly said that they had something to do and ran away without looking back. The lineages that had been watching the jokes of the Castle Peak sect ran away without looking back, and Lu Wuchang, who was the head of the Castle Peak sect, couldn't help but grunt. There was no impermeable wall under the sky, not to mention the fact that the Green Mountain sect did not use a wall to block it at all. So the matter of the Green Mountain sect entertaining all candidate disciples with spirit fruit soon spread throughout the entire Qianzhou, and even outside of the Qianzhou. The spirit of the fruit is absolutely not an extraordinary thing. Only those who exist in the super sect of the big state can achieve the sect disciples' manpower as spirit of the fruit. How you want to get high? How to get high? But here is Qianzhou. In the Great Yu dynasty is also the most backward part. Not to mention is the spirit fruit. Even the spirit of the field are not a few acres. Want a spirit fruit can only be purchased for a lot of money, which also laid the Qianzhou can never turn over the destiny of the top. And the Castle Peak sect was actually using spirit fruits to entertain a group of overage, not yet talented mortals. Would like to see the lively Wu Lang heard the news like a thunderbolt, stood in place for a long time in silence while spit out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground on the spot, nearly went off the rails, fainted over the murmur. Impossible, how can it be? It was good that the cultivated peach tiger heard about this, and immediately broke his defense, ignoring the blocking of the elders rushed to the forbidden land, and kowtowed to a spectral abyss. Grandpa, you must be the master. A moment later, a figure stepped out from it. His entire body was emitting a strong aura. This person was none other than the old ancestor of the Five Poison sect. Boliaren rushed to the scene and froze for a few seconds before rejoicing, kneeling down on one knee. Congratulations to old ancestor for breaking through the harmonization stage and becoming the first person in Qianzhou. The Five Poison old ancestor glanced at Tao Tiger and said lightly, "Little Tiger, you don't need to worry. Feel free to conjugate Dan to prepare for the Qianzhou Grand Competition. Take that first place. I'll go and talk to the Taoist Sect's emissary. And it's also time to bring the battle between good and evil forward." What the Castle Peak sect did in Sunrise City a few days ago has caused a lot of dissatisfaction amongst the Dao sect. No one will protect the Castle Peak sect, and no one will dare to be an enemy of the Dao sect. When the old man personally steps in, whatever the Castle Peak sect has, they will have to spit it out. Hearing this, Tao Hu was overjoyed. "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be able to conjugate the Dan, and no one will be my opponent in the Qianzhou Grand Competition." The Miao family in Sunrise City was similarly cloudy. "Are you sure?" Miao Wujian uttered with difficulty. Miao Birdwood shook his head. "My eyes aren't blind. There are several thousand pounds of spirit fruits to say the least. The word thousands of pounds is like a big mountain that presses everyone out of breath. Even Miao Chanxian has no pride in the past. If it was just a few dozen pounds of spirit fruits, they would still be able to make excuses. But it was several thousand pounds of spirit fruits. Since the Castle Peak sect was able to so casually disperse several thousand pounds of spirit fruits to overage, not yet talented candidate disciples, it meant that the Castle Peak sect had at least tens of thousands of pounds of spirit fruits on hand. The territory of the Daiyu dynasty is divided into large, medium, and small states, and Qianzhou is a small state. Even the clans in the middle of the central state couldn't take tens of thousands of pounds of spirit fruits, much less have the gumption to disperse them to ordinary people who were overage and had no talent. Either the Castle Peak sect has hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, or the Castle Peak sect has the help of great powers. Either side is bad news for the Miao family. Miao Wujian let out a long breath and fiercely got up. "Prepare a gift and make a trip to the Green Mountain sect.